Chapter 1. Rebirth. Lozi, wake up, wake up, that a voice echoed near Luo Lou's ear. Go to hell. Luo Lou abruptly opened his eyes, leaping from his bed with a roar. Bang! The sound of his head colliding with a hard object sent a jolt of intense pain coursing through his forehead to his brain. He cried out, feeling a fierce throbbing ache that was utterly astonishing for an invade evolver like him, whose natural ability was lightning enhancement. The sensation of pain seemed inconceivable. Where is this? The pain in his forehead snapped Luo Lou into full consciousness. His eyes darted around the cramped dormitory, which contained 2 bunk beds designed for 4 occupants. The familiar surroundings sparked a sense of recognition. How did I end up here? Didn't I perish alongside the dark side's devourer? Why does this place feel so familiar, almost like my university dorm? Luo Lou's mind raced as he surveyed the room. He was indeed an invade natural evolver. He could effortlessly slice through wood or even steel, yet now he was experiencing pain, an unfathomable phenomenon. Lozi, are you alright? Did you have a nightmare? As Luo Lou pondered, a voice emerged from beside him. He turned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zheng Haoran. Before him stood a stout, yet robust figure, none other than the long-deceased Zheng Haoran. Could it be? Behind the portly man were 2 others, one tall and thin, wearing glasses, and the other sporting long bangs. Li Jin? Wang Ping? Hadn't they already turned into zombies? Why are they here? Perfectly fine. A jolt of shock coursed through Luo Lou as a realization began to dawn. He reached for his phone by the bedside and glanced at the time. December 20th, 2012, 11:55 p.m. Only 5 minutes remained until the fabled apocalypse. 0.5 minutes. Tomorrow marks the end of the world. I had intended to invite you out for an all-nighter, but now you're awake and have just bumped your head. Zheng Haoran chuckled maliciously. Now that you're awake, let's head out to the internet. CAF.no. We cannot go out. Luo Lou blurted out instinctively. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had inexplicably reincarnated, returning to the 5 minutes before the surge of abilities erupted. Though he couldn't fathom the reason for his rebirth, he was aware of the impending future and felt compelled to avert such a catastrophe. In his previous life, it was precisely because Luo Lou had gone out with him that Zheng Haoran had met his demise. Now that he had been granted a second chance, he would not allow such a tragedy to unfold again. Why not? Zheng Haoran inquired. Just trust Mato not go out. You all can go, but Zheng Haoran must stay, Luo Lou declared, dashing barefoot to the door, which was ajar. He turned to Li Jin and Wang Ping, his voice sharp. If you're leaving, do it now. What do you mean? Why are you sending us away? Li Jin, the tall one with glasses, felt something was amiss. Luo Lou's tone was unsettling. Cut the nonsense. Are you leaving or not? Luo Lou demanded. What's with your attitude? Why should I leave? Li Jin was infuriated by Luo Lou's demeanor. If not for their past as roommates, he would have kicked him. What do you mean, Luo Lou? Wang Ping glared at him, annoyance etched on his face. Seriously, Lozi, what's going on? Why do you want me to stay? Zheng Haoran looked equally perplexed by Luo Lou's actions. Enough with the chatter. Are you leaving or not? If not, then stay put. Luo Lou slammed the door shut and locked it. Offering no further explanation, he then dragged a square table to the entrance to barricade it. Once the door was secured, he continued his search. Suddenly, he spotted a suitcase beside one of the beds, his eyes lighting up. He hurried over, reaching for it. What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Li Jin couldn't tolerate Luo Lou's erratic behavior any longer. Not only was he barricading the door, but he was also after his suitcase. Li Jin approached and seized the back of Luo Lou's collar, his voice grave. Get off me. Luo Lou ignored him, shaking off Li Jin's grip and clutching the suitcase as he headed toward the door. Damn it. Put that down. Li Jin could no longer contain his fury and kicked fiercely at Luo Lou's back. Yet Luo Lou seemed to possess a sixth sense, sidestepping Li Jin's kick with ease. Before Li Jin could react, Luo Lou's fist connected with his face. Li Jin's eyes widened in shock as his head snapped back. Pain shot through his nose, and he instinctively touched it, finding blood. He was bleeding from a punch delivered by the once meek Luo Lou. He'll kill you. Li Jin's eyes blazed with rage as he lunged forward. Damn it. Wang Ping spat and charged at Luo Lou without hesitation. Having the closest bond with Li Jin, he rushed to assist his friend. Luo Lou pivoted, swinging the suitcase like a makeshift weapon, the clothes inside adding significant weight. It was a feat most could hardly lift, yet Luo Lou wielded it effortlessly. Bang! The suitcase's wheels crashed against Li Jin's head, sending him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. A trickle of crimson appeared on his forehead as he lost consciousness. The suitcase spun midair before landing back on the ground. Luo Lou delivered a powerful kick to the advancing Wang Ping, sending him tumbling backward. The force of the kick left Wang Ping gasping, clutching his chest in agony. Fortunately, my powers remain, albeit downgraded to grade. Luo Lou assessed his strength. Although his abilities had plummeted, they were still sufficient to handle this group of minor adversaries. Gazing at the fallen duo, a glint of cold determination flickered in Luo Lau's eyes. There's still time, 2 minutes remain. He wedged the suitcase against the door and scanned the room once more. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Was overlooking an available heavy object. Approaching the bunk bed, he seized the metal bar connecting the upper and lower bunks and, with a mighty effort, pulled the entire structure. Creak. The bed scraped violently against the tiled floor, producing a deafening screech. Luo Lou, what are you doing? Why are you beating them so badly? They're bleeding. I need to call the Policino, an ambulance. Zheng Haoran stared at Luo Lou in disbelief. Utterly shocked by his violent side, he felt as if he were in a dream. The sight of his two friends on the floor and Luo Lau's bizarre demeanor was surreal. 10 seconds left. After propping the bunk bed against the door, Luo Lou opened his phone and spoke flatly. What do you mean? Zheng Haoran asked. You'll understand soon enough, and when you do, you'll thank me. Luo Lau's expression was devoid of emotion as he cast a chilling glance at Li Jin and Wang Ping. Chapter 2. Evolutionary mutation. In his previous life, he and Zheng Haoran had complied with Li Jin's request to go out all night, only to encounter a surge of supernatural abilities that transformed countless individuals into zombies. Had it not been for Zheng Haoran's selfless act of sacrifice, using himself as bait to save Luo Lou, he would not have escaped with his life. However, now that Luo Lou has been reborn, he would never allow such a calamity to repeat itself. He leaned against the door, taking a deep breath to calm himself. The chaotic emotions of his rebirth surged through his mind. Pain, excitement, regret, sorrow, and anger flooded his consciousness. In his former life, he had barely survived. Though he attained an A rank, Luo Lou felt his existence was akin to that of a dog, devoid of any meaning. He had yielded to the powerful, relinquishing treasures he had fought for, and helplessly watched as those he cherished met their demise at the hands of ruthless forces. The twisted, arrogant smiles of those individuals had been the greatest mockery of Luo Lou. Perhaps that final act of mutual destruction was the most glorious and manly moment of his life. But now, everything was different. He had been reborn, and all could begin anew. Everything reverted to zero. Everything could be altered at his discretion. History would not repeat itself. The first change must be to prevent that hefty companion from sacrificing himself for Luo Lou. Suddenly, Luo Lou felt a twinge of sorrow in his eyes. He suppressed the excitement swelling within him and glanced at the time on his phone. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The screen displayed December 21st, 2012. Exactly midnight, which coincided with the Mayan prophecy of the world's end, marking the transition from the old era to the new. It has begun. Luo Lou's gaze shot to the window. The night was as dark as ink, and the lights below flickered with an eerie glow, adding to the already haunting atmosphere of midnight. From his vantage point, he could see a brilliant silver moon shining in the dark sky. At that moment, the moon appeared larger than ever before, and Luo Lou knew this was not an illusion. The moon was indeed much larger, for the world was about to change. Suddenly, the silvery moon in the sky rippled outward from its center, as if creating waves in the water, expanding in concentric circles. As the ripples spread, the expansive sky began to feel surreal, resembling a lake slowly emanating waves, and the very fabric of space seemed to distort. What is happening? Zheng Haoran noticed the anomaly in the sky. He rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not hallucinating, and called out in disbelief. It has begun. Luo Lou took a deep breath and murmured, his expression turning grave. As the ripples continued, the silver moon gradually changed color, shifting from silver white to golden orange, then to pink, until it transformed into a blood-red moon. The crimson moonlight bathed the world, casting aside the previous tranquility of night. The sky was no longer dark, but rather a terrifying shade of blood red, far more ominous than the bright red of a rising sun. The entire dormitory erupted in a cacophony of buzzing noise, as it was clear many were stunned by this bizarre spectacle. Hey, look outside. The moon has turned red. What is happening? Zheng Haoran exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, the blood-like hue pressing down on him like a weight that made it hard to breathe. Luo Lou slowly approached the window, the blood-red moonlight streaming through and enveloping him. He closed his eyes, savoring the sensations brought by the moonlight. Indeed, the evolutionary power of the moonlight was beneficial to me. As he quietly absorbed the changes in his internal abilities, Luo Lou felt a surge of joy. It seemed his powers were on the verge of evolution, rapidly ascending. In his previous life, such moonlight had appeared only twice, with each appearance heralding monumental changes in the world. The first instance occurred at this very moment, awakening countless individuals to their supernatural abilities and transforming them into evolvers. Of course, tenfold more had succumbed to becoming zombies. The second occurrence was 2 years later, coinciding with the invasion of otherworldly beasts. The first blood moon had granted Luo Lou his powers, while the second had inexplicably elevated him a rank. He did not understand the origins of the blood moon, but he was certain it was the source of their power. Now, having awakened his abilities ahead of time and being illuminated by the moonlight, it felt as though he had bathed in its glow twice. Just as Luo Lou was deeply attuned to the changes within him, he suddenly sensed something hidden inside, stirred by the evolutionary force. Luo Lou, what is happening? My body feels so hot. Just as Luo Lou was about to investigate further, a terrified scream erupted nearby. Zheng Haoran clutched his body in apparent agony, feeling his heart pounding with unprecedented force, as though it might leap from his chest. He sensed a searing heat coursing through him, as if he might burst into flames. Hang in there, buddy. Just a little longer, Luo Lou urged, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. He was anxious, aware that history had shifted. They had not gone out all night, and Zheng Haoran had not encountered the failed evolvers. If Zheng Haoran's evolution were to fail, Luo Lou would have no choice but to sorrowfully end his life. The moonlight possessed immense penetrative power. It did not solely rely on its glow to transmit energy. Anything illuminated could serve as a conduit for its essence. This was a natural evolution, a symbol of entering a new era, and no one could resist its might. Therefore, other than holding on, there was no alternative to mitigate the situation. One could either awaken to life or succumb to a muddled death. Meanwhile, Li Jin, lying unconscious nearby, suddenly screamed in terror, curling up on the floor like a shrimp, clutching his body as if enduring excruciating pain. So hot, so hot. Wang Ping was similarly affected. He climbed to his feet, desperately tearing at his clothes, his eyes devoid of reason, mindlessly crashing into his surroundings while mumbling, "Water, water. I'm so hot." Bang! Wang Ping lunged toward Luo Lou. But Luo Lou met him with a forceful kick to the chest, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily against the steel frame of the bunk bed with a dull thud. Chirp! A sound akin to 1,000 birds chirping began to emanate from Luo Lou's body, a faint layer of electricity enveloping him. As the electricity crackled around him, Luo Lou's previously soft hair stood on end, transforming his aura into one of domineering arrogance. His ability, lightning enhancement, had been forcibly elevated by the moonlight, advancing from F rank to E rank. The effect typically achievable only through the collection of 100 zombie cores was no doubt the source of power. Luo Lou relished the surge of his abilities, satisfied with the transformation. You all will soon evolve too. However, to prevent trouble and unforeseen circumstances, I must apologize in advance. Luo Lou approached the curled-up Li Jin and delivered a powerful kick to his back. The force propelled Li Jin into the air, spinning a few times before he landed limply on the ground, devoid of strength to struggle or curse. All he wished for was to endure or to succumb to his pain. Luo Lou, what are you doing? Zheng Haoran, still grappling with his own suffering yet retaining some awareness, shouted as he witnessed Luo Lou kick Wang Ping away and turn his attention to Li Jin. Do not speak. Just keep your mind clear and endure. In time, you will comprehend my actions. As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards Li Jin, who lay crumpled on the ground, and Wang Ping, who was similarly sprawled and murmuring incoherently. He muttered to himself, I am truly sorry, but to prevent complications later, I must impose this upon you. With a forceful step, he crushed his foot upon Li Jin's left knee. A resounding crack echoed in the air. Li Jin screamed as his left leg twisted unnaturally, shattered beneath Luo Lou's brutal assault. Luo Lou then targeted the other leg, stepping down heavily once more, rendering both of Li Jin's legs utterly broken. His extraordinary ability, Thunder Empowerment, augmented his physique in all aspects, and even elevated it to a new level. With such terrifying strength, shattering the knee of an ordinary man was a trivial task. Crack, crack. With 2 additional sharp sounds, Luo Lou obliterated Li Jin's arms, rendering him entirely incapacitated before moving to Wang Ping's side, similarly dismantling his limbs with calculated brutality, only then feeling a sense of relief. Lou. Lou. Zheng Haoran watched in horror as Luo Lou executed his ruthless actions. Before he could finish his plea, a piercing scream escaped his lips, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. It worked. Luo Lou observed Zheng Haoran, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as a grayish layer began to form upon Zheng Haoran's exposed skin. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a rocky exterior, progressively enveloping his arms, neck, and face. Zheng Haoran's former supernatural ability was rock skin, which allowed him to develop a protective layer of stone upon his body, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Li Jin and Wang Ping began to emit inhuman howls, their throaty cries devoid of emotion. Their bodies writhed involuntarily. Had their hands and feet not been rendered useless, they would have undoubtedly risen. Help! At that moment, a chilling scream pierced the air from outside the door, and in an instant, cries for help, startled shouts, howls, and boisterous roars melded into a cacophony of chaos. Luo Lou gazed out at the luminous moon, letting out a heavy sigh. The apocalypse has commenced. Chapter 3. A footstep that shattered what? What is happening? Zheng Haoran found himself completely encased in a layer of rock, leaving only his eyes exposed. As if he had donned a thick armor of stone, he stared in astonishment at his transformed body, his mouth agape. After examining himself thoroughly, he discovered that aside from the additional layer of toughened skin, everything else seemed normal, and he felt no discomfort. Tower, you must know what this is about. Connecting the dots with Luo Lou's earlier strange actions, his exaggerated strength, and the lightning that coiled around him, coupled with his own bizarre condition, Zheng Haoran surmised that Luo Lou must possess some insight. Look outside. Luo Lou offered no explanation. The chaos unfolding beyond the window was explanation enough. Peering outside, Zheng Haoran's expression shifted dramatically. Though his skin concealed his face, Luo Lou could tell that his complexion had turned ashen. The sounds of screams, pleas for mercy, and terrifying roars melded into a cacophony, while a pungent scent of blood wafted even to Zheng Haoran's distant dormitory. The ground was littered with blood and dismembered corpses. Indeed, these bodies were far from whole. Each was missing limbs or heads, and some were reduced to mere fragments. Surrounding the corpses was a group of people, squatting and vying for scraps, and Zheng Haoran could clearly see one individual seize an arm and bite into it. They are eating people. The realization struck Zheng Haoran, his eyes widening in sheer terror. Help! Help! A frantic cry erupted from the corridor outside the dormitory, abruptly cut off mid-scream. Following a brief silence came an even louder uproar, rumbling, footsteps, and wails converging into a nightmarish symphony in Zheng Haoran's mind, painting a vivid portrait of hell. He suddenly recalled Luo Lou's earlier words, "The apocalypse has begun." Indeed, the end of days was unfolding before his very eyes, a living nightmare. Zheng Haoran's gaze became vacant, seemingly unable to process the horror before him. At that moment, Luo Lou explained, "Not everyone will evolve successfully like you and me. Many lack the willpower to endure the moonlight, mutating instead into mindless husks. They are driven by an insatiable thirst for evolution, craving the flesh and blood of those with power to fill the void within themselves. They possess no intellect, no speech, only a singular desire to consume, to devour every capable being they encounter. These are zombies, immensely powerful and agile, rivaling newly awakened abilities, and their numbers are vast. I'll fight back," a desperate student shouted, summoning a fierce wind that sliced through the surrounding zombies like blades. But it was in vain. In an instant, he was overwhelmed and devoured by the horde. Zheng Haoran was horrified, witnessing the gruesome spectacle of flesh-eating zombies. The bloody scene made him retch. Though he had seen gruesome horror films before, nothing compared to the visceral impact of reality. Li Jin and Wang Ping. Zheng Haoran wiped his mouth after vomiting. Casting a complex glance at the two unconscious figures thrashing on the floor, their eyes a ghastly green. Despite their incapacitation, they still writhed toward Luo Lou and Zheng Haoran. A shiver ran down Zheng Haoran's spine as he instinctively retreated against the window, only to remember the zombies outside. He quickly turned to shut the window tightly, bracing himself against Li Jin and Wang Ping. "Fear not. They lack intelligence, driven only by desire. Even if they see you, they cannot ascend the stairs," Luo Lou assured him, now seated on the bed. "Fatty, you must eliminate them." "Me? Kill them?" Zheng Haoran exclaimed, pointing at himself before glancing at the unhinged eyes of Li Jin and Wang Ping. He shuddered and vehemently shook his head. "No way. What if I get infected? This is madness. How could I possibly kill them? Even if they are zombies now, they were my roommates for over 3 months. I'm not Luo Lou. I don't have that kind of resolve." Very simple. Luo Lou approached Li Jin, glancing down at the zombie that lunged for him, and raised his foot. Crack. The sound of thunder echoed as Luo Lou stomped down with force, obliterating Li Jin's head in a gruesome explosion of red and white. Blood and brain matter splattered onto Luo Lou's foot, yet he showed no sign of disgust, as if he had merely popped a balloon. "Just like that. One stop is all it takes," Luo Lou remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 4. Defiance leads to death. Zheng Haoran stared blankly at Luo Lou. the blood and brain matter staining his feet, igniting a wave of nausea. Yet, Luo Lu's calm demeanor held him back, and with his stomach already emptied from earlier, there was nothing left to expel. Perhaps it was Luo Lu's nonchalance, as if he had merely crushed something insignificant, that provoked Zheng Haoran. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Damn it, I'm all in for this." With determined strides, he approached Wang Ping, disregarding all caution, and delivered a fierce kick to the zombie's face. "I won't let you feast on humans," he yelled, his foot repeatedly connecting with the undead's visage. The ability of rock skin significantly bolstered his defenses, alleviating the fear of being bitten. Initially, he had been apprehensive, kicking with trepidation, but as his fervor grew, so did his resolve. The horrific scene outside, zombies devouring humans, the anguished cries of despair, overwhelmed him, causing him to forget that this zombie had once been his roommate, that mere moments ago it had been a living person. Now, it was merely an ordinary zombie. A menace to the world, a creature that consumed flesh. The growls of the zombie gradually faded into silence as Zheng Haoran continued his relentless assault. His feet slick with blood. Oblivious to his exhaustion, he kept kicking. A slight smile played on Luo Lu's lips as he allowed Zheng Haoran to vent his fears. Only by confronting the undead could they hope to survive the impending zombie tide. Only with the courage to face these creatures could they avoid becoming their next meal. In truth, it would not be long before zombies ceased to inspire dread. They would transform into coveted prey for the evolved. After exhausting himself, Zheng Haoran finally stopped, panting heavily, only to realize that the zombie beneath him had ceased to exist. "I killed it. I killed a zombie. I possessed the power to slay the undead." A surge of exhilaration washed over him. The terrifying zombies could indeed be vanquished. They were not invincible, but rather eliminable. Zombies were not merely a threat. They could be advantageous. Advantageous? Zheng Haoran glanced at Luo Lu, who was bent over, rummaging through a grotesque pile of remains. Soon, he produced a small, round stone from the filth. Shaking off the refuse, Luo Lu displayed the bloodied and brain matter-stained crystal core to Zheng Haoran. Zombies were the products of failed evolution. Mutations unable to advance. The energy that could not be released coalesced into matter, concentrated within the zombies' heads. This was the crystal core. Consume it, and we shall enhance our abilities. Luo Lu noticed the unsightly state of the core and, seeking to rectify it, washed it under running water, revealing its true form. A translucent gem radiating a soft glow, reminiscent of crystal. Here, Luo Lu tossed the core to Zheng Haoran. He had gained a level merely by the light of the moon, rendering the core of little significance to him, yet it held value for Zheng Haoran. Clumsily, Zheng Haoran caught it, his expression a mix of excitement and revulsion at the thought of it being extracted from a zombie's head. However, under Luo Lu's steady gaze, an unexpected source of pressure, Zheng Haoran gritted his teeth and swallowed the core whole. It tasted sweet, almost like candy. As he chewed and swallowed, a wave of euphoria surged through him, leaving him almost euphoric. Now, Zheng Haoran understood why the dangers of drugs still drew individuals to them. This sensation was akin to a drug experience, perhaps even more pleasurable. Luo Lu observed with amusement as Zheng Haoran's rock-like skin darkened slightly, appearing more robust and fortified with the ingestion of the core. "Is there more?" Zheng Haoran, still basking in the afterglow of his experience, eagerly inquired. Before Luo Lu could respond, Zheng Haoran's gaze darted to the corpse of his roommate zombie, suspecting that more cores lay within. "Lu, my strength pales in comparison to yours. Could you crush another zombie's head for me?" he asked with fervor. "Aren't you concerned about the filth?" Luo Lu chuckled. Nevertheless, he stepped forward and crushed Wang Ping's skull, disregarding the mess, and retrieved another core for Zheng Haoran. In a hurry, Zheng Haoran rushed to the bathroom to cleanse it, his face alight with delight as he devoured the new prize. The prospect of enhancing his strength while indulging in such a delectable treat was irresistible. As for the origins of these cores, who cared about that? Let us break free and exterminate all those zombies. Zheng Haoran exclaimed with fervent enthusiasm, looking to Luo Lu. "Not yet. For now, we merely need to wait." Luo Lu chuckled, recognizing the necessity of this mindset, casting aside all fears and transforming desires into a source of strength. The addictive and practical nature of the crystal cores would eventually lead the evolved to hunt zombies with reckless abandon, transitioning from hunters to prey, akin to the perilous beasts of the past. Though bears and tigers were dangerous, the allure of their parts would lead some to take risks. Zombies? In the presence of Luo Lu, they were nothing but a joke. The true threat lay not in the zombies, but in fellow evolved humans and the alien beasts poised to invade Earth. Those were the true harbingers of despair. It was imperative to swiftly establish one's own power to navigate the coming chaos, to carve out a niche in the turmoil. The lightning enhancement ability was a comprehensive augmentation of individual strengths, power, speed, reflexes, explosive capacity, cellular vitality, far superior to Zheng Haoran's singular defensive capabilities. And he was still classified as E-grade. If Zheng Haoran took the lead, Luo Lou could focus on offensive maneuvers, and they could carve their way through the dormitory. Thus, their only immediate task was to wait, to allow the awakened evolved within the dormitory to battle it out with the zombies. Until Luo Lou could seize the opportunity to escape. Surviving students amidst the zombie tide would be formidable allies, essential to Luo Lou's burgeoning power. As for their compliance, Luo Lou had not pondered that, nor did he need to. In the face of power, all else was but illusion. Defy, and you shall perish. Chapter 5. The plan of slaughter. 2 days later, the tide of zombies gradually stabilized. Looking out the window, the aimless zombies wandered about, many having stumbled outside the school grounds, significantly reducing their numbers within. The school, situated in a remote area, was far from bustling urban centers, which mitigated the likelihood of large hordes of zombies infiltrating the premises. The chaotic sounds from the corridor outside had also subsided over the past 2 days, leaving only faint shuffling footsteps, the remnants of the zombies' presence. Just days earlier, the cries and clamor had threatened to shatter the dormitory, with desperate escapees pounding on doors. If it weren't for Luo Lou's foresight in barricading the entrance, the door would likely have been breached. The entire school had descended into a profound silence, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film, exuding an eerie tranquility. Are you ready? A figure seated on a bed in one dormitory inquired of a portly companion nearby. The portly man took a deep breath and nodded gravely. Yes. Gradually, a layer of dark gray skin formed over his body, solid and rock-like, akin to armor, transforming him into a stone-like being. These two were Luo Lou and Zheng Haoran. Over the past 2 days, they had subsisted on the meager snack supplies stored in their dormitory, fortunate to find a stock of instant noodles and a continuous supply of electricity, allowing them to pass the time comfortably. As the zombie tide began to stabilize, with skirmishes and battles diminishing, and many zombies venturing beyond the school grounds, the number of zombies within the institution had significantly decreased, presenting an excellent opportunity for Luo Lou. A cacophony akin to the calls of 1,000 birds erupted as Luo Lou became enveloped in crackling electricity, his previously soft hair standing on end. Steadying himself, he grasped the bunk bed and, with a determined pull, yanked it apart with a piercing sound. To the right move, with the door flung open. Luo Lou was the first to dash out. The corridor lay in disarray, strewn with blood, brain matter, and dismembered limbs, a chaotic scene. In the elongated corridor, some mindless zombies stood still, others ambled about, while a group gathered, gnawing on a half-eaten corpse. Upon seeing a human intrude, they let out a deafening roar and lunged forward. The zombies moved with startling speed and immense strength, their greenish eyes filled with a ravenous hunger for the flesh of the evolved. In no time, one zombie was upon Luo Lou die. He shouted as the sound of thunder resounded. With all his might, he kicked the zombie in the chest. The E-grade electric enhancement not only bolstered his abilities, but also endowed him with a piercing skill. The zombie was struck to its very core, yet it still clung to life, letting out a deep, guttural growl as its claws slashed downward. Before the claws could reach him, Luo Lou countered with a punch, sending the zombie's head flying against the corridor wall with a sickening thud. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Zheng Haoran burst through the door, resembling a formidable fortress of war. The sound of his feet connecting with the ground resonated, indicating his considerable weight. Zombies lunged at Zheng Haoran, only to be repelled by a sturdy frame. Surrounded by several zombies, their claws raked at him, creating tiny chips of stone from his skin, yet he charged forward, toppling them over. A cacophony akin to the calls of 1,000 birds echoed again. Luo Lou leaped high into the air, vaulting over Zheng Haoran, and descended like a cannonball, aiming directly at the heads of 2 zombies. With a sharp slicing sound, the enhanced force of his feet cleaved through the zombies' bodies, splitting them in 2. Luo Lou landed gracefully, his left hand forming a blade-like shape as he thrust it into a zombie's skull, piercing through to its eye. With a swift motion, he turned his hand horizontally, pulling out a glistening object, leaving the zombie's face hollow and lifeless as it crumpled to the ground. A roar erupted as one zombie ceased its assault on Zheng Haoran and redirected its attention to Luo Lou. He quickly ducked beneath its swipe, colliding heavily with the creature, sending it flying like a rag doll. Seizing the momentum, Luo Lou spun around and executed a swift kick, striking another zombie's head. With a sickening crunch, the head was sent soaring, spraying a high arc of blood. Zombies, despite their enhanced strength and speed, still bled like ordinary humans. This presented a challenge for other evolved beings, but for Luo Lou, their defenses were laughable. As long as their numbers remained manageable, he could handle them alone. In mere moments, he dispatched 5 zombies. I have an idea. Assessing the number of zombies in the corridor, Luo Lou shifted his strategy. The zombies were few, and he could also see several deceased ones, likely felled by awakened evolved beings. Regrettably, those evolved had ultimately succumbed to the zombies. The corridor contained no more than 20 dormitories. Even if each housed 4 individuals, that would amount to only about 80 people. Currently, however, there were far fewer than that. Given the number already eliminated by the evolved beings, and the 5 Luo Lou had just taken down 20-some zombies, he mused. Fatty, let's return to the dormitory. Luo Lou made a decisive call. Huh, we just charged out, and now we're going back? Zheng Haoran responded, astonished. Yet, he complied with Luo Lou's command. Over the past 2 days, Luo Lou's calm demeanor had instilled a sense of trust in him, despite his lingering doubts. Lozi, what are you planning? As they rushed back to the dormitory, Zheng Haoran observed Luo Lou barricading the door with the bunk bed, but this time he left a narrow gap, just wide enough for a zombie to squeeze through. Fatty, you need to hold the door. You must keep it shut. Luo Lou's expression grew grave. He understood the audacity of his plan. If successful, their subsequent path would be significantly easier, even simple. Regardless of the method, you must brace that door. If we can withstand this wave, we will be safe. Luo Lou spoke solemnly, locking eyes with Zheng Haoran. He noticed that Zheng Haoran's rocky skin had been torn away during the earlier fight, exposing a massive gash from which blood flowed freely. Eat this. It will heal your wounds. Luo Lou tossed a crystal core he had extracted from a zombie's head to Zheng Haoran. Without hesitation, Zheng Haoran caught it, disregarding the blood and brain matter, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, the bleeding from his arm ceased, and the torn skin rapidly began to mend. The zombie crystal cores not only enhanced supernatural abilities, but also served a restorative purpose, as they shared a common origin with those abilities. Luo Lou's attributes mirrored those of the zombies, great strength and speed. While he possessed a more holistic enhancement, in terms of defense, he was inferior to Zheng Haoran. Thus, the contest with the 20 or so zombies boiled down to speed. Whoever was faster would prevail. The E-grade abilities endowed him with formidable attack power and a robust physique. Yet facing 20 zombies on par with F-grade strength, Luo Lou did not feel confident in overcoming them, even with Zheng Haoran by his side. Initially, he had intended to rely on Zheng Haoran's defensive capabilities to charge ahead, utilizing the strength derived from the zombie cores to press forward. However, a better plan had emerged. With the potential to annihilate the zombies within the corridor in one fell swoop, mastery over the passage was within reach. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberated from outside the door. As if an immense force were attempting to breach it, Zheng Haoran gritted his teeth, bracing himself firmly against the door, just as a zombie's head emerged through a crevice. Before it could utter a sound, a sudden punch obliterated its skull, causing its body to collapse. Luo Lou retracted his bloodied fist, his gaze fixated intently on the narrow opening of the door. Chapter 6. Life or Death? Outside the door, a horde of zombies pressed against it, their incessant pounding resonating through the air. Despite the heavy bunk bed bracing against the door, Zheng Haoran could feel an immense force pushing him backward. Fortunately, it was an iron door. The zombies' claws had yet to possess the strength to damage steel. The gaps deliberately left by Luo Lou allowed heads to poke through. And as soon as one zombie squeezed in, Luo Lou dispatched it with a single punch. 1, 2, 3. With relentless precision, Luo Lou struck down any object that emerged from the crevice, be it a head or an arm, his fists raining down with lethal force. The enhancements of his E-level ability, sharpness, combined with thunder strengthening, rendered his hands as sharp as blades, severing any intruding entity. At last, Zheng Haoran sensed the pressure outside gradually diminishing until it vanished entirely. The once deafening roars of the zombies were silenced. Luo Lou, the zombies outside are gone, he exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. Luo Lou's fists were stained crimson, blood trickling slowly down as he surveyed the scene. No more zombies pressed against the door, and countless bodies lay collapsed outside, the viscous blood staining the floor. Unsurprisingly, most of these zombies had their heads obliterated. Impressive, Zheng Haoran murmured. Though he knew of Luo Lou's formidable abilities, he had not anticipated such overwhelming power, a single punch capable of annihilating a zombie. Zheng Haoran questioned whether his own defenses could withstand even a few blows from Luo Lou. It's over, Let's take a look outside. Luo Lou exhaled, the heightened concentration momentarily leaving him lightheaded. The exertion of every strike had drained him, and now he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Zhang Haoran nodded, understanding that this task was his responsibility. If any stragglers remained outside, he could handle them with ease. Peering through the narrow gap, Zhang Haoran beheld a pile of corpses, stacked upon one another, the stench of blood invading his senses. The heads of the 20-odd zombies were either partially missing or entirely absent. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to the gruesome sight. Had he encountered it 2 days prior, he might have lost his composure. There are no zombies left, Zhang Haoran exclaimed, flinging the door open in exhilaration. Suddenly remembering something, he crouched down, rummaging through the heaps of flesh, soon retrieving several glittering crystal cores. Hey, excellent finds. He grinned, unperturbed by the gruesome mess, his dark skin contrasting sharply with his bright white teeth as he smiled. There must be some stragglers left. Stay cautious and let us catch them all, Luo Lou advised, stepping out into the corridor. Of course, I can handle 1 or 2 zombies, Zhang Haoran replied confidently. It's just a hallway. There are plenty of zombies in this dormitory, so let us not be too careless. With you here, what is there to fear? Zhang Haoran chuckled. Luo Lou shook his head, aware that the world was fraught with dangers far beyond mere zombies. However, discussing such matters with Zhang Haoran seemed premature. They had yet to clear the dormitory. As they conversed, a dormitory door creaked open. Luo Lou immediately fell into a defensive stance. Clap, clap, clap. A bespectacled man approached, laughing as he clapped his hands, flanked by 2 men, one with a buzz cut and a rebellious demeanor, the other a well-built giant. And Li Yuan? Zhang Haoran gasped, recognizing the bespectacled man with astonishment. I can't believe you're still alive. And Li Yuan? Luo Lou frowned. The name was well known at Jiangcheng University, even throughout Jiangnan province. He was a dual-subject top scorer, yet he had chosen to remain in his hometown rather than attend prestigious institutions like Peking University or Tsinghua University, which puzzled many. Remarkable. To have dispatched 20-odd monsters, you are indeed impressive, and Li Yuan said as he extended his hand towards Luo Lou. I am Li Yuan. May I know your name? Though Li Yuan was slightly shorter and paler than Luo Lou, he exhibited no signs of panic or fear. Unlike Luo Lou, who maintained his composure due to past experiences, and Li Yuan's calm demeanor stemmed from genuine steadiness. Luo Lou, he replied, shaking in Li Yuan's hand. How did you know it was me who eliminated these zombies? Luo Lou inquired, noting in Li Yuan's immediate assumption that he was responsible for their defeat, rather than questioning whether they had been vanquished by someone else. You refer to these monsters as zombies? Quite an apt designation, and Li Yuan remarked, gazing at the pile of headless corpses in the corridor, his eyes revealing a flicker of shock. One of his own roommates had mutated into a zombie, granting him preliminary insight into their attributes, immense strength and remarkable speed, far surpassing their own nascent abilities. Especially for those without enhanced physical prowess. I presume you have awakened your abilities as well. My power is perception, enabling me to sense everything outside. Thus, I knew that you were the one who defeated these zombies, and Li Yuan explained with a faint smile. Huh, I could do that too, the buzzcut man scoffed. Li Kai, don't talk nonsense. How can you compare yourself to Luo Lou? Zhang Haoran retorted, seemingly familiar with the buzzcut man. It's quite remarkable that you survived without turning into a zombie. Fatty, you're courting death. Li Kai glared, exhaling sharply as flames erupted from his nostrils. A fire ability user? Luo Lou scrutinized Li Kai, frowning slightly. Li Kai sneered. My ability is natural ignition. Unlike you, cowardly fatty, who resembles a turtle, my abilities reflect my boldness. Huh, say that again. Zhang Haoran shot back defiantly, ready to retaliate. Enough, Luo Lou interjected, turning his attention to the silent, muscular man beside them. Who are you? And what is your ability? The muscular man grinned amiably. I'm Niu Li, and my ability is great strength. He, like Luo Lou, was an enhancer, indicating a physical enhancement type. We're fortunate. 3 of us awakened in our dormitory, unlike others that have been overrun by zombies, and Li Yuan explained. You are remarkably strong. In the 2 days I've been perceiving, many dormitories have succumbed to zombies, and those like us have been devoured. It's surprising that your dormitory remained undisturbed. I hope to collaborate with you. And Li Yuan's request for collaboration implied a clear understanding of his own role, seeking to partner with Luo Lou rather than the other way around. Oh, how do you propose we collaborate? Luo Lou asked with keen interest. We lack powerful combat strength, while you require a perception ability like mine. Escaping here solely with our abilities is insufficient, hence my proposal for cooperation. And Li Yuan, why align with this cowardly fatty? Though they're formidable, we are not defenseless. We can manage on our own without dragging them along. Li Kai interjected loudly. And Li Yuan's perception ability was indeed a powerful asset in the zombie-infested dormitory, capable of detecting their presence in numbers. As long as they were cautious, exiting should not prove overly difficult. Thus, Li Kai believed that in Li Yuan's partnership with Luo Lou was more advantageous to them. Bah! The extraordinary ability of perception is indeed remarkable. Even without relying on the formidable strength of Luo Lou, we are still capable of escaping. Have you observed the ground? All these zombies have been slain by Luo Lou alone. Li Kai's words incited the ire of Zheng Haoran, who retorted angrily, "Your qualities are commendable, and you are indeed a top scholar with high intelligence." Luo Lou smiled faintly and turned to Li Yuan, stating, "I have no interest in collaboration." And Li Yuan, somewhat taken aback, responded, "You must understand that our abilities could be of significant benefit to you. Why refuse to cooperate? Is it merely due to your quarrels? The individual capable of exterminating such a multitude of zombies in an instant possesses extraordinary combat prowess. With the combination of his perception and intellect, eliminating these zombies would be effortlessly achievable." And Li Yuan found it hard to believe that Luo Lou was so foolish, thus his surprise. "It is quite simple. The notion of collaboration does not exist in my lexicon at present. You have two choices." Luo Lou's gaze swept over the three individuals opposite him, his voice turning icy. "First, join me. Second, face my wrath." Such an exceptional auxiliary ability, coupled with his unflappable demeanor and presumably elevated intelligence, was a talent Luo Lou was unwilling to overlook. He did not wish for this individual to become an adversary in the future. "Luo Lou, you cannot be serious," Zheng Haoran exclaimed, astonished. It was one thing to slay zombies, but now he was speaking of taking human lives. Chapter 7. Then go die. Li Kai, unable to contain his fury, stepped forward and hurled a punch at Luo Lou, his fist enveloped in flames, radiating intense heat as it lunged toward Luo Lou. "What a facade! I shall end you now." Luo Lou scoffed, effortlessly dodging Li Kai's powerful strike, which, despite its apparent force, seemed agonizingly slow in his eyes. Clearly, mere corpses of zombies were insufficient to demonstrate anything. He would showcase his true power, compelling you to acknowledge it. Luo Lou's gaze turned steely. A sound akin to 1,000 birds chirping erupted. Li Kai felt a blur before his eyes as a phantom zipped past him. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, a heavy impact struck him from the left, followed by an overwhelming force propelling him backward. Luo Lou withdrew his foot, looking disdainfully at the fallen Li Kai. Though a high-damage natural element user, Li Kai's physical prowess was still mediocre. He could hardly withstand a foe capable of dispatching zombies with ease. As Luo Lou advanced to seize Li Kai, the latter suddenly turned his head, puffed out his cheeks, and unleashed a torrent of flames that shot forth like a massive fireball. Confronted by the sudden blaze, Luo Lou was taken aback, narrowly evading the searing flames that grazed his face. Had he been even a moment slower, he might have been disfigured. Li Kai unleashed several more bursts of fire, and Luo Lou, leveraging his backward motion, performed a nimble somersault, evading the flames. Fortunately, the range of Li Kai's fire was limited, sparing Luo Lou from being scorched. "Watch out." Before Luo Lou could fully rise, he heard Zheng Haoran's alarm behind him. A fierce wind rushed forth, and without a moment's hesitation, Luo Lou raised his arm to block, feeling a heavy force transfer through his limb, lifting him off the ground and propelling him toward the corridor wall. What immense strength! This punch was delivered by the formidable Niu Li, known as the Mighty, an ability user. Upon seeing Li Kai downed, he rushed to assist, initially intending to show restraint. It now seemed unnecessary. Luo Lou supported himself with one hand, executing a swift turn to land gracefully on his feet, crouched like an athlete poised for a sprint, preparing for his peak moment. "All shall perish." A chilling voice reverberated. A crackle echoed, summoning a tempest of white lightning that danced around Luo Lou, resembling a fierce white beast, before shooting toward Niu Li like an arrow released from a bow. Niu Li, taken aback, was clearly surprised that Luo Lou remained unscathed. His strength had been tested by Li Yuan, capable of obliterating ordinary zombies with a single punch. Yet, this blow seemed utterly ineffective against Luo Lou, who did not even suffer a fracture. After a brief moment of astonishment, Niu Li raised both arms high, preparing to strike down upon the charging Luo Lou. Given Niu Li's towering stature, coupled with Luo Lou's dive, his fist descended like a pile driver from the heavens. A smirk of disdain graced Luo Lou's lips. Before Niu Li's fists could connect, he had already dashed to his opponent's front, his fingers poised like a blade, thrusting toward Luo Li's vital core with unyielding force. The sharpness conferred by his E-rank ability was no jest. His hand pierced through Luo Li's abdomen as effortlessly as slicing through flesh. Stop! Cease! Suddenly, a voice cried out, and Li Yuan, urgently calling for restraint. Luo Li halted mid-strike, and Luo Lou, noticing the cessation of Luo Li's assault, withdrew his hand. However, it was a moment too late. His fingers had already penetrated halfway into Luo Li's belly. "I am willing to join you." And Li Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the half-embedded hand, and he exhaled deeply. Had he delayed his call for but an instant longer, the outcome would have been fatal for Luo Li, with Li Kai and himself next in line. Despite Li Kai's immense damage output, his limited range could never match the speed of Luo Lou, especially with Zheng Haoran's rock-solid presence. Thus, the scenario would have unfolded as Luo Lou had predicted, their deaths. And Li Yuan believed in the sincerity of Luo Lou's gaze. It bore no trace of emotional fluctuation when discussing murder, as casual as discussing a meal. True killing without remorse. "Oh, have you made your decision?" Luo Lou slowly retracted his hand, and Luo Li emitted a pained groan, retreating while clutching his abdomen. And Li Yuan nodded. "You are strong. And you also need me. My abilities necessitate protection from someone as formidable as you. It is clearly mutually beneficial, so why would I refuse? Furthermore, I have no desire to perish." Luo Lou nodded, a cold smile forming, as expected of a top scholar, very rational. He then turned his gaze to the hulking Luo Li and inquired, "And you, big guy?" Luo Lou was unwilling to overlook such a powerhouse, even with an F-rank ability. He had managed to repel an E-rank user, presenting considerable potential. "Big Neo, like me, is willing to join you," and Li Yuan chimed in quickly. I follow Anzi," Noli managed to articulate through the pain. "I refuse to join." A voice interjected. Li Kai had risen, his gaze toward Luo Lou filled with venomous hostility. "And Li Yuan, I respect your intellect, but collaborating with this brat is absurd. I do not believe he can kill me. I can handle the zombies here alone without needing your support." Unfortunately, Li Kai's perspective lacked the acuity of Li Yuan's. He could not perceive Luo Lu's true strength. Born into privilege, he harbored an innate arrogance, looking down upon all but the exceptionally intelligent in Li Yuan. Even in Li Yuan, he approached with an air of superiority. With his extraordinary power swelling his pride, he believed everything should revolve around him. He had initially intended to consolidate Li Yuan and Luo Li under his wing, gradually amassing followers, but Luo Lu's interference shattered that dream. The notion of Li Kai joining Luo Lu's faction was laughable. Li Kai dismissed the recent incident where he had been knocked down by Luo Lou, attributing it solely to his own carelessness, failing to recognize Luo Lu's true might. "Then go die." A dispassionate voice resonated, and before Li Kai could grasp who had spoken, he felt a flash before his eyes, followed by a dizzying whirl. In a fleeting moment, he beheld a headless corpse gushing blood like a column. Why does this person's attire resemble mine? This was Li Kai's final thought. Truly, killed. Zheng Haoran stared at the fallen headless body, his gaze vacant and incredulous, muttering in disbelief. Though Luo Lou had slain Li Jin and Wang Ping, they had been zombies at the time. Killing them had been a necessity. But Li Kai was a living person. To think he could kill so swiftly. Blood gushed like a fountain onto Luo Lou, who remained eerily calm, his eyes unblinking as he reveled in the terror uniquely his. And Li Yuan's expression hardened, his pupils constricting as he gazed at Luo Lou, fear flickering across his face for the first time. Madness. Absolute madness. "You think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" Luo Lou stared at the decapitated Li Kai, about to mock him, when suddenly his expression shifted, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Boom. A powerful tremor surged through his body, rendering Luo Lou momentarily speechless, as if something within him was striving to break free. A resounding boom echoed. Not the sound of a heartbeat, but it affected Luo Lou more profoundly than a heartbeat could. It felt as though his entire being was vibrating, and his soul threatened to tear apart. There was no pain, yet this bizarre sensation instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within him. The unknown is indeed the source of human fear. What is happening to my body? Luo Lou bent over, trembling violently, cold sweat streaming down him. To an outsider, he appeared perfectly fine, but internally, the seismic sensation intensified. Damn it, I should have noticed this earlier. What is this strange entity? Suddenly, Luo Lou recalled feeling something unusual within him when he underwent the moonlight evolution, but at that time, he had brushed it off. "Luo, what's wrong? You're sweating so much," Zheng Haoran inquired, noticing Luo Lou's distress. Observing the cold sweat on Luo Lou's face, Zheng Haoran felt a sense of relief. "So, Luo Lou was not as merciless as he seemed. He, too, harbored fear. A soft cry escaped Luo Lu's lips. Huh? What did you say, Luo? Zhang Haoran asked, unable to hear clearly. A deafening roar erupted from Luo Lu's mouth, and the entire corridor seemed to tremble in response to his voice. Crack! Violent lightning entwined around Luo Lu's body, transforming him into a tempestuous deity of thunder, exuding an aura of unrestrained power. Gradually, a phantom emerged from his back, taking the shape of a circular ring. This apparition became increasingly substantial until it finally revealed its true form, a silver ring adorned with 6 taiko drums. Arranged in a perfect circle, each drum face marked with 3 black symbols resembling mathematical commas. And Li Yuan recognized this symbol, the hooked jade. Although the grotesque entity behind him was not entirely visible, Luo Lu understood it perfectly, the image etched clearly in his mind. The devourer of the dark side? Luo Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How could the devourer of the dark side appear here? His gaze flickered with suspicion and fear regarding the entity that had manifested on his back. In his past life, Luo Lu had no understanding of how this being came to be. Unlike ordinary aberrations, which, despite their distorted forms, retained features and shapes, the devourer of the dark side mirrored exactly what was on Luo Lu's back. It possessed no eyes, no nose, no ears. Its existence relied solely on the 6 taiko drums marked with the hooked jade. It wielded cataclysmic power. In his previous life, the devourer of the dark side was a source of terror among evolutionists. Its origins were shrouded in mystery, yet it possessed a singular ability, to devour. It could consume any life it extinguished and absorb their abilities, whether they belonged to evolutionists or aberrations. The moment it claimed a life, their powers became the possession of this formless monstrosity. Luo Lu had been unfortunate enough to encounter this creature in his previous life, leading to his despairing self-detonation. To his astonishment, he had been reborn, but more astonishingly, the devourer of the dark side seemed to have been reborn alongside him. Luo Lu sensed the presence of the devourer on his back. It appeared to have lost its sentience, no longer a creature with intellect and volition, but rather a controllable extension of Luo Lu's own body. A part of my body. How could this be possible? Despite his reluctance to accept it, the devourer of the dark side indeed responded to Luo Lu's mental commands, the sensation akin to directing his limbs with ease. Why has it manifested within me? Luo Lu furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend this phenomenon. However, upon reflection, considering the bizarre event of his rebirth, the notion of the devourer of the dark side becoming part of his body was not entirely implausible. Yet, why had it appeared now? Before Luo Lu could ponder further, the devourer of the dark side provided an answer. The 6 hooked jade symbols on its drum faces began to glow. Immediately, Luo Lu felt a powerful suction force emanating from his back. He witnessed a red mist, akin to flowing water, escape from the headless corpse of Li Kai. And this vaporous substance surged into the devourer of the dark side on his back. Luo Lu was taken aback as the mist continued to enter the hooked jade. He felt a surge of unfamiliar power within him, gradually merging with his essence. Devouring. Luo Lu recalled the nature of the devourer of the dark side. This act of consumption was directly affecting him. With a wave of his hand, a flame traced the arc of his movement, the searing heat igniting not only a thrill within Luo Lu, but also instilling profound terror in Li Yuan. His eyes widened in horror. The flame Luo Lu had conjured was undeniably Li Kai's ability, natural ignition. What was Luo Lu's true power? What was that entity on his back, and how could it usurp the abilities of others? Was this the reason for its unyielding fearlessness? If so, Luo Lu could indeed eliminate them to claim their powers for his own. What a terrifying individual! And Li Yuan regarded Luo Lu with mixed emotions. If the zombie tide were not confined to a specific region but instead spread globally, it was evident that society would descend into chaos, reverting to the law of the jungle. In such circumstances, a formidable ability wielder would be the ultimate safeguard for one's safety. Initially, and Li Yuan had joined Luo Lu out of coercion, yet witnessing Luo Lu's ability to seize Li Kai's powers altered his perspective. His abilities indeed required a strong protector. Why seek distant alliances when this individual surpassed mere strength? Aligning with him promised countless benefits with no detriment. All right. Ha. Luo Lu laughed exuberantly, having acquired such a phenomenal ability to consume others' powers. Given time, who in the world could stand against him? Luo, how can you breathe fire? Isn't that Li Kai's ability? Zhang Haoran, having witnessed Li Kai's transformation from a living being to a headless corpse, initially expressed surprise but soon found it inconsequential. Perhaps influenced by Luo Lou or the overwhelming presence of zombies. Zheng Haoran's astonishment faded, replaced by a casual acceptance. It's just killing someone. Zheng Haoran's thoughts briefly flitted through this notion. Luo Lou remained silent, sensing that two of the hooked jade symbols on his back had changed color. One had turned white upon exiting him, and Luo Lou had initially assumed that was the extent of it. However, after absorbing Li Kai's ability, another hooked jade transformed to crimson, catching Luo Lou's attention. Does absorbing an ability alter the color of the hooked jade? If so, does that mean when the hooked jade is fully colored, I can no longer devour? Luo Lou contemplated in silence. There were 6 taiko drums on his back. If the number of drums represented the number of abilities he could devour, then Luo Lou surmised that after consuming 4 more abilities, the devourer of the dark side would be fully charged. As for whether he could continue to devour beyond that, he remained uncertain. Luo Lou's eyes darted around the corridor, finally spotting a half-dismembered corpse not far ahead. This was no zombie. It was the lifeless body of a fallen ability wielder. The anticipated feeling of consumption did not manifest, and the dark devourer exhibited no response, seemingly indifferent to the half-eaten corpse. Why was it not consuming? Had I misjudged? Luo Lou furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that its palate was discerning, refusing to devour second-hand fare that had already been feasted upon by zombies? Never mind, there is no need to rush this matter. Opportunities abound. And overthinking it would yield no fruit. Unable to decipher the situation, Luo Lou decided to dismiss it from his thoughts. He turned his gaze, icy and piercing, over Zheng Haoran and Li Yuan and Yoli, contemplating whether to silence them permanently. They were aware of the dark devourer residing within him, and should this information seep out, it would undoubtedly incite a cataclysmic uproar. Those who feared the powers of the dark devourer would surely hunt him down before he fully spread his wings. The only way to eliminate future threats was to eradicate them. Even those friends who had once saved his life could betray him. A lesson Luo Lou had learned far too often in his previous life. In those chaotic times, apart from oneself, nothing could be trusted. The air in the corridor grew increasingly frigid, and Li Yuan was drenched in cold sweat, his hands turning pale from exertion. Under the influence of his ability, perception, his nerves, now heightened, allowed him to sense the palpable aura of impending death that hung in the air like the scent of blood from the depths of hell. And Li Yuan's legs trembled involuntarily, and he clenched his jaw, striving to suppress the chattering of his teeth. He could scarcely fathom how a student of similar age could exude such a menacing aura. He truly intended to kill us, including that plump fellow accompanying him. And Li Yuan roared inwardly. Chapter 9. The Levels of Superpowers and the Future of Dr. And the murderous aura emanating from Luo Lou was forged through countless trials in a past life, a formidable presence that a newly awakened evolver could scarcely withstand. Just as Li Yuan believed his demise was inevitable, a sudden voice pierced the air, causing the thick malevolence to falter and vanish without a trace. Wow, Lozi, your ability is extraordinary. You can actually wield another's power. Could it be the fabled devouring ability? Zheng Haoran exclaimed, excitement etched on his face. He felt no discomfort, attributing his slight unease to the visual effects of the zombie tide. Luo Lou stared at Zheng Haoran in astonishment. His words ignited a revelation within him. Indeed, he had been reborn, and the current chaos was merely the onset of a zombie wave, not yet the era of exotic beast invasions. No one would suspect this to be the Dark Devourer's doing. At worst, it would be considered a peculiar superpower among the myriad abilities in the world. Even if the existence of a devouring ability came to light, it would not instill the same terror as it had in his previous life. Merely regarded as a potent skill. Much like the infamous Blood King, Pang Wang, and his bloody slaughter, it would be perceived as an extraordinarily powerful ability. Moreover, Luo Lou had never encountered these two dark devourers in his past life, indicating they were not part of a collective, but rather unique individuals. In fact, with Luo Lou already possessing such an ability, they would not reappear in this world. As long as he remained discreet, who would discern the true horror of this power? Conversely, should he choose to protect this secret through violence and isolation, he would merely tread the same path as in his previous existence. His current objective was to establish a faction. The truth would eventually surface. A devouring ability was inconsequential if wielded judiciously, even if it became known. With this newfound perspective, Luo Lou reined in his murderous intent and stated firmly, "This ability is my exclusive secret, and I do not wish for anyone to know." Zheng Haoran nodded vigorously, thumping his chest. "Rest assured, with such an extraordinary ability, we would never divulge it. It's our trump card." And Li Yuan, his legs giving way, slumped to the ground. gasping for breath. It seems he will not kill us after all, he thought, relieved, and nodded in agreement. Luo Lou's gaze shifted to Luo Lou. Noticing the burly man's pallor as he clutched his abdomen, blood seeping through his fingers, clearly suffering from excessive blood loss. In shock, Luo Lou turned to Zhang Haoran, "Fatty, give Luo Lou a crystal core to stop the bleeding." "What?" Zhang Haoran's expression fell, but upon seeing Luo Lou's ashen face, he reluctantly fetched a crystal core, tainted with a mixture of red and white impurities, and handed it to Luo Lou, muttering, "You're lucky to get this. Just eat it." "What is this?" Luo Lou weakly inquired, staring at the offered crystal core. "A good thing," Zhang Haoran retorted brusquely, disregarding Luo Lou's hesitation and forcing the core into his mouth. Initially resistant, Luo Lou soon succumbed to fatigue from blood loss, unable to resist Zhang Haoran's insistence, and the shimmering orb was swallowed. Upon ingestion, Luo Lou's eyes brightened. Despite his earlier reluctance, he chewed eagerly and swallowed. "Delicious," he exclaimed, feeling a surge of strength course through him, the pain in his abdomen dissipating, replaced by a tingling sensation. Glancing down, he noticed the bleeding had ceased, and the wound was visibly healing at an accelerated pace. "One is insufficient. Give him another," Luo Lou instructed, observing that Luo Lou's wound had not completely healed and the process was slowing. "What? No way. It has already stopped the bleeding. One should surely suffice," Zhang Haoran protested, his expression darkening. At that moment, Luo Lou shook his head vigorously, feigning agony. "Not enough. Not enough. I'm in so much pain, I might die. If you don't give me another delicious candy, I will perish." His earnest expression, however, failed to convey the distress he claimed to feel. Under Luo Lou's watchful gaze, Zhang Haoran begrudgingly produced another crystal core, muttering curses under his breath. "May this not kill you." This time, Luo Lou wasted no time. He snatched the core from Zhang Haoran's hand and quickly consumed it, reveling in the experience. His abdominal wound healed even faster, and soon it was fully closed, leaving behind a scar that, regrettably, would never return to its original state. Yet, even this was enough to astonish Li Yuan. The crystal core was akin to a miraculous healing elixir. Such a significant injury healed with just 2 cores. He glanced at the zombies with exploded heads and recalled the unsightly red and white substances on the cores, his gaze turning contemplative. Luo Lou moved his body, astonished that his wound had healed, but the allure of the crystal's flavor lingered in his mind. He clutched his abdomen again, exclaiming, "I'm still in pain. Give me another." "Get lost." Zhang Haoran rolled his eyes and kicked him. "Did you obtain this from a zombie's brain?" And Li Yuan inquired, now standing. Zhang Haoran looked at Li Yuan, surprised, and nodded. "How did you know? From a zombie's brain?" Luo Lou's face paled as he recalled the red and white liquid on the core when Zhang Haoran had handed it to him. Zhang Haoran grinned slyly. "Sorry, big guy. I didn't have time to clean it. It's fresh from the zombie's brain. Just make do with it." Luo Lou's face turned a ghastly shade, and he suddenly felt nauseated, retching against the wall. "Could you give me one?" And Li Yuan's eyes glinted as he spoke. All right, I'll give you one." Respectful of Li Yuan's status, Zhang Haoran reluctantly retrieved a core from his pocket, handing it over while adding, "If you plan to eat it, wash it first. It's covered in zombie brain and blood." Ugh. At this, Luo Lou retched even more vigorously, and Li Yuan held the crystal core delicately between his thumb and forefinger, admiring its flawless roundness, devoid of any edges. It seemed to emit an unusual luster. Undeterred by the blood and brain matter, he placed it in his mouth. Instantly, an exhilarating sensation akin to an addictive high coursed through him. And Li Yuan finally understood why Zhang Haoran had been so reluctant while Luo Lou had been so intent on obtaining it. Not only was the pleasure exponentially greater than that of any narcotic, but Li Yuan also felt a distinct enhancement of his abilities. His perceptive range seemed to extend further than before, and even a slight increase in his sensitivity was palpable. "It can enhance superpowers," and Li Yuan exclaimed. "Indeed, you are astute," Luo Lou remarked as he approached with a smile. "These 2 fools consumed so many without realizing the crystal's ability to augment their powers. I just haven't eaten enough. Once I do, I'll know for sure," Zhang Haoran quietly retorted. "The crystal cores from zombies not only heal but also enhance superpowers," Luo Lou stated, raising a finger. 100 cores, just 100, can elevate your recently awakened abilities to a new level." "Levels?" And Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. "Could you elaborate further?" "The levels of evolution can be categorized into 7 tiers, ranging from the newly awakened F grade to the divine S grade. Individuals like yourselves, who have just begun to harness their powers, fall into the F category. Beyond the continuous utilization of one's abilities to facilitate advancement, There exists another method, consuming zombie crystal cores of the same origin to amplify 1's capabilities and enhance 1's rank. You? And Li Yuan pondered over the term you, suddenly astonished as he turned his gaze toward Luo Lou. With a faint smile, Luo Lou replied, I am E. And Li Yuan's realization dawned upon him. No wonder he was stronger than both Li Kai and Niu Li combined. No wonder he could face Niu Li's strength without fear. It was a matter of rank suppression. Rank serves as an absolute symbol. It signifies a qualitative change brought about by quantitative accumulation. Thus, do not foolishly attempt to challenge those of a higher rank, unless in a group confrontation. Of course, there are exceptions. Some extraordinarily powerful abilities can entirely disregard rank suppression, allowing the weak to triumph over the strong. Generally speaking, consuming 100 crystal cores is sufficient to transform from F to E, and it may even give rise to unique attributes of 1's abilities, such as this, sharpness. Zing. As Luo Lou's palm crackled with electricity, he casually thrust it against the wall, penetrating it to the depth of half his hand. As if the wall were not solid stone, but rather soft tofu. Zheng Haoran observed Luo Lou's hand embedded in the wall, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. If he could effortlessly slice through the wall, what chance did a mere human body stand? By similar logic, progressing from E to D requires 1,000 zombie crystal cores, and from D to C necessitates 10,000. This implies that, as long as one possesses an ample supply of crystal cores, one could ascend to S grade, the so-called divine level, and Li Yuan inquired. Not quite. Luo Lou shook his head. C grade is the utmost limit that zombie crystal cores can provide us. Why is that? And Li Yuan furrowed his brow. As I mentioned, the elevation of rank is a process of qualitative change in abilities. By the time one reaches C grade, the transformation has attained a stage where it is no longer influenced by zombie crystal cores. Hence, they can no longer offer us enhancement. Then why do the subsequent B, A, and S grades exist? And Li Yuan questioned. Who knows? This theory was not conceived by me, Luo Lou replied, shaking his head. Although zombies cannot grant them enhancement, there are still the otherworldly beasts to contend with. That is a true hell. However, it is premature to discuss this now, as the zombie tide has yet to pass, let alone the ensuing chaotic period. Very well. Realizing he could not extract further information, and Li Yuan ceased his inquiries, though a shift in his gaze revealed a thirst for knowledge. The unknown evokes fear, yet it also ignites curiosity and excitement, compelling one to delve into the underlying principles. As for the originator of this theory, Luo Lou recalled a figure from his past life known as Doctorin, a scientific eccentric who appeared to be of Eastern descent. An Easterner, Doctorin. Luo Lou gazed in astonishment at Li Yuan, who was now engulfed in a fervent desire for knowledge. You were Doctorin. Chapter 10. Boss, wait for me. What do you mean, Doctorin? And Li Yuan wore a puzzled expression, but then nodded slightly. However, my father is indeed a doctor. Nothing. Luo Lou maintained a facade of calm, though internally he was elated, almost beside himself with joy at having effortlessly recruited such a prodigy. Suddenly, he recalled the numerous renowned geniuses from his past life. If he could gather these talents under his banner. Just as Luo Lou immersed himself in his ambitious recruitment plans, Zheng Haoran, with a hint of despondency, spoke up. Boss, do you think something has happened to my parents? The mention of parents cast a shadow over everyone's faces. In the event of a zombie apocalypse, they could hardly believe their families had escaped unscathed. Luo Lou remained silent, his expression grim, the implication clear. Damn zombies. Zheng Haoran slammed his fist against the wall, producing a dull thud, his fury boiling over. Are my parents gone too? Niu Li was taken aback and turned to Li Yuan, and are my parents also gone? It was only a matter of time. We simply did not want to acknowledge it, and Li Yuan replied after a moment of silence. The only thing we can do now is to survive. Father, mother. Niu Li erupted into tears. I cannot give you a proper farewell. Stop wailing. You're not the only one who has lost parents. We all share this fate, Zheng Haoran shouted, his irritation rising. It was that he lacked compassion. It was merely that lamenting in the face of tragedy served no purpose and only bred further annoyance. However, Niu Li paid no heed, continuing to cry. Frustrated, Zheng Haoran reluctantly produced a crystal core from his pocket and handed it to Niu Li. Brother, I implore you to settle down. Consider this a gift from a younger brother. Niu Li's eyes lit up as he snatched the zombie crystal core, his tears instantly drying. You're right. A grown man should not cry. I will avenge my parents by slaying zombies. He then inquired, are you sure this candy was extracted from a zombie's brain? Don't deceive me. Are you trying to trick me about the crystal core? Zheng Haoran realized he had been fooled by Luo Li's swift change in demeanor. Boss, I have a request. Let us hunt zombies. We can save more people. And Li Yuan suddenly turned to Luo Lou, speaking earnestly. Boss. Luo Lou was taken aback, but then smiled slightly. I like this title. My perception ability allows me to sense where survivors are located. We can rescue them and recruit them to our cause, simultaneously acquiring more crystal cores, and Li Yuan proposed. Having grasped the significance of the zombie crystal cores and Luo Lu's combat prowess, and Li Yuan's strategy shifted from mere survival to actively hunting zombies. He and Luo Lu shared the belief that fighting to sustain oneself was the most pragmatic approach. Luo Lu nodded, his eyes reflecting satisfaction as he regarded Li Yuan. In a time when others were merely focused on escaping from the jaws of zombies, the very thought of hunting them down was commendable. Although Luo Lu had cleared the corridor of zombies, a few stragglers remained in some sealed dormitories. Under Li Yuan's perceptive abilities, they were quickly eradicated. To Luo Lu's disappointment, their group consisted solely of the four of them, with no new superpowered individuals discovered. On the fourth floor, in one of the dormitories. Help! Help! A student lay on the upper bunk of a loft bed, propped up on one arm, snacking from a bag of treats beside him. Occasionally, he would utter cries for help, yet he appeared entirely unfazed by the threat to his life. Why is no one coming to rescue me? He glanced at three zombies clawing at the base of the bed, their hands reaching ineffectually, unable to grasp him due to the height of the bunk. Yi Qing sighed, eyeing the iron ladder connecting the bunks and then the zombies below. Aren't you fellows tired? You've been at it for 2 days now. That's some serious perseverance. Yi Qing took a picture of the three zombies with his phone and uploaded it online. The once bustling internet had fallen silent, as the shocking image garnered no responses. It seemed that everyone was preoccupied with similar harrowing realities, some even having become part of the very image he shared. What do I do with no food left? Am I really going to starve? It might be kinder to grant these three relentless fellows their wish. Yi Qing waved the empty snack bag and tossed it down to the zombies beneath. He understood the chaos outside. The uproar from days prior had made it evident that no one would come to his aid. His cries for help were merely a flicker of hope. He was fortunate. The dormitory door had not been breached, and he remained with his three original roommates. More fortunate still, he had been asleep in the upper bunk when the chaos began. After 2 days filled with fear, panic, and despair, Yi Qing gradually found a sense of calm. Why? Because the three seemingly terrifying creatures below had apparently lost enough intelligence to not even use the ladder. With the supplies in the dormitory, Yi Qing had managed to live comfortably for 2 days. However, he was now out of snacks and even water. He glanced at the water bottle on the table and then at the zombies below, contemplating whether he dared to venture down. You all carry on. I think I'll take a nap. Yi Qing yawned, turned away, and closed his eyes. Knowing that the zombies could not ascend the ladder, he dismissed the issue entirely, opting instead to conserve energy by sleeping rather than allowing hunger to consume him. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, the roars of zombies filling the air. Yet, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a distinct sound of birds mixed within the cacophony. Yi Qing shook his head sadly. Which fool is trying to break free now? Those who attempt to escape are either driven mad or can no longer endure hunger. Yet, once outside, they'll merely become a snack for the equally famished zombies. The zombie roars persisted, astonishing Yi Qing as they continued for over 10 minutes, a duration far longer than the usual 3 minutes he had come to expect. The moment the roars ceased, it signified that another ill-fated soul had met their end. Ah, this time feels unusually prolonged. What kind of creature could sustain such tenacity? What a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie roars abruptly stopped, indicating that the persistent individual had indeed succumbed to the zombies. Rest easy, brave soul. Your actions have proven that our demise is inevitable, Yi Qing mused, preparing to sleep once more. He had adopted a philosophy of taking each day as it came. If ever he felt weary of living, his former roommates would be fortunate indeed. Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air, startling Yi Qing into a jolt. He instinctively leaped upward, only to collide painfully with the ceiling, falling back down. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of the source of the noise. The iron door had been dislodged from its hinges, hurtling toward the three zombies below like a cannonball. At the entrance, a robust man withdrew his foot and took a step back. Then, a gaunt figure, with hair standing on end and drenched in blood, staggered inside. The crackling sound emanating from this person was unmistakably the same bird call that had been heard outside. Suddenly, three zombies, dazed from being struck by the iron door, finally managed to disentangle themselves and were met with the sight of a living person at the doorway. Letting out a furious roar, they charged forward. The man regarded the advancing zombies with an expression devoid of fear, as if observing 3 frenzied ants. He executed a swift kick, striking the foremost zombie and sending it flying. What astonished Yi Qing was that the kick seemed to be enveloped in flames, tracing a fiery arc through the air that left a blazing mark upon the zombie's chest. The other 2 zombies had now closed in on him, their dark claws glimmering ominously as they lunged. Without evasion, the man swiftly slashed forward, moving with such speed that Yi Qing could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. He severed one zombie's arm and half of its torso with a single motion. Blood gushed from the remaining half of the body, splattering the man, and Yi Qing finally comprehended the source of the blood that adorned him, as if he had emerged from a pool of it. The claw of another zombie was caught mid-air by the man, who, as the zombie attempted to bite, retaliated with a swift stroke that sent the head soaring, trailing a crimson path before it landed in Yi Qing's hands. Startled, Yi Qing found himself gripping a wet, slippery object. Glancing down, he was horrified to see a gruesome head before him, causing him to tremble and hastily toss it away. With the zombies dispatched, the man exited without a backward glance. Yi Qing, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his senses and called out, "Wait for me. Don't leave me behind." Without a moment to spare, he leapt from the bed, neglecting to put on his shoes, and hurriedly followed after him. Chapter 11. Eradicating all who betray me. There are many like Yi Qing. Under Li Yuan's perception, the surviving evolvers in the dormitory building were systematically uncovered by Luo Lou covered in blood. Luo Lou ruthlessly slaughtered through the male dormitory from top to bottom. When fatigued or injured, he consumed a crystal core to replenish his strength and wounds, then resumed his relentless killing. The principle of fighting to grow stronger was vividly embodied in Luo Lou. The more he killed, the fiercer he became. Oblivious to the concept of exhaustion, only the endless brutality of bloodshed remained. Like a tempest sweeping away fallen leaves, Luo Lou methodically cleared each floor. No zombie he encountered was left unscathed, each either missing a head or a limb, rendering the area a veritable hell of blood. The evolvers he rescued watched in awe as Luo Lou's terrifying figure resembled a blood-soaked demon emerging from the abyss, born solely for carnage. The zombies bled, their blood a hue akin to that of humans. Many spectators, witnessing the gruesome slaughter, were compelled to retch. They had never encountered such a gruesome spectacle. It was as if they were observing a human-operated abattoir. The final zombie approached. Luo Lou faced it with unyielding resolve, delivering a powerful punch engulfed in flames that obliterated its skull. This marked the last zombie in the entire dormitory, thus clearing the building of the undead by Luo Lou's solitary might. Upon acquiring Li Kai's ability of natural ignition, Luo Lou realized that Li Kai was utterly unworthy of such power. In his feeble hands, natural ignition would merely gather dust. This ability transformed the air currents generated by human motion and breath into fire. Casual gestures, breaths, and movements could all manifest as flames. While seemingly trivial, this ability was tailored for close combatants. In Li Kai's hands, it lacked potency, yet for Luo Lou, it was a boon. Already adept in melee combat, combined with the enhancement from thunder strengthening, which amplified his damage, the addition of natural ignition propelled his attacks to a horrifying level. Turning to the group he had saved, Luo Lou's eyes flickered with a crimson glint, a reflection of the bloodshed he had witnessed. The crowd instinctively parted, creating a pathway for him. In any realm, the strong commanded respect. Before the apocalypse, wealth and power elevated individuals to positions of reverence. After the cataclysm, strength alone conferred that same respect, even when it was rooted in fear. If unable to inspire respect, let them tremble in fear. If unable to evoke love, let them harbor hatred. In this new world, love was absent, leaving only resentment. In a previous life, I was a lone wolf, struggling to survive without power or influence, powerless to protect those I cherished. But in this life, the onlookers felt an overwhelming aura emanating from the man before them, thick and oppressive, laced with a bloodthirsty intensity that stifled their breath. Luo Lou shut his eyes, reminiscing about the fragments of his past life. Her bright, innocent smile, her melodious laughter like wind chimes, the way she would twirl around him. And then the despairing cries, the mocking laughter of others, the derisive taunts, and his own helplessness under the weight of powerlessness. Luo Lou's presence grew more formidable. Some were so frightened that their faces paled, collapsing to the ground. In this life, I shall eradicate all who have wronged me. Luo Lou gradually opened his eyes and spoke, his voice low yet resonant enough for all to hear. In this world, there are those who slander me, deceive me, insult me, mock me, belittle me, swindle me. How shall I deal with them? It was as if he posed a question to the crowd. Yet he provided the answer himself. Kill them all. The chilling decree sent shivers through the onlookers, causing more to succumb to terror. And Li Yuan, assess the abilities of these individuals and report back to me. With that, Luo Lou departed. And Li Yuan stared blankly at Luo Lou's retreating figure, suddenly reminded of two notable figures from a famous historical period, chuckling softly to himself. Lu Bu and Qin Gong? Will you unify the realm or meet your demise at Baiman Tower? How intriguing. Adjusting his glasses habitually, and Li Yuan turned his gaze to the terrified survivors. Congratulations, fortunate survivors, for enduring this ordeal, and welcome to our family. On the third floor, within the dorm room where Luo Lou had resided, the sound of rushing water filled the air as he washed away the remnants of battle. The clear water mingled with the blood washing off his body, flowing together into the drain. With a click, he turned off the faucet and stepped out of the bathroom. 199, 200, 201. In the dorm, Zheng Haoran and Niu Lijing were huddled around a table, counting a pile of impeccably cleaned crystal cores. Luo Lou passed by the two, retrieving fresh clothes from his wardrobe. His previous garments, stained and altered by blood, had been discarded. 237. Upon donning his new attire, Zheng Haoran exclaimed excitedly, Luozi, we have 237 crystal cores. We can elevate two of us to E rank. He gazed at Luo Lou with eager anticipation. The strength of E rank was well understood. Even if Zheng Haoran felt he would not rival Luo Lou's prowess, a fraction of that power would still be formidable. Allocate 100 cores to Li Yuan. His abilities are invaluable to us, so let him advance first. As for the remaining 100, Luo Lou regarded the eager Zheng Haoran and Niu Lijing, adding, those will be for me. I have my reasons. You two need not rush. Next time, you shall be elevated. Though slightly disheartened, Zheng Haoran understood the rationale behind Luo Lou's decision, and Li Yuan's perception ability was indeed central to their team, and given that it currently only stretched 10 meters at F rank, it was imperative to augment it. As for Luo Lou, his reasoning was clear, and Zheng Haoran bore no resentment, especially since all the crystal cores were acquired by Luo Lou alone. And what of the remainder? Can I have some? Niu Lijing gazed longingly at the crystal cores, nearly drooling. The surplus will be reserved for medicinal use, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. You two can share them, Luo Lou replied. Then I won't hold back. Niu Lijing exclaimed, reaching eagerly for the cores. Stop. Zheng Haoran interrupted, swiftly extracting 18 cores from the pile and handing them to Niu Lijing. He then turned to Luo Lou, inquiring, what about the newcomers? Will they not receive a share? Newcomers. Luo Lou sneered, about to respond when the door swung open, revealing Li Yuan with a report in hand. Boss, I have compiled the statistics. Oh? Any promising candidates? Luo Lou inquired. His interest peaked as he scrutinized the document in Li Yuan's grasp. Chapter 12. The Rescue of the Girls' Dormitory, and Li Yuan nodded thoughtfully, remarking on the fascinating abilities he had encountered. It was evident that the Blood Moon had bestowed upon humanity a plethora of peculiar powers. Were it not for the devastation wrought by the zombies, he might have felt compelled to express gratitude for this extraordinary gift. He handed over the form in his hand, stating, this is the statistical report on the abilities of the evolved individuals. It reveals a total of 22 evolvers, of which 20 possess combat capabilities, while 2, including myself, are support-type evolvers. Zheng Haoran, standing nearby, took the form from Li Yuan, his expression shifting to one of bemusement as he read aloud. Yi Qing, proficient in running fast? I, too, excel at playing Dodiju. And then there's Zhou Luanru, who listens to the whispers of the wind. What an odd ability. And Li Yuan chuckled. That Yi Qing is not merely fast. After testing, it appears he can control various parts of his body to enhance his speed. As for Zhou Luanru, he possesses a rather intriguing ability similar to mine, allowing him to foresee future events through the sounds of the wind. Foreseeing? Luo Lou exclaimed, astonished. That is indeed an impressive ability. However, there is a dilemma. Among so many individuals, I have not encountered anyone with abilities akin to yours or Zheng Haoran's. They seem confined to physical enhancements. That is only natural, and Li Yuan replied. While the abilities of evolvers are indeed diverse, they can generally be categorized into several major types: enhancement, support, nature, healing, and special abilities. As the name suggests, enhancement abilities focus on augmenting the physical body or objects. For instance, Luo Li's great strength is a form of enhancement, and some individuals can enhance their weapons to inflict greater damage, all falling under this category. Support-type abilities do not possess combat strength themselves, but assist in battles, either amplifying others' capabilities or reinforcing their own. Healing abilities are dedicated solely to restoration, but regrettably, our team lacks such an individual. Then there are the special and nature types. Special abilities are unique and cannot be classified within the aforementioned categories, such as your perception, and Li Yuan and Zhou Luanru's wind listening ability, which both belong to the special category. Nature-type abilities utilize the forces of nature to harm foes or transform oneself, much like Zheng Haoran and I, who are both nature-type evolvers. After elaborating on these classifications, Luo Lou reflected on his own shadow devour, realizing it likely did not fit within the nature category, but rather belonged to the special category. He had never heard of a nature-type ability involving consumption. In his past life, nature-type evolvers predominantly occupied the upper echelons of combat power, as they significantly outclassed their peers. Each level they ascended would yield a unique attribute. For instance, Luo Lou had sharpness at E rank. Thus, nature-type evolvers consistently held the pinnacle of combat strength, rarely surpassed. Even the renowned powerhouse of the enhancement type, Pang Wang, was but a single individual, while nature-type abilities encompassed a collective. Due to the vast array of enhancement abilities, there existed both strong and weak variants. Strong individuals like Luo Lou focused solely on enhancing strength, while weaker ones merely improved their physical attributes, rendering them less viable for cultivation. As evolvers like Luo Lou were indeed rare. Fatty, you just inquired whether I would distribute crystal cores to them. I now declare that not only will I not share, but they must also surrender their crystal cores and everything they acquire. In the past, enhancement-type abilities often relied on weapons to bolster their combat prowess, as their own damage output was typically meager compared to the destructive potential of weaponry. In fact, it was primarily due to these weapons that many otherwise ineffective enhancement-type evolvers could sustain themselves in this world. The invasion of exotic beasts following the zombie tide, which led to a merging of dimensions, expanded the world's landscape significantly, giving rise to countless novel phenomena. It was precisely these peculiarities that provided enhancement-type evolvers with the means to protect themselves, which in turn prevented their extinction amid the large-scale invasion, allowing humanity to regain the upper hand, even trending towards a reversal of fortune. However, that was in the aftermath of the exotic beast onslaught. Presently, the zombie tide reigned. All evolvers were compelled to venture out and hunt zombies. Receiving my protection naturally entails a corresponding return. Luo Lou was no savior. He could not assist without recompense. Those who benefited from his guardianship were obliged to serve him. This is the most fundamental principle. In this world, which had transformed into one governed by strength, he sought to establish his own dominion. As if perceiving the ambition flickering in Luo Lou's eyes, and Li Yuan smirked inwardly, realizing that playing the role of Chun Gong was no easy feat, particularly under the watchful gaze of the astute El Bu. A pressing issue arose, and Li Yuan adjusted his glasses and remarked, "The newcomers are quite famished, some haven tea eaten for 2 days. We now face a dilemma: food. Man is iron, and rice is steel. Even evolvers are no exception," he continued. At their core, evolvers remain human. Still bound by earthly needs, they grow hungry and require sustenance to fuel their vitality. Now that you mention it, I, too, feel a bit peckish, Luo Lou admitted, patting his stomach, which responded with a gurgle. This dormitory is now under our control. We should be able to scrounge some food within the rooms to last us several days. However, during this time, we must locate a sustainable food source. And Li Yuan adjusted his glasses once more and added, "As for a food source, the school has one readily available. It merely depends on whether boss dares to go." Readily available? Luo Lou pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. Could it be the supermarket on campus? What is there to fear? The only place within the school housing a substantial food supply was the large supermarket located in the campus area. The zombie tide had only erupted 2 days prior, so the food there had likely remained untouched. Moreover, zombies primarily preyed upon evolvers and showed no interest in food. This food would alleviate Luo Lou and his companions' concerns about sustenance for a while. However, the supermarket was situated in a bustling area, now likely teeming with zombies due to the outbreak. This was not comparable to Luo Lou's methodical eradication of zombies floor by floor within the dormitory, where he had vanquished over 200 due to the confined corridors, facing no more than a handful at a time. Outside, however, the expanse allowed hordes of zombies to converge, and with Luo Lou's E-rank power, he had yet to reach a point where he could dismiss them as mere obstacles. Without a systematic approach, the likelihood of becoming food for these zombies was high. Though the food dilemma was pressing, it was not the only concern at hand. There remained another issue unresolved. If addressed, the food predicament could be deferred for a while longer. Luo Lou approached the window, gazing at the building across the way. And Li Yuan followed his gaze and suddenly understood why Luo Lou believed the food issue could be postponed. That location was where the boys often fantasized, the girls' dormitory. In school, boys typically consumed few snacks, resulting in limited food supplies in their dorms. However, girls were different. Most indulged in snacks, thus their dorms would undoubtedly be stocked with food. A smile graced Luo Lou's lips as he declared, having saved the men, how could we not rescue the women? I like this idea, Zhang Haoran exclaimed, licking his lips excitedly. Oh, beautiful ladies, do not fear. Your brother Haoran has come to save you. Chapter 13. The Purge, Part 1. In the dormitory, Luo Lou and Li Yuan, Zhang Haoran, and Yo Li were gathered together. These individuals constituted the earliest members of Luo Lou's team. Zhang Haoran's abilities and loyalty were unquestionable. He was a steadfast companion of Luo Lou, destined to be a formidable force in the future. Yo Li, a powerhouse of enhancement, though somewhat simple-minded, possessed a farmer's cunning. As for Li Yuan, he was the brain of the entire team, the strategist. Together, these three formed the core strength of Luo Lou's future endeavors. After providing Li Yuan with 100 crystal nuclei, his ability of perception was successfully elevated to the level, expanding his sensing range from the original 10 meters to an impressive 50 meters. 50 meters may not seem vast, yet, particularly with all-encompassing perception, it encompassed the entire dormitory building, which stood at a mere height of several meters. The female dormitory was situated behind the male dormitory, separated by a green belt, a favored rendezvous spot for many couples in the past. The only way to reach the female dormitory was to exit through the main entrance of the male dormitory and traverse the green area. Boss, I'm back. At that moment, a breathless young man entered. His name was Yu Qing, one of the new recruits saved by Luo Lou due to his remarkable speed and agility. Luo Lou deemed him well-suited for reconnaissance, assigning him to gather information. What did you find? Luo Lou inquired. After catching his breath, Yu Qing responded. There are about 50 zombies wandering around the female dormitory, and at least 30 more in the green belt leading from the male dormitory to the female dormitory. As for the Western District, there were simply too many zombies. I lost count before they noticed me. Fortunately, I am quite fast. The Western District. The recreational area of the school housed not only the supermarket mentioned by Li Yuan, but also various entertainment venues such as restaurants and karaoke halls, making it a hub for students. With the mutation of these students, the number of zombies had naturally surged. You even went to the Western District? Luo Lou exclaimed, astonished. He had only instructed Yi Qing to scout the female dormitory, never anticipating he would also explore the Western District. Yi Qing lowered his head, a sheepish smile gracing his face. Well, I'm not particularly skilled. I just happen to be fast. If it weren't for your rescue, boss, I would have likely ended up in a zombie's mouth. Therefore, I thought it would be worthwhile to contribute a little more for the team. Good lad. I admire your spirit. Zhang Haoran laughed heartily at this. Thank you, Brother Fat, Yi Qing replied, scratching his head shyly. As for the situation near the supermarket, let us not dwell on it for now. A total of over 80 zombies is not overly concerning. Boss, you can handle them with caution, and Li Yuan mused, assessing Luo Lou's combat capabilities. No, I do not intend to intervene. Luo Lou shook his head. These newcomers have been clamoring about hunger. I must teach them that there are no free lunches in this world. If they want food, they must seize it themselves. You want them to take action? That seems reasonable. They do need some training, and Li Yuan concurred with the proposed plan. But can they manage? Over 80 zombies. Currently, aside from Lozi. Zhang Haoran began, then hesitated, quickly rephrasing, Boss, no one possesses the strength to handle that, right? If they cannot deal with even this few zombies, what good are they? With 22 evolved individuals, that averages out to 4 or 5 zombies per person. If they cannot even accomplish that, what use are they to me? Luo Lou demanded. He desired quality, not quantity. In a society where power reigned supreme, mere numbers were insufficient. Only the strong could meet the demands of this world and fulfill Luo Lou's standards. I agree. No labor means no sustenance. Nioli shouted emphatically. Yi Qing, gather those newcomers and prepare them to head to the female dormitory. Luo Lou instructed, nodding at Yi Qing. Understood, boss. Yi Qing cast a reverent glance at Luo Lou before turning to leave. The blood-soaked, formidable figure of Luo Lou lingered in his mind. A vivid reminder that while others struggled to survive against zombies, some had already begun to hunt them down. It was wise to follow the strong in this chaotic world. In truth, those 80 zombies posed little threat. The real danger lay within the female dormitory. After Yi Qing exited, and Li Yuan gazed out the window, where he could see the female dormitory in the distance. Indeed, the number of zombies within the dormitory will only increase, Luo Lou affirmed. Then shifted his attention to the pile of crystal nuclei on the table, the 100 he had obtained from Zhang Haoren. He needed these nuclei to validate his thoughts. Outside the dormitory, Luo Lou observed the 22 newcomers, each exhibiting a spectrum of emotions: despair, excitement, exhilaration, and fear. Yet, none contemplated retreating to the safety of the dormitory. For the individual before them was far more terrifying than the zombies. Luo Lou surveyed the group and coldly declared, "Pair up to eliminate zombies. Remember, no one will protect you except yourselves. If you wish to survive, you must fight fiercely against the zombies. Move out." The group set forth towards the female dormitory with great determination. The commotion they created inevitably attracted the attention of the zombies, and before they reached the green belt, a horde of zombies had already detected their presence and charged toward them. Z-zombies. The evolved individuals panicked, but Luo Lou remained unfazed. Even the three beside him displayed no signs of concern, as if completely indifferent to the chaos. "Damn it, let's fight." One evolved individual, realizing this was no jest, gritted his teeth and charged at the zombies. Numerous others followed suit, their despair fueling their resolve to fight back, each aiming to take down at least one zombie. "Die, monster." In a moment of desperation, one evolved individual seized a zombie by the shoulders, exerting his strength and tearing the creature in half. "Is it this easy?" The evolved individual stared blankly at his bloodied hands and the severed zombie before him, the crimson liquid pooling on the ground, a stark reminder that this monster still bled red. Gradually, a sinister smile crept across his face as he turned his gaze toward the other zombies engaged in battle, charging forward. "Wow, his strength is no less than yours." Yoli, Zhang Haoren remarked, observing the evolved individual's performance with amusement. "His explosive power is remarkable. He must be extreme burst Ming Dong." And Li Yuan recalled the records and quickly identified him. "I want to join in." Yoli expressed his envy as he watched the fray. Zombies were never truly terrifying. What was truly fearsome was the human heart. They were not confronting zombies, but rather the fear embodied by the zombies within their own hearts. Only by conquering this fear could they advance. Luo Lou smiled gently and said, "Go ahead, die." As one zombie fell to the ground, attempting to rise again, a figure descended from the sky, crushing its skull underfoot with a resounding crunch. It was Yi Qing, who relied on his powerful legs to evade the zombie's attack, leveraging the force of gravity to obliterate the fallen creature's head. Roar. A roar erupted from behind, startling Yi Qing, who realized that a zombie was lunging at him. However, there was no time to flee. A dull thud resonated in the air. The anticipated pain did not arrive, and upon turning, he beheld an individual wielding an iron rod, who had just felled a zombie. "Thank you," Yi Qing expressed gratefully. "Zhou Luanru, the whispers of the wind informed me of its impending attack." The person with the iron rod replied with a smile. Yi Qing approached and observed the zombie attempting to rise. With a menacing grin, he delivered a powerful kick to its chin, propelling it away with astonishing force. "A zombie? Is this truly a zombie? It is entirely different from what I envisioned." Haha. Chapter 14. The Cleansing, Part 2. Threats and provocations are invariably the most effective means of compelling latent potential, particularly in the face of death. When the evolved beings realized that the zombies were not as terrifying as they had initially imagined, a fervor ignited within them. They relentlessly annihilated the very sources of their sleepless nights, channeling their pent-up emotions into this frenzied assault. The addition of Zhang Haoren and Yoli significantly mitigated the onslaught from the zombies, emboldening the group to attack with even greater ferocity. Zhang Haoren, enveloped in a grayish-black hue, a consequence of his rock skin ability, had grown accustomed to the presence of zombies, no longer gripped by the initial panic. Instead, he allowed the zombies' claws and jaws to graze his skin, flashing a broad smile as he delivered a powerful punch to one of their heads. His hardened exterior evoked envy and inspiration among the other evolved beings nearby. Clear path for me. Yet, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Neoli wrapped his arms around a tree as thick as a barrel and, with a tremendous heave, uprooted it from the earth. He wielded the tree with such ease that it appeared to be made of plastic rather than solid wood. As the massive trunk swept through the air, zombies fell like dominoes in its wake. "Deadbolt, must you be so monstrous?" Zhang Haoren exclaimed, jaw agape, before delivering another punch to a nearby zombie, grumbling in disbelief. with one exhibiting extraordinary defensive capabilities and the other possessing terrifying strength. The duo quickly ascended to a near-divine status in the eyes of their fellow evolved beings. Indeed, none who stand by the boss are ordinary. Yi Qing regarded them with a hint of admiration. Only such formidable individuals could accompany the boss. Turning his gaze to the zombies engaged with the other evolved beings nearby, a spark of determination ignited within him, propelling him forward. He had his own purpose and wished to demonstrate his worthiness to remain by the boss's side, with Zheng Haoran and Niu Li in their midst. The zombies near the greenbelt were swiftly dispatched by the now frenzied evolved beings. Those with combat prowess utilized their physical strength, while others scavenged for weapons. All shared a singular objective: exterminate the zombies. Casually severing an oncoming zombie in half, Luo Lou surveyed the scene. The remaining zombies were nearly eradicated, though some evolved beings had succumbed to their fears and perished at the hands of the undead. Yet, even those who survived had, in Luo Lou's eyes, lost their utility. How could those who trembled before zombies hope to safeguard themselves and vanquish foes in the chaos of future power struggles? It was better to perish now than to await a cowardly surrender later. As the battle concluded, 30-plus crystal cores were exchanged for 5 precious human lives. Luo Lou distributed the acquired crystal cores among the remaining 18, each receiving 1. Understanding their significance, they cherished them like treasures. Some, even injured, disregarded the blood and brain matter coating the cores and consumed them, instantly healing their wounds and sighing with relief. In the face of life, there are no pretenses, only survival. Luo Lou then led them onward to their next destination, the female dormitory building, where over 50 zombies lingered nearby. This time, the evolved beings, armed with experience, no longer cowered at the sight of zombies. As the undead charged, they formed a united front, collectively countering the assault. With Zheng Haoran and Niu Li providing support, the speed of their extermination surpassed that of previous encounters. At the entrance of the female dormitory, which had previously been a forbidden sanctuary for the boys, they found no barriers to their advance. The matron who had once guarded it had been eliminated. "Ladies, I'm coming," Zheng Haoran exclaimed eagerly, rubbing his hands together, envisioning the gratitude of the beautiful women he would rescue, culminating in an overwhelming offer of devotion. "Wait, boss, something feels amiss." And Li Yuan suddenly furrowed his brow. "My senses detect no zombies. It's peculiar. There isn't a single one." "No zombies detected?" Luo Lou frowned. Logically, this was improbable. The female dormitory should harbor at least as many, if not more, zombies than the male dormitory. It was inconceivable that none remained unless they had been eradicated by someone of equal strength to himself. The wind's whisper of danger, a nearby male student murmured, eyes closed. Zhou Luanru, the evolved being seemingly gifted with foresight, echoed the concerns. Given the apprehensions of 2 individuals with reconnaissance abilities, Luo Lou felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Yet, the more ominous the signs, the more resolute he became to investigate. He needed to discern who possessed the power to cleanse an entire dormitory of zombies as he had done. "Let us proceed." Luo Lou steeled himself, entering the female dormitory. The structure mirrored that of the male dormitory, littered with remnants of past chaos. The floors, walls, and doorframes were stained with dried blood. Strangely, however, it was not the gruesome scene Luo Lou had anticipated. Instead, it appeared remarkably clean, devoid of bodies aside from the blood. It seemed as if it had been meticulously tidied. "What is this?" A patch of green residue caught his attention. The wall bore an indentation, as if something had struck it. "And Li Yuan, did you sense anything?" Luo Lou turned to the ever-watchful and Li Yuan. Remaining silent, and Li Yuan advanced further before shaking his head. "This building shows no signs of life. But what? There's a considerable life signal at the top, but it neither resembles a zombie nor a human. It's a strange life form. Below that, I detect some human life signals, likely survivors. The winds caution me. This is a formidable entity," Zhou Luanru muttered. Eyes closed once more. "Neither a zombie nor a human?" Luo Lou pondered, his expression shifting. Could it be a creature from beyond? No, that's impossible. The invasion of such beings is still 2 years away. They cannot appear so soon. Thus, it must be a mutated entity. Mutated entities, aside from zombies, posed a significant threat to evolved beings. The moonlight catalyzed transformations not only in humans, but in all living things, including animals, insects, and even certain plants. Mutated entities were often derived from animals and insects. What in Li Yuan sensed was likely one such entity, a being that had eradicated all the zombies in the dormitory and consumed their crystal cores. Such a presence would indeed be a considerable threat. Luo Lou's countenance darkened as he spoke firmly. Fatty, organize your team to gather supplies. And Li Yuan and Yi Qing, accompany me upstairs to rescue those survivors. He chose Yi Qing for his speed, believing he could swiftly lead in Li Yuan to safety if danger arose. Understood, boss. Yi Qing responded eagerly upon hearing his name called. Be cautious. Let us proceed. Luo Lou's expression was grave as he carefully ascended the stairs. Chapter 15. The first encounter of the God King and the Goddess within Li Yuan's perception at work. Luo Lou clearly defined his objective and ascended directly to the top floor, the only place where signs of life were discernible. The other floors resembled the first, as if meticulously cleaned, devoid of anything but desiccated blood and the sunken green walls, enveloped in a chilling silence. This heightened Luo Lou's apprehension regarding the formidable mutant. There were no figures, no zombies. Everything had been consumed by this entity. The most disconcerting aspect was Luo Lou's ignorance of the true nature of this mutant, a feeling of lack of control that was utterly unsettling. Cautiously, he reached the top floor, casting a glance around, only to furrow his brow in dismay. The conditions were identical to those below, with the same dried blood and the same vacant corridors. There was no sign of the mutant. And Li Yuan? Luo Lou inquired. And Li Yuan concentrated again, suddenly exclaiming, above. The perception zeroed in on a massive life sign above. Luo Lou looked up and saw an inexplicable void in the ceiling, shrouded in ominous darkness. It's moving, and Li Yuan remarked, observing the massive life sign swiftly shifting to the right. It's coming down. A thunderous crash reverberated, followed by a terrified scream emanating from a nearby dormitory. Accompanying the scream was a cacophony of frantic footsteps as a group of girls burst forth, shrieking in terror. Help! They cried, approximately 10 girls. Evidently survivors clustered in that dormitory. Help! Help! The girls appeared severely traumatized, their faces contorted and pale, screaming as they fled, oblivious to the 3 men standing before them. Stop! Luo Lou grasped the arm of the foremost girl. Ah! She shrieked, initially startled, but upon realizing she was unharmed, she scrutinized the creature holding her arm. As comprehension dawned, she recognized that the figure before her was not a monster, but a boy. Boys, are you here to rescue us? There's a spider. She seemed to see a beacon of hope, urgently clutching Luo Lou's arm. Save Qingshu. She's still inside, holding off the spider for us. Calm down. Tell me what's happening inside, Luo Lou urged, glancing toward the dormitory. Qingshu spider I can't explain. Please, just save her. The girl, overwhelmed by fear, struggled to articulate her thoughts, her voice rising in panic. Noticing their intense fright, Luo Lou decided not to press further. He turned to Li Yuan and Yi Qing, saying, And Li Yuan, Yi Qing, take them downstairs. I'll investigate the situation. Boss, do you need support? Yi Qing asked nervously, concerned about the girl's terror, fearing for Luo Lou's safety. No, boss, won't encounter any mishap. Not needed. Focus on your task, Luo Lou affirmed, then dashed towards the source of the disturbance. Wait, Yi Qing began, but Li Yuan shook his head. Let us focus on what boss instructed. If there's a true emergency, our strength would merely serve as fodder. A foe that Luo Lou could not contend with? And Li Yuan shuddered at the thought. As Luo Lou reached the dormitory door, before he could assess the situation within, a jet of green liquid shot towards his face. He dodged just in time, the corrosive fluid splattering against the wall, emitting a hissing sound of decay. The wall was swiftly being eroded. Luo Lou stared in horror at the wall being consumed, finally understanding the source of the green stains and depressions below. At that moment, the true inhabitant of the dormitory came into view. Dominating the space was a colossal creature, 8 sharp legs resembling sickles, a glossy black exoskeleton, and menacing jaws intermittently twitching. It was an enormous black spider. So large was Luo Lou's immediate thought, as the spider sprawled across much of the dormitory, its sharp legs embedded into the walls, looming over him. The accumulated zombie cores throughout the building had rendered this spider grotesquely massive and terrifying. Who are you? What do you want? Leave at once. A melodic voice rang out. Luo Lou looked down to see a girl beneath the spider, her clothes tattered, revealing her fair skin, her face a portrait of anger and resentment. After valiantly holding off the spider to afford others a chance to escape, why must there still be fools rushing to their doom? I came to Luo Lou began, but before he could finish, the spider-esque gleaming jaws lunged, unleashing a stream of corrosive liquid towards him. Watch out, the girl cried, leaping forward to shield him with her hands. A white mist enveloped the green acid, instantaneously freezing it mid-air, and it plummeted to the ground with a thud. A nature elementalist? Luo Lou gazed in astonishment at the girl before him. Another nature elementalist, counting himself. There were now 3 in this school of nearly 2,000 students. How rare to encounter such a phenomenon. Run. I can't hold it off, the girl urged. The farther away, the better. It's a monster. As she turned, the spider's jaws moved again, releasing a white web. It aimed to ensnare both of them as its prey. Just as the web descended upon her, the girl stood frozen, unable to react. In that critical moment, Li Qingshu suddenly perceived a flash, and a figure appeared before her. With a sound akin to a myriad of birds chirping, a streak of lightning and flame cleaved through the air, severing the web, which fell ablaze to the ground. I'm here to rescue you. Luo Lou turned to Li Qingshu with a smile, finally voicing what he hadn't managed to say before. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Luo Lou. Thus, in this abrupt and absurd setting, the future God King and Goddess found themselves face to face. Chapter 16. The Mutant in the Dormitory. A colossal spider occupied most of the overhead space, while below, 2 insignificant humans faced each other in tense silence. You fool, run. Li Qingshu felt an overwhelming urge to cry. How could someone be so foolish as to confront such a monstrous spider, clearly beyond human capability? Heroic rescues were not meant to be this reckless. As the spider noticed its web being torn, it let out a shrill screech and spewed another strand of white silk. Luo Lou smirked, sweeping his arm forward, conjuring a trail of lightning and flames that sliced through the air, once again shattering the spider's web. Hiss! Be careful! The spider's sharp legs, embedded in the walls, moved. One of them, curved like a scythe, sliced downwards towards Luo Lou. Behind him, Li Qingshu gasped in alarm. Spotting the glimmering blade descending, Luo Lou's pupils constricted, and he swiftly retreated with Li Qingshu in tow. A flash of electricity coursed through them as they exited the door. With a thud, the blade embedded itself deeply into the hard floor tiles. The spider screeched again, its mandibles clicking, and a stream of green corrosive acid surged forth. Moving with astonishing speed, Luo Lou disregarded everything else, scooping Li Qingshu into his arms, evading the attack just in time. Li Qingshu, caught off guard and having never been touched by a male before, felt her face flush with surprise as she instinctively struggled. Let me go. Luo Lou set her down and said, You are of no use here. You will only hinder me. Go and regroup with my subordinates. Li Qingshu looked at him incredulously. Aren't you coming? Luo Lou shook his head, his gaze fixed ahead. I intend to take down that spider. Frowning, Li Qingshu gritted her teeth. Then I won't leave. I will stay to assist you. Luo Lou regarded her with surprise. You? I appreciate the sentiment, but you are not of much help right now. You should go. How can you say that? I am quite capable. Li Qingshu retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice as she conjured 2 orbs of white mist. The cold emanating from them palpable. Unfortunately, her meager power was insignificant compared to the spider that had devoured the core of the entire dormitory building, able to match Luo Lou's strength. Furthermore, having to protect Li Qingshu would only hinder Luo Lou's capabilities. I will not leave you to face this spider alone. I am not a coward, Li Qingshu declared, her resolute gaze fixed on Luo Lou. This man risked his life to save her. And she would not be a coward either. Please, that is not my intention. You truly would be a burden. Just go. Luo Lou looked at Li Qingshu in exasperation. Realizing she had misunderstood his words, thinking he wanted to buy time by confronting the spider alone. No. Li Qingshu replied defiantly, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. Just as they stood their ground, a tremendous thumping sound echoed from the ceiling, as if something massive was moving above them. Luo Lou looked up, his expression shifting to alarm as he exclaimed, This is bad. With a crackle of lightning surrounding him, he lunged towards Li Qingshu, knocking them both to the ground just as a massive black spider descended from above, its 8 sharp legs piercing the floor with a resounding crash. Had Luo Lou not reacted swiftly, his body would surely have been impaled. Upon landing, the spider unleashed a spray of corrosive acid. Watch out, Li Qingshu cried out, startled beneath Luo Lou, who was now pinning her down tightly. Boom. Just as Luo Lou tackled Li Qingshu, the spider attacked, its acidic liquid narrowly missing them. That was close, Luo Lou thought, his heart racing as he glanced at the corrosive hole left in the ground. His physical form had not yet reached the level of being able to disregard such acid, and Li Qingshu, terrified, paled at the sight. Get away. Staying here will only complicate matters, Luo Lou urged, pushing Li Qingshu away as he stood. But Li Qingshu stubbornly shook her head. No, I want to fight alongside you. Why are you so obstinate? If you stay, we will both perish, Luo Lou replied impatiently. I fear not death, Li Qishu declared heroically, her large eyes reflecting her willingness to sacrifice. You may be strong, but one person cannot defeat this gigantic spider. I will stay to help. Whether you live or die is your own concern. Just don't bother me. Luo Lou chose to ignore the valiant spirit of the young woman and focused on the battle with the spider. At that moment, the giant spider's abdomen quivered, releasing a multitude of black eggs that quickly hatched into small spiders. Though small, each of these creatures was still considerably large compared to a human. Reaching up to Luo Lou's knees, Luo Lou grimaced at the sight of the swarming spiders. Now you can't leave even if you wanted to, he said to Li Qishu, whose complexion turned pale at the sight of the countless arachnids. Hiss. The giant spider screeched, and in an instant, the small spiders surged forth, climbing towards Luo Lou and Li Qishu from all directions, on the ground, walls, and ceiling, forming a tide of darkness, with a crackle of electricity coursing through him. Luo Lou gazed at the approaching swarm, determination igniting within his eyes. Just a bunch of small spiders. Perfect for testing my newly enhanced natural fire ability that I obtained after consuming 100 crystal cores. The natural fire he acquired from Li Kai was merely F grade, while his lightning enhancement was E grade. The differing levels of their powers prompted Luo Lou to consume 100 cores, hoping to see if natural fire could also be upgraded. To his astonishment, he discovered an unusual entity within himself, the devourer of the dark side, lying dormant. He could clearly see its 6 bulging surfaces, 2 of which were white and red, symbolizing 2 distinct abilities. Moreover, he sensed that his original power had vanished, replaced by the devourer of the dark side. Had the devourer of the dark side supplanted his original abilities? The energy from the 100 cores had surged into it, and after this consumption, Luo Lou distinctly felt that the devourer of the dark side had ascended to E grade. Yet, he was puzzled as he had already been E grade. Why had it upgraded again? Luo Lou could only marvel at the enigma without any further conclusions. Yet this time feels different. Whereas the previous ascension to E level left him with little sensation, through this latest promotion, Luo Lou seems to perceive that the E level ability he attained via the moonlight was somehow incomplete, lacking, as if something essential was missing. However, the consumption of 100 crystal cores has bestowed upon him a sense of fulfillment. Luo Lou suddenly comprehends that he likely possesses not only E-level abilities, but also an F-level ability. As the crystal cores are expelled, the F-level natural ignition has ascended to E-level. This is not merely a simple elevation of ability levels. Rather, it signifies a transformation that replaces the darker aspects of his powers with a profound enhancement. At this moment, he truly embodies the essence of an E-level entity. Chapter 17. The fiery assault on the spider. The devourer of shadows is his ability. Its level equivalent to that of Luo Lou himself. A flawless promotion, a seamless fusion. An electric white lightning surged from Luo Lou's entire being, encased in a layer of fiery crimson flames, transforming the corridor into a blazing inferno, searing and intense. What if he devoured the entire floor of zombies? At most, they would be E-class mutants. Given time to mature, Luo Lou might have felt some trepidation, but now, with his dual element powers, he was more than capable of a fight. Natural ignition is a flame induced by the airflow surrounding his body, while lightning enhancement strengthens himself, allowing the electric currents to course through his surface, naturally stirring the air and igniting flames. These two abilities are a perfect match. In simple terms, every strike from Luo Lou now carries the amplification of flames. Confronted by the surging army of spiders, Luo Lou grinned fiercely. He inhaled deeply, filling his chest and abdomen, his enhanced body far surpassing the frail lung capacity of Li Kai, who could hardly blow a breath. With his chest and abdomen full, Luo Lou exhaled forcefully, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames that halted the oncoming wave of spiders. He continued to exhale, the currents transforming into fiery projectiles that surged forward, creating a crimson firewall that obstructed countless small spiders. Caught off guard, the spiders were scorched by the sudden flames, their charred bodies curling up and releasing a delightful aroma, the scent of roasted spiders. As the flames subsided and the firewall lingered, suddenly, a fiery red figure burst forth from within, resembling a moving fireball. It was Luo Lou, enveloped in flames and lightning, his body poised like a cheetah, swiftly charging towards the colossal spider. Though numerous spiders lunged at him, they were incinerated before they could reach Luo Lou, their legs burned away, collapsing to the ground, only to be crushed beneath his foot as he passed. These spiders posed little threat apart from their sheer numbers, so Luo Lou aimed to eliminate the mastermind first. The giant spider hissed, spewing a corrosive liquid. Luo Lou had been watching its every move, and as its mandibles loosened, he leaped upward. Although he couldn't match Yu Qing's height, his enhanced physique easily dodged the incoming acid. With a swift motion, Luo Lou transformed his hand into a blade, descending towards the spider. Unexpectedly, the giant spider raised its head, launching a white webbing towards him. Luo Lou smirked coldly, refusing to evade his fiery, electrified hand slicing through the web as he aimed for the spider's head. Just as he was about to strike, the spider swiftly retreated, evading his attack. It seemed even the spider realized its shell could not withstand Luo Lou's thrust. Remarkably agile, Luo Lou thought, astonished by the giant spider's quick reflexes despite its massive size. Just after it dodged his strike, a sharp spider leg slashed towards him like a sickle, moving so swiftly that Luo Lou could only catch a glimpse of a shadow. Startled, he swiftly retreated, the scythe-like leg slicing through the air, embedding itself deep in the wall. Feeling a sting on his face, Luo Lou touched it, finding a small cut. Such sharp limbs, such a troublesome mutant. This creature undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of E-class, with its close combat legs as sharp as blades, corrosive acid for ranged attacks, webs for entrapment, and the ability to spawn numerous smaller spiders. Truly a monstrosity. Were it not for Luo Lou's dual abilities, he might have fallen victim to this giant spider. The giant spider seemed to stir again, its abdomen beginning to ripple. Sensing this, Luo Lou's pupils constricted, and he dashed towards the spider, determined to thwart any attempt to lay eggs. As he charged, the spider's abdomen indeed ceased its movement. Its scythe-like legs aimed at Luo Lou. Luo Lou chuckled coldly, lowering his stance to evade the attack. Suddenly, he extended his fiery hands, seizing the spider's front limbs, producing a sizzling sound as the flames scorched its appendages. The giant spider shrieked in pain, quickly retracting its leg. Luo Lou felt a strong pull as the burning limb slipped from his grasp. The spider's round eyes fixated on him, filled with hatred. To it, the creature that caused its pain had become a target of vengeance. With all 8 legs in motion, the spider no longer remained low to the ground but arched its body, glaring down at Luo Lou with malice. It stomped forcefully, leaving craters in the ground, having abandoned its feeding instincts to turn this intruder into a mere sieve. Fool, lowly creature, do you not realize that this only grants me the opportunity to slay you? Luo Lou smiled slightly, dashing forward towards the spider's abdomen. Previously, the spider's low posture had hindered his access to this vulnerable spot, but now its loss of reason had provided Luo Lou with a chance. Upon seeing Luo Lou beneath it, the giant spider hissed once more, lowering its massive body in an attempt to crush him. Overwhelmed by rage, this mutated creature, with a brain still as primitive as before, ignored the injuries Luo Lou had inflicted and focused solely on exterminating this trespasser. Die! With a fierce shout, Luo Lou erupted with lightning, his fists clenched tightly, flames enveloping them, sparks of electricity dancing within. As the shadow above loomed closer, Luo Lou struck upwards with a punch, unleashing a violent clash of flames and lightning against the spider's soft underbelly. His fist penetrated deeply, resembling a sharp sword, thrusting into its abdomen. The spider howled in agony, attempting to rise, but Luo Lou would not allow it. You think you can escape my grasp? After consuming so many crystal cores, it's time to repay me with your life. Luo Lou punched again, transforming his hands into claws, forcibly pulling the spider back down, preventing its escape. With a deep inhalation, Luo Lou filled his lungs, his chest, and abdomen swelling to their peak. Die! He roared, unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth, directed at the giant spider's soft abdomen. The roaring flames engulfed the spider's belly, further charring it and releasing a fragrant aroma. The giant spider writhed violently, yet its abdomen remained firmly gripped by Luo Lou's hands. Its 8 legs flailed helplessly, creating holes in the floor and walls, but no matter how it struggled, it could not free itself from Luo Lou's grip, allowing its abdomen to burn. Gradually, the giant spider's movements weakened, its legs slowed, and its body began to descend, ceasing its struggles. As the colossal spider gradually ceased its struggles, Luo Lou forcefully jabbed his hands deeper into its body, finally halting the fiery breath and stepping out from beneath the beast. Once he emerged, the massive spider's body collapsed with a thunderous thud, slowly writhing on the ground. A clear sign that it was nearing its demise. Die, Luo Lou muttered, casting a glance at the spider's lifeless eyes before swiftly slicing off its head with a single, precise motion. At that moment, the creature's body relaxed entirely, falling silent. Such a thankless endeavor, consuming hundreds of zombie crystal cores from my entire building, yet yielding none in return, Luo Lou lamented. Unlike mutated beings, which were akin to earthborn entities, aberrant creatures possessed cores akin to those of zombies, making them valuable during the invasion. This was why many evolvers were eager to combat these invaders rather than flee, in the scarcity of zombies. The cores of these beasts were prized treasures for ascension. However, mutated beings were different. They were of the same origin as the evolvers, and killing them only invited trouble without any tangible benefit. Thus, when faced with mutants, evolvers often turned a blind eye. Furthermore, these aberrations possessed intelligence, akin to ordinary pets before the eruption of supernatural powers, and could even be tamed by evolvers, becoming their companions. I refuse to leave empty-handed. Even if you are a miserly creature, I shall pluck a feather or two. Luo Lou's gaze flitted over the spider's corpse, finally resting on its legs. The 8 scythe-like appendages, sharp as memory served, could certainly be of some use after a bit of modification. He grasped one of the spider's front limbs and yanked it from the carcass, tapping it lightly with his fingers. The sound of his sharpened fingertip striking the equally sharp limb rang out like the clash of swords. Indeed sharp, Luo Lou mused, admiring the scythe-like leg. Li Qingshu watched in awe as Luo Lou busied himself with the spider's remains. The earlier scene of him descending like a deity had left an indelible mark on her heart. She had never anticipated his prowess. That fearsome spider had been single-handedly vanquished by him, while she had been utterly helpless. "Are you all right, Luo?" A voice called from behind, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Turning around, Li Qingshu saw a stout, dark-skinned African man leading a group of boys. "Wow, what a massive spider!" the African exclaimed upon spotting the enormous creature sprawled on the ground. Startled, "Luo, you actually dealt with this monstrosity alone. Truly impressive. Truly the boss." The African, Zhang Haoran, had gathered some of those who had demonstrated exceptional performance during the zombie conflict, worried for Luo Lou's safety after hearing from fleeing girls. Following Zhang Haoran, Yi Qing looked at Luo Lou, who was tackling the spider alone, admiration growing deeper. Another survivor? Must be that Li Qingshu they mentioned. She didn't get eaten by the spider. It seems the boss arrived just in time, and Li Yuan remarked as he observed Li Qishu. Zhang Haoran's eyes lit up as he approached Li Qingshu, adopting a friendly demeanor. "Don't be afraid. We're the good guys, here to rescue you. You must have been frightened by the spider, but rest assured, our boss has taken care of it." He extended his dark hand, intending to embrace her as he had done with the other frightened girls. "Get away," Li Qingshu countered, a cloud of white mist swirling around her hand as she coldly stated. "He saved me, not you. You African fatso." "African, fatso?" Zhang Haoran froze, momentarily dazed. "Fatso is fine, but why the African part? My skin is merely a manifestation of my abilities." It seemed his feelings were hurt by her words. "Ha ha, African fatso. Well said. I love it." Nioli burst into laughter at Li Qingshu's remark. "Get lost, you brute." Zhang Haoran directed his anger towards Nioli, finding an outlet for his frustration. Meanwhile, Li Yuan observed Li Qingshu's hands with keen interest, deep in thought. "Just in time. Help me carry these back," Luo Lou said. Glancing at the assembled group, all capable members of his team had arrived, and Li Yuan, Zhang Haoran, Nioli, Yu Qing, and a stranger named Ming Dong. An evolver with the ability Extreme Burst. He tossed the spider leg into the air, its trajectory tracing a graceful arc towards Zhang Haoran. "What is this?" Zhang Haoran muttered, reaching out to catch the descending limb but misjudging his timing. The spider leg pivoted mid-air, embedding itself in the ground mere inches from him. "Oh my god." A chill ran down Zhang Haoran's spine as he stepped back, clutching himself, narrowly escaping a close call. "How sharp." And Li Yuan crouched beside the impaled leg, examining it. "Is this thing really that sharp?" Zhang Haoran realized his earlier reaction had been unbecoming, his face likely flushed despite the rocky exterior of his skin. "It's probably the only treasure from this spider. Not bad. With some modifications, it could serve as a weapon," Luo Lou commented while extracting the leg. "Indeed. It could greatly enhance our armament. In terms of sharpness, it might even surpass the boss's abilities. If utilized wisely, it could become a formidable asset," and Li Yuan agreed, nodding. "Is there anything else? Perhaps the spider's venom sac?" And Li Yuan noted the pits in the ground and the spider. "Oh, that could be useful," he added, intrigued. Given the current uncertainties, he wished he could transport the spider to his laboratory for thorough investigation. "You mad scientist," Luo Lou chided playfully, reaching into the spider's body to feel around for the venom sac. The others were unfazed by Luo Lou's treatment of the creature, accustomed to the horrors of the zombie battles, but Li Qingshu was not. Watching Luo Lou's hand delve into the spider's insides made her face pale with disgust. "Found it." This must be the venom sac. After groping for a while, Luo Lu's hand encountered a rounded sphere, and he muttered to himself as he withdrew his hand from the spider's body. A crimson, spherical orb materialized in Luo Lu's palm. His expression shifted dramatically as he fixated on the red orb, his gaze intense. "Boss, what is this?" And Li Yuan, noticing Luo Lu's change in demeanor, inquired curiously, realizing it was not a poison sac. "A crystal core? No, that's not right. There are no crystal cores within a mutated creature." The orb, roughly the size of Luo Lu's palm, radiated a visible crimson aura, imbued with an air of mystery. "It's a trait. I can't believe it's a trait. How fortunate am I to have obtained a trait from a single mutated being?" Luo Lu exclaimed with exhilaration, having deduced the orb's true nature. "A trait?" And Li Yuan questioned, puzzled. "Haha. It seems that any mutated creature can yield a trait upon death. I must be quite lucky." Luo Lu chuckled, playfully examining the orb in his hand before explaining to Li Yuan, "A trait is a unique product that only a select few mutated creatures produce postmortem. Its sole effect is, quite literally, to grant the user a characteristic of the deceased organism." "You mean to say?" And Li Yuan's expression also shifted, his eyes brimming with excitement and curiosity as he regarded the orb in Luo Lu's hand. Luo Lu laughed heartily indeed. "If you consume it, you will acquire a specific trait from this spider. However, it is fraught with peril. You might gain the ability to spit like a spider or climb like one. But you could also end up with 8 limbs or fangs in your mouth, or perhaps even be encased in a layer of spider exoskeleton." Despite the uncertainty surrounding such an object, in his previous life, traits were highly coveted among many evolutionists, as they offered substantial enhancements, potentially even elevating one's combat prowess by an entire level, akin to possessing dual abilities. However, the chance of a mutated creature producing a trait was exceedingly low, and they were notoriously difficult to deal with, which deterred most from pursuing them, relying instead on luck. "Here, take it. Whether you wish to study it or consume it is entirely up to you, but exercise caution." Luo Lu tossed the orb to Li Yuan as he regarded traits with indifference, having something far more formidable, the shadow of the abyss. And Li Yuan caressed the red orb in his hand, a glimmer of wonder flashing in his eyes. Indeed, this world was extraordinary. Only within such a realm could he escape monotony and discover the essence of survival. "Let us go, fatty. You stay behind with some of the others to scavenge for food on this floor. I will head down first," after ensuring they had gathered sufficient supplies. Luo Lu instructed before making his way downstairs. "Wait for me." As Luo Lu distanced himself, Li Qishu finally reacted, hurriedly calling out and giving chase. "Alas, such a lovely girl has fallen into the hands of that guy," Zheng Haoran lamented, observing Li Qingshu's graceful silhouette as she pursued Luo Lu. "Why am I not the one to save the damsel?" In truth, even if he had intervened, the outcome would merely have been an additional meal of spider flesh. After acquiring 8 sharp spider legs, along with a dozen girls and an exceedingly rare trait, the group settled in the girls' dormitory to gather food. Thanks to the deceased giant spider, the dormitory was remarkably clean, devoid of corpses, far superior to the boys' dormitory. Luo Lu took advantage of this and established it as their base. The girls they had rescued were overwhelmed with joy upon seeing Li Qishu return with Luo Lu, gathering around her in tears of gratitude. It seemed that during this time, Li Qishu had become their pillar of support. In one of the cleanest dorm rooms, Luo Lu and Li Yuan, Zheng Haoran, and No Li were encircled by Li Qishu, who had been elected as the representative of the girls. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Qishu, and my ability is Touch of Frost, first and foremost. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to risk your lives to save us. I would like to know your plans moving forward. Are you intending for us to join your group?" Upon learning of Luo Lu and his companion's purpose in the girls' dormitory, Li Qishu felt it necessary to engage in a serious discussion with the boys, specifically boss Luo Lu, to determine their future direction. From their observations, Luo Lu and his companions noted that the girls lacked strength and were inherently timid, devoid of the innate advantages held by the boys. Aside from Li Qishu, who exhibited commendable qualities, the rest were merely pampered young ladies, unlikely to survive long in this apocalyptic era. Luo Lu and Li Yuan exchanged glances, both understanding the implications. Keeping the girls around would only waste resources, as they offered little utility. Luo Lu sought allies with the capability to combat zombies and threats, not a group of delicate individuals in need of protection. However, Zheng Haoran nodded enthusiastically. "Of course we should include them. We risked our lives to save you." He was filled with thoughts of the delicate girls, contemplating ways to take advantage of the situation. Yet, it could also serve to bolster the morale of the boys. Luo Lou mused to himself. Throughout history, women have often been the source of conflict, a factor in the downfall of many a ruler, and in times of chaos. The presence of women has been a double-edged sword. Luo Lou, however, did not harbor any nefarious intentions of treating the girls as mere camp followers. While their strength was lacking, they were still evolutionists, and with proper training, they could serve as logistical support, significantly boosting the morale of the boys. With this in mind, Luo Lou nodded and stated, "Our act of saving you was merely incidental. Our primary objective lies in the food stored within your dormitory. It appears that many of you enjoy eating, and your pantry has proven bountiful." Li Qingshu's face flushed. The compliment felt rather backhanded. "As for joining us, that is certainly an option. Every additional member strengthens our group. However, should you join, you must adhere to my rules. You will undergo training like the boys and venture out to combat zombies. Do not presume that being female grants you any privileges. In these chaotic times, simply avoiding humiliation is a great fortune. As your representative, make it clear to the others, if anyone retains that spoiled, aristocratic demeanor, I will not welcome them." Humiliation? Li Qingshu's expression darkened. In this age of information explosion, the plight of women amidst chaos was widely known. Facing the pressures of survival, unprotected women were particularly vulnerable. Those who masquerade as virtuous would undoubtedly succumb to their inner madness and wickedness. While Li Qingshu possessed some strength, it was limited to herself, and she could not naively assume that individuals like Luo Lou were in any way rare. Rather than risk starvation or becoming fodder for zombies, or worse, being captured as playthings, it would be far wiser to align with someone genuinely protective, especially since they shared a bond as fellow students. "I understand," Li Qingshu responded gravely, nodding in agreement. "How many of us are there now?" Luo Lou queried, directing his question to Li Yuan. "Excluding those killed by zombies and the 5 of us here, there are 31 girls remaining," and Li Yuan replied. 31, you say? How long can the food we've scavenged sustain us?" Luo Lou pondered aloud. And Li Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. "Based on our usual consumption, our supplies will last at most 10 days. However, if we ration them carefully, we could stretch it to just over 2 weeks. 2 weeks should suffice. Starting tomorrow, let's send these people out to form hunting teams for the zombies. We need not aim for total extermination. We only require a clear path to the Western District within that time frame." "Boss, are you contemplating an assault on the Western District?" Luo Lou nodded, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he spoke in a low tone. "The Western District houses the largest supermarket within the campus, along with recreational and activity areas that are quite practical. Securing that location would provide us with sufficient logistics, allowing us to gradually eliminate the remaining zombies on campus and firmly establish our base for future growth. With over 2,000 students at Jiangqing University, and accounting for the zombies eliminated by the evolved ones, as well as those that have wandered outside, the total number of zombies on campus is certainly no fewer than 1,500. Total eradication is no simple task. The sole consolation is that these 1,500 zombies are not clustered together, but rather dispersed widely, and they lack intelligence." Luo Lou rose and walked to the window, turning his back to the others. His gaze reflected a profound ambition, expanding outward from the school as a base with our strength. The entirety of Jiangcheng is within our grasp. Armed with memories from a past life and the ability to absorb supernatural powers through the dark side of devouring, coupled with the absence of a formidable force in Jiangcheng during the initial zombie outbreak, Luo Lou felt confident in his ability to conquer the city. "Conquering Jiangcheng? What are you thinking? That's illegal," Li Qingshu exclaimed, taken aback by Luo Lou's grand ambitions. "Indeed, Lozi, have you lost your mind? This isn't ancient times. You can't just rebel on a whim. Besides, with our numbers, we can't possibly pull it off. In ancient rebellions, who didn't have armies of tens of thousands?" Zheng Haoran added, equally startled. "But why do I feel that boss has a point?" Nioli said innocently. Zheng Haoran glared at him. "What do you know? Do you think the government is idle? They will undoubtedly send in the military to eliminate such zombies. Anzi, you need to talk some sense into Lozi. He's on a path to destruction." And Li Yuan looked towards Luo Lou, a flicker of fervor in his eyes. Every man harbors dreams of battlefield glory and seeking honor across vast lands. However, modernity has constrained such aspirations, turning them into mere fantasies. Now, in this chaotic era, while it is a nightmare for those who cherish peace, it also presents an opportunity for the ambitious. Every situation presents both benefits and drawbacks. Similarly, where there are drawbacks, there must be benefits. Boss's assertion is undoubtedly backed by his confidence. "Anzi, you too?" Zheng Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief at Li Yuan's agreement. Luo Lou, still facing the window, surveyed the land filled with zombies, which to him only signified opportunity. He calmly uttered the incredulous statement. Do you know the scale of this zombie outbreak? How large? Zheng Haoran began to jest, but abruptly halted, his voice faltering. You can't mean. Globally? He hoped Luo Lou was jesting, but the nod confirmed the grim truth. Luo Lou opened his arms towards the outside world and proclaimed loudly, globally. In fact, 90% of the population has turned into zombies. The government? The military? Those institutions have long ceased to exist. We can only rely on ourselves. Faced with hordes of zombies outside, we must fight our way out. There are no alternatives. And now, with the vast lands left behind after the zombies are slain, with no masters to claim them, why should we not seize control? With their absence of ownership, let us take our place as their masters. Fatty, you often lament not being born in an era where you could achieve great deeds. But isn't this an opportunity for us now? I. Zheng Haoran was left in shock by Luo Lou's words. He had assumed it would mirror the localized outbreaks of the resident evil, swiftly quelled by military forces. But if it was truly global, then the world had indeed transformed into a genuine apocalypse. Zombies running rampant, humanity descending into chaos. The darker facets of human nature would be ignited in this tumultuous world. The apocalypse, simultaneously a haven for the chaotic. As Boss suggested, I too believe this will be the case. In recent days, he attempted to reach out to the outside world, but every effort, whether online or through other means of communication, yielded no response. And Li Yuan had long suspected this, so when Luo Lou spoke of seizing Jiacheng, he found nothing absurd about it. Excitement surged within in Li Yuan. This was the essence of life, infinitely more engaging than a mundane existence. This world was what he craved. Come, let us eradicate the zombies and forge a world of our own, a unique world. Luo Lou turned to face the group, extending his hand towards them. Though his tone remained calm, an undeniable confidence radiated from him, infecting everyone present. And Li Yuan was the first to rise, proclaiming loudly, we shall follow Boss without question. Niu Li grinned widely, I'm with you. To hell with it. If rebellion is the path, then so be it. Even if there is a country, with your words, Lozi. I accept it. Zheng Haoran gritted his teeth defiantly. I. Li Qishu realized she had no choice but to nod in agreement. There was no other alternative. She sensed that Luo Lou had likely never considered her in his plans, leaving her feeling somewhat unsatisfied, even if it was indeed a rebellion. Chapter 20. The Flock of Sparrows, Part 1. Upon grasping the ambitions harbored within Luo Lou's heart, the spirits of all present rejuvenated, united in pursuit of a singular objective. The fervor ignited by a bold and overt goal far surpassed the mere struggle for survival beneath the relentless onslaught of the undead. This audacious aspiration, akin to rebellion, thrilled them to their core. Particularly, Yi Qing was overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of carving out a vast dominion amidst a world teeming with zombies, a notion that only the boss could realize. And he alone possessed the rightful claim to bring it to fruition. On the rooftop of the girls' dormitory, Yi Qing peered through a telescope towards the western district. This daily reconnaissance was an unspoken duty of a scout, a role he embraced wholeheartedly, though the boss had never explicitly mandated it. Yi Qing believed it was his responsibility to gather intelligence and relay any findings to the boss with utmost urgency. As dawn broke, the sun illuminated the rooftop, seemingly purging the air of the foul stench of decay, instilling a refreshing sense of clarity. The sunlight remained unchanged, yet the world was irrevocably altered, rendering humanity itself nearly unrecognizable. The telescope, a trophy scavenged from the boys' dormitory, was cradled in Yi Qing's hand, while he nibbled on a piece of bread, continuing his habitual surveillance. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape in disbelief. After rubbing his eyes, he once again directed the telescope towards the western district, confirming his sighting. Boss! Yi Qing exclaimed, sprinting downstairs in a frenzy. Inside the dormitory, the girls' quarters, now meticulously cleaned by a colossal spider, served as a temporary stronghold, far superior to the boys' dormitory replete with carnage. In a spacious area, Li Qingshu, clad in white, stood with her hands enveloped in a misty aura, her striking visage marked by solemnity. Having learned of the evolutionary tiers of abilities from Li Yuan and tasted the crystalline cores allegedly derived from zombie brains, Li Qingshu yearned to ascertain the limits of her own powers. During her solitary practice, Luo Lou had observed her and expressed keen interest in a sparring match. Recalling vividly how she had frozen the acidic projectiles during the confrontation with the giant spider, taking a deep breath, Li Qishu assumed a stance reminiscent of ancient martial arts. Unlike the overwhelming presence of the spider, this time she faced a human opponent, liberating her true potential. Be careful. With a swift motion, Li Qishu transformed into a whirlwind. Her footwork both strange and agile as she struck towards Luo Lou with a palm infused with frost. Luo Lou deftly sidestepped, evading the icy blow. Although the speed was commendable, he remained unperturbed. However, before he could regain his footing, another palm aimed directly at his face followed, soon accompanied by a flurry of shadowy strikes that instilled in Luo Lou an overwhelming sense of inevitability, even with his extensive combat experience from a past life. Luo Lou found himself compelled to activate his powers, crossing his arms defensively as he retreated swiftly, underestimating her, gazing at his frost-covered hands. He cast a surprised glance at Li Qishu, pondering ancient martial arts. In his previous life, a select few excelled in ancient martial arts, their abilities harmonizing with their training to yield extraordinary prowess, making them formidable opponents. Luo Lou's combat experience was built upon the bloodshed of his past, complemented by an A-level ability. Yet now, with only an E-level power at his disposal, his body lagged behind his mind, resulting in the common affliction of uncoordinated ambition. Contrastingly, Li Qishu, hailing from a martial arts lineage, possessed an intimate understanding of her body, maximizing the damage inflicted with limited strength. Her momentary advantage allowed her to land a hit on Luo Lou. Indeed, I underestimated you, she conceded, acknowledging I practice Baguazhang. Li Qishu, the scion of a martial arts family, adept in the ancient art of Baguazhang. Your arm is frostbitten. Would you like treatment? She inquired, her concern evident. No need. Merely a moment's carelessness, Luo Lou replied, dismissing the minor injury. It's nothing more than a touch of frost. With a sudden surge, a bolt of lightning coursed through his arm, igniting flames that rapidly melted the frost. To freeze me, such power is insufficient. Merely a coating of frost remains, which fire will easily dissipate. Realizing this, Li Qishu remembered that Luo Lou possessed the ability to conjure flames. Then I shall exert my full strength, she declared, excitement flickering in her eyes as the mist in her hands thickened. Let us begin. She stepped forward, striking once more. This time, Luo Lou stood resolute, evading nothing. A mere shadow flickered as a hand charged with lightning seized Li Qishu's wrist. Is the limitation of your abilities due to your level? Luo Lou mused, observing the captured hand. Li Qishu swiftly retracted her arm, causing Luo Lou to lose his grip, leading to a barrage of strikes raining down upon him. With a light chuckle, Luo Lou erupted in flames, a white mist rising as ice and fire clashed in a dance of elements, neutralizing the impending blows. How am I to fight if you resort to such tactics? Li Qishu pouted, discontent. I am not here merely to contend with you. I seek to gauge your strength. Very well, I shall refrain from flames and combat you solely with lightning, he stated, extinguishing the flames, leaving only occasional flickers of electricity dancing across his form. Boss! Boss! At that moment, a voice called out, and Yi Qing raced towards them. Boss, a large bird. A large bird. Luo Lou furrowed his brow at the cryptic declaration. What large bird? Speak clearly. After catching his breath, Yi Qing elaborated. I just surveyed the western district from the rooftop and observed that the zombies congregated there are being besieged by a flock of large birds. Those birds are feeding on the zombies. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I hurried to inform you. Large birds? Another mutation? Luo Lou pondered, then smirked. This is fortuitous. I was uncertain how to breach the western district, and these mutated creatures have unwittingly rendered me a great service. Yi Qing, gather the others. We shall set forth to the western district. Yes, Yi Qing affirmed, his legs enhanced as he darted away. Turning to Li Qishu, Luo Lou remarked. Our contest shall have to wait for another time. We must first clear out those bothersome zombies. Another mutation? Could they attack like the spider did? Li Qishu inquired, a note of apprehension in her voice. Who can say? Mutants possess intelligence. If they behave wisely, we shall be fine. Should they act foolishly? I would not hesitate to turn them into roasted birds. Luo Lou replied with a nonchalant smile. Chapter 21. The Flock of Sparrows, Part 2. The only thoroughfare leading from the girls' dormitory to the western district was heavily infested with zombies. However, upon the arrival of Luo Lou and his companions, they discovered a significant reduction in the number of undead. Zheng Haoran uttered a curse as he beheld a cluster of large, dark birds pecking at the fallen zombies. These formidable birds, with their elongated, sharp beaks, pierced through the skulls of the zombies, voraciously consuming the crystalline cores within. Were these birds sparrows? The appearance of these creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to sparrows. Yet they descended into the horde of zombies as if they were in a realm devoid of threats. Their armor-like feathers appeared more resilient than Zheng Haoren's rock skin, unyielding against the claws of the undead, as they spread their wings. The onlookers were horrified to realize that their plumage was not only as tough as iron, but also as sharp as blades. With a single sweep of their wings, the surrounding zombies were dismembered, while their beaks exploded the heads of the undead, eagerly devouring the cores. This is outrageous. Zheng Haoren's eyes widened in frustration as he witnessed these mutated sparrows devouring the very cores that rightfully belonged to him. He was about to confront the birds when Li Yuan restrained him. Zheng Haoren, now devoid of fear towards zombies, relished the thought of acquiring even more cores. The undead within the school had long been considered his possessions, and the sight of these birds pilfering his spoils ignited a furious resolve within him. Previously, the crystalline cores from the girls' dormitory had been devoured by a giant spider, which had left Zheng Haoren feeling somewhat aggrieved. Now, witnessing the birds seize his hard-won treasures, he could no longer hold back. Luo Lou squinted, his gaze fixed on the sparrows, glinting with a cold determination, just when he lamented the lack of scouts. These sparrows presented themselves as ideal vanguards. There were ample zombies, but what mattered most was having allies to clear the path to the Western District. And Li Yuan contemplated the situation, noting the sparrows' potential as formidable allies. The number of zombies in the Western District far exceeded those here, and these sparrows could assist in purging that area, facilitating their relocation. What is to be done? Luo Lou inquired, aware that Li Yuan, once he posed a question, would surely devise a solution. With a subtle smile, and Li Yuan replied, "This task requires merely a bait, a decoy to lead the sparrows into the Western District. This bait need not possess any exceptional abilities, it simply needs to be swift." At the mention of speed, all eyes turned to Yi Qing. "I am willing to be the bait. And go, tell me your plan." Yi Qing exclaimed, excitement coursing through her. Opportunities for such displays were rare, especially in the presence of her peers. And Li Yuan nodded in approval. "It's quite simple. Just hold a handful of crystalline cores and meander near the sparrows. They will undoubtedly follow you to the Western District." Luo Lou concurred. Indeed, crystalline cores are highly coveted by the mutated beings. To enhance their own strength, they will seize any visible cores. If you possess cores, the sparrows will certainly pursue you, allowing you to lead them to the Western District. Upon arrival, they will encounter zombies, and thus begin their cleansing. Pausing momentarily, Luo Lou added, "However, I shall undertake this task myself." "Why?" Yi Qing questioned. "Your speed cannot rival that of these sparrows. You are merely an enhancer and not a swift-footed individual. In terms of speed, I surpass you by far." As he spoke, Luo Lou crackled with electricity, his electric enhancement rendering him significantly faster than Yi Qing. Moreover, Yi Qing lacked self-preservation skills. If she were to find herself amidst a horde of zombies, escape would be nearly impossible. Luo Lou, on the other hand, was undoubtedly the strongest among them. "Give me the cores," Luo Lou instructed Zheng Haoren, who had been managing their finances. During their earlier skirmish near the girls' dormitory, they had collected several dozen cores, more than sufficient for their needs. "Luo, be careful. Don't let the sparrows devour them," Zheng Haoren grumbled. Reluctantly producing a handful, around 10 cores, his heart aching at the loss. As Luo Lou accepted the cores, he observed the sparrow flock engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. The ground was littered with the fallen undead, their heads shattered, crystalline cores consumed by the avian marauders. The remaining zombies were dwindling in number, their sounds growing sparse. Luo Lou watched intently until the last zombie in sight was dispatched by the sparrows. Suddenly, he surged forward, moving like a bolt of lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake, quickly reaching the side of the sparrows. The birds noticed Luo Lou, particularly drawn to the cache of crystalline cores in his grasp. Their 2-meter-tall forms hopped closer, tilting their heads in curiosity. This creature was no zombie. It bore no scent of death, yet it held a tantalizing prize. "Do you want this?" Luo Lou smiled, raising the crystalline cores, not caring whether the sparrows comprehended his words. "If you desire it, come and take it." As he spoke the first half, while still grounded, he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the jaw of one of the sparrows, igniting a fierce blaze upon impact. The immense force caused the bird's head to rear back, its lower jaw charred. The sparrow squawked in agony, seeking the source of its torment, yearning to consume the one who had inflicted such pain. Yet, Luo Lou had already distanced himself, fueled by a mix of rage and the allure of the crystalline cores. The sparrows screeched in unison and charged towards Luo Lou. Had they known his intentions, they might have expressed gratitude, for he was leading them to a realm teeming with zombies, an abundance of crystalline cores. To think that a single kick had only caused minimal damage. These sparrows were indeed formidable. As Luo Lou sprinted, glancing back at the pursuing flock, he noted that they were gaining on him, prompting him to accelerate. The earlier kick had not merely provoked the sparrows. It had been a test of their strength, and he was astonished. His unyielding kick, imbued with a sharp attribute and enhanced by flames, had failed to fell a single bird. Instead, they had merely sustained minor injuries, indicating they had consumed a substantial number of zombies. After all, as aerial beings, they could traverse vast distances, and with zombies rampant everywhere, their might was not without reason. They had undoubtedly reached an E level of power. If I manage this well, the Western District will soon be under my command. A cold smile crept across Luo Lou's lips as he dashed onward. Chapter 22. Preserve your life. Under the relentless pursuit of the sparrows, Luo Lou swiftly arrived at the Western District, the entertainment hub of the campus. A plethora of KTVs and snack shops adorned the area, while beneath these signs, countless zombies aimlessly roamed, emitting guttural roars. The appearance of a living human amidst the throngs of the undead undoubtedly caused a significant stir. Upon spotting Luo Lou, a multitude of zombies erupted in frenzied shouts, charging towards him with outstretched claws. Seeking death? Step aside. Luo Lou scoffed disdainfully as a zombie charged at him. With a swift punch, imbued with a fierce flame, he obliterated the creature's skull, sending a mist of blood swirling into the air, which only heightened the zombies' excitement, compelling them to rush at him with even greater speed. Casting a glance at the sparrows darting through the air, a cold smile crept across Luo Lou's lips. Just as the sparrows neared his head, he abruptly tossed a crystal core into the sky. Bathed in sunlight, the core shimmered like a cascade of stars falling to the earth. The soaring sparrows were instantly captivated by the airborne core, descending to the ground as it scattered. Upon landing, the zombies appeared to have found a target, encircling the sparrows. Lacking intelligence, the zombies attacked whatever was nearest, and thus, these mutated beings, sharing a similar evolutionary aura with humans, became the zombies' targets. Whether it was the zombies' fortune or the sparrows, the latter not only discovered the crystal core, but also encountered an abundance of zombies as their source. The sparrows, elated, screeched in excitement, swiftly pecking the head of a zombie, their wings stirring up a flurry of severed fingers. They soared high, akin to hawks on the hunt, their talons sinking deep into the undead, commencing a gruesome feast. As for the human who bore a similar aura and had harmed their kin, the sparrows had long forgotten him. Even the victim who had been kicked by Luo Lou was now preoccupied with slaughtering zombies, feeding the sharp beaks with core after core. The zombies displayed no fear. Regardless of how many of their kind fell to the sparrows, they pressed forward, driven by an insatiable thirst for flesh. The chaos of battle ensued. Meanwhile, Luo Lou had already fled the moment he cast the crystal core. Now he found himself inside a cold drink shop. Having effortlessly dispatched 2 zombies within, he observed the unfolding battle outside. It was undeniable that the mutated beings seemed to be favored by the heavens, possessing inherently stronger physiques than humans. In the past, these creatures had not been as formidable in size as humans, but now, transformed by the moonlight, they had evolved into powerful entities, rivaling or surpassing human stature. Among them was a particular sparrow that Luo Lou had noticed. It appeared to be the leader of the group, larger and more robust than its kin, its feathers tougher. This was evident from the relentless efforts of the fearless zombie frontliners, which had already left some sparrows injured. Yet the one Luo Lou had kicked remained unscathed, viewing the zombies merely as plump insects, its sustenance. Observing the fray outside, Luo Lou chuckled softly and prepared a cup of milk tea, leisurely settling into a chair to watch the brutal conflict unfold. Continue the slaughter. Ideally, let them both suffer devastating losses, and I shall reap the benefits. Indeed. The entertainment district was teeming with zombies, nearly half of the campus population congregating here, as this had been a favored spot for students, an integral part of their lives. Classrooms, dormitories, entertainment zones. These 3 locations had become the students' habitual haunts. Though the sparrows reveled in their carnage, they soon realized that sheer force could not overcome numbers. They were not ants, nor were they elephants. What began as a seamless slaughter gradually turned into a struggle. They found themselves overwhelmed, having just slain 1 zombie only to be confronted by an onslaught of many more. They had no opportunity to consume the crystal cores from the fallen, continuously exhausting their energies without replenishment. After leisurely sipping his second cup of milk tea, the sparrows could finally hold out no longer, dragged down by the overwhelming horde of zombies, unable to prey upon the corpses for sustenance. Their strength waned, wounds accumulated, and feathers were torn, revealing flesh beneath. Chirp. The leader of the sparrows called out, the only one uninjured, albeit bloodied and disheveled, looking exceedingly disarrayed. Unable to endure any longer, it unfurled its wings, summoning a gust of wind that scattered the surrounding zombies, creating a small clearing. Chirp! The sparrow leader screeched again, flapping its wings to ascend, signaling its kin to depart from this perilous place. The sparrows, heeding the command, flapped their wings, preparing to take flight and escape the zombies. At that moment, Luo Lou knew it was his time to intervene. He downed the remaining milk tea in one gulp, a glint of determination igniting in his eyes. With a sudden surge of energy, he propelled himself upward, sending the chair behind him crashing against the wall. Like a shooting star, he burst from the cold drink shop, a fiery comet hurtling towards the sparrows. In his wake, countless zombies were flung aside. You think you can just feast and leave? Not so easily. Stay here. It was Luo Lou, enshrouded in flames, appearing as a moving fireball, crashing into the horde of zombies as he seized the foot of a sparrow poised to take flight. After consuming so many of my crystal cores, you think you can simply walk away? No, you must pay the price, your life. With a thunderous roar, the flames enveloping him surged higher. Grasping the sparrow's arm, he exerted a forceful pull, dragging the 2-meter-tall creature down to the ground with a heavy thud. You wanted to feast on zombies? Today, you shall feast to your heart's content. Until death. Luo Lou stomped on one of the sparrow's wings pinned to the ground. His fist clenched tightly as he knelt upon the wing and struck down with all his might. Chirp! The sparrow shrieked in agony, under Luo Lou's tremendous punch. Its wing was shattered, hanging limply in a grotesque manner, unable to rise again. In the blink of an eye, what seemed like an eternity passed. But Luo Lou moved with remarkable speed. In mere moments, one sparrow attempting to flee had its wing broken, rendered incapable of flight. Kicking aside a lunging zombie, flames erupted around him as he disregarded the horde, charging towards the next sparrow poised to take off. In a similar fashion, these sparrows had been utterly exhausted by the relentless onslaught of the zombies, while Luo Lou's speed far surpassed theirs, and his stamina remained intact. With a keen mind and a strategic approach, he dispatched all the sparrows, except for the one that had already taken flight, breaking their wings and sending them crashing down amidst the horde of the undead. Chapter 23. In my grasp, a sparrow with broken wings could not take flight. Surrounded by a throng of zombies, it could only brace itself against the relentless onslaught, continuing the futile struggle. The sole leader of the sparrows, having taken to the air, let out a mournful cry upon seeing its companions ensnared by the undead. With wings like steel blades, it swooped down rapidly, targeting the provocateur, Luo Lou. This human had dared to kick it and had now grievously injured one of its kin, a crime unforgivable. The leader's eyes blazed with fury. It was determined to eliminate this persistent challenger. Before it could close the distance, Luo Lou sensed an overwhelming aura approaching, compelling him to act swiftly. He kicked aside a zombie lunging at him, deftly sidestepping the leader's dive. The leader's wings sliced through the mass of zombies, severing heads, limbs, and torsos with ease, leaving a gruesome spectacle in its wake. With a shrill cry, the sparrow realized it had failed to harm the human. It veered in midair, tracing an arc as it charged once more towards Luo Lou. Flames enveloped him as he dispatched 2 more zombies with powerful punches, and upon noticing the leader's rapid descent, he narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan. With the open terrain favoring its aerial prowess, he would lure it into a confined space, where its flight would be hampered. The sparrow, enraged at the prospect of the human escaping, let out a furious cry and accelerated in pursuit. Despite its considerable size and strength, its intellect paled in comparison to that of the cunning human. When Luo Lou darted into a nearby store, the leader's fury peaked. It followed suit, plunging through the glass door with a singular intent to exact vengeance. Upon entering, the sparrow found only emptiness, no trace of the insufferable human. Die! A voice erupted from behind it. Luo Lou emerged from the shadow of the door, enveloped in flames and crackling energy, delivering a thunderous punch aimed squarely at the sparrow's head. He had awaited this moment, confident that the sparrow would unwittingly fly into his trap. Sensing imminent danger, the sparrow instinctively bristled its feathers, transforming into a spiked ball of sharp quills, reminiscent of a porcupine. Luo Lou's fist was now perilously close, and the prospect of injury loomed large. Yet, he was no ordinary individual, faced with the formidable array of quills. A flicker of madness ignited in his eyes as he struck without hesitation. The leader cried out in despair, its form jolted by the force of the blow, crashing to the ground, though its resilience spared it from annihilation. Conversely, Luo Lou's fist bore the brunt of the encounter, punctured and bleeding profusely. If I cannot slay you, shall I not incinerate you? He thought, his malice intensifying as he inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash a fiery onslaught akin to that which he had used against the colossal spider. With a mighty exhalation, flames erupted from his mouth, cascading towards the sparrow's head. His ability to conjure fire had become second nature, though he lamented its lack of range. If only he could absorb a long-range ability. But that would require elevating his power to D rank, a fact he had come to understand through experimentation, as the scorching flames bore down upon it. The leader of the sparrows, momentarily dazed by the blow, was suddenly engulfed in searing heat. It let out a piercing scream, awakening its dormant instincts, and began flapping its wings violently. Luo Lou, taken aback by the sudden resurgence, retreated to evade the erratic flailing of the sparrow's now fiery appendages. The leader, ignited and desperate, leapt forth into the open air, propelled by its fiery mantle, emitting a mournful cry imbued with hatred as it ascended into the sky. It was escaping. Luo Lou watched the diminutive figure of the sparrow fade into the distance, cloaked in flames, his expression a tumult of emotions. The fire had not claimed its life, and its formidable strength left him feeling helpless. The leader's vengeful cry echoed in his mind, a promise of retribution. It would undoubtedly return, seeking vengeance for the losses it had incurred. Stepping outside, Luo Lou surveyed the scene of devastation, where sparrows with broken wings lay helpless against the relentless horde of zombies. Some had succumbed, while others lingered on the brink of death, a grim fate awaiting them. The notion that even the smallest creature could fell the mightiest of beasts rang true, albeit at a significant cost. Despite his own injuries, with blood oozing from several punctures, a smile crept across Luo Lou's face. The West District was firmly within his grasp. Chapter 24. A certain place awaits. Before Luo Lou stood a dwindling horde of zombies, perhaps 30 or 40 remaining. Although the deeper recesses of the entertainment area still harbored more undead, the sight of the fallen corpses suggested their numbers were also limited. These charming little sparrows had, with their lives, repudiated the previous moniker of four pests, at least in Luo Lou's eyes. The zombies, encircling the remains of the sparrows, were gnawing hungrily when suddenly, a fresh scent of blood wafted in the air, and one of the living approached with a roar, lunging forward. Injured in one hand, Luo Lou dismissed the pain. He swiftly wielded his other hand like a blade, cleaving through the advancing zombies with practiced ease. With a forceful inhalation, a jet of flame erupted forth, incinerating the remains of the fallen. His movements were smooth and unencumbered. With a cold sneer, Luo Lou bent down to retrieve 2 crystal nuclei from the ground, disregarding the brain matter and blood that clung to them, and consumed them without hesitation. Instantly, the bleeding from his wound ceased, and the hole began to mend itself. The ground was littered with corpses, rendering further slaughter unnecessary. After devouring a few more nuclei, the gaping wound transformed into prominent scars, fully healed. Such is the benefit of the crystal nuclei, as long as one has not sustained irreparable injuries, such as severed limbs. Healing is possible, with the severity of the wound merely dependent on the quantity of nuclei consumed. Testing his wrist and neck, Luo Lou gazed out at the remaining zombies, still mindlessly tearing at the sparrows, a sinister grin slowly forming on his face. The earlier annoyance caused by one of the sparrows was about to be avenged. When Li Yuan arrived with the others, they beheld Luo Lou seated upon a mound of zombies, casually tossing a crystal nucleus into his mouth while healing his wounds. The scene was chaotic, strewn with dismembered bodies, entrails, and various organs, blood painting the ground in a ghastly crimson hue. Some of the girls, their faces pale, promptly retched, having already succumbed to nausea during the previous skirmish with the zombies. Now, the gruesome sight compelled them to heave once more. Laughter erupted from the boys, oblivious to their own similar reactions. Among the girls, only Li Qishu remained composed, observing the carnage with a mix of shock and admiration. She knew that had she been in Luo Lou's position, she would have been incapable of such brutality. Is this the pinnacle of strength? Li Qishu thought, stealing a glance at Luo Lou. And Li Yuan surveyed the scene, seemingly unfazed, and addressed Luo Lou. The fiery sparrow in the sky has flown away. Did you fail to capture it? Luo Lou shook his head as he leapt down from the zombie pile. It was too powerful for me to retain, but it will return to seek me out. Next time, I shall personally prepare it as roasted sparrow. Such an abundance of crystal nuclei. Ha ha ha. Weevee struck gold. Zheng Haoran exclaimed, grinning widely as he, along with Niu Li and others, began to excavate nuclei from the zombie skulls. This lucrative venture yielded dozens of nuclei, perhaps a couple of hundred in total, alongside a few deceased sparrows, though their edibility remained uncertain. And Li Yuan approached the lifeless sparrows, stroking their armor like feathers, a smile creeping onto his face. Fine materials indeed. Can we eat these sparrows? And Li Yuan inquired. Luo Lou nodded. Though they are mutated, they are still akin to us as evolved beings. Essentially, they remain sparrows and are edible, albeit difficult to hunt. In his previous life, Luo Lou had consumed all manner of sustenance to survive. Mutants, in essence, were merely larger versions of their original forms. Pigs remained pigs, dogs remained dogs, albeit more ferocious and challenging to hunt. And Li Yuan nodded, glancing around at the sparrows before adding, Boss, could you assist me? Let's cut one open to see if it possesses any traits. How could there be traits on demand as if they were cabbages? By the way, whatever happened to the last trait I provided you? Luo Lou replied, shaking his head but nonetheless moving to the sparrow's side, slicing open its abdomen. Although the sparrow's belly was soft, Luo Lou found the task somewhat taxing. Unlike the ease of hacking through zombies, watching the two as if they were partaking in a casual meal sent chills down the spines of onlookers. This was no feast, it was dissection. I found something, and Li Yuan announced, his words causing Luo Lou's eyes to widen. Found what? And Li Yuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I found something. He never jested. If he said he found something, it was true. Luo Lou scrutinized Li Yuan from head to toe, failing to detect any changes. No spider legs sprouting from his back, no extra arms. I am quite fortunate. I acquired 2 abilities of expulsion. However, this sparrow lacked them. And Li Yuan confirmed, having found no traits. Expulsion? Luo Lou recalled the acidic liquid and webs of the giant spider, exclaiming, You are exceptionally lucky to have obtained a latent trait, perfectly suited for someone like you who lacks combat prowess. A latent trait is one that is not easily discerned. For those who prioritize physical form, such traits may seem trivial, but for someone like Li Yuan, any trait would likely hold equal significance. In his previous life, to attain power, grotesque creatures were commonplace, and they were the result of consuming traits. Luo Lou found nothing amiss. During that time, survival was the only prevailing concern. Now, the situation remained unchanged. After methodically dissecting the deceased sparrows, and Li Yuan, disappointed, confirmed Luo Lou's assertion that traits were not easily acquired. What could the trait of a sparrow be? Can it grow wings? If so, how formidable that would be? And Li Yuan mused. Flying, it seemed, was a challenging feat for humanity even post-evolution. Only certain exceptional evolved beings could briefly ascend. But this was merely elevation, not the freedom of flight like birds. Only by consuming traits and shedding the human physical structure could true flight be achieved. In his past life, Luo Lou had known of such an evolved individual, a judge of the first major faction, the Holy Hall, known as the Angel of Judgment, famed for possessing a pair of pristine wings. If he were to encounter him, Luo Lou licked his lips, uninterested in traits. His ability, Devour the Dark Side, could not consume traits, only the powers of evolved beings. However, he was deeply intrigued by the powers of the Angel of Judgment, which shared the same attribute as his own, lightning spear, offering formidable range damage. If he could consume this power, Luo Lou would possess both close and long-range capabilities, far surpassing his own, especially with the added advantage of wings. In his previous life, Luo Lou had refrained from harboring ambitions toward him, but now, reborn, he held an undeniable advantage over the future. Once he reached the requisite level, he could devour anyone's abilities. The bloodthirst of the first strongest, Pang Wang. The radiant holy light of the Holy Hall's leader, and the lightning spear of the Angel of Judgment, all the formidable powers of renowned figures flashed through Luo Lou's mind. In the presence of his extraordinary ability to devour, these powers were destined to be his. In the future, among these formidable individuals, the name Luo Lou will undoubtedly emerge. Chapter 25. The Onslaught. A week later, after clearing the entertainment area of zombies and establishing a supermarket as their logistical base, Luo Lou began to devise a plan to eradicate the undead within the campus. Thanks to the sparrows, Luo Lou scavenged a considerable number of crystal cores in the entertainment district, accumulating over 500 in total, including some from before. Zheng Haoran and Yoli both advanced in rank, while Li Qishu requested 100 cores from Luo Lou to elevate her status to E-level. For those with strength and potential, he was never stingy. Her mastery of ancient martial arts alone warranted such a reward. With newfound strength, Zheng Haoran, his eyes brimming with determination, approached Luo Lou to request a mission to exterminate zombies. Now possessing a body as tough as iron, he felt no fear of being bitten. After obtaining Luo Lou's approval, he formed a small team with Niu Li to scour the campus for the undead. The supermarket was abundant with food, a veritable cornucopia. stocked not only with snacks, but also rice, vegetables, and meat products, exactly what Luo Lou desired. With so much rice, it seemed they could sustain themselves for a year or more. Regrettably, although they found a kitchen in the entertainment area, there were hardly any capable cooks among the students. Nowadays, students were accustomed to having everything handed to them. Few knew how to prepare a meal. The few girls who claimed culinary skills produced dishes that were utterly unpalatable. Were it not for the current food scarcity, such abominable meals would have been discarded without a second thought. Yet, confronted with the hopeful gazes of those girls, no one dared to voice their distaste. To their delight, the girls who managed to cook beamed with pride, their culinary talents acknowledged and their dishes consumed entirely. This spurred them to experiment further, each concocting increasingly bizarre recipes. Salt was often substituted with sugar, and sugar with vinegar, as they deviated from traditional methods. The true victims of this culinary adventure were the boys returning from their zombie-clearing escapades. Zhang Haoran's face flushed crimson as he suppressed his discomfort, feeling compelled to compliment the girl's cooking despite the unappetizing spread before him. He longed to slap himself for his foolishness as he gazed at the rainbow of strange concoctions in his bowl, casting a pleading look at Niu Li, who was munching silently beside him. Zhang Haoran noticed Niu Li's calm demeanor as he finished his meal and announced, "I'm going to wash my hands." When had this rugged, unrefined man ever bothered to wash his hands after a meal? As he observed the veins bulging on Niu Li's forehead, Zhang Haoran suddenly realized his friend was likely rushing to vomit rather than simply washing up. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Zhang Haoran found it impossible to swallow the colorful, chemical-like dish before him. He mused that if this continued for several more days, they would surely end up with even more chaotic culinary disasters. Resigned, he decided to seek solace from Luo Lou, but as soon as he entered the room, a tantalizing aroma struck him. Was that the scent of braised pork? Seeing Luo Lou devouring a sumptuous portion with Li Qingshu seated nearby, Zhang Haoran felt his spirit freeze, as if it had turned to stone and then crumbled to dust. Luo Lou, this is outrageous. Why must you indulge in such delightful fare while I am left with this swill? Overcome with frustration, Zhang Haoran seized the plate of braised pork, discarding his chopsticks and devouring it with his hands. Delicious. Absolutely divine. Who prepared this? Tears streamed down his face. In truth, the dish was rather ordinary compared to the girls' culinary experiments, yet it was a heavenly delight in contrast to their creative disasters. Thank you for the compliment, Li Qingshu said with a smile. Zhang Haoran, gazing at the beautiful chef, lamented, "Ah, this is the privilege of the leader, enjoying fine meals prepared by lovely ladies while I toil away, only to find myself in the cafeteria consuming food unfit even for swine. How pitiful. Quit whining. If you want to eat, come over and help yourself. There's no shortage of chopsticks," Luo Lou teased. Since her promotion to E-level, Li Qingshu had swiftly become the second most formidable fighter, second only to Luo Lou himself. With her powerful ancient martial arts, she was nearly invincible, leaving Zhang Haoran helpless and nearly frozen in awe, while Niu Li was barely able to contend with her. It seemed that apart from Luo Lou, no one could rival her prowess. Consequently, Li Qingshu approached Luo Lou, and for nearly a week, they engaged in daily sparring sessions. With nothing else to occupy his time, Luo Lou gladly accepted her challenges. Neither of them were required for zombie hunts. Luo Lou abstained, while Li Qingshu felt her participation was unnecessary. It sufficed for the girls to acclimatize themselves to bloodshed to prevent panic in combat, leaving the gruesome task of hunting zombies to the boys. What alternative was there? The thought of them expressionless as they rummaged through the brains of the undead, hands stained with red and white fluids, only to return to prepare meals was revolting. Thus, logistics were entrusted entirely to the girls, a division of labor that proved effective. After each sparring session, Li Qingshu would head to the kitchen to cook, feeling it inappropriate to partake in meals without contributing, especially as she did not engage in the zombie hunts. This arrangement led to a near-constant companionship between her and Luo Lou, creating a semblance of cohabitation. Listening to Zhang Haoran's lamentations, Luo Lou found himself both amused and bemused. He could hardly admit, what does it matter? In my past life, I survived on whatever scraps I could find. Li Qingshu laughed and suggested, how about I teach them the proper way to cook, so you don't end up with food poisoning? I'm counting on you, Sister Qingshu, Zhang Haoran replied, addressing her with newfound respect following his crushing defeat in their sparring match. As Luo Lou and his companions settled into their monotonous routine of hunting and dining, the external landscape had quietly shifted. The clashes among evolved beings echoed in the distance, fueled by a ruthless struggle for resources, food, territory, women, and followers, unbound by the constraints of law, it had become a lawless land. In the western district, at the back gate, a rugged road stretched toward the city. At that moment, a rugged SUV sped toward the rear entrance, screeching to a halt. Xiaoqingzi, is this the place? The door swung open, revealing a towering bald man, his head gleaming in the sunlight, a menacing scar etched across his left eye, exuding an aura of ferocity that marked him as a dangerous individual. Fourth brother, this is it, my school, where I once fled. Who would have thought I would return? The young man, known as Xiaoqingzi, gazed nostalgically at his alma mater. Alongside him, 4 more men disembarked from the SUV, all bearing fierce expressions and sinister grins. Enough chatter. Where is the supermarket you mentioned, packed with food? Let us there, the bald man commanded with a growl. Fourth brother, the supermarket is easy to find. We're at the back gate of the Western District, just a few steps inside, and we'll arrive. My concern lies with the zombies inside. When I escaped, the scene was terrifying. Many students had turned into zombies. I estimate they occupy 90% of the campus, especially here in the Western District and entertainment area, where students abound. There must be countless zombies. We ought to devise a plan for our entry, Xiaoqingzi replied, fear flickering in his eyes as he recalled the hellish scene from which he had fled. How many zombies are there? About 1 or 2,000, I suppose. The bald man erupted into laughter, his companions joining in with mirth. I initially thought there were tens of thousands, but I was startled to hear there are only 1 or 2,000 zombies. Little Qingzi, do you believe we are just anyone? We are the underlings of the Wolf King, the Wild Wolf Gang. I wouldn't he dare to confront the hundreds of thousands of zombies in Jiaqing. But I'm not timid enough to shy away from a mere 1 or 2,000. Do you think we are like you, so weak and ineffective? All of us brothers have consumed crystal cores and undergone secondary evolution. 1 or 2,000 zombies are nothing more than snacks for us. Brothers, let us go hunt some zombies. With that, he kicked open the large iron door in front of him and strode in. Little Qingzi's face flushed with anger. Yet he dared not express it. Before him stood a ruthless man, one who valued human life at a mere trifle. He had witnessed this bald-headed killer take lives more than once. Such a savage should best be avoided. Had he not advised the Wolf King that there was food here, he would have been torn apart by this man long ago, and there would have been no chance for him to join the Wild Wolf Gang. Having consumed crystal cores and undergone evolution, the current level classification is only applicable in Luo Lou. Others are unaware of the nuances and can only refer to it as secondary evolution. In other words, they are all E-level evolved beings. E-level, 6 E-levels, easily deployable. They can send out 6 E-levels at will. In this nascent zombie tide, such strength should not be underestimated. And now, 6 E-levels have arrived at Jiangxing University, the territory of Luo Lou. Chapter 26, The Wild Wolf Gang, Part 1. The 6 bald men, along with a 7th person named Xiaoqingzi, cautiously ventured into the West District. The area was eerily quiet, which made the bald man known as Fourth Brother feel a sense of unease. Xiaoqingzi, he called out, what's going on? What is it? Fourth Brother? Xiaoqingzi replied, turning to him. Why is it so quiet here? Are you deceiving me? Fourth Brother exclaimed, smacking Xiaoqingzi on the back of the head. What happened to the zombies we were promised? I don't know. When I escaped, there were plenty of zombies here, all ready to bite anyone they saw. Where have they all gone? Xiaoqingzi was puzzled as well. He had prepared himself for a fight, but was astonished to find not a single zombie in sight. Forget it. If there are no zombies, that's a relief. But if you dare deceive me about food supplies, well, Jin Sheng, you know the consequences, Fourth Brother sneered. Jin Sheng shivered at the thought and quickly replied, how could I deceive you, Fourth Brother? I made a promise to the Wild Wolf leader that there is indeed a supermarket not far ahead. Lead the way, Fourth Brother commanded, waving his hand as they moved forward. However, after just a few steps, Xiaoqingzi halted, staring ahead and murmuring, impossible. Before them lay a multitude of zombies sprawled across the ground, and Jin Sheng was certain they were not merely sleeping. He had never seen zombies in a state of slumber. Each one had either a gaping hole in its head or was utterly decapitated. Fourth Brother, be cautious. Something seems off, Jin Sheng warned. But Fourth Brother dismissed his concerns with bravado. What's there to fear? They're just a bunch of dead bodies. It's not like we haven't seen worse. Stop whining and lead the way. He punctuated his words with a kick to Jin Sheng's backside. Jin Sheng, resigned, continued to guide them. Indeed, these 6 E-level evolved beings posed little threat from the zombies, even if something unexpected occurred. However, with each step, Jin Sheng's apprehension grew. They had yet to encounter a single living zombie, and the ground was littered with those that had met their demise. None had escaped. Apart from humans. Jin Chung believed that nothing else could possess such consciousness. Was there a new force that had emerged during his escape? Cautiously recalling his memory, Jin Chung arrived at the supermarket entrance. Before he could step inside, his expression shifted to one of excitement upon hearing laughter. Female laughter. Fourth brother. Women. Jin Chung exclaimed, and the others perked up at the sound. 1E level evolved being nearly lost his words in excitement. Women. They're women. Ha. Fourth brother. We're in for some fun. There are women here, college girls nonetheless. One of the evolved beings looked on with desire in his eyes. Let us go. We hit the jackpot this time. Charge. Fourth brother shouted, kicking the supermarket door open and rushing inside. Upon entering, they indeed found several girls chatting and laughing together. Fourth brother roared with laughter. I must be incredibly lucky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 women. In Jiangcheng, women were a scarce resource, and apart from their leader, the Wolf King, who could enjoy them, others were left to watch helplessly. These girls were college students, and each one was far more attractive than the Wolf King's older partner. Who are you? The girls asked, startled by the sudden intrusion. One girl furrowed her brow, sensing something ominous about the group of men filled with desire. We are the ones here to bring you joy. That one with the stunning figure is mine. The rest are yours to choose. Fourth brother licked his lips, setting his sights on one particularly curvaceous girl and lunging forward. The girl's expressions changed instantly. It didn't take a genius to understand the intentions of these men. Help! The supermarket echoed with their desperate cries for rescue. Be careful not to kill them. These women are for the Wolf King. Fourth brother cautioned, grinning wickedly as he approached the alluring girl. You, stay away, she cried. Her face pale as she backed away, only to find herself pressed against a shelf of goods. In her panic to escape, she realized the bald man was already too close, and despair washed over her. Fourth brother, don't forget to reward your little brother after this, Jin Chung said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the girl, nearly drooling. Don't worry, you did well this time. You'll be rewarded. Fourth brother nodded in satisfaction, his wolf-like gaze fixed on the voluptuous girl. Little beauty, here I come. Though the girl cried for help, fourth brother had no intention of upholding any chivalric code. Yet, fortune smiled upon them, for someone did come to their aid, another woman. A gust of wind rushed past fourth brother, and before he knew it, he felt an icy chill. Instinctively, he rolled aside just in time to avoid a striking blow. You. Jin Chung widened his eyes, staring at the approaching woman, his mouth agape, only to be met with a kick that sent him flying. Qingshu. The curvaceous girl rushed toward the newcomer, tears streaming down her face. Don't worry. I'm here. No one will bully you, Li Qingshu reassured her, her cold gaze sweeping over the hostile intruders. Who are you? Just as fourth brother had evaded the threat, he turned to see who dared to challenge him. Upon recognizing Li Qingshu, his eyes lit up, and he licked his lips. I didn't expect such a beauty. Today must be my lucky day? And you are? Li Qingshu asked coldly. Me? Hee. I am a member of Jiangxing's largest gang, the Wild Wolf Gang. Beautiful lady, if you accompany me, I promise no one will dare to lay a finger on you. Living in fear every day must be exhausting. Join me, and you'll never have to worry again, fourth brother said with a sly grin. The Wild Wolf Gang? I've never heard of it. Why would a gang from Jiangxing come here? Li Qingshu frowned. According to Luo Lou's accounts, the city was overwhelmed, and it was hard to believe they would venture to Jiangxing University. Her gaze fell on Jin Chung, who had just been kicked away, and she gasped, Jin Chung. Chapter 27, The Wolf Gang Part 2, Li Qingshu? How could you still be alive? Jin Chung rose to his feet, his nose smeared with blood, yet. At that moment, he paid it no mind, his gaze fixated on Li Qingshu, a flicker of wild joy illuminating his eyes. It seems these individuals are all brought by you. He chuckled. Indeed, we came for food, but I never imagined you would still be alive. Ha. Fortune has truly smiled upon me. Not only did I escape from school, but I also get to see you again. His laughter echoed, a thin veneer over his uncontainable elation. When school began, Jin Chung had encountered Li Qingshu, finding her breathtakingly beautiful. He had launched an offensive. But Li Qingshu was no ordinary woman. His silver-tongued advances had no effect on her. She seldom engaged in social activities, leaving him unable to employ any tricks. Ultimately, driven to desperation, he enlisted a few petty thugs to stage a heroic rescue, only to be thoroughly defeated by Li Qingshu, who not only vanquished them but also exposed him as the mastermind behind their folly. From that day forth, Jin Chung harbored a deep-seated hatred for Li Qingshu. Recently, I pondered what you might be like if you were alive. Are you merely a plaything for others' rage? Or are you like a mangy dog struggling amidst a horde of zombies? It seems I was mistaken. You are living quite well, but it ends here. Jin Cheng's face twisted into a grotesque snarl. I will make you the object of 1,000 men's desires. You shall be the tool for their fury. Even if you are a goddess, I shall drag you from the heavens and trample you into the mud, never to rise again. Ha! You shall die? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Li Qingshu's eyes as white mist enveloped her palm. She advanced swiftly towards Jin Cheng, who was caught off guard as her hand struck down. In an instant, Jin Cheng felt a frigid force penetrate his being, and then darkness enveloped him. A layer of frost spread from the point of impact, encasing his entire body in a massive ice block. This strike, fueled by Li Qingshu's rage, was imbued with lethal intent, a powerful combination of her E-grade frost touch and the ancient martial arts 8 trigrams palm. Jin Cheng stood no chance. The frost quickly engulfed him, rendering him a mere patient. The bald man's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Jin Cheng transform from a living man into a colossal ice sculpture. His face forever frozen in terror. Transformed Evolver. The bald man's expression turned grave. Such power to kill with a single blow indicated that her strength surpassed mere E-grade. And she was far from an ordinary E-grade. So what if he had undergone a second transformation? I have 6 brothers who are all the same. As for Jin Cheng's demise, the bald man felt no sorrow. He had never regarded him as one of his own. Had it not been for Jin Cheng's usefulness in leading them to food, he would have been dead long ago. The fierce beauty is formidable. I like that. Let me have a go at her. The 4th brother guffawed and took several strides towards Li Qingshu, intent on giving her a bear hug. Li Qingshu remained unfazed, delivering another powerful strike to his chest. The 4th brother believed that, as an evolved being, he could withstand Li Qingshu's blow and seize her in the process. Unfortunately, he underestimated her abilities. As her palm impacted his chest, he felt a wave of pressure, and his attempt to embrace her faltered. Li Qingshu's furious strike sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the supermarket's metal shelves with a resounding crash as items scattered across the floor. Simultaneously, frost began to creep over the 4th brother's chest, gradually spreading outward. Cough, cough. The 4th brother gasped, staring in disbelief at Li Qingshu, unable to fathom how such a delicate girl could possess such terrifying power. Seizing the moment, Li Qingshu moved in quickly as he fell, bending down to deliver a strike to his head. The 4th brother, startled, rolled away just in time, but the ground beneath Li Qingshu's blow froze instantly. He scrambled to his feet, his face pale with fear, as an icy chill enveloped him, penetrating deep into his body. What a terrifying ability! Brothers, come and help. The 4th brother cried out, realizing in horror how utterly powerless he was against Li Qingshu. The other 5 evolvers, witnessing the 4th brother's plight and the giant ice sculpture, abandoned their pursuit of the nearly captured girl and rushed to assist him. One evolver charged at Li Qingshu from behind, throwing a punch. Yet, as if she had eyes in the back of her head, Li Qingshu sidestepped without looking, her hand swiftly grasping his wrist, frost instantly covering it. Ah, my hand! The evolver shrieked, the biting cold seeping through his skin and reaching his bones, making him wish to sever his own hand. In the next moment, a flurry of shadowy palms descended upon him, overwhelming him completely. He endured a barrage of strikes, layers of frost accruing on his body until, with the final blow landing on his crown, he collapsed, rigid and frozen, hitting the ground with a thud. Xiaowu, the 4th brother wailed, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared at Li Qingshu. I will tear you apart. With that, he lunged forward, arms outstretched like a bear. Li Qingshu intended to strike him down once more, but suddenly felt an intense sense of danger emanating from him. Instinctively, she retreated, avoiding his grasp. Where do you think you're going? The 4th brother's eyes burned with fury. He pursued her relentlessly. Jin Cheng's death meant little to him, but losing one of his true brothers was unbearable, igniting his wrath. Li Qingshu could distinctly sense the abnormal distortion in the air within the 4th brother's embrace. As if it were warping. Dodging his bear hug, she deftly maneuvered to a rack of knives, seizing a sharp blade and hurling it at the advancing 4th brother. As the knife neared him, it seemed to pierce the very air, creating ripples akin to those on a lake's surface. In an astonishing twist, the knife halted midair, and the space around the 4th brother's outstretched hands twisted, squeezing the blade until it morphed into a small iron ball, which fell to the ground. This, Li Qingshu's pupils constricted. She realized she had been fortunate to strike him the first time. Had he employed this ability from the start, her hand would have been rendered useless. The small iron ball clanked as it hit the floor, and the 4th brother, his face contorted with rage, declared, "You little wretch. This is my ability, Extreme compression. I will reduce you to a state like that knife, compressing your body into a large meatball to be kicked around. The remaining 4 evolvers encircled Li Qingshu, 2 flanking her rear and 2 on either side, preventing her escape, while the terrifying bald man loomed ahead. If one were to suggest that an E-level Li Qingshu was unafraid, it must be noted that she now faced 5 E-level evolvers. Li Qingshu had yet to reach a level of strength that allowed her to disregard the presence of such individuals, for they were not mere zombies, but capable evolvers in their own right. Previously, an E-level evolver had fallen prey to Li Qingshu's cunning due to his negligence, had he been more vigilant. It was uncertain whether she could have slain him. Now encircled, any attempt she made to strike at one faction would undoubtedly provoke the others to retaliate, given her abilities. Taking down even 2 of her assailants would be the utmost she could hope for before being captured. You little vixen, kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps I might let you go. As Li Qingshu found herself cornered, the 4th brother let out a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with a lewd glint. Li Qingshu remained silent, her gaze growing colder. Brothers, charge. Whoever captures her first shall have his way, the 4th brother commanded, just as Li Qingshu gritted her teeth. Preparing to fight fiercely and take 2 of them down with her, a sickening sound pierced through the air, akin to flesh being punctured. Turning around, she witnessed an evolver near the supermarket entrance, a black object protruding grotesquely from his abdomen. It struck her as eerily familiar, reminiscent of a spider's leg. Spider leg. The voice of the wind whispered a warning of impending danger. The black appendage withdrew, and the evolver collapsed in terror. Emerging from behind him was a face, wielding a sickle-like blade that bore an uncanny resemblance to the legs of the monstrous spider from the girls' dormitory. Zhou Luanru! Li Qingshu exclaimed in delight. It was not just him, there were many. A throng of people surged into the supermarket, men and women alike, casting furious glances at the 4th brother and his companions. Leading them was a rotund man, brandishing a spider leg that had been fashioned into a long, lethal sword. Seizing the moment of distraction, the girls who had been in the supermarket fled towards the crowd, seeking solace among them. This is bad. The 4th brother's heart sank as he surveyed the multitude. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, he had briefly entertained the notion of using the girls as hostages to flee, only to watch helplessly as they escaped. Everything will be fine, dear. Coincidentally, one girl flung herself into Zheng Haoran's arms, who savored the moment, taking advantage of the situation before casting an angry glare at the 4th brother. You have some nerve to stir trouble here. Brothers, let us chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Zheng Haoran bellowed with the swagger of a crime lord, and just as his men prepared to retaliate, and Li Yuan stepped forward. He adjusted his glasses, which gleamed under the sunlight, momentarily causing the 4th brother to squint. No need to rush. Yi Qing has gone to find the boss. Before he arrives, let us wait. I have some inquiries for these gentlemen. And Li Yuan flashed a smile, revealing a set of unnervingly white teeth that sent a chill down the 4th brother's spine. Before you meet your demise, answer a few of my questions, and I promise to grant you a swift end. Chapter 28. Just a dog in the supermarket, 2 factions stood in a tense standoff. 3 members from 4th brother's side had already perished, leaving 4 others, led by 4th brother, on high alert against the opposing group. Meanwhile, Zheng Haoran's side had nearly their entire contingent present, with the exception of Niu Li and Meng Dong, who were out hunting with the team. If it weren't for Li Yuan and Zhou Luanru sensing that something was amiss here, the consequences would have been dire. You rabble of insignificant creatures. I am from the Wolf Gang, the largest faction in the East District. Should anything happen to me, the Wolf King will undoubtedly bring his men to obliterate you all. Thus, you would do well to release me and summon the woman who killed my brother. I might consider allowing you to join our ranks, 4th brother boasted, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Anzi, stop wasting your breath with him. Let me cleave him in 2. Zheng Haoran retorted furiously, raising his spider sword in preparation to charge forth. The 8 legs of the spider had been transformed by Li Yuan into exceptionally sharp blades, capable of slicing through zombies as easily as cutting vegetables, especially when combined with Zheng Haoran's rock skin ability, making him virtually unstoppable. Your boss? What level is he? And Li Yuan inquired curiously upon noticing the bald man's apparent fearlessness. Level? I have no idea about your system. My boss is an evolved being who has undergone 3 transformations. Killing you would be as easy as crushing ants. Release us now, hand over that woman, and bow in apology, and I might let this matter rest. 4th brother replied arrogantly. Level 2 transformation is E-class. Thus, 3 transformations must be D-class. I did not expect to encounter a D-class evolved being so soon. And Li Yuan thought to himself, "Get lost." Zheng Haoran bellowed, charging forward with his sword aimed directly at fourth brother. Startled, fourth brother instinctively spread his arms wide, causing the air around him to warp. As Zheng Haoran's sword reached his chest, it suddenly halted, no matter how hard Zheng Haoran tried to push forward. As if it were ensnared. "What the hell is this?" Zheng Haoran exclaimed, pulling at the spider's sword, which remained unyielding. Fourth brother chuckled. "You should know that some individuals are beyond your means to provoke. You must be the leader here, but your abilities are insufficient. I will grant you another chance. Hand over the woman, kneel, and apologize, and I may consider allowing you to join the wolf gang." Although his tone was casual, fourth brother felt a surge of dread. This peculiar black object was remarkably resilient. His extreme compression could reduce steel to iron balls, yet it had no effect on this strange material, which was evidently very tough. Of course, its hardness was undeniable. This sword made from spider legs was sharper than Luo Lou's sharpness and could be deemed the most valuable treasure from the mutated giant spider. However, an E-class evolved being was still insufficient to contend with it. Get lost. Zheng Haoran's body turned a shade of dark gray, his entire form enveloped in a layer of rocky skin that shimmered oddly under the sunlight. The E-class ability further fortified his defenses. With a furious shout, he swung a fist toward fourth brother's bald head. Unperturbed, fourth brother widened his arms even further, bracing for the impact, preparing to compress Zheng Haoran's fist into a mere toothpick. "Stop it, fatty." And Li Yuan interjected, observing the ensnared spider soared with a furrowed brow. "Do not engage. You are no match for him." At that moment, Li Qishu added, "His ability is extreme compression. Fatty, if you strike, your arm may very well be crushed." I have witnessed him compress a sharp knife into a ball of iron. Seeing fourth brother's confident demeanor, Zheng Haoran reluctantly withdrew his hand. He was no fool. Recognizing that this man had some form of leverage, he decided it was unwise to engage without further clarity, lest he suffer a significant loss. And Li Yuan scrutinized fourth brother's outstretched arms, contemplating. It appears that the distance he spreads his arms controls the area he can compress. The wider the span, the larger the compression zone. However, this ability seems to be limited to close quarters and likely only affects the front. The back must be his weakness. We just need to attack from behind. What's the point of knowing? I'll tell you, I'm just an ordinary member of the wolf gang. There are many stronger than me. The wise will surrender quietly. Otherwise, wait for our leader to flatten this place. Fourth brother laughed heartily, reveling in his superiority as Zheng Haoran hesitated. Flatten? Where? Just as fourth brother was basking in his triumph, a calm voice resounded from ahead. "It's the boss." Upon hearing the voice, the crowd quickly parted to reveal the speaker. A seemingly ordinary young man approached, his cold gaze fixed on fourth brother, making him uncomfortable. In that gaze, fourth brother felt a disturbing resemblance to their leader, the Wolf King, icy, lethal, and dripping with disdain for human life. "Who are you?" fourth brother asked, a chill running down his spine. "Me? Grateful for your acknowledgement. They call me boss, and you may consider me their leader," Luo Lou stated coolly. "As for you, perhaps we should discuss matters. Has the wolf gang encroached on my territory, seeking war?" Fourth brother chuckled mockingly. "You wage war against us? Ha! Do you even know who we are? Our leader is the Wolf King." The three surviving underlings behind him joined in laughter. With a light chuckle, Luo Lou uttered a phrase that sent shockwaves through fourth brother. "You are but a mere dog with the characteristics of a wolf, merely a dog. Yet you dare to call yourself a wolf? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? How do you know?" Fourth brother's expression shifted dramatically. He had witnessed their leader's transformation. Rather than resembling a wolf, it was more akin to a wolf dog. Yet that was their leader, and though he acknowledged it internally, he would never dare voice it aloud. Such was their internal taboo. "Since you are aware of our leader's reputation, you should also know of his might. Surrender meekly. Hand over the woman, and I may spare your life." Fourth brother threatened fiercely. Luo Lou merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Instead, he approached fourth brother, where Zheng Haoran still grappled with the spider sword. Luo Lou gestured for Zheng Haoran to step aside and took hold of the blade himself. Extreme compression? With a sound akin to 1,000 birds chirping, a surge of lightning enveloped Luo Lou, who thrust his hand forward. The spider sword effortlessly broke through fourth brother's confinement, piercing his body. With a sickening squelch, the blade emerged from his heart, blood staining its tip as it protruded from his back. "A mere puppy dares to negotiate with me? Today, I shall use you as a sacrifice." "East District? That belongs to me. That dog has been on watch for the past few days. Its master has come to reclaim it." With disbelief etched on his face, fourth brother widened his eyes. struggling to comprehend how Luo Lou had broken his confinement. Then, his eyes fluttered shut as he collapsed, turning his attention to the remaining three, now gripped by fear. Luo Lou lost interest and simply stated, "Kill." Zheng Haoran surged forward first, delivering a crushing blow to one of the evolved being's skulls. Chapter 29. The ambition of the strong people have long grown accustomed to death. During the zombie hunting activities, many have sacrificed their lives for the cause. In the perilous endeavor of hunting zombies, accidents leading to casualties are inevitable. Luo Lou does not intend to halt such actions. In his eyes, protected evolvers are akin to delicate greenhouse flowers, destined to be ravaged one day. If one cannot endure, it is better to abandon hope altogether. However, death is one matter, and murder before the eyes of many is another. Despite having witnessed countless zombies, the sight of genuine death still causes some to pale. 3 E-level evolvers met a tragic end under the collective assault of the crowd, deprived of even a modicum of the chance to fight back. And Li Yuan waved his hand, instructing, "Remove the bodies. I have use for them." As a true descendant of scientists, he possesses an innate curiosity for the rules governing all things. Be it the giant spider, the large sparrow, or the zombies themselves, he seeks to explore their characteristics. Now, with fresh corpses of evolvers at his disposal, alive and not the mangled remains of those bitten by zombies, how could Li Yuan resist the temptation to study them? In essence, he is a mad scientist. Having killed them, how do you plan to deal with the inevitable retaliation? That wolf gang seems rather formidable, and Li Yuan remarked. Luo Lou shrugged, observing as the bodies were carried away. As I mentioned earlier, that dog has shown me its home for days. Now that the master has arrived, it must leave. Are you confident? 3 transformations, that is a D-level evolver. Luo Lou shook his head. Not at the moment. Thus, I plan to take matters into my own hands and eliminate the remaining zombies within the school, consolidating the strength of the entire institution into my own. Moreover, I am aware that in the East District, the Wolf Gang is not the only power. There exists another faction we can leverage. Another faction? Yes. One that stands in opposition to the Wolf Gang. We can collaborate with them. Are you certain there won't be backlash? Remember, we are outsiders. There won't be. At least, I know their leader won't. Luo Lou raised his head, his gaze distant, as if reminiscing. Success, uncle. In his previous life, he had wandered into the East District and was sheltered by a man named Li Qinggong. Although the Wolf Gang ultimately wiped him out, his kindness and gentleness remain vivid in Luo Lou's memory. If it were him, Luo Lou is confident he could persuade him to join forces against the Wolf Gang. Having spent some time in Jiang City in his past life, Luo Lou understands its intricacies, the details of the Wolf Gang, the werewolf's background, and the major forces in all 6 districts of Jiang City. The bald man's strength within the Wolf Gang is only mediocre, aside from the leader, the werewolf, who is D-level. He has 4 capable subordinates, each formidable in their own right, even surpassing Li Qingshu slightly. Without the aid of Shadow Devourer, Luo Lou himself would only be second-rate, perhaps unable to defeat even Li Qingshu, let alone confront the 4 kings and the werewolf. After all, it is a matter of resources within a district. If one is ruthless enough and fortunate, ascending to D-level is not an insurmountable challenge. Zombies in the city number in the thousands. And Luo Lou does not doubt that once evolvers experience the sweetness of zombie cores, they will become frenzied hunters, driven to hunt zombies in their quest for power. Let us act. Luo Lou suddenly opened his eyes wide, raising his voice to the remaining members. Within 1 week, I want every zombie eradicated from this school. We must seize complete control of this institution. Yes, the crowd shouted in unison. Everything proceeded with remarkable efficiency. With Luo Lou personally leading, Li Qingshu and others began hunting zombies with fervor. Utilizing Bagua Palm in conjunction with Frost Touch, wherever they went, zombies were transformed into ice sculptures. Luo Lou's approach was even more dramatic. The corpses either became charred remains or dismembered pieces. The 8 spider swords were distributed to those with formidable combat abilities, such as Zheng Haoran, who, relying on his high defense, charged into the hordes of zombies, cutting them down with each swing. Niu Li, uninterested in the delicate spider swords, resorted to hurling the school's ornamental rocks at the zombies or wielding a tree as a weapon. As they hunted zombies, several promising evolvers began to shine, such as Yi Qing, Meng Dong, and Zhou Luanru. While the latter may not match the former 2, his ability to sense danger, combined with a spider sword in hand, allowed him to slay numerous zombies. Before a week had passed, merely 4 days under Luo Lou's leadership, all zombies in the school were eradicated. After promoting the 3 to E level, Only 1,200 cores remained, corresponding to the total number of zombies in the school. However, one matter left Luo Lou feeling vexed. After consuming 1,000 cores, he suddenly discovered he had not advanced to D level, but remained at E level. This led him to grumble. Although Shadow Devourer is impressive, it has raised the thresholds for advancement. While others may require 1,000 cores, he might need 2,000, especially given his possession of 2 abilities, perhaps even more. Yet with the zombies in the school eliminated and the remote surroundings unlikely to yield another 1,000 zombies for slaughter, the only option left is Jiang City, where tens of thousands of zombies congregate. A city full of zombies. But how many evolvers exist in Jiang City? Before the tide of alien beasts arrived, there were indeed many evolvers. If a city harbors 1 million zombies, then there must be at least 10,000 evolvers scattered across various districts. Do not underestimate the abundance of evolvers. In truth, as the moonlight transformed this world, evolvers emerged like humans of old, no longer a rarity. Each individual possesses some peculiar ability, though some may prove utterly useless. With a global population of 6 billion, evolvers account for at least 60 million to 100 million. In the grand scheme, this number is insignificant. If Earth once had such a population, each person would have ample land. In ancient times, the population of this land was a mere 40 million, granting each individual vast expanses of territory. In other countries, land was not nearly as valuable as here. However, this land is characterized by the largest population base in the world, and consequently, it harbors the largest number of zombies. 100 million may not seem significant, but when divided, each person is left with a mere 60 to 100 zombies. What can 100 zombies accomplish? They might elevate one's abilities by a single level, but no more. From a macro perspective, this is inconsequential, even pitifully scant. Yet from Luo Lou's micro perspective, the numbers appear daunting, especially in this territory. Thus, conflict arises, and hierarchies emerge. The weak are often denied the right to gain power. In a small Jiang city, 1,000 individuals compete openly and covertly. One can only imagine the bloodshed in larger cities like Magic City or Capital City. In comparison, Luo Lou's small group of dozens appears negligible. The bald man has every reason to be arrogant. With only 6 districts in Jiang City, the wolf gang's dominance in one is a testament to its strength. Even Luo Lou, who relishes the spoils of victory within the school, has many underlings who remain at F level. Yet, in this world, absolute fairness is a fallacy. The strong will protect the weak, and in return, the weak provide what the strong require. An endless cycle where the principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Luo Lou harbors no regrets, nor will he ever, for he is reborn to pursue his ideals and aspirations. Even if others regard him as a demon, he remains steadfast, devoid of any doubt or complaint. Each path is one he forges himself. Having chosen his course, he shall not look back. I have resolved to go to Jiang City. In the principal's office, requisitioned by Luo Lou, Li Qingxu, and Li Yuan, Zheng Haoran, Niu Li, Yi Qing, Meng Dong, and Zhou Luanru were gathered. As Luo Lou sat in the principal's chair and declared this ambition, to Jiang City, to fulfill the first step of his ambition, a desire embodied by the word strong. On this journey to Jiang City, the number of participants must be limited to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. This expedition could be considered a deployment of all the elites. Li Qingxu is indispensable, her combat prowess second only to Luo Lou's. Zheng Haoran and Niu Li form a formidable duo, complementing each other with offense and defense. While Li Yuan serves as Luo Lou's strategist, a necessity for the mission. Zhou Luanru's unique abilities are invaluable for anticipating danger. Yi Qing is adept at reconnaissance, and Ming Dong is the finest enforcer. In total, 7 individuals represent the entire combat strength of the school, as these are the only E-level evolvers among the rest, who are all F-level. It is only with the collective strength of the school that they could muster such prowess. The remaining individuals will stay behind to develop the surrounding areas, engaging in offensive actions against lingering zombies. This time, Luo Lou has decided against demanding crystal cores from them, choosing instead to bolster his own power. Although they are merely F-level, Luo Lou harbors no concerns for their safety, for he has left 3 spider swords for their use. And the feathers from the sparrows he previously slain have been fashioned into armor by Li Yuan, rivaling the hardness of Zheng Haoran's rock skin, albeit resembling a wild man draped in a poncho. If misfortune befalls them still, then Luo Lou would have nothing further to say. He desires no incompetence. Who can drive? Upon reaching the back door of the West District, where the wolf pack enters, a rather awkward problem presents itself. Before them sits a green SUV, spacious enough for 8. Yet the pressing question remains, who among them can drive? I can, but I lack a license. After a prolonged silence with no response, Luo Lou stepped forward. As a scion of wealth, his ability to drive is not surprising. Yet the absence of a license raises concerns. Let's go. Luo Lou sighed in resignation. They could hardly walk. For the distance to East District would take at least half an hour by foot, and he was not inclined to wait. They are all evolvers. Even in the event of an accident, they would be fine, he reassured them. The vehicle wobbled forward, making its way toward Jiang City. In Jiang City, East District. Within a luxurious villa, the sultry laughter of a woman echoed. On an opulent sofa, a middle-aged man embraced a seductive young woman, sharing laughter and affection. The young woman, though of ordinary appearance, exuded a flamboyant allure, her sheer dress accentuating her figure. The man bore a scar that ran from his left temple to the right corner of his mouth, and as he smiled, the scar seemed to animate, rendering his visage fearsome. Boss. At that moment, a man approached and bowed respectfully. Boss, it has been a week since Xiao Si has returned. Should we send someone to check on him? The man lowered his head, seemingly oblivious to the woman's seductive murmurs, speaking with deference. The middle-aged man's hand paused on the woman, but soon resumed its exploration. Xiao Si, wasn't he sent to forage for supplies with that newcomer? Indeed. It has been a while since I last saw him. Has he been taken down by zombies? Pathetic. He waved his hand dismissively, continuing. We have no time to waste on that now. East District is too vast. The other 4 districts' factions have fully occupied their territories, while we remain in chaos. Our primary focus must be to unify East District swiftly. Do not bother me with trivial matters. With that, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, his teeth clenched as he snarled. The key task is to dismantle that little cop's influence. He seems to be growing increasingly brazen lately. His subordinate, Lang Feisher, has been responsible for the deaths of many of my men these past few days. If I do not neutralize his power, how can I unify East District? I must eliminate that little cop before the other districts extend their reach. Understood, boss. I'll take my leave. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the subordinate bowed and exited. The man traced his scar with his fingers, seething, Li Qinggong, what you did to me back then. I will repay you tenfold this time. Feeling the warmth of the woman in his embrace, the middle-aged man was emboldened, pulling her closer and indulging in his desires, leaving only the sounds of his roaring laughter and the woman's sultry gasps echoing within the villa. In East District, on a wide street, an SUV sped along. Faster, faster. Zombies are closing in from behind. Oh no, there are more ahead. Inside the vehicle, Zheng Haoran shouted, while Luo Lou fumbled with the steering wheel, causing the car to sway dangerously. Do you even know how to drive? Zheng Haoran yelled. The zombies in East District were overwhelming. As soon as they entered, countless zombies surged forward, prompting Luo Lou to slam on the accelerator. Yet, upon turning onto a new street, they encountered another horde of zombies. Sweating profusely, Luo Lou struggled to maintain control of the vehicle, his irritation mounting due to Zheng Haoran's incessant shouting, and he snapped, "You drive. Watch out." In that moment of distraction, disaster struck. The already unstable vehicle swerved as Luo Lou turned to shout at Zheng Haoran, and it crashed headlong into a nearby building with a resounding thud. What the hell? Thankfully, the SUV was robust, and the collision was minor, resulting only in shattered glass. Zheng Haoran gazed at the approaching horde of zombies, exclaiming dramatically, "What are you afraid of? Bring on as many as they want." Yoli chuckled, brushing off the impact. "The vehicle is unusable. Get out." Luo Lou observed Luo Lu's futile attempts to repair the vehicle and, seeing the zombies draw closer, opened the door and jumped out. At that moment, several zombies lunged towards them. Lightning crackled around Luo Lou as he swiftly swung his arm, igniting a flame that cleaved several zombies in half. Move. Aware that a head-on confrontation was futile, Luo Lou led the group towards a nearby building for refuge. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged forward, visibly manifesting as a massive blade of air slicing through the approaching zombies, leaving them as mere halves on the ground. As the wind blades continued to appear, clearing the area, a figure emerged in the distance. With each flourish of his arm, he unleashed wind blades that decimated countless zombies. Within 100 meters, all zombies were obliterated, the area rendered clear. The figure approached, revealing a young man clad in a black trench coat, his countenance warm and inviting, akin to the gentle sunlight of spring. His chiseled features bore a soft smile, accompanied by a group of evolvers behind him. "Are you all right?" He reached Luo Lou and the others, speaking gently, yet his gaze was fixated on the sole woman in the group, Li Qingshu. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Luo Lou's pupils dilated, an intense murderous intent flashing in his eyes before it vanished in an instant. Lang Feishi, traitor Lang Feishi. Chapter 31. Schemes. The formidable Fei Shida rendered the small zombies utterly inconsequential. The crowd behind him gazed at Lang Fei Shida with admiration, including several women whose eyes shimmered with affection. After all, Fei Shida was a figure of considerable stature, rivaling the notorious leader of the wolf gang, the werewolf. The werewolf was nothing but a minor player. As long as Fei Shida remained, the unification of Jiang City was merely a matter of time. Listening to the flattery of those below him, Lang Fei Shida smiled modestly, saying, "Please, do not speak so highly of me. My achievements are all thanks to Uncle Qinggong. He is our true leader and will guide us to seize Jiang City." However, despite his words, the expression on Lang Fei Shida's face bore no trace of respect for the Uncle Qinggong he mentioned. Instead, he relished the praise showered upon him, exuding an air of arrogance rather than humility. Luo Lou scrutinized Lang Fei Shida with eyes glinting with cold malice. Lang Fei Shida, the foremost general under Li Qinggong, was also the architect of Li Qinggong's demise. Had he not betrayed Li Qinggong, the latter would never have fallen into the clutches of the wolf gang. It was precisely because Lang Fei Shida harbored ambitions commensurate with his abilities that he betrayed Li Qinggong, hoping to usurp his power and become the preeminent gang in Jiang City. In essence, Lang Fei Shida was no different from the werewolf. In fact, he was even more detestable. The werewolf, for all his wickedness, was openly villainous, while Lang Fei Shida's hypocrisy was enough to make one retch. "Excuse me, miss. From where do you hail? I have not seen you in the Eastern District. Did you come fleeing from elsewhere?" Lang Fei Shida's gaze fell upon Li Qingshu's beauty, completely disregarding the others. "None of your business. I could have handled it myself." Zhang Haoran's eyes narrowed, instantly finding Lang Fei Shida insufferable. Lang Fei Shida cast a glance at Zhang Haoran, a flicker of disdain crossing his features, which he quickly masked with a light chuckle. "A second transformation evolver? You seem to possess some strength, but my friend, it appears you might be lacking when it comes to dealing with these zombies. Even as a third transformation powerhouse, I would not dare claim I could single-handedly confront the zombies of the Eastern District. Confidence is admirable, but hubris can lead to being consumed by the very zombies you seek to combat. Many brothers have already met their fate at the jaws of these creatures." As he spoke, Lang Fei Shida donned a sorrowful expression. His words not only revealed his own prowess but also openly belittled Zhang Haoran and the others, cleverly using the fallen as a guise to elicit sympathy, an unassailable tactic. The admiration for Lang Fei Shida among his followers intensified. What a splendid individual he was. Powerful yet kind-hearted, the epitome of a leader. Li Qingshu furrowed her brow, sensing the greed lurking in Lang Fei Shida's eyes, a sensation that unsettled her. Just as she was about to speak, Luo Lou interjected, "Indeed, we come from Jiang City University, and it was entirely due to Sister Qingshu's valiant efforts that we managed to escape." Li Qingshu stared at Luo Lou in astonishment, unable to reconcile the proud, kingly figure of the past with his current words. Observing Luo Lou's feigned expression of admiration left her with a multitude of questions. What was he up to? Why was he speaking of her? Lang Fei Shida's eyes lit up as he regarded Li Qingshu. "Oh, so you are the leader of this group. You must have endured a harrowing journey. Rather than merely seeking refuge, why not join us? We are the strongest force in the Eastern District. Rest assured, there will be no injustice. Everyone will have food to eat and a place to stay, provided you contribute occasionally to hunting zombies." "What do you mean by the strongest force?" Zhang Haoran, discontent with Lang Fei Shida, prepared to retort. "The wolf gang is still around. Are you not afraid of overstating your prowess?" Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Luo Lou glaring at him, and the words caught in his throat. He understood that Luo Lou's gaze held significance, and he suppressed his irritation, muttering under his breath, "What a farce. Just confront him directly. What's there to fear? He's clearly trying to charm your girl." "Well, fine." Li Qingshu feigned hesitation before acquiescing to Lang Fei Shida's proposition. She was uncertain of Luo Lou's intentions, but his rare display of humility indicated the matter was of great importance, and she could not jeopardize Luo Lou's plans. "Excellent. Let us converse as we walk." Lang Fei Shida beamed. Throughout the journey, Lang Fei Shida led the way, conversing with Li Qingshu, his invasive gaze roaming her form, making her uncomfortable. Instinctively, she turned to look back, only to find Luo Lou walking expressionless at the rear. For some reason, just seeing him brought a sense of security to her heart. "Lozi, what exactly are you planning? Why leave Qingshu alone at the forefront? This is uncharacteristic of you." At the back of the group, Zhang Haoran could not contain his curiosity. "It's nothing. I need the strength of Li Qinggong and Lang Fei Shida. He has his uses and can assist us against the wolf gang. I also require their resources to enhance my own strength. Only upon reaching D grade will I have the opportunity to contend with them. A third transformation evolver represents D grade strength. And both Lang Fei Shida and the leader of the wolf gang are D grade. Yet Luo Lou remains at E grade. He must gather strength to confront them. Joining the wolf gang is out of the question, as their ruthless nature is ill-suited for Luo Lou's strategy. Moreover, given Li Qingshu's beauty, should she encounter the wolf gang, she would likely face immediate peril. Lang Fei Shida's faction, on the other hand, is the optimal choice. His duplicity ensures that he will pursue Li Qishu through legitimate means rather than resorting to any outrageous actions. Li Qinggong's influence is characterized by order. Hence the weak gravitate toward him, whereas the wolf gang is dominated by the strong. And Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, for now, we must bide our time. We do not yet understand the distribution of power in Jiang City. We must first align ourselves with a faction to gain insight, allowing us to strategize. Sacrificing Li Qingshu is a small price to pay for achieving our goals. If we can make a slight sacrifice of her, controlling Lang Fei Shida's formidable force will not pose a challenge. His capabilities are exceptional, capable of unleashing numerous wind blades, and if harnessed, could significantly expedite our quest for dominance in Jiang City. Zheng Haoran regarded and Li Yuan with a peculiar expression. You truly are devoid of emotion. Is there no sentiment in a scientist? To suggest sacrificing Li Qishu, regardless of her own consent, would surely freeze you in place if she heard such words. And, are you not afraid of Luo Lou tearing you apart? And Li Yuan was taken aback, glancing at Luo Lou, who bore a dreadfully dark expression. He chuckled lightly. It appears I have been remiss. His thoughts had been solely focused on pragmatic considerations, devoid of any emotional depth. Luo Lou's gaze remained fixed on Lang Fei Shida, who was jovially ingratiating himself with Li Qingshu. He spoke in a low voice. I appointed Qishu as our leader with the intent of ensuring Lang Fei Shida would look after us, allowing us to quickly enhance our strength. That is sufficient. No more is necessary. As for Lang Fei Shida, once he has outlived his usefulness, he will no longer hold any value. Though Li Qinggong was alive, the Li Qinggong of the past had perished. Luo Lou had never had the opportunity to eliminate Lang Fei Shida before, but now things would be different. He would personally ensure Lang Fei Shida's demise. Without a doubt. Chapter 32. In this life, I have my own path throughout the journey. Lang Fei engaged in conversation with Li Qingshu, attempting to subtly extract information from her. He observed her indifference and audacity, suggesting that this territory was indeed their stronghold, unafraid of any incursions from the wolf gang. Yet, he was cautious enough to venture out with the group, wary of unforeseen dangers. However, upon reaching their base, Lang Fei had not managed to glean even a fragment of news from Li Qishu, who remained aloof and unresponsive. Yet, her icy demeanor only heightened his intrigue. Here we are, this is our residence, Lang Fei proclaimed proudly, gesturing towards a towering 33-story building. He had every reason to take pride in this structure, as it was one of the most iconic edifices in Jiacheng, now occupied by them with rooms repurposed for the members' accommodation. Our leader, Li Qinggong, is on the 33rd floor. I will take you to meet him. After dismissing the others behind him, Lang Fei addressed the group, though his focus remained solely on Li Qingshu, his voice dripping with charm. Thank you. Please lead the way, Li Qingshu replied, her brow slightly furrowed, suppressing her discomfort. Let us proceed. Lang Fei feigned nonchalance as he reached out, intending to clasp Li Qingshu's delicate hand. However, her gaze sharpened, and she retorted coldly, What do you think you are doing? Ah, my apologies, I meant no offense. It was merely an instinctive gesture. Lang Fei feigned innocence. Under normal circumstances, his handsome appearance and gentle demeanor would have disarmed anyone, but Li Qingshu was far from ordinary. She had been on guard since Luo Lou had called her forward, constantly wary of Lang Fei. Now that she sensed a hint of his true intentions, her vigilance intensified. For reasons unknown, Li Qingshu glanced back at Luo Lou, and upon seeing his impassive expression, an unexpected surge of anger welled up within her. She approached him, wrapping her arms around his, saying, Let us go. This action evidently darkened Lang Fei's countenance. It dawned on him that this woman had been glancing back at the man during their walk. Was she interested in him? Looking at the seemingly inconspicuous Luo Lou, Lang Fei could not fathom why such a beautiful woman would take notice of someone so ordinary, devoid of the imposing presence of the stout man or the cool demeanor of the bespectacled one. Each member of their group had their own distinctive traits, and yet Luo Lou appeared the most unremarkable. A flicker of disdain and anger crossed Lang Fei's eyes. The woman he coveted was not to be touched by anyone. The building's electrical systems were functional, and the elevator operated smoothly, bringing them directly to the 33rd floor. Face your go upon their exit. Several evolvers stationed at the entrance greeted them respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, Lang Fasher said, patting one on the shoulder. Fasher go, you've returned. Fasher go. The evolvers greeted him one by one, while Lang Fasher maintained a warm smile in return. His ability to win people over was undeniable. At least half of Li Chenggong's influence was attributable to Lang Fasher. Were it not for Luo Lou's prior knowledge of Lang Fasher's character, he too might have been deceived by such affability. In a previous life, he had fallen for the same charm, not believing Lang Fasher had betrayed them until he overheard a conversation that unveiled the truth. Fasher go, the boss is waiting for you inside. They walked down the corridor until they reached a room, where an evolver stood respectfully at the door. Lang Fasher nodded, I understand. With that, he pushed the door open, and upon entering, they beheld a man standing with his back to them, hands clasped behind him, gazing out the large window at the view. Seeing that familiar silhouette, Luo Lou felt a pang in her heart, involuntarily exclaiming, Uncle Chenggong. Li Qingshu, who had been clinging to Luo Lou, looked up in surprise. She sensed Luo Lou's body tremble upon entering and noticed the unspeakable sorrow reflected in her eyes, as if mourning someone lost. Do you know him? The figure seemed to have heard Luo Lou's whisper, turning to reveal a face that had haunted Luo Lou's memories with regret. In her previous life, during her moments of utter helplessness, who had given her a lifeline? Who had bravely entered a horde of zombies to rescue her? On a rooftop under the night sky, a middle-aged man had embraced a bashful young man, sharing drinks and reveling in freedom. I am a police officer. My childhood dream was to be a good cop who eradicates evil and upholds justice. Alas, the world is unjust. Evil and good seem to have swapped places, truth is distorted, and the innocent are subjected to horrors. It is a world where the very people meant to uphold the law disregard it, oppressing those who abide by it. In such a world, better to see it perish. Fate had granted them a singular opportunity. Do not assume this world is flawed, for you are young and do not comprehend it. Sometimes, the human heart is more terrifying than the zombies that devour flesh. Let this flawed world collapse. I shall build a true and orderly society, where everyone is treated equally, where oppression and humiliation cease to exist. Even in the apocalypse, one must live authentically. With grandiose declarations and fervent ambition, there was a time when Luo Lou was captivated by his ideals, yearning to follow him, traversing mountains and seas. All for the utopia he spoke of. Yet, utopia remained but a dream. The bashful young man had grown. He now understood that such a utopia is an unattainable mirage, a paradise that exists solely in imagination. Luo Lou could not help but murmur, it does not exist. Wherever there are people, there will be injustice, there will be class, there will be power, and there will be the weak. I once embraced your words, even adopting them as my guiding principle, but ultimately, I have come to realize that only by becoming strong can one create the world they desire. Uncle Chenggong, I am sorry. In this life, I must carve my own path, and cannot remain under your wing. Li Chenggong, possessing a square face with prominent eyebrows and bright eyes, radiated warmth. He glanced at Lang Fasher and remarked, You're back. Have we gained new members? His gaze shifted to Luo Lou and the others. Lang Fasher nodded. Indeed, these individuals were rescued while I was hunting zombies. They are students fleeing from Jiangxing University. Welcome. Welcome. It is fate that we crossed paths. Make yourselves at home. Fasher, please ensure they settle in, then come to see me. There has been some movement from the Wolf Gang. Once again, the Wolf Gang. Lang Fasher's expression hardened. Understood. I shall attend shortly. Chapter 33. Provocation. In a towering building of 33 stories, Luo Lou and his companions were assigned to the 17th floor. Several of the men shared a room, while Li Qingshu, perhaps due to some privilege associated with her gender or her own merits, was allocated a room of her own. That insufferable brat. Does he think he is a savior? Just look at the way he gazes at Li Qingshu. Lozi, don't tell me you haven't noticed. His expression is as if he intends to devour her whole. I mean, Lozi, Li Qingshu actually went out with him. Aren't you concerned something might happen? I refuse to believe you are oblivious to her feelings for you. Inside the room, Zheng Haoran voiced his dissatisfaction. Originally an office, the space appeared somewhat disordered, likely a recent cleanup after a zombie infestation, with traces of blood still lingering in certain areas. The furnishings had been cleared out, replaced with a few makeshift wooden beds, simply a board topped with a blanket, elevated by some debris underneath. Ugh, what a dreadful place. At least our school had proper beds. But here? Just a wooden plank. Zhang Haoran's frustration grew upon seeing the makeshift sleeping arrangements. And there's a toilet too, Li chimed in innocently. Get lost. Zhang Haoran rolled his eyes in exasperation. We're not here to make this our home. We're merely following Boss's plan, so let us endure it. Yiqing felt he had earned the right to join the conversation and added his thoughts. I share that sentiment, Meng Dong nodded. The legendary resilience of Go Jian pales in comparison to our current plight, and indeed, they are stronger than us. Zhou Luanru spoke wisely. Zhang Haoran was taken aback. Hey, which side are you on? Why are you defending them? Using the phrase enduring hardship even. The truth of the matter is, there's no need for petty squabbles. As long as they don't hinder our plans, we should endure. This building symbolizes their strength. It is likely the only entity in Dongqing district capable of contending with the Wolf Gang. Haven't you heard? The Wolf Gang is currently at odds with them. So all we can do is remain concealed, waiting for them to weaken each other, and then we can seize the opportunity, and Li Yuan remarked. The provincial champion is indeed a champion. Just from a single statement by Li Qinggong, he has deduced the current circumstances in Dongqing district. After finishing, they seemed to realize something was amiss. Luo Lou had yet to speak, and they all turned their gaze toward him. Luo Lou remained silent, lost in thought as he surveyed the surroundings. In a previous life, he too had been assigned to this place, led here by Li Qinggong himself, where they settled in together, hunting and laughing over joyful moments, mourning fallen comrades. During that time, despite the apocalyptic world, Luo Lou genuinely felt happiness and fulfillment. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Luo Lou snapped back to reality upon noticing the others looking at him. He stated, our strength is insufficient. Initially, we intended to leverage Qing Shu's connection to Lang Feishi, using his influence to bolster our strength for self-preservation and future endeavors. However, she just disrupted my plan. Luo Lou shook his head with a wry smile. Why can't they understand my plight? I say, boss. We're not puppets, nor can we read your mind like a parasite, and certainly not like Anzi, who is simple-minded and befuddled. It's perfectly normal for Li Qishu to act out. If she weren't, I'd actually be worried, Zhang Haoran remarked with an odd expression. Luo Lou and Li Qishu were like the king and queen of their school. He was the leader, the boss of the group. While she was the idol of the girls, the school's goddess. Their pairing was not merely fitting. In school, they were often seen together, inseparable. Over time, people grew accustomed to their presence, as Zhang Haoran put it, a match made in heaven. Consequently, the boys began to divert their attention to other girls, such as a particularly curvy lass, while the girls focused on other promising candidates, excluding one particular chubby fellow, especially when he exhibited his abilities, appearing as a dark, rotund figure. Earlier, Qishu had linked her arm with mine. Lang Feishi would undoubtedly hold a grudge, and our days might not go smoothly. Well, we'll take it one step at a time, if it comes to the worst. We'll abandon the idea of fishing and find a place to gradually build our strength instead. Just as he finished speaking, a loud banging on the door echoed from outside. Who is there? Zhang Haoran approached to open the door. As soon as he cracked it open, a forceful shove from outside burst the door wide open, striking Zhang Haoran squarely on the nose, causing him to crouch down, clutching his face. A haughty individual swaggered in, followed by three others sharing a similar demeanor. The leader glanced at the crumpled Zhang Haoran with disdain, then surveyed the room before finally fixing his gaze on Luo Lou. Ah, so you are the newcomers? The man sneered through his nostrils. Luo Lou frowned but remained silent, turning to Zhang Haoran beside him, asking, what is the matter? Are you all right? Zhang Haoran shook his head while covering his nose, his eyes reddening from the pain. The arrogant man interrupted, addressing Zhang Haoran. I'm asking you a question. What is this? You don't respect me, do you? With a casual swagger, he circled the room, spotting the wooden beds on the floor, his eyes lighting up. Oh, there's a bed? No, this can't be a bed. It looks more like a doghouse. Ha ha. His laughter was contagious, and the three behind him joined in raucous mirth. Faced with this audacious intrusion, everyone was momentarily stunned. During their time at school, they had either hunted zombies or trained, fully aware of Luo Lou's authority and strength. No one dared to provoke him, even dissenters were rare, and they had grown accustomed to this. But now, a group seemingly seeking trouble had entered, leaving everyone bewildered. Who are they? Li inquired eagerly. Yiqing and Meng Dong simultaneously shook their heads, equally taken aback by the scene. Seeing the stunned expressions, the provocateurs mistook their shock for fear, erupting into another round of laughter. The leader approached Luo Lou, poking his finger into Luo Lou's chest, saying, Kid, I'm called Leopard. People respectfully refer to me as Brother Leopard. I heard newcomers have arrived. so I'm here to kindly inform you of the rules around here. First, all newcomers must pay a protection fee. This is to shield you from zombie attacks. 10 crystal cores per day per person. Furthermore, 80% of the crystal cores you obtain from hunting zombies must be surrendered to me. We are responsible for ensuring your safety. Do you understand? If you do, quickly hand over the crystal cores and call me Brother Leopard. That will suffice. Luo Lou kept his head down, allowing Brother Leopard to poke at him, his expression unreadable. Yet, those familiar with Luo Lou sensed a chilling aura emanating from him. It's over. Zhou Luanru despaired, rubbing his forehead. Recalling the zombies Luo Lou had dispatched, either charred or shredded into pieces, and that figure standing amidst the zombie carcasses, bloodied like a demonic deity. Bang! A noise erupted, and Brother Leopard turned to see the previously injured fat boy had closed the door behind him, a fierce expression on his reddened face. Make your move. A chilling voice resonated, and as Brother Leopard turned around, a colossal hand emerged before him, crackling with terrifying lightning. In an instant, darkness enveloped his vision, and a sharp pain coursed through his face as that immense hand grasped him firmly. Chapter 34. Intimidation. The Brother Leopard struggled violently, his hands incessantly slapping at the massive hand that gripped his face, yet it remained immovable, like a vice tightening its hold. He felt an unbearable pressure on his skull, as though it might shatter at any moment. Just as he prepared to kick forward, Luo Lou advanced, landing a powerful punch to Brother Leopard's abdomen, causing him to double over like a bent shrimp. In the brief moment since Zheng Haoran had closed the door, Brother Leopard was attacked, leaving his 3 subordinates behind. Still in shock, Zheng Haoran, his body now a shadowy gray, revealed only his crimson eyes as he seized one man's hair and slammed his head violently against the ground. The sound of impact echoed ominously, and the force of the blow sent the subordinate crashing down, his head striking the floor with a sickening thud. Zheng Haoran continued his assault, mercilessly pounding the man's head against the ground. Accustomed to triumph, having only faced danger from zombies, he had never before endured such humiliation. In school, he was a figure of respect, a core member who had always stood beside Luo Lou. To have been kicked and assaulted like this was an affront to his dignity. Driven by rage, he relentlessly attacked, oblivious to everything else. The other 2 subordinates finally snapped out of their stupor, rushing to assist, but were swiftly intercepted by Yi Qing and Ming Dong. Yi Qing darted forward, bending slightly before delivering a fierce elbow strike to one man's abdomen, then, without hesitation, transitioned into a powerful punch to his face. The impact sent the man's head snapping back, causing him to stagger, at which point Yi Qing extended a leg, sending him crashing to the ground. His bodily enhancements granted him remarkable agility and formidable striking power. Meanwhile, Ming Dong approached another adversary, emulating Luo Lou's technique by gripping his face tightly. With a sharp command, he surged forward like a speeding vehicle, violently slamming the man's head against the wall. The action was decisive and unyielding, a reflection of his own ability, extreme eruption. Had he not held back, the man's head would have undoubtedly been reduced to pulp. Extreme eruption allowed him to unleash tremendous force in an instant, making it easy to crush a human skull. Yi Qing and Ming Dong's abilities were somewhat similar, as many enhanced evolutionists shared comparable powers, yet each possessed distinct variations. In no time, the previously arrogant individuals were subdued by their formidable methods. Enough, my friend. Continue like this, and someone may truly die, Luo Lou admonished Zheng Haoran, who was still relentlessly assaulting the unconscious subordinate. A pool of blood had formed on the ground, and the man's visage was unrecognizable, the result of Zhang's brutal blows. Breathing heavily, Zheng Haoran vented his rage, feeling a significant portion of his anger dissipate. Seeing his victim unconscious, he delivered one final strike before relinquishing his hold. Luo Lou loosened his grip on Brother Leopard's head, who felt the pressure lift from his face. Just as he was about to shout, a swift slap silenced him, forcing his words back down his throat. The impact sent Brother Leopard tumbling to the ground, dazed and disoriented, his hands flailing as he struggled to regain his bearings. Speak. Why has Lang Fei sent you? Luo Lou loomed over him, his voice grave and commanding. I. Brother Leopard looked up, meeting Luo Lou's gaze, and his insults transformed into a mere sputter, swallowed by fear. The calmness in those eyes, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, instilled a chilling dread within him. They reflected a chilling indifference to life, treating slaughter as a trivial matter, akin to a mundane meal. How could such a ruthless individual be sent by Lang Fei for a confrontation? It was tantamount to courting death. You think that within this building I would hesitate to kill you? Luo Lou challenged. You believe I am unaware? There are no such rules. Lang Fei dispatched you wretches here to meet your demise, allowing me to eliminate you. This aligns perfectly with his intentions, and to serve such a man is to be a fool who counts coins even in death. Indeed, they were worthless, possessing only F-grade strength, and Luo Lou could not help but suspect some ulterior motive behind their confrontation. Contemplation led him to a singular conclusion. Aside from Lang Fei, he could not conceive of anyone else orchestrating such a scheme. The rationale was simple. He had never heard of protection fees or rules for newcomers, having spent considerable time in this place. Luo Lou was acutely aware that such practices were forbidden by Li Qinggong. Lang Fei would never defy Li Qinggong's wishes. Thus, it was evident that someone was deliberately seeking confrontation. Given the circumstances, the only individual who could target them was Lang Fei. Due to Li Qingshu's influence, it was clear that Lang Fei could not tolerate having his favored woman in another's embrace and would go to great lengths to undermine Luo Lou. I do not know what Brother Fei intends. I was merely given orders to deal with you, Brother Leopard admitted, his voice trembling under Luo Lu's unyielding gaze. Is that so? I assure you, I speak the truth. I truly know nothing. I am but a lowly errand boy. Killing me would only sully your hands. Spare my life, I implore you. Seeing the fleeting glimmer of coldness in Luo Lu's eyes, Brother Leopard, terrified, began to bow repeatedly, the sound echoing through the room. Rise. Now leave. Yes, yes. Brother Leopard, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, dared not linger. The two others, subdued by Yi Qing and Meng Dong, followed suit, hastily exiting alongside him. Wait. Just as Brother Leopard was about to step out, Luo Lu's voice rang out. Though the exit was merely a step away, fear paralyzed him, and he hesitantly turned back. Brother, is there anything else? If Lang Fei inquires, tell him we have submitted to his intimidation. We did not resist, nor did we retaliate. As for the details, you can fabricate them. But if I catch wind of the truth... Suddenly, Luo Lou clenched his fists, lightning crackling around him, a fiery aura enveloping his form. Within the flames, his visage became obscured, and his terrifying voice resonated. I will show you what true hell looks like. His presence resembled that of a fiery demon emerging from the abyss, exuding an overwhelming aura that nearly caused Brother Leopard to collapse in terror, erasing any remnants of his defiance, leaving only profound dread. Yes, yes, I will comply. Indeed, let us proceed. Brother Leopard trembled as he turned, his legs quaking beneath him, on the verge of collapsing. Suddenly, overwhelmed by fear, he faltered, unable to withstand the pressure, and fell to the ground. Luo Lou could hardly anticipate that his intimidation would elicit such an effect, and he couldn't help but chuckle, and this individual, take him as well. He gestured towards the person rendered unconscious by Zheng Haoran. Yes, a voice, quivering with a sob, echoed in response. Chapter 35. The ambition of Lang Feisher. On the 33rd floor, Li Qinggong was engaged in conversation with Lang Feisher. At this pinnacle of the building, there existed but one room, which had originally belonged to the owner of the structure, now claimed by Li Qinggong. He had just received news that the Wild Wolf Gang had once again launched a surprise attack on one of their outposts, resulting in considerable losses of both members and provisions. The lines of worry etched deeper into Li Qinggong's face, reflecting the toll of recent calamities that had rendered his already weathered visage even more haggard. Our food supplies were already strained, and now with the added plundering. It is akin to adding insult to injury, he lamented. The sharp decline in population had led to a dearth in production, with resources limited and lacking in replenishment. Their only means of acquiring food lay in looting supermarkets, granaries, and the homes of others. However, the supplies dwindled perilously close to extinction, akin to non-renewable resources. In the East District, Li Qinggong was the sole figure maintaining order amidst chaos, thus attracting many desperate evolvers seeking refuge under his banner. Li Qinggong welcomed all who sought his protection, yet the disparity in their capabilities was stark. While he commanded a sizable following, it was a motley crew, with powerful individuals like Lang Feisher juxtaposed against countless weaker members. They were in no position to rival the ferocity of the Wild Wolf Gang, which comprised entirely of formidable fighters. Lang Feisher, brimming with indignation, scoffed. Last time, I dispatched numerous of their ranks. This time, they surely come seeking retribution. The Wild Wolf Gang is but a trifling nuisance. I will obliterate them entirely. Li Qinggong shook his head with a rueful smile. It is not so simple. Years ago, I imprisoned their leader, leaving him with a scar upon his face as a memento of our encounter. His hatred for me runs deep, and his 4 fearsome lieutenants are anything but benevolent. Though you are formidable, Feisher, you cannot contend with 5 adversaries simultaneously. With a heavy sigh, Li Qinggong continued. It appears that the werewolf intends to confront me in a final showdown. He seeks to establish himself as the sovereign of the East District. Lang Feisher urgently interjected. Uncle Qinggong, if we just, enough. Do not entertain such thoughts, Li Qinggong interrupted sharply. The hunting teams operated solely on a voluntary basis, motivated by the protection of their fellow members. With hundreds of thousands of zombies inhabiting Jiangcheng, and the East District being the largest, even you would not dare to boast that you could vanquish them all, let alone the hunting teams. Our priority is self-preservation. Perhaps only after your fourth metamorphosis will any possibility of change arise. 10,000 zombie cores, he continued, may sound feasible, but in the heat of battle, the reality is fraught with peril. Zombies exhibit no fear of death, injury, or fear itself. They are relentless in their assault. A legion of 10,000 could easily overwhelm us. The East District is the largest. Stirring even a fraction of its population could incite widespread chaos. In fact, should merely a few hundred zombies rise in agitation, the rest will follow suit. A single misstep could unleash a veritable horde upon us. Lang Feisher understood this well, which is why even the mightiest among them hesitated to act rashly. They had not yet attained the strength to disregard the threat posed by hundreds of thousands of zombies. The repercussions of a miscalculated move could spell disaster. But if this is the case, shall we simply sit idly by as the wild wolf gang eradicates us? Our strength pales in comparison to theirs, and we lack their ruthlessness in hunting. The wild wolf gang demands that all members participate in the hunt and submit course, leading to our inevitable demise. Uncle Qinggong, I grasp your ideals, but ideals do not equate to reality. Enough. Do not speak further. Li Qinggong's brow furrowed as he reprimanded. We are not the wild wolf gang. Sacrificing others for personal gain is no different from their ways. I must ensure that these survivors have a sanctuary. The presence of the wild wolf gang only breeds chaos. If we unite in our efforts to eradicate the zombies, the world would be at peace. Li Qinggong's paramount advantage over the wild wolf gang was his greater numbers. If he were to muster the resolve to form hunting teams, they could soon surpass their adversaries. Yet, as Li Qinggong pointed out, such actions would render them indistinguishable from the wild wolf gang. The order he maintained was the sole reason the weak sought refuge under his protection. If he were to alter this dynamic, it would shatter the hopes of those seeking a haven. This was contrary to Li Qinggong's vision, a vision of utopia. As the conversation reached this juncture, Lang Feisher found himself at a loss for words, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Once again, he had been rebuffed. He had proposed the formation of hunting teams on numerous occasions, akin to the wild wolf gang, believing that with a considerable number of hunters, they could amass cores to bolster their strength, ultimately surpassing the wild wolf gang. With such resources, he could undergo his fourth metamorphosis, ascending to Class C, rendering him invincible, poised to annihilate the wild wolf gang and unify the East District. Perhaps even claim the title of King of Jiangcheng. Yet, this suggestion had consistently met with Li Qinggong's refusal, and this time was no exception. At a moment so critical for survival, why cling to antiquated principles? If their annihilation were to occur, discussions of ideals would be moot. If it were he in Li Qinggong's position, he would never squander such valuable human resources. Nor would he simply maintain a token hunting team to eliminate nearby zombies for the sake of protection. What worth was there in safeguarding a congregation of the weak? The law of the jungle dictates that the weak are destined to perish. If I were in your shoes, Lang Feisher mused, his gaze dropping, eyes ablaze with ambition akin to a prairie set aflame. Though he projected a facade of congeniality, extending smiles to all, it was merely a guise to win hearts. For he understood that beneath Li Qinggong's command, feigning benevolence towards the weak was essential to garner support and earn trust, ultimately leading others to their demise for his own gain. Observing Lang Feisher's displeasure, Li Qinggong sighed. I recognize your grievances and understand that your intentions are for the greater good. However, I cannot condone sacrificing others for personal profit. Let us do this. I will permit you to summon those willing to join a hunting team to hunt zombies on the outskirts. Lang Feisher's head snapped up, disbelief illuminating his features. Really? With his popularity, a mere call to arms would rally countless individuals to his cause. By harnessing their strength to procure cores, he could achieve his fourth metamorphosis, and at that point, the wild wolf gang, the werewolf, and even Li Qinggong would be no match for him. But understand this. Li Qinggong cautioned, his gaze sharpening. It must be entirely voluntary. No coercion. We cannot allow the innocent to perish unnecessarily. Lang Feisher felt as though his innermost thoughts were laid bare under that piercing gaze. A cold sweat broke upon his brow, and his complexion paled as he hurriedly nodded. Forcing a benevolent smile, Uncle Qinggong, Rest assured, I will not betray your trust. Li Qinggong nodded. Then it is settled. You may leave. I wish to be alone for a while. Yes, Uncle Qinggong. I shall take my leave, Lang Feisher replied, turning to exit. Sighing heavily, Li Qinggong continued to watch Lang Feisher's retreating figure until he had departed, finally releasing a deep breath laden with concern. Lang Fish's intentions were easily discernible. His insatiable lust for power and overwhelming ambition were palpable. Yet, Lchnging refrained from exposing this truth. Lang Fish had been by his side since the very beginning, an elder figure amidst the tumultuous youth of merely 20-something. Lchnging treated him as he would his own son, especially since his own family had been transformed into the undead. And he had tragically slain his own child. Perhaps, I am indeed unfit for this position. If Fish could benevolently manage these individuals and establish order, I would not hesitate to abdicate in his favor. After all, a relentless policy of protection certainly does not align with the current state of affairs. Staring blankly at the door ahead, Lchnging let out a long sigh. Lang Fish, with his head lowered, disregarded the greetings from a group of individuals and ascended the elevator, unable to contain the elation swelling within him, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. At long last, the moment to showcase my capabilities has arrived. Ever since aligning himself with Lchnging and grasping his intentions, he had been diligently winning hearts and biding his time, awaiting this very day. Given his esteemed position in the eyes of the populace, a considerable number would undoubtedly volunteer for the hunting team. These individuals would serve as his instruments once the Wiling gang was obliterated. His power would swell to a magnitude that even Lchnging would struggle to confront. At that juncture, should they be wise, they would graciously relinquish their positions, allowing him to ascend as the sovereign of the Eastern District. If not, a cold smile flickered in Lang Fish's eyes. With Lchnging's demise, his considerable reputation would undoubtedly elevate him to the role of leader. Upon exiting the elevator, Lang Fish summoned a trusted confidant and inquired softly, "How is that girl faring?" The confidant, gazing at him with admiration, respectfully replied, "She has not left the room since arriving. It seems she quite enjoys the surroundings." Not left the room? A cold smirk crossed Lang Fish's mind. He had deliberately assigned the finest room on this floor to Lqngsh, while the accommodations for Luo Lou and his companions were among the most inadequate. This building boasted not only makeshift beds, but also lavishly adorned chambers. His intent was to instill a sense of disparity in the hearts of Lqngsh and Luo Lou. Furthermore, he had laid a trap, dispatching several individuals to provoke them. When Luo Lou and his companions inevitably retaliated, Lang Fish would possess ample justification to target them. All he needed was to expel them, after which Lqngsh would naturally gravitate towards Lang Fish for support. Competing for a woman with me? I shall ensure your demise is far from pleasant. A glint of cold malice flashed in Lang Fish's eyes. Chapter 36 Preparation. How dire is the food situation in Jiangxing? One glance at the small piece of bread in Luo Lou's hand reveals the answer. Li Qinggong, the savior and hero, welcomes anyone seeking refuge, establishing an ironclad rule that everyone must have enough to eat. With nearly 1,000 people to feed, what can they possibly consume? A mere piece of bread and a cup of clear water constitute Luo Lou's dinner. Fortunately, the water remains uncontaminated, allowing them to drink their fill. Damn, what is this? I want a proper meal, like braised pork ribs or sweet and sour tenderloin. At the very least, give me instant noodles. Zheng Haoran muttered angrily, stuffing the bread into his mouth. If others heard Zheng Haoran's complaints, they would certainly be envious, for aside from instant noodles, they had not tasted any of those dishes. Come on, do you think you can keep eating like this? If we don't venture out for resources, in just a few months, you won't even have bread left, Luo Lou remarked, taking a light bite of his bread. He was indifferent. In his previous life, he had tasted far more exquisite food than this. What puzzled him was that when he first arrived here, instant noodles should have been available, and food shouldn't be in such short supply. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door opened to reveal Brother Leopard, cautiously entering with a plastic bag in hand. Luo Gu, this is my dinner, a tribute to the elder brothers. Brother Leopard, with a fawning expression, handed over the bag containing several buckets of instant noodles. Why didn't you bring the instant noodles sooner? Zheng Haoran's face brightened at the sight of the noodles, his earlier displeasure instantly replaced by a broad smile. Luo Lou furrowed his brow. Why did he receive only a small piece of bread while others enjoyed instant noodles. Seemingly sensing Luo Lu's confusion, Brother Leopard chuckled awkwardly. Luo Gu, this is from Brother Lang. Lang Fei specifically. I'm not sure what you did to offend him, but our food is generally sufficient. After returning home, Brother Leopard pondered, becoming increasingly resentful toward Lang Fei. He had fought tooth and nail for him, only to be betrayed so easily. There was no chance of serving Lang Fei again. But they were too weak to provoke him, so they had to seek a new protector. Recognizing that Luo Lu and his group were formidable and not to be trifled with, Brother Leopard gritted his teeth and brought the allocated food to them. It's that Lang Fei again. Zheng Haoran's face turned ashen, fuming. We endured countless hardships to come here and ally with them, yet they treat us like this. If it continues, I might as well return to school and gather a force to flatten Jiangqing. Do you really think that's feasible? And Li Yuan adjusted his glasses, pulling out the instant noodles and countering without hesitation. There are only over 30 of us at school. Do you think we can conquer Jiangqing? Both in terms of numbers and strength, the forces in Jiangqing could easily crush Luo Lu. It was rumored that the leader, Qinggong, had acquiesced to Lang Fei's suggestion to expand the hunting team to eliminate zombies, fearing it would endanger everyone. Brother Leopard, observing Luo Lu's expression, cautiously continued. Given the extent of Lang Fei's hostility toward us, the likelihood of us dying in dangerous places is nearly 100%. In that case, Li Qishu will be left isolated and forced to rely on Lang Fei. And Li Yuan poured hot water into the noodles and added, the calculations are clear. We have two options. First, we could retreat and return, but doing so would leave us without a foothold in Jiangqing. Since Lang Fei knows of our existence, he won't let us go easily. Second, we must endure. I'll just kill him. Zheng Haoran shouted in anger. That's even less of an option, as you would lose in a fight against him. Besides, he is well supported here. You would likely be torn apart by his followers before you could even strike. And Lang Fei would seize the opportunity to target us. He would welcome such a move, and Li Yuan replied. Listening to Li Yuan's words, Zheng Haoran's fury deflated. Then what are we to do? Let him play us for fools? I told you we shouldn't have come here. Luo Lu, you insisted on this madness. Leaving the safety of school, and now look at the predicament we're in. We're already in too deep. There's no point in complaining, and Li Yuan said. Moreover, boss, you seem unfazed. Do you have a plan? Indeed, despite knowing that Lang Fei posed a threat, Luo Lu's demeanor remained unchanged, as if he regarded it as a trivial matter. His composure reassured Li Yuan that following Luo Lu was the right choice. After we finish eating, we'll meet someone who can assist us, Luo Lu declared. He had not touched the instant noodles. The piece of bread sufficed. Who? Zheng Haoran inquired. Don't worry about that. You'll find out soon enough, Luo Lu replied. Are you trying to steal a chicken and end up losing the rice? Just then, a clear female voice rang out from outside. Looking up, they saw Li Qingshu standing at the door, looking quite charming. Oh, Qingshu, I miss you so much. I crave your braised meat, Zheng Haoran exclaimed, his face falling as he rushed to embrace her. However, upon meeting her icy gaze, he reconsidered and abandoned the reckless idea. Li Qingshu entered, surveying the room, remarking, it seems that annoying fellow is indeed relentless in suppressing you. The food and living conditions here are incomparable to mine. Is he trying to create a sense of disparity between us to sow discord? Gazing at the small piece of bread in Luo Lu's hand, Li Qingshu softly inquired. Would you like me to cook something for you? She used to prepare meals for him daily at school. Luo Lu shook his head. This time I miscalculated. I didn't foresee your strong reaction. It's my fault. But how did you end up here? Did Lang Fei bother you? Of course he did. He even stationed people at my door. For an entire afternoon, he kept me occupied with explanations of the rules here. Should I take action against him? A flash of coldness flickered in Li Qingshu's eyes. Brother Leopard shivered at the thought, realizing that this beautiful woman was not to be trifled with. Li Qingshu sensed Luo Lu's murderous intent toward Lang Fei, and although she didn't know what fueled such intensity, she was willing to help Luo Lu eliminate this nuisance. Luo Lu shook his head, speaking solemnly. Not yet. Now is not the right time. Eliminating him would only disrupt our plans. Let him live a little longer. Once we reach D-level strength, he will no longer be a concern. Then he turned to Li Qingshu and said, since the plan is no longer viable, you should return. If he targets me, let him do so. Absolutely not. My room is far better than this. I refuse to stay in your shabby wooden shack, Li Qingshu retorted. Clearly upset that Luo Lu considered her a mere bait. The others were astonished to witness Li Qingshu, typically so proud and aloof, displaying such childlike pouting. Suddenly, Li Qingshu turned her gaze to Brother Leopard, her eyes flashing with cold intensity as white mist began to swirl around her hands. Are you planning to silence him? Brother Leopard was instantly terrified, feeling the weight of an undeserved calamity upon him. He had merely come to deliver food and curry favor with Luo Lou. How had it escalated to this? Please don't kill me. I'm here to join you. Brother Leopard pleaded, dropping to his knees, cold sweat pouring from his brow. Enough, don't frighten him. He still has his uses. The ambitious Lang Fei sought to expand the hunting team, a prospect that bodes well for alleviating some unnecessary troubles in the future as we prepare to take over Jiangxing. However, I still wish to add a touch of flair to his endeavor. Luo Lou rose from his seat and approached Brother Leopard, stating, I require you to investigate the hunting territories of various teams. In due time, I shall bestow upon you certain items. If you follow my directives, I shall ensure your survival. Brother Leopard contemplated his allegiance to Luo Lou and, with a determined grit, replied, I will see it through. He then exited the room. Is he truly of any use? Shouldn't you be concerned he might betray you? After witnessing Brother Leopard's departure, Li Qishu furrowed her brow and inquired. Luo Lou shook his head, his gaze revealing an unfathomable depth. No, since he has the audacity to approach me, he must be prepared to forsake Lang Fei. Trust is a double-edged sword. He is but a minor player, and even if he divulges our plans, it will not significantly alter my course of action. You always harbor your own thoughts. Why do you never share them with us? Li Qishu remarked softly. Indeed, Luo Lou had never disclosed his inner musings. Not even to Li Qishu, who had remained by his side. Thus, every decision he made was often shrouded in mystery. Luo Lou remained silent, casting his profound gaze out the window. Outside, the solitary, resplendent moon hung in the night sky, unaccompanied by stars, casting its lonely light upon the earth. 2 years. In 2 years, the terrifying beasts would descend upon this world. In comparison, what were zombies? The limitations of zombie cores confined their potential, capping their strength at Class C. The only viable solution lay in establishing a formidable force, uniting collective strength to confront these monstrous entities, thus offering a glimmer of hope. In truth, Luo Lou had no grand ambitions. His singular objective remained steadfast. That was to survive amidst the horrific tide of monstrous beasts, and to ensure the survival of as many as possible. Chapter 37. My woman, where are you taking us, Lozi? A group of people navigated through the building, with Zheng Haoran inquiring of Luo Lou, who was leading the way ahead. The first floor, it should be the cafeteria. He probably hasn't left yet. Luo Lou replied without turning back. The cafeteria? Are you taking us to eat? I truly have not had enough. Lozi, you are too kind, Zheng Haoran exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement, only to notice the others regarding him with disdainful glances. Luo Lou remarked nonchalantly, indeed, he is currently a chef. If he is in a good mood, perhaps he will treat you to a decent meal. Upon reaching the first floor via the elevator, Luo Lou led them to the left. The cafeteria, situated on the left side of the building, had served as the communal dining area prior to the impending zombie wave. Now, it was occupied by Li Qinggong, functioning still as a cafeteria, with only one chef responsible for everyone's meals. This was Luo Lou's target. Upon entering the cafeteria, they witnessed several individuals pleading with a portly man in his 50s, clad in a pristine white chef's uniform and a tall white chef's hat. The chef scolded them. How many times must I say it? There is nothing here for you to eat. There is only a limited daily supply. Want to eat? Exchange it for crystal cores. Then you are still cooking for Li Qinggong, someone grumbled in dissatisfaction. The chef glared. Get out before I lose my temper. Do you think you can criticize Li Qinggong? Without him, you wouldn't even be able to eat. I may be willing to cook for him, but why should I give you food? You are no different from anyone else. Does having an extra mouth mean you deserve more? Everyone else eats the same amount. Why do you think it's insufficient? Now, leave, get out. As he spoke, he suddenly slammed the knife he had been sharpening onto the chopping board with a resounding thud, causing the blade to embed itself deeply into the wood. The individuals present shuddered, muttering a few harsh words before departing obediently. After witnessing their exit, Luo Lou and his companions approached, but before they could get close, the angry chef lifted his head, brandishing the knife, and shouted, Did I not tell you? Ah, my apologies. I thought you were those little brats. The chef's demeanor shifted as he recognized the newcomers, his aggressive stance faltering. However, his expression soon darkened again. You saw what just happened. If you want to eat, trade for crystal cores. I truly do not understand Li Qinggong's reasoning for sustaining you wasteful individuals, who only consume food without contributing. Although I find that little brat, Fei, distasteful, I do agree with his initiative to expand the hunting team. Nowadays, youngsters only think of free meals, expecting daily provisions without lifting a finger to hunt zombies. I say, they are better off as zombie fodder. Luo Lou smiled slightly. We are not here to beg for food. We have come to seek you out, old Lei. Seek me out. This old fool has nothing to offer you. The chef retorted. We are about to join the hunting team and wish to request a batch of weapons from you, Luo Lou stated directly. Request weapons from me? Are you out of your mind? If you want weapons, go to Li Chenggong or Lang Fei. They will provide you with what you need to join the hunting team. While there may not be many guns, there are certainly enough knives and swords, old Lei replied, perplexed. Is that so? Luo Lou's gaze fell upon the chef's knife. Old Lei, that knife is quite sharp. Of course it's sharp. I sharpen it daily, old Lei replied gruffly. You know I'm not referring to that, old Lei. Don't hide it. I know you, which is why I came to find you, Luo Lou stated, fixing his gaze on old Lei. Old Lei's expression shifted as he glanced around, but Luo Lou continued, rest assured, we are all allies here. How do you know me? Did Li Chenggong tell you? Impossible. He would never reveal anything. Old Lei narrowed his eyes, speaking in a low voice. In that moment, the crude demeanor of the chef vanished, replaced by an imposing aura that exuded a palpable threat. This aura caused everyone, except for Li Yuan, to change their expressions, bracing themselves against the formidable chef. Luo Lou seemed unfazed by old Lei's imposing presence, maintaining a slight smile as he spoke. It is not what Li Chenggong told me, nor should you concern yourself with how I know. Ultimately, I have come to seek your assistance in acquiring weapons. Lang Fei aims to deal with me, and I must secure a means of survival. Old Lei, the portly chef, was known to all as Old Lei. In this era where everyone possessed supernatural abilities, no one seemed to know what his power was. Whenever asked, he would mumble evasively, leading everyone to believe his abilities were subpar, and eventually, no one bothered to inquire further. Yet Luo Lou knew that Old Lei's ability was not only remarkable, but also extraordinary. In truth, he was only in his 30s, yet appeared much older due to his ability, life sacrifice transformation. By sacrificing his life, he could transform weapons into powerful demonic tools. Though potent, this ability came at the cost of life, which was why Old Lei refrained from using it. This secret was known only to Li Chenggong, and after Li Chenggong's demise, Old Lei, in a fit of rage, revealed his power, crafting numerous demonic tools for Lang Fei, seeking vengeance. Unfortunately, he had entrusted his power to the wrong person, allowing Lang Fei to acquire many formidable weapons. Kid, no matter how you discovered my secret, you should understand that I will not waste my life for an unrelated person. While I may not care for that brat Lang Fei, what reason do you give me to alter weapons for you? Old Lei growled. Luo Lou maintained his smile, however. Old Lei, do not forget that you are currently protecting a secret. You would not wish for me to disclose this matter, would you? If I were to do so, it would not only be I who would be watching you, compared to me, an insignificant figure. If Lang Fei were to learn your secret, you might find yourself in grave danger. Li Chenggong would not sit idly by. Old Lei's demeanor remained rigid, yet upon closer inspection, his tone seemed to soften slightly. Luo Lou smiled subtly and delivered a statement that caused Old Lei's expression to shift dramatically. What if Li Chenggong were to die? What do you mean? Nothing much. I merely spoke offhandedly, Luo Lou replied with a calm smile. Old Lei scrutinized Luo Lou closely, only to find his eyes deep and inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. After a moment, Old Lei let out a resigned sigh. Fine, I will agree to assist you. Thank you, Old Lei, Luo Lou said cheerfully. But I have a condition. After this, I hope you will not disturb me again. Old Lei added. Luo Lou nodded. Certainly, unless Old Lei wishes to take action, otherwise, I shall refrain from troubling you, allowing you to enjoy your later years. The phrase enjoy your later years was emphasized heavily by Luo Lou, causing a rare blush to appear on Old Lei's face. And you must tell me what you meant by that comment. What has happened to Li Chenggong? Old Lei asked seriously. This is quite simple. Luo Lou's smile faded as he replied evenly. What is your understanding of Lang Fei? Do you believe he is content to serve under Li Chenggong? Lang Fei indeed possesses ambition, and I acknowledge that. But to say he would betray Li Chenggong, I cannot believe that. Everything he does, though I may disdain it, is for our benefit. Old Lei shook his head. Let us await the outcome. I, too, do not wish for the valiant Uncle Cheng to perish so easily. I hope my speculation is merely a jest. There is no trace of falsehood in this statement. He genuinely desires the survival of Li Chenggong. Therefore, he must expedite the resolution of the matter concerning Lang Fei, alleviating the potential threat to Li Chenggong. Very well. Young man, I have acquiesced to your request. Relay to me the specifications of the equipment you require, and you may collect it the day after tomorrow. The elder Lei, in a fit of impatience, waved his hand, signaling them to depart. Our gratitude to you, elder Lei. Just as they were about to leave, A figure suddenly dashed in from the entrance, rushing to Elder Lei's side and exclaiming, "Elder Lei, our Fei Gu is famished and requests that you prepare something for him to eat." The words were delivered without a hint of deference. It is worth noting that although Elder Lei oversees the kitchen, he has only ever prepared a special meal for Li Chenggong alone, as long as he is unwilling. No one can compel him. What audacity does Lang Fei possess to assume himself the master here? Elder Lei's expression shifted, suddenly recalling a phrase uttered by Luo Lou earlier. What if Li Chenggong were to die? Luo Lou, with his back turned to them, curled his lips into a cold smirk, preparing to leave. "Ah? Aren't you the woman by Fei Ji's side? What brings you here? Fei Gu has been searching for you. Come, let us return together." The moment the individual caught sight of Li Qingshu next to Luo Lou, he reached out to seize her. Seeking death. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Li Qingshu's eyes. A wisp of white mist enveloped her hand as she prepared to strike. However, before she could act, a hand shot out, seizing the stranger by the throat. "Lang Fei's woman? When did she become mine?" With a steady grip, Luo Lou lifted the assailant off the ground, a faint crackle of electricity beginning to dance around him. His gaze was frosty and menacing. The individual being choked had already rolled his eyes back, his feet thrashing in futile struggle, while his hands clutched desperately at Luo Lou's arm, attempting to pry it away. But to no avail. Luo Lou's grip tightened, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Although tempted to end this fool's life, he was mindful of the fact that they were still within Li Chenggong's territory. While Lang Fei might not care, he still owed Uncle Cheng a debt of gratitude, given the favors he had received in a previous life. I spare your wretched life. Return and inform Lang Fei that this is my woman, one he cannot covet." With that, Luo Lou released his grip, casting not a glance at the man who collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and turned away. "Pa." Zheng Haoran spat contemptuously at the prostrate figure before swaggering off. "Who do you claim as your woman?" As they walked, Li Qingshu suddenly addressed Luo Lou. Such brazen arrogance. "I am Li Qingshu, not the possession of anyone." Her eyes sparkled with mirth, akin to the luminous moon in the sky, radiant and captivating. Chapter 38. Conspiracy. Did he truly say that? In an exquisitely luxurious room, with a resounding crash, Lang Fei shattered the delicate teacup in his grasp. Yes, indeed. That individual uttered such words. Your woman was right beside him at the time. "Brother Fei, this scoundrel is utterly arrogant, showing no regard for you whatsoever. He is merely a newcomer, a veritable cancer within the team. Brother Fei, we must expel them all." The speaker was none other than the individual previously subdued by Luo Lou, who, having been threatened, dared not summon old Lei for dinner and hurried over to report. "Do I require your input for my affairs? Depart." Lang Fei's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he rebuked. "Yes. Wait, summon Leopard for me." Once the man retreated, Lang Fei was left alone in the room. His face was ashen. He had not anticipated that the carefully orchestrated scenario he devised for Li Qingshu would unravel so easily. That wretched woman did not appreciate his efforts. He had prepared a sumptuous feast and selected the finest room, intending to create a stark contrast between her and Luo Lou, yet she remained true to her base nature. Dare to oppose me while seeking to survive under my auspices? If one wishes to dwell in my domain, they must possess the mentality of a subordinate. Let it be known, even a mere woman must comply, or I shall claim her life without hesitation. Thus, should I resort to force, do not blame me. The woman I desire will not escape my grasp." As he professed these words, his countenance twisted into a sinister mask, no longer reflecting the charming sunlight of his former self. "Brother Fei, Leopard has arrived." In a brief span, Leopard was ushered in. "Brother Fei, you summoned me?" Leopard approached, his face adorned with sycophantic eagerness. How have you fared with the task I entrusted?" Lang Fei grunted dismissively, his gaze never meeting Leopard's. "Rest assured, Brother Fei. I accomplished what you requested. You cannot imagine. I stormed in on those fellows, and they dared not utter a sound. Especially that rotund one. His nose was bloodied. Yet he did not dare lay a finger on me. They were like turtles, completely frozen in fear, unwilling to retaliate, demonstrating the awareness expected of newcomers." Leopard adhered strictly to Luo Lou's prior instructions, not daring to divulge a single truth. "Oh, they did not retaliate against you?" Lang Fei inquired with curiosity. In his mind, these individuals should have succumbed to the humiliation and fought back, which was why he had chosen the ineffectual Leopard to confront Luo Lou. This way, he could manipulate public sentiment, showcasing the audacity of these newcomers, and through the disparity between Li Qingshu and them, sever their connections to exploit the opportunity for himself. They were too frightened, Brother Fei. They did not dare move an inch, let alone retaliate. I fail to comprehend why you would seek out conflict with such cowards. It is beneath your dignity, an affront to your vision. Leopard questioned, genuinely perplexed. He truly did not understand. He was not feigning ignorance. Humph, possessing treasures is a crime. The weak who possess valuables without the power to protect them are inherently at fault. It is a sin to covet things that are beyond one's rightful ownership. I merely intend to transfer what they do not deserve to someone more worthy of safeguarding it. Lang Fei regarded Li Qingshu as a treasure, viewing himself as the rightful guardian. If they dare not resist, why do they dare to confront my people? Do they believe me to be an easy target? A collection of utter fools, especially that Luo Lou. How could a beauty like Li Qingshu be interested in such imbeciles? It is a sheer waste of her allure. Leopard quickly flattered. Those individuals have immense audacity. Brother Fei has always been magnanimous. They must think you are easy to bully, which is why they dare to challenge you at every turn. Rest assured, upon my return, I shall settle the score with them. Leopard displayed a facade of indignation, as if Lang Fei's disgrace were his own. Lang Fei found comfort in this, chuckling, there is no need for that. It would only lead others to perceive me as petty. They are merely a group of unsophisticated country bumpkins. A reprimand will suffice. Fear not. I found their arrogance intolerable, which is why I sought them out. Leopard grasped the underlying message in Lang Fei's words, understanding the importance of discretion. I know you harbor frustration. Go collect 500 crystal cores as a reward from me. Lang Fei chuckled. Leopard's joy was palpable as he exclaimed, thank you, Brother Fei, thank you. To receive 500 crystal cores for mere flattery was a profitable venture. Lang Fei sighed, alas, I have received directives from Uncle Ching to expand the hunting squad. Yet this inevitably means casualties. I cannot bear the thought of losing even one of those brothers who have placed their trust in us. Brother Fei is so noble-hearted. If those individuals knew of your sentiments, they would be moved to tears. Although I lack considerable strength, I am willing to share some of your burdens. Leopard hastily assumed a self-sacrificial demeanor. You? Lang Fei shook his head. Leopard, it is not that I underestimate you. Rather, your abilities require further honing. You must understand. This hunting squad's mission diverges from previous ones. It is not merely about protecting our surroundings. We must eradicate the zombies in the East District to gather crystal cores and bolster our combat strength. Particularly at the zoo, its presence is a thorn in my side. Until the mutated creatures there are eliminated, the safety of our brothers will become increasingly precarious. Hence, I need brave souls willing to venture into the zoo. Upon hearing this, Leopard felt a chill. What a cruel scheme to send Luo Lou and his companions to their doom. The zoo was undoubtedly the most perilous location in the East District, teeming with zombies and mutated beasts. Not even Lang Fei himself would fare well there. Now he intends to send Luo Lou and the others to such a place, revealing his malicious intent. Indeed, Lang Fei continued, however, this grave responsibility requires someone to shoulder it. Although I wish to undertake it myself, I must prioritize the overall situation and ensure Uncle Cheng's safety. Thus, I must seek reliable individuals. Leopard, do you have any suitable candidates? A chill ran through Leopard's heart. He furrowed his brow, feigning contemplation. In my view, Luo Lou and his crew possess decent strength, though their courage may be lacking. This presents an opportunity for them to achieve merit and contribute to the team, fostering a sense of belonging. I recommend them. Lang Fei's eyes brightened with faint excitement. Their abilities are commendable. With some training, they could serve as vital combatants. Excellent choice, Leopard. Persuade them well. I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices. Otherwise, rest assured, Brother Fei, I shall persuade them thoroughly. Leopard emphasized the word persuade. Very well. Go attend to your tasks and collect those 500 crystal cores. Lang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Brother Fei. Leopard expressed his gratitude once more before retreating. As the door closed behind him, Lang Fei let out a cold laugh. Dare to challenge me? I shall demonstrate how I intend to manipulate you. I will ensure that you endure oppression within, while outside. Your existence will be akin to that of the wretched. The zoo, a sanctuary of hidden talents, is a place I dare not approach. Once you meet your demise. Li Qingshu. Humph, that wretched woman. I shall make you truly savor my essence. Lang Fei chuckled, seemingly envisioning the future where Li Qingshu lies beneath him, singing her lament in a melodious yet sorrowful tone. Chapter 39. Strategy. After the leopard departed, I hurried towards Luo Lou and the others, having acquired 500 crystal cores. He recounted his conversation with Lang Fei, quietly observing the expressions on their faces. A zoo? Luo Lou pondered, recalling the mutated spiders and sparrows he had encountered previously. Creatures once easily crushed had grown formidable, and he could only imagine how terrifying the naturally strong animals had become after mutation. There was a clear intent to eliminate them. Had he not prudently requested a batch of equipment from Old Lei, Luo Lou would never have dared to approach that zoo. He would have fled instead. Damn, this is too much. He can dictate my life with a single word? Zhang Haoran exclaimed angrily. I refuse to participate. Participation is not optional. We are members of this team and must contribute to its strength. Otherwise, we cannot remain here, and Li Yuan calmly analyzed. The zoo? I went there before. Those monkeys were quite charming. I tossed them peanuts, and they even showed gratitude, No Li said, scratching his nose innocently. Try tossing peanuts again and see if those monkeys don't treat you like one. Zhang Haoran retorted irritably. Why not take advantage of this moment and eliminate Lang Feishi directly? Meng Dong, who had been silent until now, suggested, and Yu Qing nodded in agreement. The wind whispers to me. It is worth a try, Zhou Luanru added. What are you planning? Li Qingshu, standing behind Luo Lou, gently massaged his shoulders. Since Luo Lou had exhibited his assertiveness with the declaration of my woman, her demeanor had subtly shifted. Although they had spent every day together, with Li Qingshu cooking for him, there had always been an invisible barrier between them. Today, Luo Lu's words had pierced through that barrier, causing her to embrace her role as the lady of the house. Despite her cool exterior, her heart remained warm. Please, that feels uncomfortable. Are you needing dough? Luo Lou chuckled. Go away. Li Qingshu rolled her eyes and increased the pressure in a playful retaliation. Enduring the mixed sensations brought by Li Qingshu's service, Luo Lou inquired. Have you gathered information on the ranges of the hunting teams? Well, Lang Feishi only mentioned you, so I don't know about the others yet. But I will find out, she assured. Luo Lou nodded. All right, you may leave now. I need you to quickly ascertain the number of hunting teams and their activity areas. Staying too long might raise suspicions. Understood, I'll take my leave. As the leopard exited Luo Lu's room, he donned an air of arrogance, disdainfully spitting at Luo Lu's door. What a coward, wasting my time, he strutted away. Watching this scene from a distance, several individuals nodded before heading off to report to Lang Feishi. Once they had left, the leopard dropped his pretentious facade, wiping the sweat from his brow and muttering to himself, being a double agent is no easy task. None of them are to be trifled with, and one misstep could lead to disaster. He weighed the bag of crystal cores slung over his shoulder, feeling a surge of confidence. With these cores, he and his brothers should be able to undergo a second metamorphosis. Reflecting on the three brothers still lying in bed, the leopard shook his head, believing that their current situation was not a reward from Lang Feishi, but rather a result of their own sacrifices. A compensation they rightfully earned. Lozi, what are you plotting? I find it hard to comprehend, Zhang Haoran inquired with curiosity in Luo Lu's room. He had always struggled to grasp Luo Lu's intentions. Don't you see that this large-scale purge presents an opportunity for us? What opportunity? Zhang Haoran asked, puzzled. Luo Lu smiled. If there are any weapons or equipment you desire, just let me know, and I guarantee your satisfaction. Those are magical tools, rare treasures. And Li Yuan adjusted his glasses, calmly stating, literally interpreted, magical tools are items imbued with formidable magical power. The old man you just commissioned to create a batch of equipment possesses the ability to forge such tools, but likely wishes to keep this ability a secret, suggesting that using them may come at a significant cost. Luo Lu chuckled appreciatively. As expected of a scholar, you grasped that quickly. Ultimately, I wish to ascertain their power. Surely you can provide insight, cannot you? And Li Yuan's gaze was intense, as he found himself increasingly enamored with this world, filled with wonders beyond his comprehension. Begging for exploration and study. Luo Lu nodded. Old Lei's ability is life sacrifice transformation. As the name implies, it entails sacrificing life to endow ordinary weapons with extraordinary capabilities. Given that life is the cost of enhancement, their strength surpasses that of common weapons. If I were to quantify their power, Luo Lu raised a finger, tenfold. At the very least, compared to ordinary weapons, and this excludes other abilities, purely in terms of power. Does that mean if we were to transform an atomic bomb, the Earth would meet its demise? Zhang Haoran chuckled. Unfortunately, no one paid him any mind, leaving him to feel foolish. Having him forge equipment is one thing, but I also need him to create a batch of timed explosives that emit the scent of evolved flesh. With Old Lei's abilities, infusing a bit of vital essence should make this task relatively easy, far simpler than crafting equipment, Luo Lu stated. So, your inquiry into the hunting team's ranges is to plant the explosives there, detonate them, and draw out a horde of zombies? And Li Yuan deduced the intent behind Luo Lu's words immediately. Luo Lu laughed. I intend to play the role of the fisherman, allowing the clam and the snipe to contend. Ideally, they will annihilate each other. If they refuse to fight, I will devise a way to instigate conflict. The hunting teams are undoubtedly powerful in their desperation. They will likely eliminate numerous zombies, yet they will have no time to collect the cores, leaving the spoils to me. Moreover, aside from those like myself who face certain death, all others within the hunting teams are likely laying Feisher's confidence, allowing me to achieve two objectives at once. Zhang Haoran sighed sadly. Honestly, I almost feel pity for your enemies. It's a grim fate for them, losing all their trusted allies. Lang Fei sure will become a mere empty commander. This pleases me. Good job, Lozi, Zhang Haoran exclaimed, giving Luo Lou a thumbs up. Chapter 40. The Life Sacrifice Transformation. Luo Lou chuckled lightly before adopting a serious demeanor, addressing Yi Qing and Zhou Luanru. I have a task for both of you. The two men immediately shifted to a grave expression and replied in unison, "We shall obey your command, boss. I need you to strategically place explosives within the hunting grounds of the hunting teams. Choose the locations carefully. It is crucial to ensure that the zombies congregate there. And you must personally detonate the bombs. This mission is perilous, even with Zhou Luanru's precognitive abilities. There is a high likelihood that you may be overwhelmed by the zombie tide. Can you handle this? Rest assured, boss. No one else can accomplish this task but me," Yi Qing declared with confidence. His expertise lay in physical enhancement, particularly in his legs. Currently, he was unmatched in speed except for Luo Lou, and having recently ascended to E rank, he likely surpassed Luo Lou's pace now. Zhou Luanru's abilities were equally advantageous, allowing him to foresee dangers through the winds. While not infallible, this skill would enable Yi Qing to reach his destination safely, barring any unforeseen mishaps. As for the aftermath of the detonation, they would have to leave it to fate, hence Luo Lou's warning of the inherent risks. Luo Lou nodded, acknowledging that there was indeed no one else capable of undertaking such a mission. Let me know what equipment you desire. Old Lei, being on the brink of death, should be utilized to the fullest to honor his capabilities. I want a set of armor. I was particularly fond of the one made from sparrow feathers, but unfortunately, I didn't bring it with me, Oli stated first. His formidable strength was undermined by a lack of effective defensive measures, leaving him vulnerable. Thus, he required a robust suit of armor to enhance his combat prowess. I desire a battle knife, not the short watermelon kind, but rather a long blade akin to those wielded by ancient generals. That would be truly impressive, Zhang Haoran said, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Unlike Nioli, who sought defense, Zhang lacked effective offensive options. He found the previous spider sword too delicate, believing that a true man should wield a battle knife, which he deemed more fitting and dashing. I'm not sure what I want. Meng Dong pondered for a lengthy moment, realizing that while he was open to anything, nothing truly aligned with his abilities. His extreme burst was a momentary surge of power, lacking endurance, making it difficult to find suitable equipment. Luo Lou smiled, saying, "You underestimate the life sacrifice transformation ability. As I mentioned, it offers more than mere enhancement. It bestows convenient capabilities. Your extreme burst is also a form of enhancement, relying on physical combat. However, you do not possess the same weight-bearing capacity as Nioli. Therefore, I will provide you with a set of leather armor that not only offers protection but also possesses explosive capabilities, complementing your formidable burst power." "Really?" Meng Dong exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. If that were the case, his abilities would finally have a purpose. He had often felt inadequate. His speed paled in comparison to Yi Qing. His defenses were inferior to Zhang Haoran's, and he lacked Luo Lou's strength. Moreover, Zhou Luanru's foresight far surpassed his own, and even in Li Yuan would outshine him in terms of intellect. As for Li Qishu, her strength and intelligence were unparalleled. Meng Dong had never dared to compete with Luo Lou, not from a lack of desire, but from a keen self-awareness. The ability derived from sacrificing one's life could undoubtedly achieve this, without excessive concern. Regrettably, this meant that Old Lei would have to sacrifice at least 7 or 8 years of his life, diminishing his future value. In any era, abilities gained at the cost of life are among the most elite. In ancient times, renowned craftsmen would forge swords using their very essence to elevate their creations to divine artifacts, and Old Lei's contribution in crafting equipment was no different. As for the two of you, there is no need to choose. I have already selected on your behalf. Yi Qing, you require items that will enhance your speed, specifically a pair of gloves and boots designed to augment your velocity, perfectly complementing your physical enhancement for sharper reflexes. Zhou Luanru, you need defensive gear. Your body is too fragile. I will provide you with a firearm to compensate for your offensive shortcomings. Defense? If faced with a danger that even Zhou Luanru cannot evade, defense would be futile. Offense would be more effective. The two men found Luo Lou's allocations reasonable and just. I am similar to Zhou Luanru, but I need dual pistols. And Li Yuan adjusted his glasses, stating his preference. Luo Lou nodded in agreement. This had indeed been his initial thought. What about me? What do you think would suit me? Li Qingshu asked from behind Luo Lou. Luo Lou smiled slightly. Do you not find your offensive capabilities somewhat simplistic? Unless she made physical contact, her abilities remained dormant. Though grounded in the ancient martial art of Buguazhang, she would find herself at a disadvantage against long-range attackers, such as Lang Feisher. Gloves that can manifest your abilities externally would be far superior to anything else, Luo Lou proposed. Is that truly feasible? What would be the cost in terms of my vitality? Li Qingshu furrowed her brow, questioning the implications of altering an evolver's attack methods. As the complexity involved led her to wonder about the price it would entail. All things considered, the preliminary estimate is 15 years. Once these pieces of equipment are completed, Old Lei can enjoy his twilight years. Luo Lou scoffed. Such a sum? Old Lei would never agree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have many years left to live. Li Qishu exclaimed in shock. Disagree? Luo Lou retorted with a smirk, a mere man's guilt for possessing treasures, once his abilities are known to the world. He may find the remainder of his life drained away. Aside from someone as resolute as Li Qinggong, who else could maintain composure in such a situation? I have already shown him considerable mercy by allowing him a few more years. Compared to the equipment he forged at the cost of his life in a previous life for Lang Feisher, this is a far more advantageous transaction. This ensures that Luo Lou can ultimately eliminate the true culprit behind Li Qinggong's demise. In this way, Luo Lou effectively avenges Li Qinggong in advance, compelling Old Lei to bear some cost, which is hardly a significant burden. Chapter 41. At the cost of life the following day, Lang Feisher summoned everyone and publicly announced the expansion of the hunting team, which naturally sparked a wave of uproar among the crowd. Accustomed to a life of idleness and stagnation, the sudden call to join the hunting team to slay the terrifying zombies was met with reluctance. Fortunately, participation was based on a voluntary principle, and those who were particularly fearful quickly withdrew into their shells. However, Lang Feisher's charisma was undeniable. His immense popularity, coupled with a stirring speech that resonated deeply with those who had been previously misled by his image, compelled some to join the hunting team. Those who preferred to abstain found themselves subjected to scorn, and reluctantly, they, too, were forced to join. Among those remaining were individuals with thick skins, indifferent to the disdain of others. Luo Lou and his companions were specifically called upon by Lang Feisher to join the hunting team, with his words echoing the persuasive tone he had used when addressing the leopard, albeit with added rhetorical flair. In his mind, if Luo Lou and his group were to refuse, he could incite public disdain against them, making it impossible for them to remain in the team. Yet, Luo Lou responded without hesitation, much to Lang Feisher's surprise, indicating that the leopard's persuasion had indeed been effective. Miss Li Qingshu, this task may prove quite perilous for you. If you're willing, I would like to offer you the position of my personal assistant. What are your thoughts on this? After the meeting, Lang Feisher approached Luo Lou and the others, extending a solemn invitation to Li Qingshu. In Lang Feisher's eyes, Luo Lou had become akin to a ghost, so he saw no need to engage with a specter. He decided to grant Li Qingshu one last chance for redemption, should she agree to become his personal assistant. Lang Feisher would consider extending her a significant measure of forgiveness. Regrettably, Li Qingshu ignored his overture and left with Luo Lou. Before departing, Zhang Haoran disdainfully spat towards Lang Feisher, causing his complexion to cycle through a spectrum of colors, red, green, white, and black, as if he had entered a dye house. Just wait. I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. And as for you, Li Qingshu, I shall have you groveling at my feet like a dog, begging for mercy. What? So many items? Have you lost your mind? Or have I? Do you have any idea how many lives I must sacrifice for this? After Luo Lou presented an extensive list to Old Lei, the latter merely glanced at it before erupting in fury. Not fatal, is it? Luo Lou completely disregarded Old Lei's anger, smiling faintly. Not fatal? Do you realize this will cost me nearly 20 years of my life? You want to kill me with your demands? I refuse. Refuse? Huh. That is not for you to decide. You see, Lang Feisher has expanded the hunting team. If he discovers your abilities, you may truly find yourself facing death. You have only two choices. Either fulfill this list, which may grant you a few more years of life. I assure you, during this time, no one will disturb you, or be captured by Lang Feisher, leading to your demise. either through life depletion or outright execution for defying him. I would rather be killed by him than assist in modifying equipment for you, you despicable little brat. Old Lei retorted. Luo Lou chuckled. Old Lei, do not speak in anger. I take your words seriously. Think about it, rather than dying a tragic death. Why not contribute your strength for the betterment of humanity? Wouldn't that be preferable? Furthermore, if you truly possessed such fortitude, you would not be hiding your identity as a mere cook. With that, Luo Lou's tone shifted to a chilling one. If Old Lei truly wishes to become a defiant martyr, I can facilitate that wish for you right now. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Luo Lou, the ferocity of his spirit derived from 5 years of struggle amid a sea of corpses. Old Lei, unable to withstand the pressure, broke into a cold sweat, his body trembling involuntarily. Indeed, as Luo Lou had stated, Old Lei was not a heroic martyr. He was deeply afraid of death. Thus, he chose to conceal his abilities, becoming a figure of scorn rather than embrace fleeting recognition, for after the spotlight, only death remained. It was a simple decision, either meet his end now or enjoy a few more years of peace. Such a straightforward choice, surely Old Lei would choose wisely. After employing both the carrot and the stick, Luo Lou then attempted to persuade him gently. Should Old Lei remain obstinate, Luo Lou would rather eliminate him than allow Lang Feisher to claim him. After much contemplation, Old Lei finally capitulated. Indeed, this choice was easy. He wished to live, even if only for a few more years. What exactly do you intend to do? This equipment is one thing, but you also require timed explosives that can emit the scent of evolved flesh. While these are the best equipment to modify, I cannot help but suspect your motives, especially at this critical juncture of expanding the hunting team. Do you wish to destroy this solitary sanctuary? Old Lei scrutinized Luo Lou, seeking clues in his eyes. Yet all he found was a profound darkness. Rest assured, I will not undertake any actions detrimental to Li Qinggong, Luo Lou assured with a faint smile. Actions that do not harm Li Qinggong do not preclude actions against Lang Feisher, he mused inwardly. The newly expanded hunting team would undoubtedly be filled with Lang Feisher's loyalists. Luo Lou's maneuver was clearly aimed at him. Very well, I shall produce this for you. Old Lei's expression turned grave. However, I hope you will uphold your promise and allow me to live out my days in peace. Otherwise, I shall haunt you as a ghost. Agreed. Luo Lou's lips curled into a smile as he clasped his hands in respect. Do not worry. I shall ensure that you remain untroubled for the duration of your life. Anything you request, as long as it aligns with my principles, I shall do my utmost to fulfill. I hope you remember your words. Old Lei's complexion faded, as if a part of his very essence had been siphoned away upon agreeing to Luo Lou's demands. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling Luo Lou to depart, leaving him alone with the list, lost in contemplation. The day of the hunt drew ever closer. Lang Feisher believed it marked the end for Luo Lou, while in Luo Lou's eyes, it was merely the beginning of Lang Feisher's downfall. Chapter 42. The beauty emerging from the bath the following day, as dawn broke and the others were just beginning to stir, a knock resounded at the door. A sycophantic leopard entered, greeting everyone with a deference that seemed almost exaggerated. He then addressed Luo Lou with respect, saying, Brother Luo, today marks the day of the hunting competition. Lang Feisher has sent word for you, intending to assert his dominance over you this morning. Behind him, 3 others followed, those who had been previously injured by Zheng Haoran and now wore expressions of ingratiation, each calling him brother. Zheng Haoran, feeling somewhat amused, waved dismissively at one of the subordinates he had previously clashed with. The subordinate appeared utterly distraught, thinking, what do you mean by forgiving me? You were the one who beat me up. Yet, realizing he could not afford to contest this, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Luo Lou shook his head, pondering how Lang Feisher's pettiness had reached new heights. His arrogance suggested he believed this establishment belonged solely to him, thinking he could punish anyone at will. However, Luo Lou was indifferent. While the others sought to humiliate him, Luo Lou's intentions were far more lethal. He aimed to ruin Lang Feisher, to ensure his disgrace. Understood. Let us find Qing Shu and go together, Luo Lou replied, nodding. The group exited, taking the elevator under Leopard's guidance until they reached Li Qing Shu's door. Naturally, Leopard dared not approach, opting instead to lead his subordinates to the assembly point Lang Feisher had designated. Upon arriving at the door, an imposing figure guarding it bellowed, Who are you? Do you not know this is the place designated by Brother Feisher? Uninvited guests, begone. Zheng Haoran, filled with indignation, retorted with a mocking tone, Oh, is this some kind of imprisonment? Lang Feisher's audacity grows bolder by the day. What did you say? You dare utter Brother Feisher's name? The doorman, incensed by Zheng Haoran's insolence, pointed at him, demanding, "Kneel and apologize. Bow 3 times, and I shall spare you." To dare speak his name is tantamount to seeking death. In his mind, only those who respected Lang Fei-Shi's authority were worthy of uttering his name. And the audacity of this overweight man to do otherwise was simply unfathomable. His name? Who was he to warrant such reverence? A mere dog is still a dog, no matter how one dresses it. Zheng Haoran scoffed. You are courting death." The doorman's face turned ashen with rage. Yet, upon observing the unfriendly expressions of the crowd, he hesitated to act, resorting instead to threats. "Mark my words, you will regret disrespecting Brother Fei-Shi." "Is that so? Then come and seek your revenge now," came a voice from the side. Before the doorman could react, a resounding slap echoed as Luo Lou struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, a vivid red handprint blossoming on his face. Withdrawing his hand, Luo Lou had unleashed a flash of electricity in that moment, infusing his strike with power. The doorman, already a weak F-class evolutionist, had no chance of recovering from such a surprise assault. Luo Lou, treating the fallen man as if he were mere refuse, turned the doorknob only to find it locked. His expression shifted as a realization struck him. He kicked the door with force. The steel door splintered under his blow, and he stepped inside, scanning the room anxiously. To his relief, he found no sign of Li Qingshu unconscious or Lang Fei-Shi present. The room was exquisitely adorned, exuding an antique charm. Shelves displayed exquisite porcelain and coral artifacts, and a rustic table was laden with ink and brush, showcasing an ancient aesthetic. To the left, behind a screen, lay the bedroom, equally refined, though faint sounds of running water echoed from within. Who goes there? Before he could enter, a white shadow swept past him, and a frigid aura enveloped him as a hand appeared before Luo Lou. By the heavens! Luo Lou cursed silently, feeling the chill penetrate his skin, prompting him to retreat instinctively. In an instant, flames enveloped him, dispelling the frost on his face. "What are you doing here?" Li Qingshu, recognizing Luo Lou, relaxed visibly, exhaling in relief. "You startled me. I thought someone had intruded with ill intent. Why so silent?" After speaking, Li Qingshu noticed Luo Lou's unwavering gaze. Seemingly entranced, she quickly followed his line of sight downward. "Ah, you mustn't look." Flushed with embarrassment, her face turned crimson as she realized she had emerged from the bath only wrapped in a towel, droplets of water glistening on her fair skin, though modestly covered. The damp fabric clung alluringly to her form, accentuating her curves, her hair cascading like a lustrous black silk. At that moment, Luo Lou felt a warm rush to his face and instinctively covered his nose, the temptation overwhelming him. In his past life, he had struggled for survival and encountered many women who had resorted to selling their bodies, yet none compared to the allure before him. I saw nothing. I'll just step outside." Next to enter was Zheng Haoran, who, upon seeing Li Qingshu wrapped in a towel, quickly averted his eyes and retreated, covering his face. The others followed suit, turning away as they exited, with Zheng Haoran ensuring to close the door behind them. You shall not have a good end." The doorman, having regained his footing, pointed at Zheng Haoran, seething with anger. Before he could finish his threat, Zheng Haoran kicked him down once more. Yi Qing, ever observant, noticed a bulge in the doorman's pocket and reached in, retrieving a pack of cigarettes. Since the apocalypse began, many had forgotten the pleasure of smoking, their minds consumed with survival. Yet, Zheng Haoran and his companions were not among them. They often indulged in cigarettes during their time at school, much to the dismay of the girls who frequented the supermarket. "Fat brother, what shall we do with this guy?" Yi Qing asked, sharing the cigarettes with Zheng Haoran and Meng Dong. Among the 6, only the 3 of them smoked, within Li Yuan, Zhou Luanru, and Niuli abstaining entirely. "Big guy, you've grown tall, yet you can't even smoke." Zheng Haoran ignited a cigarette, savoring a delightful puff before addressing Niuli. Niuli shook his head and replied with a grin, "My mother warned me against learning bad habits, or she would break my legs. Though now, all she can do is bite. If she were to become a zombie, her ability to break Niuli's legs would likely be impossible." "Heh, the boss is teasing the future boss lady. Let us refrain from intruding and instead have some fun with this gentleman." Zheng Haoran's gaze, gleaming with mischief, fixated on the doorman, who was attempting to rise. The doorman froze, terror etched on his face as he beheld the encroaching figures. "What do you want?" "Please, don't." Outside, a spectacle unfolded, while inside, the scene was equally compelling. Luo Lou was fixated on Li Qingshu, disregarding her words entirely, his gaze wandering over her form. Li Qingshu felt as if his eyes penetrated the flimsy bath towel, reaching her very essence. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks as she hastily placed her hands over her chest. only to feel the awkwardness of the moment compel one hand to drop beneath her. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Luo Lou in anger, unaware that her posture only heightened his intrigue, presenting an air of coy resistance that left him parched with desire. He found himself uncontrollably aroused, and the thinness of his attire made his condition unmistakably evident, causing Li Qingshu to blush deeply. "Don't look." Noticing Luo Lu's reaction, Li Qingshu disregarded everything else and hastily attempted to cover his eyes. Her movements were somewhat exaggerated, inadvertently causing the bath towel to shift. Thus, an enchanting tableau of a beauty emerging from her bath unfolded before Luo Lou, leaving nothing to the imagination. Chapter 43. Luo Lou and Li Qingshu. Li Qingshu's face flushed crimson, resembling a plump, ripe apple. Her radiant allure tempting Luo Lou to take a bite and savor its exquisite sweetness. As she realized her vulnerability under his gaze, she quickly crossed her arms over her chest, crouching down with her head bowed, too embarrassed to meet his eyes. Feeling as if she might melt from the heat of her own embarrassment, Luo Lou's gaze fixated on Li Qingshu, unblinking. The silence in the room punctuated only by the sound of his awkward swallowing, creating an atmosphere laden with tension. However, at that moment, Li Qingshu was likely too preoccupied to dwell on her embarrassment, though she harbored feelings for Luo Lou and they had previously shared a living space. Their cohabitation had merely been platonic, untouched by the deeper intimacy that the presence of zombies had deterred. Yet, with the involvement of Lang Fei Shi, Li Qingshu's feelings for Luo Lou seemed to awaken, igniting a fervor within her. Despite her burgeoning desires, she was still unprepared to surrender herself completely to him. The current situation, where her entire form was exposed to Luo Lou's gaze, left her feeling a mix of shame and indignation, tears welling in her eyes, her large orbs shimmering as if ready to spill over. "Stop looking," Li Qingshu murmured, her voice so soft that she could barely hear it herself. "Oh, I see nothing at all. Please, continue." Luo Lou managed to regain his composure, realizing that his prolonged gaze might have crossed an unspoken boundary. Although her voice was barely audible, he caught her words and reluctantly tore his eyes away from her enticing silhouette, feeling a pang of regret. "My clothes are on the bed. Please bring them to me." Li Qingshu's shy request echoed from behind, leaving her perplexed as to why she had asked Luo Lou to retrieve her undergarments. Luo Lou's eyes were drawn to the bed, where several delicate white garments lay scattered, a vision of purity and innocence. As he indulged in thoughts about what Li Qingshu would look like wearing them, her voice startled him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. "What? Did I hear correctly? Li Qingshu wants me to fetch her underwear? Her own underwear? What? What?" He instinctively questioned, regretting his words the moment they left his lips. My underwear is in front. Please help me get it. But don't look back," Li Qingshu reiterated, her thoughts a muddled mess. This time, Luo Lou understood her request, his heart racing as he cautiously approached the bed, gingerly picking up the garments before retreating step by step, not daring to glance back. "Here you go. Don't look." As he felt the fabric slip from his grasp, it was snatched away, followed by the sound of rustling from behind him. When the noise ceased, Li Qingshu's voice floated back to him. "All set." Luo Lou instinctively turned around, his eyes widening as he beheld her, unable to divert his gaze. "Do I look good?" Li Qingshu's face, already flushed, deepened to a vibrant hue, her gaze dropping as she felt an overwhelming shyness. Although it was Luo Lou who had intruded upon her privacy, she now willingly invited him to gaze upon her. Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion, unsure of her own feelings. In Luo Lou's eyes, the ethereal beauty before him, adorned in those pristine garments, radiated an even greater charm, embodying pure temptation. Coupled with Li Qingshu's bashful demeanor, she was undeniably irresistible, prompting an overwhelming urge to embrace her and cherish her for eternity. "Qishu." Luo Lou could no longer contain himself, gazing at her porcelain-like figure. He drew her into his arms. Li Qingshu did not resist. Instead, she gasped instinctively as she melted into his embrace, utterly still, with her eyes closed. Memories of their first encounter flooded back, when he had shielded her from an attacking mutated spider, a figure illuminated by lightning and flames, a divine protector of his most devoted follower. That image had taken root in her heart, unchanging over time. As their relationship evolved, she found herself gravitating toward him, preferring his company over others, despite the presence of numerous training partners. Even when aware that meals were provided at school, she could not resist the urge to cook for him. Though she did not fully comprehend her emotions then, she relished the time spent with him. Thus, when Li Qingshu heard Luo Lou's plan to use her as bait to lure Lang Fei Shi, a surge of anger broke her mental barriers. illuminating her true feelings for him. Consequently, even though he had seen her in such a vulnerable state, she felt no anger, only shyness enveloped her. She murmured softly, her body relaxing from its rigidity, becoming pliable in his embrace. Her gentle whimper pierced through Luo Lu's final defenses, igniting a fire within him. He instinctively lowered his head, cradling her chin and lifting it to meet her luscious lips, descending for a kiss. Li Qishu, lost in her thoughts, was taken by surprise. Her eyes widened as she instinctively raised her hand to push him away, but mid-motion, her touch softened, as if playfully caressing his chest. Like pouring oil on a roaring flame, Luo Lu's desire ignited fully, and he disregarded everything else. He enveloped Li Qishu in his arms and collapsed onto the bed. No. Wah. The moment she cried out, her mouth was silenced, her form pinned beneath him. Rock, paper, scissors. Outside the door. Two hands, one plump and one slender, met together, the chubby hand in a fist and the thin hand in a scissors shape. I win. Zhang Haoran laughed heartily, his large fist crashing into the face of the doorkeeper with a thundering blow. The doorkeeper cried out in despair, wishing for rescue, but alas. Due to his previous authority wielded over Lang Fei Shi, this place had become a forbidden zone, and no one would dare to venture here anymore. Why isn't he coming out yet? Zhang Haoran withdrew his fist, impatience creeping into his voice. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he paused, leaning in to listen, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. Looks like we'll be waiting a while longer. Let us continue our game. This time, let us play soccer. Big guy, you be the goalie, and I'll take the shots. Zhang Haoran positioned himself behind the doorkeeper, playfully stepping on his backside. Okay, Neoli responded, grinning foolishly. No, someone help me. The doorkeeper cried out in despair, the beginning of his tragic fate just unfolding. Chapter 44. The meeting approximately half an hour later, as the doorkeeper was on the verge of collapse from the incessant torment of the bored Zhang Haoran. The door swung open. Luo Lou and Li Qishu appeared at the threshold, with Luo Lou displaying an air of exasperation, while Li Qishu, her cheeks still flushed, shyly clung to his garment, her head bowed in silence. Luo Lou felt an inexplicable weakness in his resolve. Perhaps it was due to the oppressive nature of his previous life that had now erupted uncontrollably, leaving him utterly consumed. His fortitude had grown alarmingly feeble, likely a result of the relatively smooth sailing he had experienced recently, devoid of the struggles of his former existence, allowing his mind to relax somewhat. This state of relaxation was unacceptable. The tide of monstrous beasts had yet to arrive, and he could not afford to let his guard down. Luo Lou chastised himself internally and promptly steeled his resolve. The impending horrors of the beast tide were daunting, although he could rely on the support of his taller companions. Their strength had its limitations, and there would always be vulnerabilities left unguarded. If Luo Lou failed to prepare adequately, he would inevitably face the same fate as before, losing everything he held dear. Sister-in-law. Zhang Haoran greeted Li Qishu with a peculiar smile, bowing jovially. Leave. Luo Lou shot him a disdainful glance, fully aware that the jovial fat man was teasing him. The others watched with amused expressions, all adults who understood the dynamics at play. You all wait. Brother Fei will not let you off lightly. The doorkeeper, who lay gasping on the side, uttered in fragmented tones. What is wrong with this fellow? Luo Lou inquired, perplexed by the doorkeeper's state. Just passing the time out of boredom. It's nothing more than a minor nuisance. Zhang Haoran shrugged nonchalantly. Luo Lou nodded, coldly remarking, a lesson is in order. Consider it a slap in the face for Lang Fei. How dare he station someone outside my woman's room? Today, we discipline his lackey. Next time, it will be him. With the old man lay capitulating, Luo Lou felt increasingly emboldened, viewing this trip to Jiang City as his greatest triumph. Even if he were forced to leave now, he could rely on the modified equipment for self-preservation. However, such actions would only be taken as a last resort. He needed the collective strength of his companions and owed a debt from his previous life to eliminate Lang Fei and save Li Qinggong. Recalling Leopard's earlier mention of a meeting, Luo Lou promptly stated, "Let us proceed. The main event awaits us." Once they entered the elevator, they arrived at their destination, the spacious conference room on the 30th floor of the building, where the hunting team meeting was set to take place. As the elevator doors opened, a cacophony of noise flooded their ears. The hall was already bustling with people, some huddled together whispering, casting furtive glances at one another, while others laughed boisterously, disregarding everyone around them. Meanwhile, a few individuals appeared timid, likely aware of their inferior strength and preferring to remain in the shadows. As the elevator doors parted, The crowd instinctively turned their gaze toward them, only to be met with a group of young newcomers, eliciting expressions of disdain from some, while others, upon spotting Li Qishu, exhibited glimmers of avarice in their eyes. Brother Luo, Leopard, who had been waiting outside the elevator, hurried forward to greet Luo Lou in a hushed tone. He dared not raise his voice, as he had claimed to Lang Fei that he had subdued Luo Lou and his companions. To expose his deception would be disastrous. He could not afford to offend either Luo Lou or Lang Fei. Thus, he shifted his demeanor, glaring with feigned ferocity. Are you all born of pigs? How could you be so slow? This meeting is presided over by Brother Fei himself. Can you bear the consequences of your tardiness? The hall was filled with Lang Fei's confidants, and if Luo Lou wished to discern the specifics of the hunting team's distribution and territorial range, he would have to swallow his pride. However, he had never been one to grovel in his reincarnated life, nor did he intend to start now. Yet, there were perceptive individuals willing to assist. Yu Qing donned a sycophantic expression and said, I apologize, Brother Leopard. We truly lost our way. This building is immense. And being newcomers, we spent quite some time seeking an elevator. What a pathetic excuse. You must be seeking a beating. Leopard's eyes widened. His hand raised to strike Yi Qing's head. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qing whispered, Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Then, with a resounding smack, Leopard's palm struck the back of Yi Qing's head. Yes, Brother Leopard, you are right. I won't dare to repeat my mistake again, Yi Qing replied, maintaining his ingratiating demeanor, still smiling despite the reprimand. The performance was quite convincing. Luo Lou cast a meaningful glance toward the distance, where a figure sat on a high platform, Lang Fei himself. Although Lang Fei's expression remained impassive, seemingly oblivious to the commotion at the elevator, internally he was reveling in delight. Dare they challenge me? Dare they vie for my women? I shall make their lives unbearable. As long as I, Lang Fei, exist in this team, no one shall dare oppose me, even for the sake of their desires. Rejection will not be tolerated. I will mold Li Qinggong's influence into a realm governed solely by my will. Leopard guided them to his seat, and the group recognized him as a favored figure before Lang Fei, knowing better than to offend him. Greeting him as he passed, many offered their respects. Regardless of whether they were Lang Fei's trusted allies or not, none dared to provoke him. For in their eyes, Lang Fei represented justice, magnanimity, kindness, gentleness, and all manner of positive virtues, epitomizing the ideal leader. Brother Luo, please excuse me for a moment. I must approach Brother Lang, Leopard said cautiously after leading the group to their seats. Luo Lou nodded in tacit agreement. You really went hard on that one. It must have hurt, Yi Qing chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Leopard forced a smile. Brother Yi, please spare me. I did it for Brother Luo's sake, hoping to earn Lang Fei's trust. I understand. However, if you fail to procure the information boss desires, I assure you the consequences will be doubled, Yu Qing said with a grin. Leopard knew that Yu Qing's words were not mere jest. Though they had not spent much time together, Leopard was adept at reading people, and he recognized that within this small team, no one was as fervently loyal to Luo Lou as the somewhat blunt Yu Qing. If he failed to fulfill Luo Lou's instructions, a light tap on the head would escalate to Yi Qing smashing his own head next time. Although he had ascended to E rank thanks to the 500 crystal cores gifted by Lang Fei, Leopard felt no inclination to resist. His abilities were peculiar. He seemed to possess an uncanny sense for discerning the inner nature of individuals. The higher his rank, the more he sensed the danger emanating from Luo Lou. Compared to Lang Fei's predatory essence, Luo Lou's aura resembled that of a lurking demon, patiently waiting for its next prey. Lost in thought, a cold sweat broke out on Leopard's brow as he declared, Rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I will obtain the information boss seeks. With that, he strode purposefully toward Lang Fei. Chapter 45, The Hunting Squad. Hey, little lady, why not join our hunting squad? We possess formidable strength, and I myself boast the prowess of a second transformation, ranking among the strongest, second only to Lang Fei. Sure. Shortly after the leopard departed, a group of individuals encircled them, led by a burly man who leered at Li Qingshu. Apologies, but I am already part of a team, Li Qingshu replied coldly. Just them? The man paused, glancing at Luo Lou and his companions, before bursting into laughter. Look at these scrawny limbs. How could they possibly compare to my robust physique? If you stick with them, you'll be torn apart by zombies the moment you step outside. With that, he and his companions erupted into mockery. The purpose of Lang Fei's gathering was to allow evolvers to form teams freely, aimed at exterminating zombies. Consequently, these individuals sought out those who appeared strong, hoping to recruit them for enhanced survival prospects. Naturally, Attractive women were also essential. Although the women present possessed skills, men often prioritized physical allure over strength, disregarding their capabilities. Upon spotting a woman, they would swarm like wolves, eager to recruit her into their hunting squad. Thus, the enchanting Li Qishu, who immediately captured the attention of all the men, was not spared from harassment. Consider it, will you? I am quite powerful, I assure you. I can guarantee your safety while hunting zombies. Well, not entirely unscathed, of course. Sometimes, you may need to make a small sacrifice, haha, like below the waist. The man leered shamelessly at Li Qishu. Unconscionable. Li Qishu replied frostily, understanding the innuendo behind his words. Ice mist began to rise from her palms as she prepared to rise. Are you looking for a fight? Before she could stand, Zheng Haoran could no longer contain himself. Bristling and glaring at the man, ready to throw a punch. Stop. A voice rang out. Zheng Haoran turned to see Luo Lou, who sat calmly with his hands clasped under his chin, his expression as placid as the still waters of the Dead Sea. Lou, are you out of your mind? He is insulting my sister-in-law right in front of us, and you can just sit there? Despite his outrage, Zheng Haoran dared not defy Luo Lou's order and reluctantly retracted his fist, seething with indignation. Luo Lou cast a sidelong glance at Lang Fei-shi, who was observing the scene with an amused expression. It was crucial to maintain the facade of weakness they had established, lest they expose themselves due to mere verbal provocation. Sit down and wait. Fighting is not permitted here, Luo Lou stated, seemingly unfazed by the man's taunts. Lang Fei-shi had established rules. Given his temperament, he would never allow brawls during the meeting. If a fight broke out, he would have an excuse to deal with them. Damn it, consider yourself lucky, but don't let me run into you outside. Zheng Haoran growled, sitting back down, his glare directed at the man. Oh, am I supposed to be afraid of you? With your pathetic bunch, you think you could confront me outside? Before you encounter me, you should worry about escaping the zombies. The man laughed arrogantly, unperturbed by their threats, confident in his strength. I say, little lady, don't you want to reconsider? Look at the weaklings you are with. They can't even stand up to me. If my woman were being harassed like this, I'd have already punched the guy. Who cares about rules? Lang Fei-shi is not the boss. What is there to fear? The man boasted, prompting laughter from his companions. At this moment, Luo Lou chose not to respond, appearing to disregard the group entirely. Li Qishu, too, along with Zheng Haoran and others, cast angry glances at the man, while the rest ignored him completely. Ignoring such provocateurs was the best course of action. How about joining me instead? The man grinned, misinterpreting their indifference as fear, and reached a hand toward Li Qishu. A flicker of cold light flashed in Luo Lou's eyes, accompanied by a faint crackle of lightning. Though he paid little attention to the man's provocations, he would not hesitate to sever the offending hand should any transgressions occur. Whoosh! A blade of wind sliced through the air, grazing the man's head and causing a few strands of hair to flutter, startling him into retracting his hand. Lang Fei-shi. The man stammered, fear dawning in his eyes as he stared at the elevated platform. The wind blade had been summoned by Lang Fei-shi, who now locked eyes with him, the glint of cold malice evident despite the distance. Was this a warning? Now that the meeting has officially commenced, please organize your teams and come forth to register. I will assign you your locations. Be warned, coercion is strictly prohibited. Should it occur, there will be no mercy. This last statement was clearly directed at the burly man. Li Qishu was his designated woman. He could not allow her to be sullied by others. Luo Lou's actions only served to showcase Lang Fei-shi's authority, a masterstroke indeed. Regrettably, Li Qishu seemed unaffected and appeared to have already been claimed by Luo Lou. If Lang Fei-shi were to learn of this, he might very well explode with rage. As Lang Fei-shi's voice resonated through the hall, the previously buzzing crowd fell silent, only to resume their chatter, albeit with less overt aggression. They dared not defy Lang Fei-shi, not only because he was the right-hand man of Li Chenggong, but also due to his status as a three-time transformed powerhouse, the only one of his kind present. Consider yourself fortunate. But, little lady, do think carefully. Among this heap of refuse, you will inevitably fall prey to zombies. It would be wiser to join a strong team sooner rather than later. I reside in room 206 on the 13th floor. Come find me when you've made up your mind. The man took a breath of relief, realizing that Lang Fei-shi would not confront him at present. With a dark expression, he spat out a final threat before departing with his group, returning to his seat. Huh, what a pompous fool. Zheng Haoran spat toward Lang Fei-shi's platform in disdain. Lang Fei-shi, oblivious to Zheng Haoran's contempt, reveled in the success of his maneuver, one party cowering in fear, the other reigning supreme, effortlessly establishing the hierarchy. With Lang Feisher's warning, the evolvers who had previously coerced female evolvers began to retreat, adopting gentler methods to persuade these rare individuals to join their ranks. Solo evolvers gradually aligned themselves with the hunting squads of their choosing, yet throughout the event, no one approached Luo Lou's position. After witnessing the earlier scene, nobody wished to join a team perceived as cowardly and timid. Nevertheless, Luo Lou and his companions required no additional members. Their small group was sufficient. Chapter 46. The Enchantress of Hearts. The hall was notably desolate, in stark contrast to the surrounding clamor, where others were either recruiting members for their hunting teams or desperately seeking to join the formidable ranks. The earlier provocateur, a burly man, appeared to lead the largest hunting team, and soon a throng had gathered around him, validating his claims of prowess. Indeed, he was among the elite. How dare he underestimate us? Though they sought no recruits, the crowd disregarded them, prompting Zheng Haoran to harbor some resentment. Isn't it rather advantageous? We can completely conceal our true abilities, and Li Yuan remarked, sipping from a glass of clear water. Yet being overlooked is quite vexing. These mere amateurs cannot possibly compare to us, Zheng Haoran retorted defiantly, dismissing the notion that the burly man was formidable. As a rare nature-type evolver, he possessed capabilities that surpassed those of most individuals present. Just as Zheng Haoran simmered with indignation, a timid voice floated into his ears. "Excuse me, may I join you?" He turned and was instantly captivated by a girl with short hair and delicate, timid eyes, her lips pressed tightly together in nervous anticipation, her gaze averted as if overwhelmed by shyness. "Yes, of course. Absolutely," Zheng Haoran stammered, momentarily entranced by her presence. After a brief moment of surprise, he hastily rose to offer her his seat. "Please, sit." "Thank you," she replied shyly, taking his place. As she settled down, the buzz in the hall momentarily hushed before resuming, albeit with a new undertone. "Look, someone else about to have a rough time," one voice whispered. "Isn't that the Enchantress, Rosu? Indeed, how unfortunate for those chosen by her. Their luck is beyond dismal. They're doomed to annihilation." "Hush. Don't let her hear you." The name Rosu reached the ears of the genetically enhanced Rosu, who furrowed his brow, glancing at the delicate girl seated nearby. He had heard of the infamous Enchantress, known for leading her teams to destruction, leaving her as the sole survivor, a title that instilled both fear and intrigue. "Why do you wish to join us?" Rosu inquired, curiosity piqued. "Because of this elder sister," Rosu replied, fixing her gaze on the Chishu. "You seem far more welcoming to women, unlike them who view us merely as tools for their desires." Her rationale was stark yet compelling. It would be absurd to claim she sought them simply because they were unfamiliar with her reputation. Rosu felt a thrill at the prospect of new playthings, envisioning how her charm would soon sow discord and lead to their inevitable demise. The onlookers, particularly Lang Feisher, were struck with disbelief at the audacity of this woman. "Well, this is amusing. I need not intervene. Rosu, you truly are having a streak of bad luck, caught in the sights of an enchantress." Yet, Lang Feisher's expression darkened as he pondered. "Why is the Enchantress present at my hunting meeting? I certainly didn't invite her, nor would she condescend to engage with me. Perhaps she has changed her demeanor? Regardless, it is best to ignore her until I secure power, and then I shall deal with her." On Rose's side, Zheng Haoran was utterly captivated by Rosu's seemingly fragile demeanor. "Of course, we hold women in the highest regard, adhering to principles of equality, nay, female superiority. We treat our female evolvers exceptionally well. Joining us is undoubtedly a wise choice." Zheng Haoran nodded enthusiastically, his heart swelling at the sight of this enchanting girl, yearning to embrace her closely. Beneath her seemingly delicate exterior lay an alluring figure, accentuated by her scant attire that highlighted her curvaceous form, igniting a fervent impulse within him. "Is it true? You're truly remarkable. I admire you so much." "Captain." Rosu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, igniting a pang of envy within Zheng Haoran. Why was he not the captain? Why is Rosa the captain and not me? Why? His gaze turned crimson with frustration, a sudden urge to usurp Rosu's position overwhelming him. If only he were the captain, he could claim such a girl for himself. What am I lacking? Where do I fall short? Zheng Haoran's thoughts spiraled, for he too was a nature-type evolver, equally capable of slaying zombies and leading others out of danger. Suddenly, a vivid image of a bloodied figure loomed in his mind, standing amidst a sea of corpses, surrounded by crackling lightning and flames, a being that resembled a deity of destruction, reveling in the chaos. The vision jolted him back to reality, filled with dread. "I am not the captain. That is Rosu, the one beside you." A wave of panic washed over him. How could he entertain such thoughts? It was terrifying. Such notions must never arise. Oh, you are the captain? Rosu's eyes widened with surprise. She had assumed this lecherous fellow had succumbed to her allure. Yet he had managed to resist her charm, albeit with a hint of fear. Is it because of that man? Rosu's curiosity was piqued as she glanced toward the unremarkable, expressionless figure of Rosu. May I join your group? She asked, her gaze locking onto Rosu, a fleeting spark of purple light flickering in her eyes. Charm. A D-rank evolver of the special class, the Enchantress, Rosu. Anyone who met her gaze would involuntarily succumb to her charm, falling under her control, a formidable power indeed. Yet, Rosu astonished her further by maintaining unwavering eye contact, a serene smile adorning his lips. The renowned Enchantress wishes to join my team? You are most welcome. He had withstood her charm, a testament to his formidable willpower. In this gathering, aside from Li Qinggong, Rosu had encountered another who could withstand her allure, an intriguing newcomer. Do you know me? Rosu asked, shedding her facade of fragility and instead presenting a playful smile. Luo Lou fixed his intense gaze upon Luo Su, a scornful smile playing upon his lips. The infamous enchantress who toys with the hearts of others. I have indeed heard of you. However, it appears you have misjudged your target. I am not one to be trifled with. Suddenly, a heavy aura emanated from Luo Lou, infused with a blood-red hue, surging towards Luo Su. This was the lethal intent forged through countless trials amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Luo Su, taken aback, paused in her playful demeanor. How could a mere novice, who had only undergone 2 transformations, exude such a potent killing intent? In his past life, Luo Lou had traversed through realms of death, his willpower unyieldingly strong. How could he possibly be ensnared by her D-class allure? Upon hearing Luo Lou's words, Luo Su pouted, her expression one of dissatisfaction. How dull. I expected to encounter a rookie who was unaware of my identity, yet it seems you are quite cautious. By the way, as a newcomer, what purpose do you have in prying into internal matters? Are you harboring ulterior motives? Even the dim-witted Zheng Haoran could comprehend the frightening thoughts that had abruptly surfaced in his mind. He retreated a step, distancing himself from the terrifying enchantress beside him. Noticing Zheng Haoran's expression of terror, Luo Su chuckled lightly. Oh, little chubby, what are you afraid of? I want to devour you. She waved her hand dismissively. Never mind, since you already know me, it loses its charm. Consider yourselves fortunate. I shall take my leave and seek other amusements. Wait. Just as Luo Su stood to depart, Luo Lou interjected. She halted, turning to him with a smile. What? Do you foolishly wish to keep me here? While your aura is commendable, your strength is still lacking. I have no desire to confront an enchantress head-on. One Lang Fei master is already enough of a headache. Luo Lou smiled. Did you not express a desire to join us? As captain, I hereby accept your request. Luo Su was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, her vibrant demeanor captivating, her ample bosom shaking with her mirth, provoking an involuntary swallow. Oh, after learning of my reputation, you still wish for me to join? Others flee in terror, fearing I might lead them to annihilation. You, dear little brother, are quite amusing. Are you not afraid of being wiped out? Or perhaps you harbor feelings for your sister? Calling me sister and you a little brother, just how old do you think you are? Faced with Luo Su's seductive display, Li Qingshu could no longer hold back, rebuking her. Oh, little girl, are you angry? Fear not, I am certainly older than you. In every conceivable way, Luo Su teased, her eyes scanning Li Qingshu from head to toe, her laughter ringing out. You. Li Qingshu glared fiercely at Luo Su. Little sister, your glare cannot kill. You are not an evolved being of that caliber, Luo Su retorted, her fearlessness only deepening her mirth. Is the renowned enchantress not without her fears? Luo Lou fixated on Luo Su's eyes, speaking with an air of indifference. In response to Luo Lou's calm demeanor, Luo Su's expression turned frosty. She sneered, I hope you do not come to regret this. Luo Lou chuckled softly, uttering a resolute statement. I, Luo Lou, have never regretted my actions. Is that so? I look forward to it. Chapter 47. I conquer under the gaze of those who reveled in misfortune. The sorceress Rosu officially joined Luo Lou's team. Perhaps they were still waiting for news of the team's annihilation in the coming days, including Lang Fei Shi, who shared similar thoughts. In the evening, after returning from the hunting conference, Leopard entered with a document, presenting it to Luo Lou boss. This outlines the general areas where various hunting teams are purging zombies, designated personally by Lang Fei Shi. It contains detailed information about each team. Luo Lou took the document and scanned it briefly. It contained information about the hunting teams, their levels, hunting ranges, and even the estimated number of zombies within those areas. As expected, he found the information for their hunting team, which indeed indicated the zoo. Upon glancing at it, Luo Lou lost interest and tossed it to Li Yuan. Boss, I have something to say about the woman you recruited at the hunting conference. Leopard had witnessed the moment the sorceress approached and, like others, was unaware that Luo Lou allowed her to join despite knowing her identity. He felt compelled to warn Luo Lou of the sorceress's danger. What is it? Just as Leopard was about to speak, a delicate voice echoed from behind. Startled, Leopard turned to see a seemingly frail woman standing at the door. Though she appeared weak, Leopard knew well the demon lurking within her. She would carve out others' hearts and consume them piece by piece. Boss, this is the woman I wanted to warn you about. She is not as delicate as you perceive. In fact, she is a manipulative sorceress, and several teams have faced annihilation under her influence. Boss, we cannot keep her. Closing his eyes, Leopard gritted his teeth and decided to speak out, uncertain if Luo Lou had been ensnared by the sorceress's charm. Perhaps in the next moment, he would be killed by an enraged Luo Lou. The anticipated reprimand did not come, nor did the expected shock. Instead, silence enveloped the room. Leopard opened his eyes to find Luo Lou gazing at him with a peculiar expression. Huh, you're quite the loyal subordinate, aren't you? Impressive indeed, to have attracted Lang Feisher's favored individual to your ranks. Rosu sauntered over, laughing lightly at Leopard. I didn't expect you to bring this up. You have a thoughtful side, Luo Lou remarked, somewhat incredulously. Boss, you know her identity? Leopard stared at Luo Lou in astonishment, noting that Luo Lou seemed quite familiar with the sorceress. Since you are aware of her danger, then she should not be kept. She could lead to the annihilation of your team. Leopard was taken aback. Knowing the sorceress's identity, why would Luo Lou still allow her to join? Thoughtful indeed, fatty. Make sure to allocate 100 crystal cores to her later. Luo Lou did not respond to Leopard's concerns, turning instead to Zheng Haoran. We're distributing crystal cores? Zheng Haoran was equally dumbfounded. It was absurd to receive 100 crystal cores simply for a few flattering remarks and displays of loyalty. Anyone would do it for such a bargain. Rosu glanced at Leopard and then smiled at Luo Lou. Shall I suggest you reconsider? As he mentioned, it might be best to expel me. You all seem quite amusing. I won't engage with you, but know that I can be quite serious, and annihilation is a possibility. Do not keep such a woman. Our team has no need for her. Li Qingshu glared fiercely at Rosu. Rosu covered her mouth and laughed. Oh, look. Your little lover is jealous. Don't worry, dear. I want to take your precious one away. Do you think you are invincible? Luo Lou regarded Rosu with a calm demeanor. Rosu was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. I wonder which aspect of invincible you are referring to? With that, she provocatively glanced at Luo Lou's lower half. In Li Yuan. Luo Lou did not respond but instead called upon Li Yuan, who adjusted his glasses and stated, the ability to enchant likely serves as a form of hypnosis mediated by the eyes, combined with verbal persuasion to plant seeds of control in the hearts of evolved beings. Rosu's playful demeanor faltered momentarily, her smile losing its luster. It seemed this young man understood her quite well, analyzing her abilities swiftly. She looked at Li Yuan, a hint of purple flashing in her eyes. Unfazed, Li Yuan met her gaze, adjusting his glasses once more. When a human's mind is intensely focused, they can temporarily forget their emotions, including pain, fear, and hunger, dedicating themselves to a singular task. I refer to this state as emotionless. I often enter this state during research to prevent distractions. Li Yuan's eyes became flat, devoid of emotion, resembling a lifeless gray. Rosu was shocked to realize that her enchantment held no power over the bespectacled man before her. Unlike Zheng Haoran's forced awakening or Luo Lou's formidable will, this individual appeared innately immune to her charms, utterly unaffected. Your ability only enchants emotional beings. As for inanimate objects devoid of feelings, you have no control over them. And you lack any combat skills, making it easy for me to eliminate you. Li Yuan's lifeless gray eyes fixated on Rosu, his voice devoid of emotion, instilling a sense of dread within her. Fear. As a manipulative sorceress, she, too, could feel fear. Yet, staring into those emotionless, gray eyes, she realized that indeed, fear had taken root in her heart. It was true, as Li Yuan had stated, her powers were effective only on emotional beings. Against the undead, she was as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter, devoid of any combat prowess, which was precisely why Li Qinggong had taken her in. Before zombies, this manipulative sorceress was merely a pitiful girl, fragile as thin paper, easily torn apart. Li Qinggong understood this, and now Luo Lou did too. Rosu's complexion suddenly drained of color. Under the gaze of those gray eyes, she instinctively stepped back, stumbling and falling to the ground. No, please. Those eyes reminded her of the zombies outside, of her parents transformed into the undead, sharing the same emotionless gaze as in Liyuan. Devoid of emotion, devoid of mercy. She had no doubt that this heartless man could easily kill her in the next moment. Leopard stared in shock at the sorceress, who now displayed fear. Was this truly the sorceress? This was a stark contrast to his previous impressions. Even sorceresses could feel fear, could be fragile. In that moment, Leopard suddenly found that this woman was not as terrifying as he had believed. Just as Rosu neared the brink of despair, and Liyuan suddenly closed his eyes, and his lifeless gray gaze vanished from her mind. Rosu, oblivious to her appearance, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. She cast a fearful glance at Liyuan, who lay with his eyes closed. That single look unveiled her true self, revealing the terrifying nature of the man. When Liyuan finally opened his eyes again, his pupils had reverted to their normal black hue. He picked up the document and resumed reading, paying no further attention to the woman seated on the ground. Do you understand now? Luo Lou smiled at Luo Susu. Perhaps you are frightening to others, but to us, you do not measure up. Those 4 words pierced Luo Susu's heart like needles. She had never lost her composure before humans, not even in front of Li Qinggong. Gritting her teeth, she stood up. Fine, I'll admit defeat. What must I do to be released? Luo Lou shook his head. Do not phrase it so ominously. We shall not harm you. As before, you are to join our ranks. As your captain, I have granted your request, thus you are now one of us. He extended his hand toward Luo Susu, saying, welcome. Which, Luo Susu, feeling helpless, realized she had boarded a ship from which she could not disembark. Reluctantly, she grasped Luo Lu's hand, her teeth grinding audibly. Thank you, Captain. She never expected that a mere group of second-stage evolvers could be so formidable. What is your purpose in coming here? I cannot believe you seek Li Qinggong as protection. With your abilities, you could easily claim a position of power anywhere in Jiangcheng. Suspicion flickered in Luo Susu's eyes. A team so organized and disciplined could hardly be here merely to seek refuge, and she doubted they believed it themselves. Have you ever heard this saying? Luo Lou chuckled, and under the sunset's glow, his shadow elongated infinitely. Bathed in a crimson light, his figure seemed to merge with the setting sun, inspiring in everyone present a sensation of witnessing a deity. I come, I conquer. These 5 words deeply resonated with everyone in the room. The leopard gazed up at this godlike figure, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to kneel. Li Qishu looked at Luo Lou with adoration. He was her man, her everything. Zheng Haoran and Yi Qing were visibly excited, eager to rush out and proclaim this declaration to all present. They wanted to announce to the world that they had arrived and intended to conquer it all. And Liyuan shook his head, a hint of exasperation in his voice. The leap from man to God is indeed a monumental one. Chapter 48. A foreordained death. So, my dear captain, is your first conquest the zoo? I dare say that is rather an unwise target, for the creatures there would devour you and your ambitions whole. Compared to the zoo, I would much prefer to combat the evolved beings of an entire skyscraper. In the room, Russell shook the documents in her hand and scoffed. How formidable are the mutants in the zoo? Russell was unaware, for those who knew have perished. To this day, no one has managed to escape that forbidden realm. All have, without exception, become prey or playthings for the mutants. What humanity truly fears is not the zombies, but the mutants that have evolved alongside them, which might be termed animal evolutionaries. What transpires when animals acquire intelligence comparable to that of humans? They possess physiques more robust than ours and destructive capabilities far greater, especially as they continue to evolve while the remnants of humanity dwindle. The threat posed by the mutants grows increasingly terrifying. 90% of humanity has turned into zombies. Yet the beasts have not. They have transformed into mutants, their numbers surpassing those of humans. The Earth is no longer under human dominion, but has devolved into a state reminiscent of 100 clans contending for supremacy, with humankind relegated to one among many. Thus, when Russell learned that they were assigned to the zoo by Lang Fei, her first thought was that he intended for them to perish, nothing more. Indeed, Lozi otherwise. Why would we not simply take our equipment and flee instead of heading to the zoo to meet our demise? Zheng Haoran concurred with a deep sense of agreement. Regarding Russell's addition to their ranks, after witnessing her frightened demeanor akin to a little girl, Zheng Haoran and the others no longer harbored their initial reservations. It was Lu's decision, and their dissent would be futile. Equipment? What equipment? Russell caught Zheng Haoran's words and inquired curiously. He regretted revealing this matter. No matter. It was essential for Russell to be informed, for shortly he would require her assistance. Lu shook his head and replied, "So soon, and you already intend to utilize me? Well, you truly are a cunning captain. Perhaps I have indeed boarded a pirate ship, but are you not concerned that I might divulge the secret of this so-called equipment?" Russell shrugged, feigning a threat. "Suit yourself," Lu replied succinctly. "Then, what is it you wish for me to do?" Russell asked. "This task also bears some of your responsibility. Originally, I intended to allow that old man to enjoy his twilight years as agreed. However, fate has denied him such a privilege, thus bringing you here to conclude his life and allow him to fulfill the meaning of his existence," Lu stated blandly. "Lozi, you cannot be suggesting we eliminate old Lei. Can you?" Zheng Haoran gasped, realizing the implication of Lu's words. After all, he is destined to die. It would be better to let him shine with his final brilliance. Even a useless person can be repurposed. Such a rare ability is not something I wish to relinquish, especially since I have yet to have him craft anything for me. But you explicitly promised him a peaceful end. He will surely resent you for this." Li Qingshu interjected sympathetically, recalling the elderly Lei, who had been forced to masquerade as a chef for survival. Women are the most contradictory beings in existence. When they are ruthless, their hearts are as venomous as that of a viper, capable of filicide, yet they can also exhibit sympathy for a stranger. Rather than allow a dead man to harbor hatred, it is better to prevent a living one from becoming a threat. "I agree with the boss's perspective," and Li Yuan added. "What are you all discussing? Old Lei, is he the chef from the cafeteria? What has happened to him? And why does it concern me?" Russell looked at them, bewildered. After an explanation, Russell finally grasped the situation. That old chef possesses such an extraordinary ability? Remarkable. Life sacrifice transformation. What an unheard of concept. It appears that the powers of these evolutionaries are indeed bizarre. "I initially believed my own abilities to be peculiar," Russell exclaimed. "It is astonishing to think that the old chef, who has spent years cooking in the cafeteria, possesses such a remarkable capability. You wish for me to seduce him? To drain him of his remaining value?" Russell quickly deduced Lu's intentions. Will Li Qinggong not notice? If old Lei were to die, Li Qinggong would surely discover it. "And I do not wish to provoke him." Russell shook her head. Despite her reputation for causing annihilation among others, she was acutely aware of limits. She typically targeted morally dubious hunting teams, which is why Li Qinggong had not pursued her. However, should such a significant figure perish and Li Qinggong trace it back to them, their days of ease would be over. "I will explain matters to Li Qinggong. You need not worry about that. Just focus on your own task," Lu assured. "Huh, you know Li Qinggong. Very well, you are the captain. So I shall proceed as you say." Russell waved her hand dismissively, no longer entangled in the issue. Although their interaction was brief, perceptive Russell understood that once Lu made a decision, no one could alter it. On a full moon, under a starry sky, it was a fine day. Old Lei gazed up at the starry expanse outside the window, having not done so in quite some time. Since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, he had been preoccupied with survival until Li Qinggong took him in. Initially, he presumed he would remain a chef until Li Qinggong's demise. However, given the current circumstances, he might not last until that fateful day. Old Lei took a hearty swig of alcohol, a rare treat he had surreptitiously obtained from previous hunting teams by cooking for them. He had never thought to indulge until now, realizing that if he did not drink soon, such days might become scarce. Bathed in the luminous moonlight, Old Lei's visage was revealed, a face weathered by age, deeply lined with wrinkles. Once a robust man in his 30s, he now bore the appearance of a septuagenarian, a testament to the price of life sacrifice transformation. In such a short span since the outbreak, Old Lei had aged decades. It is indeed tragic. Who does not wish to live? Even in a world as hellish as this, living is infinitely preferable to death. As the saying goes, to live is the greatest honor. Yet his abilities condemn him to a short life. No matter how diligently he conceals himself, there will always be those who seek him relentlessly. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The aged voice emerged from Old Lei's throat. The door swung open, revealing a young man accompanied by a figure whose face was obscured by a hat. Although he could not discern who they were, the captivating form beneath the hat indicated to Old Lei that it was a woman, a rather alluring one at that. "You have arrived," Old Lei acknowledged Lu with a glance before returning his attention to the night sky, sipping his drink. Lu chuckled. "It seems Old Lei has quite the taste. I wonder if my items are ready." Old Lei took another sip of his drink and gestured towards a large burlap sack nearby, fatigued. "Everything you requested is here. I hope you will honor your promise and allow me a few years of peace, without further disturbances." Old Lei, being magnanimous, would surely never be ungrateful. "To repay you, I have brought you something special." Luo Lou chuckled, patting the back of the person beside him, and remarked, "The night is long. While the scenery of the night sky is splendid, one might still feel lonely. Young man, I have brought you a companion. Oh. Old Lei turned his gaze towards the woman he had noticed earlier, expressing surprise. For me? Luo Lou smiled and nodded, naturally. However, I must ask for your forgiveness. Although I persuaded her to serve you, her face has been marred by a zombie's claw. I hope you can understand. Old Lei was overjoyed, dismissing the imperfection with a wave of his hand. A scarred face is of no consequence. After all, the lights will be turned off. Looking at that alluring figure beneath her thin clothing and her delicate, fair hands, he began to feel a stirring within. Aha. I didn't expect you to be such a thoughtful lad. I like it. All right, you may leave now and take this bag with you. Old Lei waved his hand generously, suddenly feeling that the nearly 2 decades of his life had not been in vain. A woman, especially in this post-apocalyptic world, where women were exceedingly rare, particularly under the influence of Li Qinggong, was a treasure. The scarred face mattered little, judging by her voluptuous form and fair skin. Old Lei was certain she must have been a beauty before the incident. Those 2 attributes alone were enough for his desires. Enjoy yourself at your leisure. The young man has guaranteed you a comfortable old age, and naturally, I shall provide some recompense. This is merely a small token of what is to come, rest assured. Luo Lou shouldered the burlap sack, smiling. Rest assured, indeed. Don't mention what comes next. I would gladly die for this moment. Old Lei laughed heartily. That is your promise. Luo Lou turned, a faint smirk playing on his lips as he exited, closing the door behind him. Inside the room remained Old Lei and the woman wearing a hat. Come, my beauty, remove your hat so I may behold you. Fear not, even if you are ugly. I shall still accept you. You do not disdain this old man, so how could I possibly disdain you? Perhaps it was the influence of alcohol. But Old Lei felt invigorated, leering as he reached for the brim of her hat. The woman lowered her head, evading his grasp, and then spoke in a voice as melodious as silver bells. If you do not mind my appearance, would you be willing to do something for me? Promise me, and I shall show you more than just my face. Just the sound of her voice sent a thrill through Old Lei, and he eagerly nodded. I promise. I would agree to anything. The woman paused for a moment, then extended her fair hand, and under Old Lei's eager gaze, she removed her hat. Now you must promise me. Her violet eyes met Old Lei's, and contrary to Luo Lou's description, her face was not marred, but rather strikingly beautiful, so beautiful that it stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Old Lei's heart raced, and he gasped in shock, a demon. Yet the last word failed to escape his lips as his gaze became clouded, ensnared by the woman's enchanting presence. Chapter 49. Harvest. The door creaked open, revealing Luo Lou standing leisurely at the threshold with a sack on his back, his gaze tinged with a subtle mockery. Regrettably, Old Lei could no longer perceive it. A man driven by greed and lust, yet foolishly hoping to enjoy a peaceful old age. Your strength shall now be mine to wield. Luo Susu, allow him to transform my body, utilizing the entirety of his remaining vitality. Luo Lou approached the dazed Old Lei and commanded, enchant. Control. The power of enchantment not only invades the hearts of others, igniting their desires, but also forcibly seizes control over their thoughts. The title of sorceress is indeed well-deserved. Life sacrifice transformation involves sacrificing one's own vitality to imbue an object with life, achieving remarkable enhancements, provided the vitality offered is sufficient. The enhancement of a living body should also be possible. It should not be limited solely to inanimate objects. Luo Lou was more than willing to test this theory. His abilities rendered him inherently equipped for enhancement, relying solely on his physical form, rather than augmenting equipment designed for protection. It would be more advantageous to directly enhance Luo Lou's own body. Perhaps this inclination stemmed from his character, an unwavering belief in oneself over external tools. What a formidable power! To directly transform the flesh? Luo Susu exclaimed in astonishment after receiving Luo Lou's command to Old Lei. A power that demands the price of vitality is undoubtedly extraordinary. It is likely that no one in this world possesses a similar ability that could rival Old Lei's prowess. Indeed, Old Lei replied vacantly, extending his hands towards Luo Lou. In the darkness, 2 green beams of light emanated from his palms, intertwined with a small red, a sign of life being drained. The light flowed like a stream from Old Lei, surging into Luo Lou's body. Is this life sacrifice transformation? Luo Lou closed his eyes, relaxing his form as he welcomed the influx of light. In that moment, he felt his body strengthening significantly, as if something within him were about to expand. Yet the surface remained unchanged. However, as this occurred, Old Lei's already aged visage became even more haggard. Additional wrinkles etched themselves into his cheeks and the corners of his eyes, while his body gradually began to stoop. Luo Lou watched in fear. Realizing this was life sacrifice transformation, an overwhelming force akin to a powerful demon siphoning the vitality from a mere mortal, instilling a sense of dread. Suddenly, a transformation took place. Luo Lou's hair rapidly grew from its short length, cascading down to his waist at a visible pace, shifting from black to a blood-like red. This. Luo Lou marveled at his hands, where his nails swiftly elongated into sharp, beast-like claws, a clear indication of his vitality surging. He sensed the power within him breaking through his flesh, asserting itself outwardly. The transmission persisted, and old Lei grew increasingly feeble. What once held flesh was now withering away. His form swaying as if a gust of wind could topple him. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Luo Lou could distinctly feel Luo Lou's physique gradually strengthening, even though there were no visible signs of growth. And no. The withered old man's lips trembled as a flicker of clarity returned to his once dazed eyes. In the face of life being drained, his neural pathways instinctively broke free from Luo Lou's enchanting hold, granting him a moment of lucidity. "You cannot do this. You are breaking your promise," he cried out, but despite regaining some clarity, his brain remained bound to Luo Lou's enchantment. "You cannot," he insisted. Yet it was too late. Under Luo Lou's scornful gaze, the now emaciated old Lei expelled a mouthful of white foam. No blood remained, for his essence had been transformed into Luo Lou's power, leaving only the remnants behind. Old Lei collapsed, his eyes wide with malice, regret, and curses. His mouth agape as he succumbed to silence, forever unable to utter his unspoken maledictions. Luo Lou turned away in disgust, unable to bear the sight of the lifeless husk on the ground. It was far too repugnant. Old Lei's skin had already begun to show signs of desiccation, turning a deathly gray, with only a few sinewy veins visible across his emaciated form, a fresh cadaver, fit for display in a museum. As old Lei's life faded, the vitality transformation within Luo Lou reached its conclusion. His wildly growing red hair gradually reverted to black. He clenched his fists, unfazed by the razor-sharp claws that could rival a beast's. This sensation, I feel my body brimming with immense power. The life-sacrifice transformation, a strengthening granted at the cost of vitality, is indeed as formidable as rumored. Luo Lou regarded him curiously. "Do you not think you ought to trim your nails and hair? You appear quite monstrous at present." "Monstrous?" Luo Lou chuckled lightly, extending a finger to effortlessly etch a deep gash into the adjacent wall, as if it were mere tofu. Such destructive power from a single finger. "I wield no supernatural abilities. This is solely the result of this body," Luo Lou declared, as his waist-length hair, seemingly animated by an unseen force, coiled into a long whip and struck the wall with a resounding thud, creating a gaping hole. Luo Lou stared in astonishment at Luo Lou's monstrous display, questioning whether the being before her was even human. Could a life-sacrifice transformation bestow such overwhelming strength, transforming a mere human into a living weapon? Luo Lou surveyed the large cavity in the wall with satisfaction. Old Lei infused my body with his entire essence. Thanks to him, I feel I can finally control every part of my being, my hair, nails, even the layers of my skin, all at my command. So powerful? From this old man? Despite Luo Lou's repeated assertions regarding the might of life-sacrifice transformation, Luo Lou, who had never witnessed it firsthand, had maintained a degree of skepticism. But now, her perspective had shifted. She felt a pang of regret for not recognizing old Lei's capabilities sooner. If only she had possessed such strength, combined with her enchanting abilities. In the entirety of Jiang City, who could stand against her? And now, in all of Jiang City, who could oppose Luo Lou? Luo Lou despaired as she realized her inability to escape the grasp of this individual since the moment she was persuaded to join his cause. Her eyes reddened as a thought struck her. Luo Lou had earlier mentioned that this accursed cadaver should have been around the same age as Li Qinggong. Yet, when Luo Lou discovered him, he appeared to be over 50. Surely, the nearly 20 years of accumulated resources would still hold some remnants. Damn it, there must be a reserve. Luo Lou lamented her compliance with Luo Lou's commands, wishing she had extracted more information from the deceased old man beforehand. What is this? Heaven has not entirely forsaken Russell, for beneath the bed, he discovered a small box reminiscent of a jewelry case. With a surge of delight, Russell opened the box to reveal two items within, a ring and a necklace, both crafted from silver. The necklace, in particular, was exquisitely made. Capturing Russell's attention at first glance, he promptly adorned his long, fair neck with it. Does it look beautiful? Russell tilted his body slightly, revealing the delicate, pale curve of his neck. This necklace is lovely. Will you gift it to me? He whispered enticingly to Luo, his voice soft and beguiling, evoking an overwhelming desire to embrace him tightly. Regrettably, Luo remained unmoved. Should you employ your charms upon me once more, I cannot guarantee that you will not lose a part of your body in the next moment, he replied coolly. Just moments ago, he had felt a stir in his heart, realizing that the enchantress before him was wielding her powers. Russell playfully stuck out his rosy tongue, feigning shyness. It is merely instinct. You cannot blame me for being accustomed to it. Luo regarded her with a penetrating gaze, causing Russell to sense the seriousness behind his words. Hastily, she adjusted her posture, indignantly removing the necklace and declaring, all right, I shall return it. How stingy you are, unable to even share a jest. Luo ignored her, instead picking up the ring from the jewelry box and stating, the necklace shall be yours as a reward for assisting me in my transformation. I shall not skimp on rewards for merit. However, do not attempt any tricks in my presence, or I shall ensure you come to know a fate worse than death. After undergoing his transformation, Luo's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. His innate ability to alter the physical form had been further enhanced by the modifications from the old man Lei, leading him to feel that this new body could accommodate his powers more abundantly. If previously he had been akin to a water tank, now he resembled a vast lake. Immense and awe-inspiring. In terms of strength, he seemed to rival a D-class evolved being, boasting dual abilities. Russell's complexion paled, contemplating a few polite remarks. But the seriousness in Luo's eyes dissuaded her, leaving her devoid of courage. She merely shot him a glare before reclaiming the necklace. For the sake of the necklace, I shall not hold this against you, she reassured herself. Adorning the ring, Luo examined it closely, yet its purpose eluded him. However, given its hidden nature, it was undoubtedly an item of transformation, a matter beyond doubt. Since its function remained a mystery, Luo chose not to speculate further. He gazed down at the lifeless corpse, adopting a tone laced with mockery. You possess formidable powers, yet lack a heart to match. You are destined to be a mere garment for others. Be it Li Qinggong, Lang Feisher, or myself, you cannot escape the clutches of death. Cannot close your eyes? How can one do so without a head? Luo suddenly stomped down, and with a soft pop, he crushed the skull. No blood flowed. Instead, a fine, powdery substance resembling dried brain matter emerged, a consequence of life force depletion. Russell gazed at Luo in terror, realizing that even the dead were not spared from his brutality. It was prudent to avoid antagonizing such a perverse individual. Let us depart. With a flick of his long hair, the transformed Luo, carrying a sack, exited the room. In the dim chamber, Russell remained, still shaken, alongside the headless corpse. With a shiver, Russell cast a disgusted glance at the corpse and hurriedly followed Luo out the door. Chapter 50. Harvest, continued. Upon returning to the room, Luo Lou's long hair and pointed nails startled everyone. Wow, Luo, what happened to you? A trip outside and you've completely transformed, exclaimed Zheng Haoran, circling around Luo Lou with amazement. Li Qingshu was also present. Tomorrow marked their visit to the zoo, so she decided to forego her luxurious room for the night. The guard stationed there had already been dealt with, and she had no desire to deal with any potential troubles from Lang Fei. This looks quite splendid. Far better than before, she remarked with a smile, admiring Luo Lou's appearance. Indeed, Luo Lou, who had always been quite ordinary, now emanated an enchanting and mysterious aura with her waist-length hair. And Li Yuan adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Luo Lou before commenting. The sudden growth of your hair and nails is a manifestation of vibrant vitality. It seems, boss, you have achieved your anticipated harvest. Not just me. All of you have made significant gains, Luo Lou replied with a chuckle, tossing a sack onto the ground. Come and take what you can. What is this? Zheng Haoran crouched down to open the sack, revealing a gleaming half-body armor reminiscent of the heavy armor worn by ancient knights. Wow, this is impressive. He ran his fingers over the armor, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, when he attempted to lift it, he found it remarkably heavy. This is mine, Nioli interjected, stepping forward and lifting the armor with a toothy grin. He had previously mentioned to Luo Lou his desire for such armor. Try it on, Luo Lou urged, noting that only Nioli could manage such weight. But it seems a bit small for me, Nioli replied, comparing it to his frame and realizing it was indeed a size too small. Disappointed, he dropped the armor, producing a dull thud as it hit the ground. And Li Yuan's eyes lit up as he approached the armor for a closer inspection. He reached inside and felt around, then said to Nioli, "You should give it a try. You might be able to wear it." "How can I wear this?" "It's too small." Nioli shook his head skeptically. "Don't be hasty in your conclusions. Just give it a shot, and Li Yuan replied confidently. Unable to resist, Luo Lou reluctantly picked up the armor and, despite its smaller size compared to his shoulders, tried to put it on. To wear the half-body armor, he had to slide it on from the waist. But the waist opening was indeed smaller than his shoulders, causing a struggle. I told you it's too small. He grumbled as the armor pushed against his shoulders without descending further. Don't rush, press down firmly. Trust me, and Li Yuan instructed. All right, fine, Luo Lou complied, pressing down. And to his astonishment, the armor's waist opening expanded, behaving almost like supple leather as it slid over his shoulders and settled onto his body. I got it on, he exclaimed, looking around in disbelief. How does it feel? And Li Yuan inquired. Luo Lou twisted his shoulders and hopped a few times, grinning widely. Very comfortable. Like being wrapped in a blanket. It's a bit heavy, but I like it. He then took a few steps, the sound of his footsteps heavy against the ground. And Li Yuan adjusted his glasses, a hint of awe in his voice. To transform ordinary metal into something malleable is truly remarkable. Indeed, the brilliance of a top scholar is evident. Please, share how you discerned its extraordinary nature, Luo Lou teased with a smile. And Li Yuan replied. When the armor struck the ground, its sound differed from that of typical metal. Ordinary metal produces a crisp sound upon impact with stone, whereas this emitted a dull thud, a sound exclusive to softer materials. Furthermore, when I reached inside, it lacked the coldness characteristic of metal. Instead, it felt incredibly comfortable, more akin to leather, despite having no additional padding. Hence, I deduced this armor possesses remarkable flexibility and adaptability. Just from these subtle details, and Li Yuan reached his conclusion, showcasing a level of intellect not easily comprehended by the average person. Luo Lou chuckled softly, saying, I lack such intricate thoughts. I merely see this as a product of life, sacrifice, and transformation. Old Lei Wu tarnish his own reputation, even in death. So your sudden transformation is also a result of that deceased craftsman? And Li Yuan scrutinized Luo Lou's arm, noting, your skin appears significantly firmer, with all pores vanished. He pressed against her skin, tracing it with his fingers, and continued, the resilience is remarkable. It lacks the softness of human skin. Rather, it resembles a leathery hide. Can life's sacrifice truly enhance the human body? Boss, strictly speaking, you can no longer be considered human, but rather akin to the mutated beings outside. Luo Lou shook her head and retorted, who says humanity must be defined by a fragile body? It is the possession of a human heart that defines humanity. Do you equate those deranged beings out there, who consume their own kind, with humanity? Under the duress of hunger, humans can resort to cannibalism at that point. They are no longer human but beasts donning human skin. Let us not dwell on this. I remain unchanged, and that is a certainty. Now, let's test its defensive capabilities, Luo Lou said, stepping beside Luo Lou. With fingers poised, she thrust her sharp nails forward, striking the half-body armor, which produced a sharp, resonant clang. Impressive defensive strength. It can withstand a zombie's attack, Luo Lou noted, observing the armor unscathed, nodding in approval. Her nails were sharp enough to rival those enhanced with the sharpness attribute, easily slicing through stone. Yet, this armor bore no marks, proving its ample defensive capabilities against zombies. Ah, really? I love this armor. It gives me a sense of security. Luo Lou beamed with delight. Just watch me. Zhang Haoran scoffed at Luo Lou's satisfaction, pulling out another item from the sack, a long, wrapped cloth. Unveiling it. His eyes widened in astonishment. What a treasure. It was a hilt, and as he unfurled the cloth, it revealed a long blade. The blade shimmered under the light, exuding an aura of sharpness. Zhang Haoran grasped it eagerly, swinging it a couple of times, exclaiming, so light, remembering that it was also a product of life sacrifice. He paid no mind to the weight. With Luo Lou's armor exhibiting such excellence, his blade surely would not disappoint. Now, he awaited the opportunity to step outside and test it against the zombies. Zhang Haoran chuckled to himself as he began to practice with his newfound weapon. The contents of the sack were precisely as they had requested. Meng Dong was adorned with a jet-black inner leather armor, specifically designed to be worn beneath his garments. This not only enhanced his explosive power, but also featured formidable spikes at the joints, enabling him to inflict harm upon his foes, thereby compensating for his lack of offensive capability despite his remarkable burst potential. Yiqing was equipped with a pair of gloves and a long boot, which augmented his reaction speed and agility. Zhou Luanru wielded a silver desert eagle, modified to enhance the bullets fired from it. Similarly, Li Yuan possessed two ebony pistols. Though their power paled in comparison to Zhou Luanru's, they excelled in speed and ammunition capacity. As for Li Qingshu, She donned a pair of white gloves intricately adorned with numerous patterns. Upon putting them on, she let out a soft exclamation and struck towards the wall with an open palm. A chilling mist emanated from her hand, striking the wall and instantly encasing a large area in ice. Li Qingshu gazed at her palm in disbelief. She had acquired the capability for ranged attacks. These gloves, capable of transforming close combat strikes into long-range assaults, were undoubtedly the key to what had consumed Elder Lei's vitality, rivaling the cumulative value of the other items. This represented a profound alteration in the abilities of an evolver. Such an extraordinary object could only be achieved through a vitality surpassing that of extraordinary capabilities. The transformation into ranged attack did not seem to diminish its power in the slightest. "Boss, your position as number 1 is in jeopardy," and Li Yuan remarked, adjusting his glasses, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. With these gloves, combined with Li Qingshu's Bagwazang, her prowess would ascend to unprecedented heights. Li Qingshu's eyes sparkled with mirth as she turned her gaze towards Luo Lou, saying, "Luo Lou, I wish to challenge you." "Here?" he inquired. "Fear not. I shall hold back," Li Qingshu replied with a playful wink, her smile laced with mischief. "Of course, if you are afraid, I shall spare your dignity as the first." Luo Lou chuckled. "I am merely concerned about damaging the room. It will also serve as an opportunity to test the extent of my own strength. Please, proceed." "Then here I come." Li Qingshu's expression turned serious as she delivered a powerful strike. Instantly, a wave of chill enveloped the room as a torrent of icy mist surged forth from Li Qingshu's palm, hurtling towards Luo Lou. Chapter 51. Sparring and Deception. Whoosh. Luo Lou did not evade. A fiery aura erupted from his body, enveloping him as it clashed with the incoming icy mist. The phenomenon known as natural ignition relies on vibrations between the body and the air to produce flames. Previously, Luo Lou had to employ lightning enhancement to surround his body with lightning, creating the necessary vibrations with the surrounding air to achieve the fiery, enveloping state. However, this was no longer necessary. After undergoing transformation and enhancement through a life sacrifice, Luo Lou's control over his body had reached a level of astonishing precision. He was aware of the location of every cell and tissue in his skin, allowing for exquisite control. Thus, he skipped the lightning enhancement entirely, directly inducing vibrations in his skin to manifest natural ignition. Oh? Luo Lou was taken aback. The icy mist did not dissolve in his flames but instead seemed to suppress them, causing the fire to diminish. He soon realized this was different from previous encounters with Li Qingshu, who, as an F-grade evolved being, would have been consumed by his flames before even approaching him. Now, however, Li Qingshu had graduated to an E-grade, possessing the ability to attack from a distance, no longer fearing the flames would harm her, thus eliminating any hesitation. As the icy mist loomed to engulf the flames around Luo Lou, he felt a chilling sensation creeping over him. Resolving this, Luo Lou opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames to combat the icy mist, quickly melting it away. Yet, before he could fully dissipate this first wave of icy mist, a second wave surged forth, aiming straight for his face. Reluctantly, Luo Lou continued to breathe fire, dissolving this new wave of ice. With Li Qingshu keeping her distance, he felt less concern about accidentally injuring her. "Be cautious. There's more than one wave of icy mist." An excited glimmer flashed in Li Qingshu's eyes as she assumed a bagua palm stance. Instantly, shadows of her palms filled the air. With each strike, a mass of icy mist shot forth from her palms, rushing towards Luo Lou. Bagua palm, continuous air. As the palm shadows descended, the temperature in the room plummeted, causing everyone to instinctively huddle together for warmth. Even the flames enveloping Luo Lou were diminished by the room's frigid atmosphere. In mere moments, the entire room was filled with swirling icy mist, seemingly alive, all directed towards Luo Lou, who stood resolutely in place. In a single motion, a lethal mass of icy mist was unleashed, unbound by the constraints of close combat. Li Qingshu showcased her exceptional combat talent, reminiscent of the prodigy from her family before the zombie outbreak, reclaiming her former glory. How terrifying! Luo Susu's pupils dilated. Even from her distance, she could keenly feel the chill emanating from the icy mist and the astonishing combat prowess of the girl. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingshu could unleash such a flurry of palm shadows, a display of strength that could rival Lang Feisher's wind blade cutting. With so many waves of icy mist, it was impossible for Luo Lou to dodge them all. If one struck him, it would signify Li Qingshu's victory. Given that this was merely a spar, Li Qingshu was not exerting her full strength, and even if the icy mist touched Luo Lou, it would not be fatal. Nevertheless, A successful hit would still mean victory for her. The mere thought of defeating Luo Lou, once regarded as the best among their peers, exhilarated Li Qingshu. Let us see how you resist. Luo Lou observed the oncoming icy mist with a calm demeanor, chuckling softly. Why resist? Can't I simply evade? No sooner had the words left his mouth than Luo Lou vanished from his spot, leaving the countless icy mist with no target, which crashed down onto the ground where he had once stood. Instantly, a thick, towering block of ice formed from the amassed icy mist. As Li Qingshu pondered this turn of events, Luo Lou reappeared before her in the next moment. Startled, she instinctively thrust out a palm, only to have Luo Lou grasp her wrist, rendering her immobile. How fast? Yi Qing murmured to himself, aware that, in such a scenario, he would have been unable to evade, while the boss had accomplished it effortlessly. You can't do this. Li Qingshu, flustered by Luo Lou's evasion of her anticipated fatal strike, resorted to childlike pouting. Huh? Luo Lou blinked, then chuckled wryly. Come on. I never claimed I would just stand there. Otherwise, what would this be called? A spar or a punching bag? Li Qingshu opened her hand and, somewhat begrudgingly, delivered a light slap to Luo Lou infused with her powers. The icy mist swirled around her hand and landed on Luo Lou, instantly coating him in frost. Luo Lou shook his head with a rueful smile, and the flames erupted, melting away the layer of frost. His control over his body was not only meticulous, his speed, strength, reflexes, and agility had all been significantly enhanced, resembling a new version of lightning enhancement. Coupled with his innate powers, this resulted in a formidable amplification, the extent of which was truly daunting. All right, let us proceed according to tomorrow's plan. And Li Yuan. Luo Lou, wishing to divert the conversation, called out directly. And Li Yuan nodded and produced a sheet of paper, handing it to Yi Qing and Zhou Luanru. This contains the target areas for tomorrow's hunting team, including information about the members, their power levels, types of abilities, hunting zones, and the placement of explosives. Your task is to follow the hunting teams and, at the appropriate time, place the explosives in the designated locations I provide, then detonate them. Yi Qing nodded, moving to the sack to open it. The large sack contained not only their initial gear but also a substantial amount of explosives akin to TNT, each bound to a button, likely a time switch. The explosives themselves are non-lethal, but once detonated, they will emit a scent akin to evolved flesh, attracting a horde of zombies. At that point, your mission will be complete. Luo Lou added. Using the pretense of a zombie outbreak to eliminate Lang Feisher's hunting team was Luo Lou's strategy. Once Lang Feisher lost his trusted allies, his power would be significantly diminished. Although this plan would also severely weaken Li Qinggong's influence, it was a necessary course of action for Luo Lou. This time, he was known as the boss Luo Lou, not merely a subordinate of Li Qinggong. As night fell, aside from a few necessary sentinels, most evolved beings retreated to their rooms, some idly passing the time, others anxiously pacing, while others, like Luo Lou and his companions, prepared for the perilous hunt ahead. The hallway was eerily silent. If not for the occasional sounds from the rooms, one might think it was a graveyard. Zhang Wei had grown accustomed to this nightly vigil, endlessly patrolling his assigned corridor, the monotony only broken by the flickering lights and the muffled noises from passing rooms accompanying him through the long, lonely night. I loathe night shifts, Zhang Wei grumbled, scratching his head in dissatisfaction. Tonight, he was on patrol duty, forced to endure this tedious and dreary watch for the entire night. Every individual who joins Li Qinggong's faction, aside from becoming a member of the arduous and thankless hunting team, is afforded a remarkably easy position, the patrol team. This team is responsible for maintaining order within the entire building, making it arguably the most coveted role. There is no need to confront the grotesque and terrifying zombies. One can simply meander through the halls, stand guard, and earn a considerable amount of crystal cores each day. Moreover, should one take a disliking to someone, they can instigate a confrontation, and with a stroke of luck, may even receive unsolicited tributes, resulting in unexpected gains. Safe and highly rewarding. This position has always been in high demand within the building. However, due to its desirability, competition for the role is fierce. Zhang Wei was fortunate enough to be among the first cohort to follow Li Qinggong. Thus he has remained in this position without reassignment. O God, grant me a companion, that I may find solace on these lonely nights. Such was his repetitive prayer. Yet this time, his supplication was heard. Tap tap in the silent corridor. A sudden sound of footsteps echoed, distinct from Zhang Wei's own. Curiosity piqued, he wondered who could be wandering about at such a late hour. As he focused his gaze, a figure gradually emerged in the distance, becoming more discernible with each approaching step. The figure bore long hair cascading to the waist, swaying eerily with each step. Tap tap in the stillness of the corridor. Only this faint sound of footsteps could be heard. Zhang Wei felt a shiver run down his spine. Although he had prayed for a woman, he had desired a living being, not a specter. Who goes there? Instinctively, he drew his sidearm, trembling slightly as he aimed it at the figure. The figure halted, revealing its visage. Upon recognition, Zhang Wei's tension eased. It was not a ghost, but a man. A man with long hair cascading down his back. Damn, you gave me quite a fright. Zhang Wei lowered his firearm, wiping the sweat from his brow. However, fury quickly replaced his relief. He glared at the stranger and demanded, "What are you doing wandering around at this hour? Don't you know that frightening someone could be deadly?" "Ah, my apologies," the man replied, taken aback. Hearing the man speak calmed Zhang Wei's apprehension further. Yet he glared menacingly and insisted, "What is your purpose here? Come over. I need to search you." The man tilted his head, appearing to find amusement in the situation, and chuckled. "Are you sure?" "Sure. Come here. I suspect you might be a threat." Zhang Wei retorted angrily, brandishing his firearm as he approached the man. This man, who had startled him, ignited Zhang Wei's anger, and he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. "Very well," the man conceded, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Go ahead and search me." However, as Zhang Wei took a step forward, he hesitated, unable to proceed. The man's outstretched hands were adorned with razor-sharp nails, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to search me?" The man stepped closer, his long hair billowing as if caught in an unseen wind, spreading like a peacock's plumage. His chilling voice seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss. And in conjunction with this surreal scene, Zhang Wei's vision blurred as he collapsed to the ground. Luo Lou gazed in astonishment at the unconscious patrolman and shrugged. He had merely recognized the man's cowardice and deliberately frightened him. Stepping over the fallen figure, Luo Lou made his way to the elevator, pressed the button, and ascended to the highest level of the building, the rooftop, which lay beyond the 33rd floor, the 34th floor. There awaited an individual whom Luo Lou must meet. Chapter 52. Bidding farewell to my former self on the rooftop, the luminous moon cast its silvery light over the earth, enveloping the high platform in a shimmering frost-like glow. Luo Lou ascended to the rooftop and immediately spotted his intended target. There, a man stood at the edge, gazing up at the boundless starry sky. His back turned towards Luo Lou. Luo Lou remained silent, quietly observing the figure, sharing in the wonder of the celestial spectacle above. After a long pause, he sighed and turned, only to find that the man had noticed him, his expression one of surprise. "Who are you?" "Hello, my name is Luo Lou," he introduced himself. "Luo Lou? Oh, I remember you, the new member. How did you end up here?" The man paused, then continued with a sense of resignation. "Well, this place isn't solely mine to enjoy. I often come up here to admire the night sky. It's a way to refine my spirit." Luo Lou shook his head, fixing his gaze upon him. "I have no time for such leisure. In truth, I came to find you, Uncle Cheng." The title Uncle Cheng bore the weight of admiration from both past and present, a heartfelt expression of Luo Lou's sincerity. The man standing before him was none other than Li Qinggong, the owner of the building and one of the two most powerful figures in the Eastern District. In his previous life, Luo Lou had followed this man unwaveringly, willing to sacrifice everything for his ideal utopia. In the past, Li Qinggong often found solace in the stillness of the night, standing alone on the rooftop, gazing up at the infinite sky, a secret known to those familiar with him. And Luo Lou was one of them. "You're looking for me?" Li Qinggong furrowed his brow. "What is it you seek?" "Old man Lei is dead." Li Qinggong's eyes widened in shock. "Dead?" Luo Lou nodded. "Yes, I killed him with my own hands." "You killed him?" Li Qinggong struggled to process Luo Lou's words. "Old man Lei is dead, by the hands of this young man. Are you jesting?" Yet the calmness in Luo Lou's demeanor conveyed the truth of his statement, leaving no room for doubt. "Why?" Li Qinggong's expression turned cold. "If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, the consequences will be dire." "He deserved to die," Luo Lou replied. "He possessed immense power but wielded it like a frightened mouse. It was incongruent with his capabilities. To compel him to contribute, to himself, to us, to the world, he had to die." The chilling words sent a shiver down Li Qinggong's spine. This young man was indeed formidable. This is no jest, nor is it a flimsy rationale. "Your appearance is likely the culmination of his last moments," Li Qinggong remarked icily. Observing Luo Lou's long hair, "He contributed to the world, not solely for me. I merely took responsibility for his portion as well," Luo Lou stated matter-of-factly. "Such grandiosity. Then why seek me out? You should be fleeing, having slain my protected individual and violated my rules. If you truly understand me, You should know that I cannot abide rule breakers. Li Qinggong's voice was a low rumble, exuding an aura as imposing as a mountain. Vast and powerful like the stars above. The essence of a leader, the strength of an enforcer. He drew a silver handgun, aiming it at Luo Lou with an icy demeanor. This was a gift from Lei Paguan. You've inherited his power, and you know well the terrifying capabilities of modified weapons. I am a thrice transformed ability user, possessing eagle-eye vision. Wherever my gaze falls, the bullet shall follow. There is no escape for you. His eyes transformed into slitted pupils, glowing with a frigid intensity in the night, resembling an eagle fixating on its prey. In the next instant, with a mere pull of the trigger, a bullet would soar towards Luo Lou. In truth, I have come to accept my punishment, Luo Lou replied, meeting Li Qinggong's gaze unwaveringly. Li Qinggong paused, astonished by Luo Lou's unexpected admission. He had never encountered someone so willingly accepting of punishment, especially not a newcomer. What do you want from me, young man? Li Qinggong's pupils reverted to their normal hue. His curiosity piqued. I merely wish to warn you. Some individuals are not worthy of your trust. Some individuals? Li Qinggong's brow furrowed as he contemplated who Luo Lou might be referring to. Within this building, he trusted only one person unequivocally. Fei Shi is a good child. Besides, my trust in him is irrelevant to you. You seem to know me well. Who exactly are you? From the onset, Luo Lou's tone resembled that of an old friend, rather than a stranger addressing a leader, leaving Li Qinggong perplexed. He prided himself on his memory, recalling every person he had encountered. The mere fact that he recognized Luo Lou's transformed appearance hinted at their past. Yet Li Qinggong had never met him before. Aside from the occasion when Lang Fei Shi had introduced them, nothing else lingered in his memory. You need not know who I am. My purpose here, or rather, my reason for joining this place, is solely to caution you. Lang Fei Shi is untrustworthy. Bathed in moonlight, Luo Lou's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance as he spoke solemnly. You must be aware of his ambition, and how it starkly contrasts with his inadequate abilities. Li Qinggong fell silent, regardless of who this young man was or his motives. He had articulated a truth. He recognized Lang Fei Shi's ambition and the hypocrisy he concealed beneath a veneer of kindness. Yet, he had chosen to overlook it, allowing Lang Fei Shi to act freely, for ultimately, he believed it was for the betterment of the team and the survival of the people amidst the zombie apocalypse. Moreover, have you ever seen someone distrust their own child? Lang Fei Shi had become like a child to Li Qinggong. Thank you for your warning. After a moment of silence, that was all that was said. Luo Lou understood that no amount of further discourse would alter Li Qinggong's mind. He had known from the beginning that he could not sway him. Yet, he had to try, for this was Li Qinggong, his Uncle Chung from a former life. Unique and irreplaceable. With the warning delivered, it was time to repay the favor. I have broken the rules and come to accept my punishment, Luo Lou stated plainly. Li Qinggong nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his appreciation. While I am grateful for your warning, rules are rules. You know me and my principles. However, because you willingly accept your punishment, I will only fire one shot. Whether you live or die, I shall spare you. Luo Lou closed his eyes, awaiting Li Qinggong's judgment in silence. A gunshot shattered the stillness of the night, echoing sharply beneath the starry sky as a bullet swiftly struck Luo Lou in the chest, precisely at the heart. He gasped, feeling a piercing pain radiate from his chest. Blood seeped through his fingers as he pressed against the wound, droplets falling to the ground. Li Qinggong turned away, refocusing on the stars. One shot is all it takes. Whether you live or die, that is my promise. Thank you, Uncle Chung. Luo Lou gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain. In that instant, he activated his lightning enhancement ability, bolstered by his body's enhancements from the sacrifice of life, allowing him to withstand the powerful bullet. He could feel it lodged within his chest, perilously close to his heart. Having been struck by this bullet, Li Qinggong's past kindness to him has been repaid in full. From this moment on, they are no longer indebted to each other. Luo Lou departed, leaving Li Qinggong alone, gazing up at the starry sky. After a long while, he exhaled a heavy sigh. He muttered to himself, Lei Paguan, I had warned you long ago that your power would only bring you unforeseen calamities. I had thought I could protect you until my dying breath, yet you departed this world before I did. He then fell into silence, leaving behind a sorrowful sigh in the night. Luo Lou clutched his chest, gasping heavily in the elevator. As it descended, his complexion grew increasingly pale. Coming to take this bullet was a decision he had made, and although he could have evaded the death of the old man Lei, he chose not to. This was to honor the influence of Uncle Qinggong, whom he admired, and to atone for the past kindness Li Qinggong had shown him. After this bullet, Luo Lou would bear no traces of his former life. living solely for his present self, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. He had overestimated his strength and underestimated the power of the old man Lei's sacrificial transformation. Though the bullet was lodged in the flesh of his chest, he felt waves of dizziness from excessive blood loss. Suddenly, electricity crackled around Luo Lou's body. He closed his eyes and carefully controlled the muscles surrounding the bullet, gradually forcing it out. Such meticulous control over his own flesh was something only Luo Lou could achieve, and it was the very reason he dared to face punishment. With a sharp clink, the bullet was expelled and fell onto the elevator floor, producing a crisp sound. Once he had completed this task, Luo Lou slumped against the corner of the elevator. Blood had soaked his palm and stained the hem of his clothing crimson. Struggling to open his eyes, he picked up the bullet and pocketed it. The sensation of excessive blood loss was unpleasant. Shaking his head, he attempted to dispel the dizziness, but it only intensified. He retrieved a crystal core, intending to consume it. The crystal had healing properties, and it was Luo Lou's second line of defense. Just as he was about to ingest the crystal, a green light illuminated the elevator, casting it in an emerald hue. To his astonishment, the source of the light was the ring he wore, a trophy he had scavenged from the old man Lei. The radiant green light surged through him, and Luo Lou suddenly felt a surge of strength, dispelling his dizziness. Upon realizing he had regained his strength, Luo Lou marveled as he clenched his fist. Looking down, he was amazed to see the wounds on his chest gradually healing. Compared to the slow recovery provided by the crystal, this newfound power was exponentially faster. In no time, the wounds had vanished, leaving no scars behind. At that moment, the elevator reached his destination. Luo Lou exhaled, stretching his body, finding himself relatively unharmed. He let out a cold snort. A healing ring? Quite a remarkable item. The old man Lei had truly hidden it well. On the blood-soaked streets, countless severed limbs lay scattered about. A group of zombies huddled together, their heads bobbing as they occasionally raised them, revealing blood-soaked maws and the remnants of dismembered bodies. This was Jiangcheng, specifically the Eastern District, a zombie-infested area far from the safety of the building. The streets were teeming with zombies, shuffling about as if they might fall at any moment. However, to underestimate their mobility would be a grave mistake. Once they detect a living person, they charge forward with the ferocity of rabid dogs, tearing their prey apart with unimaginable speed. They do not tire or hunger. They are driven solely by an insatiable thirst for the flesh of the evolved. Caution is paramount. Avoid the zombies. From a dark alley, a head peeked out, surveying the area before retreating. Brother Xian, there are so many zombies. Should we go back? In the shadows, a girl with a pale complexion and wide, terrified eyes clutched the clothing of the boy in front of her, trembling with fear. This was a group of individuals, all clad in school uniforms emblazoned with the insignia of First High School, suggesting they were a cohort of students, perhaps even high schoolers. The boy at the front turned back to glance at his terrified classmates, frowning as he addressed the girl clutching his shirt. Go back. To where? We came out to find food. If we retreat, do you want us to starve to death? Across his face, there was a deep, bone-deep scratch, a mark left by a zombie. The girl, fearful, caught sight of the injury and whispered, "But I'm scared." Scared of what? Of starving? Without food, we'll only die of hunger. In the end, it's all the same, being eaten by zombies or starving to death. What difference does it make? But I... The girl's eyes began to redden, tears threatening to spill. Wang Xian looked at his former classmates, who once shone brightly and regarded him with disdain. In their eyes, he, with poor grades and humble circumstances, had no right to associate with them, especially this girl, the school beauty, a person seemingly destined for greatness. Once, their paths had never crossed. Yet, the fickleness of fate had brought them here, and now the once great were reduced to seeking Wang Xian's protection in their moment of vulnerability. He sighed, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." With that, he raised the gun in his hand, a weapon he had scavenged from a former police officer turned zombie. A price paid in the form of the scars on his face. The gun lent him a modicum of courage, providing a slight sense of reassurance to the group. Suddenly, a powerful roar echoed from afar, startling everyone. Wang Xian recognized it as the growl of a zombie. The roar attracted the attention of the nearby zombies, causing them to cease their feeding and let out a resonant growl, seemingly summoned to the source of the sound. Isolated zombies are not particularly frightening, but their sensitivity to sound is a grave concern. A minor disturbance can attract a horde of zombies, and that is the real headache. Oh no, run. Upon hearing the roar, Wang Xian cried out, grasping the school beauty's arm and charging forward. Indeed, at the end of the dark alley where they had taken refuge. A group of zombies was rushing towards them, drawn by the sound. Unfortunately for Wang Xin and his companions, their luck had run out, as the alley they hid in had been discovered by the passing zombies. Move, I can't. A plump student, paralyzed by fear at the sight of the advancing zombies, collapsed to the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably, a wet stain spreading from his pants. He had urinated himself in terror. In an instant, the zombies were upon them, their sharp claws reaching for the boy. Damn it! Wang Xin yelled, positioning himself in front of the frightened boy. He thrust one hand against the zombie's claw, gripping its wrist. Unfortunately, his strength paled in comparison to that of the zombie, which bent his arm backward, leaving deep gashes on Wang Xin's chest. He stifled a cry of pain, but with his other hand, he aimed his gun at the creature's head and pulled the trigger, blasting its skull apart. Then, he swiftly turned and seized the boy by the neck, exerting all his strength to hurl him away. Run! Wang Xin kicked aside the headless corpse of the zombie before him, using its body to momentarily shield himself from the advancing horde and buying himself a fleeting chance to escape. As he emerged onto the street, he was met with the sight of countless zombies rushing towards them from the left, drawn by the cacophony of their own moans. Run! Grabbing the school beauty behind him, Wang Xin dashed in the opposite direction, toward the source of the zombie cries, neglecting all else in the face of imminent death. His brain clouded by a lack of oxygen, all he could think about was evading the relentless pursuit of the undead. In the vicinity of the commotion, at an intersection, a man with waist-length hair pierced a zombie's throat with one hand, effortlessly lifting its head from its body. A multitude of zombies drew closer. A bespectacled man adjusted his glasses with a flick of his middle finger, observing the oncoming wave of zombies. Around them, numerous zombies lay defeated on the ground, either cleaved in two, smashed into a pulpy mess, or frozen into grotesque sculptures, creating a nightmarish tableau. Come on, my dear crystal core. A corpulent figure clad in black brandished a long knife, exhilarated as he charged toward the incoming zombies. This group was none other than Luo Lou and his companions. Upon leaving the safety of the building, they had entered the terrifying realm of the undead. Yi Qing and Zhou Luanru followed the guidance provided in their intel to locate the hunting teams, while Luo Lou and his crew advanced toward the zoo. Confronted with zombies, they naturally engaged in slaughter. To Luo Lou and his companions, the terrifying zombies were merely a dish slightly more unsettling than usual. But within them lay the tantalizing crystal cores. Zhang Haoran activated his rock skin ability, wielding his sharp blade as he battled through the throng of zombies. His defenses held firm against the undead, which he effortlessly cleaved in half, reminiscent of an ancient general maneuvering through enemy lines with ease and delight. The ferocious roars of the zombies attracted even more of their kind, and Li Yuan glanced back toward a corner where the sound of numerous footsteps echoed. Approximately 50 zombies were closing in. Thanks to his sensory abilities, and Li Yuan could discern their numbers with clarity. Just as he spoke, a massive wave of zombies surged around the corner, their faces contorted in rage as they lunged toward Luo Lou and his team. Let me handle this. I was just getting warmed up, boomed a burly figure clad in half armor, his goofy grin unwavering as he charged at the oncoming zombies. Without any weapon, he utilized his armored fists, crushing a zombie's skull with a single blow and creating a gaping hole in another with the next. This is exhilarating. With the protection of his heavy armor, the zombie's claws merely clanged harmlessly against him. Nioli suddenly seized a zombie by the leg and hurled it forward like a bowling ball, causing a chaotic tumble among the other undead. The thrown zombie collided with a wall, splattering into a gruesome heap. Huh. And Li Yuan suddenly expressed surprise, his gaze fixating on a wide street ahead, filled with disbelief. What is it? Luo Lou inquired. A smile crept across Li Yuan's face. There are people, living people? Oh. Luo Lou followed in Li Yuan's gaze. The street appeared empty at first, but soon silhouettes of several fleeing figures emerged, pursued by a relentless tide of zombies. It seems we've drawn them into this mess. Should we help them? And Li Yuan turned to Luo Lou. However, before Luo Lou could respond, a figure darted past. Li Qishu charged ahead. Run! Run! Wang Xin pulled the school beauty, Mingyu, along, his face twisted in a grimace, the scars on his skin seeming to writhe in tandem with his expression. I can't keep up, the school beauty gasped, struggling to match his pace. If not for Wang Xin's grip, she would have surely been overtaken by the ravenous zombies. Damn it! Who triggered the zombies' cries? Wang Xin's face contorted in rage as he exerted every ounce of strength to flee, cursing the person responsible for leading them into this hellish predicament. They're almost upon us. Wang Xian could see the claws of the undead reaching out toward him. Despite his inexplicably enhanced physical prowess, he could not outrun them. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly halted and flung the school beauty forward. "You all go," he declared firmly, facing the oncoming horde. "Xian go." The school beauty's face drained of color. She understood Wang Xian's intentions all too well. He meant to act as bait to buy them precious seconds to escape. "Hurry, don't waste time here." Wang Xian fired a shot, taking down the nearest zombie, his voice a fierce roar. "Yes, go. What does it matter if I live or die?" A fellow student grabbed the school beauty and pulled her away, and she followed without a second glance at Wang Xian. Wang Xian cast a lingering glance at the fleeing figures, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Though he had always played the role of protector, he knew that the woman he secretly admired had never regarded him as anything more than a tool. Her reliance on him stemmed solely from his utility. And now, he had exhausted his last ounce of worth. Consider it a fleeting taste of heroism. At least I was noticed, even if just for a moment. Facing the advancing horde, Wang Xian found himself devoid of fear. In fact, he felt a strange gratitude towards the zombies. Without them, he would never have experienced this brief glimpse of heroism. However ephemeral it may be, for someone who had long yearned for recognition, that was enough. Being a hero isn't as easy as it seems, he chuckled bitterly, gripping his gun tightly, raising it slowly to aim at the approaching zombies. But I willingly accept this fate. I just regret not having taken my chance with her first. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed as Wang Xian relentlessly pulled the trigger, dispatching several zombies. This was the extent of his accomplishments. Come on, let me be a hero one last time. He hurled his handgun into the throng of zombies, preparing to charge forward himself. In that very instant, a chilling wave swept over him. A white mist of ice surged past, striking a zombie ahead with a freezing blast. The undead instantly turned to ice. Then, a torrent of icy mist swept past Wang Xian, rushing toward the oncoming horde, transforming them into frozen statues. What is this? Wang Xian stood dumbfounded, the adrenaline that had fueled him moments ago evaporating. The sound of footsteps approached, and he turned to see a woman, a stunningly beautiful woman, walking toward him. A swirling mass of white mist emanating from her palm. Clad in pristine white attire, her presence was a stark contrast to the bloody, filthy world around her. As if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens to rescue the suffering. Is she a goddess? Wang Xian gazed in awe at the divine figure approaching him, momentarily entranced. Chapter 54. The Gap Between Man and God Indeed. Only a deity could accomplish what was unfolding before Wang Xian's eyes. As the goddess wielded her ethereal powers, swirling mists of ice descended upon the horde of zombies. With each graceful motion, a zombie was transformed into a frozen statue, and within moments, the streets were filled with these icy remnants. Are you all right? The goddess turned to Wang Xian, her voice laced with concern. Why yes, I'm fine. Wang Xian stammered, momentarily taken aback by her direct address, and quickly nodded in affirmation. Li Qishu smiled lightly, dismissing him as she advanced forward, with Wang Xian trailing closely behind until they reached a crossroads. In that moment, he felt he had truly entered the realm of the divine. Aside from the ice-wielding goddess, there was a robust figure cleaving through the zombies with a hefty blade, each swing resulting in severed limbs, a colossal warrior clad in heavy armor, reminiscent of ancient knights who crushed zombies like ants with his fists, and a man draped in dark leather armor, exuding an aura of danger, standing sentinel as if he were an assassin. Yet, amidst this formidable assembly, one figure stood out, a delicate woman, seemingly so fragile that a mere gust of wind might topple her, eliciting a sense of tender protectiveness from those who beheld her. However, the most captivating presence was that of a long-haired man at the center of the crossroads, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. His flowing hair cascaded down to his waist, drawing all eyes. Wang Xian's gaze drifted downward, noticing the sharp nails adorning the man's fingers, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of forged steel, with traces of blood still lingering upon them. Is he a monster? This was Wang Xian's initial thought. Brother Xian, I'm so relieved to see you unharmed. A schoolmate rushed over, her face etched with worry. It was then that Wang Xian realized that those classmates who had abandoned him were now gathered here. He muttered, choosing not to engage with the schoolmate, instead expressing his gratitude to Luo Lou. Thank you for saving me. He sensed that the man standing at the center was the true leader of this group. Students? Luo Lou cast a surprised glance at him. You appear no older than 16 or 17. Among this group, only you warrant my respect. Wang Xian nodded, bitterness creeping into his voice. We are all students from the first high school. We just entered our first year. The notion that a group of immature adolescents could survive amidst a sea of zombies was enough to earn Luo Lou's admiration, particularly given that it seemed the scarred boy before him had played a pivotal role in their survival. With a discerning eye, Luo Lou recognized that among the students, only the scarred boy possessed the courage, while the others were paralyzed by fear. It was clear they had relied on him to reach this point. Luo Lou nodded, listening intently as Wang Xian recounted their desperate escape from a shelter when food supplies dwindled, leading them to the harrowing encounter moments ago. Not only Luo Lou but also Li Qingshu regarded Wang Xian with a hint of admiration. To lead a group of feeble students to safety as a mere F-class evolver was indeed praiseworthy. I know this is rather forward, but could I possibly have some food? Wang Xian asked, casting a hopeful glance at Luo Lou. He noticed a bespectacled man beside Luo Lou, carrying a bulging backpack that surely contained provisions. I admire your spirit. Your request is granted, Luo Lou affirmed, gesturing for Li Yuan to share some food. Li Yuan unzipped his backpack, revealing an abundance of bread. Wang Xian's eyes widened as he involuntarily swallowed hard, the sound echoing in the silence. Li Yuan handed him 2 long loaves, and Wang Xian eagerly accepted them, almost tearing into one immediately. However, his movements halted abruptly when he noticed that Li Yuan, after giving him the bread, closed the backpack, seemingly with no intention of distributing further food. Seeing the expectant gazes of his classmates, Wang Xian steeled himself and spoke. Why are my companions not receiving any? Your companions? Luo Lou glanced at the inept students, a smirk playing on his lips. I merely stated my admiration for you. That doesn't extend to them. You have earned my friendship and protection, but as for them, I'm afraid my rations are insufficient. Wang Xian opened his mouth, glancing at the bulging backpack, wanting to voice his thoughts but hesitating. With a resigned sigh, he handed 1 loaf to the schoolmate and another to the others, saying, You all eat. I'm not hungry. Aside from the schoolmate murmured thanks. The others devoured the bread ravenously, as if his generosity were a given. Luo Lou shook his head, not approving of Wang Xian's actions but refraining from criticism. Each individual has their own principles, just like Li Qinggong. Luo Lou couldn't influence him, nor could he change the student. Regrettably, some individuals remained oblivious to the gravity of their situation. A tall, lanky student, after devouring his share, had the audacity to confront Luo Lou. You clearly possess ample food. Why not share it with us? He seemed to have forgotten the terror of being pursued by zombies, as his naive disposition emerged once safety was restored. Oh, why should I share with you? Luo Lou turned to the student, amusement dancing in his eyes. Because we're starving. You have so much food. Giving us a little won't hurt. The lanky student insisted, as if it were a matter of course. Because you're hungry? That means I must share my food with you? Luo Lou chuckled lightly, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Those zombies are hungry too. Why don't you feed them? What are you saying? Those zombies are monsters. Why should we feed them? What nonsense is this? You better give us food, or we will take it by force. Under the allure of food, the others glared hungrily at Li Yuan's backpack, threatening him. Luo Lou was at a loss for words. Could they not see that 2 individuals were still battling zombies in the midst of chaos? What kind of deluded mindset allowed them to overlook such danger and dare to threaten him? Wang Xian's heart raced with alarm as he quickly turned to Luo Lou. I'm so sorry. My classmate doesn't understand. He's just really hungry. Be quiet. You're utterly useless. The lanky student, humiliated, pointed at Wang Xian. From the beginning, what have you done besides leading us in flight? You can't even fend off a single zombie, yet you dare to lecture us. We've had enough of you. Wang Xian's face paled, his gaze dropping as he clenched his fists in silence, his body trembling slightly. It was incomprehensible. He had risked his life to lead them to safety, bearing the scars of his struggles, and just moments ago, he had been injured. Yet, these individuals not only failed to understand but also condemned him for his perceived inadequacies. Wang Xian felt as though all his sacrifices had been in vain. Even if just one classmate comprehends him, Wang Xian feels that his efforts have not been in vain, that his wounds have not been suffered for naught. He seeks assistance from these peers, only to find their gazes filled with reproach. Even the school beauty, whom he has secretly admired and cherished by his side, now bears a hint of reproach in her eyes. This revelation sends Wang Xian's heart plummeting into despair. Enough of this nonsense. If you refuse to comply, we shall seize it by force, declared the tall, slender student brazenly. Seize what? At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the tall student, startling him. He turned to see a stout figure looming over them, his skin as dark as rock. smeared with blood and a curious white substance that resembled the brain matter of a zombie. In his hand, he wielded a long knife, stained with a grotesque mix of red and white fluids, the scent of blood overwhelming the students to the brink of fainting. Who is this fool attempting to challenge us? Step aside. Do not obstruct my path. Zheng Haoran scoffed disdainfully, delivering a swift blow that sent the tall student crashing to the ground before striding over his fallen form towards Luo Lou. Despite the clear path beside him, Zheng Haoran chose this route, evidently having overheard the earlier exchange. By the heavens, Luo, I have never felt such exhilaration. The thrill of slaying was simply unmatched. You cannot fathom it. Striking down a zombie felt as effortless as slicing through tofu. Zheng Haoran recounted, his face alight with reminiscence of the joy he experienced while dispatching the undead. The zombie's assaults were mere tickles against his rock-like skin, and with a single stroke, he could fell a multitude. Was there any sensation more exhilarating than this? Ah, the big guy hasn't been taken care of yet. Allow me to assist. Zheng Haoran's eyes sparkled with delight as he noticed Luo Lou still engaged in fierce combat among the horde of zombies, and with his blood-soaked knife in hand, he charged forth. Wang Xian stood transfixed, his mind awash with tumultuous waves. Sliced through tofu? He, who had barely managed to vanquish a single zombie at the risk of his life, could hardly believe that such a feat could be trivialized to mere child's play in Zheng Haoran's words. Is this the chasm that separates mortals from the divine? Chapter 55. The after-show. In truth, Zheng Haoran was not as exaggerated as Wang Xian imagined. As a natural type evolver, he had gained an edge through the sharpness of his long blade, enhanced by a life-sacrifice transformation, allowing him to navigate the hordes of zombies with remarkable ease. However, like Wang Xian and his companions, most were merely struggling to survive amidst the onslaught. Young Jun, are you all right? A tall, thin student was knocked to the ground by Zheng Haoran's slap. Nearby, a chubby student anxiously exclaimed, his pants stained with a wet mark. He was the one who had just urinated in fright. Unfortunately, Zheng Haoran's strength seemed excessive. Yang Jun's head struck the ground heavily, leaving a small pool of blood as he lay unconscious. Why must you do this? We only seek a bit of food, even if you refuse us. Is it necessary to resort to violence? Are you truly this selfish? The chubby student's words were both pitiful and tragic. In a bygone era, such an appeal might have garnered sympathy and incited ire against the oppressors. But now, in this chaotic new society, there were no spectators to witness his plight, save for the zombies surrounding them. His words failed to stir any significant outrage among the students. This group of students is rather adorable, Russell remarked, unable to contain a smirk. Their sorrowful existence, reliant solely on the mercy of others, epitomized the failures of the education from the old society. And Li Yuan gazed at the group with a tinge of pity, stating, in this world, dependence is merely a prelude to death. Reluctant to engage with these students still tethered to outdated ideologies, Luo Lou turned to Wang Xian and said, I admire you. Would you care to join us? Me? Wang Xian pointed to himself, incredulous. To be invited to join such formidable individuals was beyond his wildest dreams. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Their prowess in dispatching zombies was evident. Joining them would eliminate the struggle for survival. That's wonderful, Brother Xian. The school beauty exclaimed joyfully, as joining them would secure their safety. Wang Xian nodded, ready to agree, when Luo Lou interjected, make no mistake. My admiration is solely for you, not your companions. To join me means relinquishing the burden of those you consider encumbrances. I value your courage and ability, which can only benefit you alone. Wang Xian fell silent. Abandoning these ungrateful students to join Luo Lou seemed a prudent choice. After all, this showed no concern for him, so why should he risk his life for their survival? Be Brother Xian. The school beauty's face went pale as she clutched Wang Xian's sleeve. She understood that their survival hinged on him. If he departed, their fate would be dire. Looking into her pleading eyes and then at his classmates, Wang Xian found himself unable to voice his agreement. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Luo Lou regarded Wang Xian with keen interest, curious about his next move. Would he prioritize his own interests and abandon the weak and frail, or would he adhere to his principles and lead them to their demise together? Life is, after all, a series of choices. After a long pause, Wang Xian finally lifted his head to meet Luo Lou's gaze, resolutely stating, I'm sorry. I appreciate your offer, but I cannot agree. This outcome was entirely expected by Luo Lou. He recognized Wang Xian as a man of principle akin to Li Qinggong, someone who would not be swayed by mere temptation, even if it promised survival. What a pity. I truly admire you. However, opportunities are fleeting, and I shall not grant you a second chance. Luo Lou shrugged and suddenly turned his attention to the pile of zombies Zheng Haoran had just slain, numbering over 100. But I will provide you with some assistance. All the crystal cores here are yours. Crystal cores? Wang Xian blinked in confusion, following Luo Lu's gaze. Beyond the heaps of corpses, there were no visible crystal cores. You don't know? Luo Lu was taken aback. Seeing Wang Xian shake his head, Luo Lu was further astonished. How could someone unaware of crystal cores have survived until now? Break open their skulls, and you shall acquire the power you desire. Luo Lu said no more, as Zheng Haoran's bloody rampage had concluded, and he returned, drenched in gore. Let us go? The zombies here have been cleared. If I am to leave this for Wang Xian, I want to go back on my word to clean up the battlefield. Zheng Haoran had a few choice words but ultimately obeyed Luo Lu's command, casting a venomous glare at Wang Xian before departing. The power I crave? Watching Luo Lu and his group leave, Wang Xian curiously eyed a severed zombie head that had rolled nearby. He crouched down, stifling his disgust as he crushed the skull, revealing a round, glistening object within. Fortunately, the abundance of zombies along the way quickly dispelled Zheng Haoran's complaints. As he became engrossed in the frenzy of slaughtering zombies for crystal cores, the East District was the most populous and complex area of Jiangqing's 5 districts, rife with the Wild Wolf Gang and Li Chunggong's 2 dominant factions, as well as countless evolvers barely clinging to life beneath the zombie threat. As they traversed the area, Luo Lu witnessed a terrified evolver being torn to shreds by the undead. With a frown, Luo Lu, his long hair tied back like a whip, forcefully struck down a zombie before him. The tremendous force twisted its neck several times, rendering it motionless. Glancing at the chaos of combat, Luo Lu noted the overwhelming number of zombies. Aside from Li Yuan and Russell, who lacked combat ability, everyone else was engaged in battle. Yet still, hordes of zombies surged toward Luo Lu. No wonder no one dares to venture out. With this many, they could easily bury a person alive. After severing a zombie's neck, Luo Lu surveyed the advancing horde and chuckled wryly. But for you, boss, isn't this the perfect opportunity to enhance your strength? And Li Yuan adjusted his glasses, remarking. Luo Lu chuckled lightly. You understand me well. Slaying these zombies and consuming their crystal cores may very well elevate me to D rank. He had already ingested 1,000 crystal cores, yet the dark side devourer had yet to upgrade. Perhaps it was due to the fusion of 2 abilities, necessitating more cores. Indeed, an abundance. Very well, let us stretch our limbs and see just where my limits lie. Luo Lu cracked his wrists and strode toward the oncoming horde, his long hair billowing as if caught in an unseen wind. With a sudden roar, flames erupted around him, interwoven with crackling electricity, enveloping him in a fierce display. Let me enjoy this to the fullest, as a prelude to the grand finale. Luo Lu licked his lips, gazing at the swarming zombies ahead. Chapter 56. The Art of Slaughter. With a sudden leap, Luo Lu plunged into the tide of zombies, becoming engulfed by the throng. Countless undead surged forward, biting and clawing, forming a dense mound of flesh. Then, with a resounding explosion, the horde was violently scattered, as if a powerful bomb had detonated. At the center stood Luo Lu, his hair billowing as if stirred by an invisible wind, resembling the ancient Gorgon Medusa. His entire being crackled with electricity and flames. With a mere gesture, a fiery orb erupted from his hands, igniting the mass of zombies. His hair, twisted like a serpent, lashed out and pierced the skull of a nearby zombie, creating a gaping hole. His fingers, sharpened like blades, bore the enhancements of life sacrifices, rendering his arms even deadlier than Zheng Haoran's long sword. With each swing, he severed limbs and cast aside remnants of the undead. Slaughter. Unadulterated slaughter. Like a tiger among sheep, Luo Lu unleashed his ferocity upon the zombies, which to him were little more than mere prey. Luosis looked on, pale-faced, as Luo Lu navigated effortlessly through the horde, every movement resulting in the permanent downfall of a zombie. What immense power, what a terrifying figure. Was this the true extent of Luo Lu's strength? The figure enveloped in flames and lightning elicited a gasp from Luosis. Dual abilities? How is it possible for someone to possess such a rare gift? She had never encountered anything like it before. Every part of Luo Lu, his hair, nails, and body, was wielded as a weapon. He showed no fear of the zombies' attacks. Their feeble attempts merely left faint marks upon his formidable form before being incinerated by the flames that enveloped him. In no time, the zombies surrounding him lay lifeless on the ground. Yet, the tide of zombies continued to surge forth. Disdainfully, Luo Lu scoffed, inhaling deeply until his chest swelled with air. He then opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing flames like a dragon of fire. The intense blaze transformed the area into a fiery inferno, incinerating countless zombies, turning them to ash. However, the undead felt no pain, nor did they experience fear. As long as they possessed the will to move, they pressed onward, even reduced to charred remains. In a swift motion, Luo Lou darted forward, becoming a comet of fire as he charged into the horde. His fists, infused with flames and electricity, struck the approaching mass of zombies with devastating force. The air quaked under the impact of his punch, igniting a cascade of flames that surged forth, consuming all in their path. With one powerful blow, he punctured a zombie's chest, driving his fist through it like threading a skewer through fruit. Another explosion of fire erupted, sending the remains of the zombie flying in all directions, showering him with blood that was quickly vaporized by the surrounding flames. Luosis gazed with a complex expression at Luo Lou, who was wreaking havoc among the zombies. She recognized his strength but was astounded by the sheer magnitude of it, so powerful that it evoked a sense of helplessness. Compared to him, Lang Fei sure seemed utterly insignificant. At that moment, an uncontrollable feeling surged within Luosis, an awareness that opposing him was an absolute folly. Slaughter had transformed into an art form in his hands. Li Qingshu's killings resembled lifelike ice sculptures, created from living beings, thus inherently vivid. Zheng Haoran and Niu Li's methods of slaughter were akin to generals on a battlefield, leaving behind smooth cuts of dismembered zombies or unrecognizable masses of flesh. Ming Dong's approach resembled that of an assassin, each strike infused with explosive force. His custom-made leather armor enhancing his attacks, complemented by the potential emergence of his spiky defenses. If the former were still grounded in humanity, then Luo Lou's art of slaughter had ascended to a hellish realm. Flames, severed limbs, and blood rain fell upon the demon who reveled in the carnage. Surrounded by mountains of corpses, Luosis glanced at Li Yuan beside her, who appeared the most composed among them. Yet, she knew that beneath this facade of normalcy lay depths comparable to that of the demon. The memory of his emotionless, ashen gray eyes sent a shiver down her spine. Is that all? I haven't even begun to kill, Zheng Haoran exclaimed, cleaving a zombie in two. The street was devoid of any standing beings, save for them. I feel the same, Niu Li chuckled, now drenched in blood, revealing a chilling smile. Among them, only Li Qingshu retained an air of elegance. The others were splattered with gore. That's quite a lot, isn't it? Let's see how you all handle the cleanup later, Li Qingshu remarked, frowning at the carnage strewn across the ground. Well, now that you mention it, we're all in a bit of a bind, Zheng Haoran grimaced. Back at school, there were dedicated personnel for such tasks. They merely focused on the slaughter. Now, it seemed they were entirely alone in this endeavor. This is a disaster. Had I known, I would have only targeted the heads, Zheng Haoran lamented, his face contorted in frustration. Among their chaotic masterpieces, his was the most disordered, reduced to fragments, making it impossible to discern one part from another. The numbers don't add up, and Li Yuan suddenly interjected, having remained silent until now. What do you mean? Zheng Haoran replied, glancing at the fallen zombies with perplexity. And Li Yuan shook his head. Jiang City is a metropolis with a population of over 1 million. And the East District is the most densely populated area. Why, then, are there only so few zombies? It seems there are barely 2,000. No one else could accurately assess the number of zombies as Li Yuan could. The roars of the undead could attract others of their kind. This street had once been bustling, yet they had encountered far fewer zombies than expected, even after intentionally provoking them. 2 scenarios could explain the reduced numbers, and Li Yuan continued, adjusting his glasses. First, someone has deliberately hunted them down. However, we have seen no evidence of a large number of corpses along our route, only a few scattered. Therefore, this theory is untenable. The second possibility is that the zombies were previously summoned and drawn to a specific location, never to return. Are you suggesting someone intentionally summoned the zombies? Who would be foolish enough to invite thousands of zombies to their doorstep? Zheng Haoran scoffed. It may not be human. And Li Yuan replied, gazing into the distance, his expression contemplative. Ahead lies what seems to be the zoo. A ferocious roar erupted from that direction, reverberating through the streets and causing their ears to ring despite the distance. Is that a tiger? Luo Lou asked, glancing toward the source of the sound. Let us go investigate. Chapter 57. The sparrows returned before Luo Lou could take a step. A thunderous cry echoed from afar, and a mass of dark silhouettes emerged on the horizon, swiftly approaching. As they drew nearer, Luo Lou discerned their true nature, a flock of birds. Leading the group was a large eagle with a pale belly and a dark back, the source of the resounding call. From Luo Lou's vantage point, he could clearly see a deep, bloody claw mark on the eagle's chest, fresh and still oozing crimson, suggesting it had recently sustained this injury. The eagle seemed to have detected the scent of blood below and descended from the heights, landing atop a moving structure, surveying the scene below. It was then that Luo Lou realized the eagle's formidable size, standing at least 3 to 4 meters tall, with each accompanying bird no smaller than 2 meters. Unfazed, Luo Lou met the eagle's fierce gaze, its golden eyes brimming with a mixture of ferocity, malice, and a hint of curiosity. Such an array of emotions from a mere bird was astonishing. Luo Lou's attention shifted to the birds surrounding the eagle, approximately 20 to 30 in number, among them owls with feline-like faces, woodpeckers with elongated beaks, and sleek, black swallows. While he could identify a few, many remained unfamiliar to him. To his surprise, among this avian assembly was a sparrow, its feathers ragged and singed. Luo Lou recognized it as the leader of the sparrows that had fled from his school. How did it end up here? Zhang Haoren and the others also recognized the sparrow, their expressions turning grave. These mutated beings were far from the frail zombies they had encountered before. A single sparrow was already a headache, and now there were so many mutated birds, with the eagle reigning above them. The sparrow seemed to have recognized Luo Lou as well, fixing him with a gaze filled with animosity. Luo Lou nodded, a bitter smile crossing his lips. This is bad. I never anticipated that this accursed sparrow would find its way here. This situation is precarious. With a sharp chirp, the sparrow suddenly swooped down, wings spread wide. Diving directly at Luo Lou, prepare yourself, he commanded, his expression hardening as flames erupted around him. He opened his mouth, unleashing a torrent of fire, which coalesced into a wall of flames, obstructing the sparrow's descent. The sparrow, undeterred, altered its trajectory and charged at Luo Lou from a different angle. A glance at the eagle perched above revealed indifference. It showed no inclination to intervene, nor did its surrounding flock. Was this eagle embodying a knightly spirit, or simply disdainful of overwhelming a lone opponent? A smirk crept onto Luo Lou's face. Very well, let me first deal with this bothersome sparrow before addressing you. As the sparrow lunged, the force of its massive wings created a gust that tousled Luo Lou's hair. Narrowing his eyes, he extended his fingers toward the oncoming bird. Sneering, my strength has increased significantly since our last encounter. What about yours? In response, the sparrow emitted a furious cry. Lunging forward with its sharp beak aimed directly at Luo Lou, resembling a cannonball in its ferocity. Come on. Luo Lou's eyes gleamed with determination as he lowered his body, narrowly avoiding the beak's deadly thrust. Huh, he shouted, thrusting his shoulder upward just beneath the sparrow's beak. In a flash, he wrapped his hand around its head. The flames engulfing Luo Lou caused the sparrow to emit a pained shriek, yet before the cry could fade, Luo Lou's other hand struck toward its throat, poised to deliver a decisive blow. After all this time, your mind remains unchanged. Lowly creatures will always be lowly. Luo Lou mocked, his claws infused with thunder and flame poised to pierce the sparrow's resilient feathers and reach its vulnerable flesh. Suddenly, a chill coursed through Luo Lou's body, causing his hair to stand on end and halting his movements. Instinctively, he released the sparrow, arching backward and kicking off the ground with his feet, executing a graceful backward somersault just as the sparrow's body erupted with long, sharp quills, resembling a hedgehog. These quills, born from its feathers, were considerably sturdier and sharper than those encountered at school. Having undergone a transformation through sacrificial enhancement, Luo Lou's perception of danger had reached an alarming level. His body instinctively warned him of imminent threats. This phenomenon was not unfamiliar to him in ancient times. Warriors who honed their bodies to a certain level developed an innate sense of danger, a state known as the cicada perceives the wind before it stirs. Luo Lou had now attained such a state, allowing him to forego his lethal assault on the sparrow in the face of imminent peril. The sparrow glared at him with intensified hatred, its singed feathers fueling its animosity. Both were intent on annihilating the other. Luo Lou, I'm coming to help, Li Qingshu called, stepping forward. Stay back, Luo Lou warned, casting a glance at the eagle above. At that moment, the eagle seemed to stir slightly, meeting Luo Lou's gaze. Its eyes bore a warning. If you intervene, that eagle will undoubtedly take action. Don't make a foolish move. Do you not trust in my strength? Upon hearing Luo Lou's words, Li Qingshu hesitated, realizing the peril of provoking the multitude of birds above. Luo Lou flexed his wrists, looking at the sparrow with a cold snort. I had intended to grant you a beautiful demise, but since you wish to play the hedgehog, I shall resort to methods suited for such creatures. The sparrow, whether comprehending Luo Lou's words or not, let out a cry and ascended into the sky once more, preparing for another dive. If close combat won't suffice, let us see how you fare against my latest invention, a ranged attack. Luo Lou extended both arms backward, targeting the descending sparrow, before thrusting them forward with a mighty shout. Flame wave. As he propelled his hands forward, the air trembled, and a burst of fire erupted from his palms, forming a potent wave of flames directed at the sparrow. Ranged attack? Exclaimed Luo Susu, turning to Li Yuan beside her. He can even execute ranged attacks? What else is beyond his capabilities? Her voice was laced with astonishment. Luo Lou had always demonstrated close combat prowess, and witnessing him employ a ranged assault was unprecedented, while his previous fire-breathing had been limited in distance. This flame wave was a genuine ranged attack, leaving Luo Susu unable to conceal her shock any longer. And Li Yuan shook his head, gazing at the successive waves of flames in the sky, and remarked, "No, the boss currently lacks the capability for ranged attacks. This must be a temporary manifestation of remote explosive power achieved through some extraordinary means, akin to the previous fire-breathing. However, this is my first encounter with it, and I cannot yet analyze its underlying principles." Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, Russell gradually calmed down and continued to observe the unfolding battle. And Li Yuan's lack of understanding did not imply that others were equally uninformed. Suddenly, Li Qingshu exclaimed, "A gust of wind." Coming from a lineage of ancient martial arts, she was well aware that when the physical body reaches an advanced level, one can unleash such techniques, striking from a distance with the force of a fierce wind. What Luo Lou was demonstrating was undeniably a gust of wind, albeit augmented by special methods that gave rise to the flame waves. Indeed, the flames exhibited by Luo Lou bore a striking resemblance to the gusts, as his body, enhanced through a sacrificial transformation, had attained the advanced physical state recognized by Li Qingshu. This technique was an accidental discovery, upon realizing that he could effortlessly invoke a gust of wind with a mere strike. He contemplated its fusion with the concept of spontaneous combustion. Spontaneous combustion refers to flames ignited by vibrations caused by the body's interaction with the air, and Luo Lou's gusts can be categorized within this theory. Thus, when combined with spontaneous combustion, the flame wave was born. This ability of spontaneous combustion was wielded by Luo Lou with unparalleled mastery, even surpassing his innate power of lightning enhancement. If Li Kai were to know of this from beyond, he could rest in peace. The sparrow, startled, attempted to change direction, but it was too late. The searing flame wave had already reached it, crashing violently against its body with a resounding bang. Again! Luo Lou relentlessly struck, each motion of his hands unleashing a flame wave that pounded against the sparrow. Chirp! The sparrow cried out in pain, its form wavering, and it plummeted from the sky. Without engaging in close combat, the sharp spines on the sparrow were utterly ineffective against Luo Lou, who continued to bombard it with an unending barrage of flames. Chirp! 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 The sparrow emitted mournful cries as its body was scorched. Its feathers, though resilient and thick, could not withstand the relentless onslaught. Just as Luo Lou was caught up in the fervor of the battle, an exceedingly piercing howl suddenly erupted, followed by a powerful gust of wind that extinguished the flames enveloping the sparrow. Startled, Luo Lou turned to see the eagle, which had been observing from afar, finally making its move. Chapter 58. The sky in reverse. As the sparrow took flight, Li Qingshu was the first to spring into action. With a swift motion, she unleashed a palm strike, sending a frigid mist hurtling towards the ascending bird. A fierce cry erupted from the eagle, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that dissipated the icy fog. Its eyes glinted with a hint of fury, as if reproaching Luo Lou and his companions for their audacity. Another intense wave of wind surged forth, this time aimed directly at them. Faced with the invisible yet colossal force, Luo Lou found no route of escape. He crossed his arms defensively, bracing himself against the onslaught. The relentless pressure forced Luo Lou to bow under its weight, leaving multiple white imprints on his body. Could this force truly inflict harm? He gazed in horror at the marks on his arm, relieved by his robust physique. Otherwise, he would have been left with numerous wounds. Such ferocity, unleashed by a mere call, left him pondering the immense power of the creature that had been injured. Realizing this was the eagle's warning, he understood that, had it been serious, he would have faced a full frontal assault. Luo Lou's instinct was to retreat, yet the mocking gaze of the sparrow, now soaring high, seemed to taunt him. Come and kill me. A surge of wrath filled Luo Lou's heart. The eagle was a leader, yet he, too, was the boss of his group. Both stood on equal footing. Why should he heed its warning? Whoever he chose to eliminate would not survive. Clenching his teeth, he fixed his gaze upon the sparrow in the sky. His fingers splayed as he thrust forward, unleashing a wave of flames toward it. Attack! Luo Lou bellowed. And Li Yuan adjusted his glasses, and with a flick of his wrists, two sleek black pistols appeared in his hands. He unleashed a barrage of bullets toward the sparrow. 8 trigrams palm, continuous sky. Li Qingshu cried out, her hands morphing into fleeting shadows as the air filled with icy mist aimed at the bird. The others, lacking long-range capabilities, could not target the sparrow but remained vigilant. Zhang Haoran drew his long knife, positioning himself protectively beside Li Yuan and Luo Su, shielding his more vulnerable teammates. Niuli stood guard beside Li Qingshu, prepared for the avian threat. Flames, frost, and bullets converged upon the sparrow, each attack poised to deliver a fatal blow. The sparrow sensed the imminent danger, letting out a desperate cry as it flapped its wings faster, attempting to evade the lethal onslaught. With a roar filled with rage, the eagle, realizing its warning had gone unheeded, unleashed an even more potent gust of wind, extinguishing the flames and frost while redirecting the bullets elsewhere. Die! Luo Lou launched another wave of flames, this time targeting the enraged eagle. The eagle, now even more incensed, let out a cry that resonated loudly, sending a razor-sharp wind towards Luo Lou. Even before the force reached him, he felt its menacing presence. Now, take your chance. Luo Lou had anticipated this moment, drawing the eagle's ire to divert its attention from the sparrow. 8 trigrams palm, continuous sky. Li Qingshu again sent forth a torrent of icy mist toward the sparrow. And Li Yuan, however, did not join the fray. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and instructed Zhang Haoran. Now, move beneath that sparrow. Zhang Haoran nodded, though uncertain of the strategy. Yet, and Li Yuan was their team's strategist. He never steered them wrong. Sure enough, another gust of wind extinguished the icy mist. Now, and Li Yuan's eyes gleamed as he suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a white substance that soared toward the sparrow. The substance expanded midair, forming a web that ensnared the sparrow, rendering it unable to fly. With a mournful cry, it plummeted to the ground. The traits of a mutated creature, reminiscent of the mutated spider Luo Lou had vanquished, had been acquired by Li Yuan after he consumed it. He possessed the abilities of acid and webbing, though he had seldom utilized them, nearly forgotten until now. Ha ha ha, perish. Zhang Haoran, now positioned beneath the descending sparrow, laughed heartily. He raised his long knife and, as the sparrow fell, struck down with tremendous force. The sharp blade cleaved into the sparrow's head, silencing its incessant chirping. Its body convulsed violently under the blow before lying still, blood oozing from its head. The eagle, now utterly enraged, ceased to unleash wind pressure. Instead, it flapped its wings vigorously, ascending to block out the sun, casting a shadow over the street. The crowd felt a sudden darkness envelop them as a shadow loomed overhead. Following the eagle's rise, a flock of birds took flight, trailing behind their leader. With each flap, the eagle's wings stirred the air, escalating in frequency. The howling winds intensified, slicing against Luo Lou's face, as if a terrifying storm was brewing. Run! Luo Lou's pupils dilated, a primal sense of danger coursing through him. Everyone, take cover inside the buildings. Upon uttering these words, he darted into a nearby structure, followed closely by the others. Zhang Haoran, still at a distance, drew his long knife, glanced around, and smashed open a glass window of a nearby shop before leaping inside. A roar erupted. Under the shadow, a tempest unleashed itself. A powerful storm formed on the street, its winds tearing the ground apart. The corpses of the fallen zombies were swept up in the gale, shredded into countless fragments scattered across the area. Obliterated, a blood-red rain began to fall from the sky, the result of the zombies being mercilessly torn apart by the winds. A storm, blood rain, and shadows created an apocalyptic tableau. With a crack, the corner of a building was severed, a stone crashing to the ground, only to be shredded by the furious winds into innumerable shards. As the first structure succumbed to the winds, like a line of dominoes, surrounding buildings followed suit. Their windows shattering, debris caught in the tempest along with the blood rain, cascading to the earth. It was as though the sky itself were rolling back. Under the might of the raging storm, countless buildings were uprooted and shattered, appearing as fragile as plastic, sliced and crushed into oblivion. Only the furious cries of the eagle echoed through the world, resonating in the aftermath. Chapter 59, Awakening after the storm after the tempest. The mighty eagle departed with its followers, leaving behind streets transformed into ruins. The area within a radius of several hundred meters lay in shambles, a heap of debris marking the demise of those who dared to disregard its warnings. With the departure of the creature that had obscured the sun, the sky regained its clarity, bestowing a semblance of tranquility upon the desolate landscape, a peace, albeit one born of destruction. Nothing remained save the remnants of what once was. After a time, a hand suddenly thrust forth from the rubble, followed by a figure emerging from the wreckage. This individual, with hair cascading to his waist and a body encrusted with dirt, crawled forth and collapsed onto the debris, gasping for air. That was close, had I not evaded swiftly. I might have been reduced to nothing, Luo Lou murmured, still shaken. Having taken refuge within a building, the structure's collapse had left Luo Lou unconscious, shielding him from the fate that befell many outside. Uncertain of the others' fates, he glanced around, realizing he appeared to be the sole survivor emerging from the ruins. Naturally, his superior physical constitution had facilitated his awakening before the rest. After resting for a while on the ground to regain some strength, Luo Lou rose, determined to search the wreckage for his buried companions. Suddenly, a noise nearby caught his attention, and another figure emerged from the debris, even more wretched than he, with dust covering every inch of his being. It was Li Yuan. At that moment, Li Yuan's glasses were missing, and his face was as grimy as an artifact unearthed from the earth. "Boss," he acknowledged upon spotting Luo Lou. Although deprived of his spectacles, the enhanced physique granted by evolution and further bolstered by the consumption of crystal cores enabled him to see clearly. "I had thought you would be the last to emerge," Luo Lou remarked as he approached Li Yuan. Li Yuan, instinctively reaching for his nose, realized his glasses were gone. In terms of physical prowess, I was indeed the last. But I had strategically hidden myself, minimizing my exposure to harm, hence I emerged second. Wisdom is a form of strength. Perfect. Use your ability to locate the others and see where they might be buried, Luo Lou requested. However, he soon noticed Li Yuan had closed his eyes, using his perception ability to sense the presence of others. After a moment, Li Yuan opened his eyes and stated, "There are signs of life. They are all alive. And one is right beneath your feet." "Beneath my feet?" Luo Lou exclaimed, quickly moving from his spot. He knelt and began to sift through the stones, soon uncovering a towering object. "What is this?" Curiously, he touched it, finding it soft to the touch. "Based on its shape and other factors, boss, what you are currently fondling is likely the chest of a woman, specifically that of Luo Susu," Li Yuan remarked, almost causing Luo Lou to choke in embarrassment. As Luo Susu had been closest to Li Yuan during the collapse, it was only natural that they had been buried together. "Chest." Luo Lou sheepishly withdrew his hand, feeling a flush of awkwardness despite his usual composure. Avoiding Li Yuan's gaze, he continued to dig until he unearthed the face Luo Susu's. She lay with her eyes closed, seemingly still unconscious, which relieved Luo Lou. Had she awakened, it would have been utterly mortifying. Lost in thought, he was startled as Luo Susu suddenly opened her eyes, gazing at him mischievously. "That hurts. When did you wake up?" Luo Lou asked, avoiding her gaze. "Right when you were groping me and asking what it was," Luo Susu quipped, nearly causing Luo Lou to choke again. "It was unintentional," he stammered. "Is that so?" "But it hurt quite a bit. You were so rough," she teased, her laughter light and airy as she sat up, bits of debris cascading off her. In that moment, Luo Lou noticed that Luo Susu appeared unscathed, her clothing pristine as if untouched by the chaos. "How are you unharmed?" Luo Lou inquired, frowning. With a playful smile, Luo Susu replied, "It was the necklace you gave me. It saved my life." When the debris had fallen, the necklace had generated a transparent shield around her, preventing any injury. The treasured items of the old man lay, a ring capable of healing and a necklace providing protection, proved invaluable. Under Li Yuan's guidance, the others were gradually unearthed. Aside from Luo Susu, all bore varying degrees of injury, though fortunately not severe enough to warrant the use of Luo Lu's precious ring for healing. After a while, Zhang Haoran awoke, his rocky skin providing ample defense against harm, though he was concerned about the whereabouts of his beloved long knife. "What the hell? That was intense," he exclaimed, surveying the devastation before him. After a brief rest, he set off in search of his prized weapon. One by one, the remaining members regained consciousness. "That was terrifying. Are the mutated beings truly that powerful?" "They've reached a godlike status," Li Qingshu remarked, shaken. Luo Lou shook his head. "Mutated beings certainly vary in strength. The spider we encountered earlier and the sparrow we just vanquished represent the norm. The eagle, however, is akin to the pinnacle of humanity, an exceptional rarity. A mutated being forged from tens of thousands of crystal cores is undeniably formidable, and the eagle, as the sovereign of the skies, cannot be compared to mere insects like sparrows or spiders. I had initially wished to visit the zoo, but now I reconsider. If something can leave such a significant wound on that eagle, it must be stronger than the eagle itself," Luo Lou said with a bitter smile. The emergence of the dark side's devourer had inflated his confidence, especially after enhancing his body through life sacrifice modification. As a reincarnate armed with memories of the future, He felt invincible in this post-apocalyptic world. Yet, this hubris led him to forget that this was an era of survival, where the struggle for existence was paramount. A veritable hell on earth. In that moment, Luo Lou's perspective shifted. He no longer viewed these challenges as mere opportunities for arrogance. Experiencing setbacks is not without merit. Otherwise, we might start to believe we are the masters of this world. Maintaining a sense of humility is essential for survival, Luo Lou stated solemnly. The group fell silent. Their earlier bravado tempered by the reality of their circumstances. This was perhaps for the best. Without respect for the world around them, they would inevitably face dire consequences. And it would be far worse than mere unconsciousness. Someone is approaching, and Li Yuan suddenly said, turning his gaze toward the distance. Following his line of sight, the others soon spotted a group of figures appearing on the horizon. It's humans. And Li Yuan further remarked that these shadows are upright, resembling humans. Chapter 60. Encounter. As shadows drew ever closer, a group of approximately a dozen individuals approached, converging with Luo Lou and his companions. Boss, look at them. They resemble monkeys. One of the group jested, pointing at Luo Lou and his friends while laughing heartily at a slender young man beside him. This laughter triggered a chorus of mirth among the dozen. How laughable! Zhang Haoran, who was unearthing his treasured blade from the rubble, suddenly turned his face with a fierce glare, exclaiming, "What a pack of mad dogs! Do you wish to die? Who the hell are you to insult us? Do you even know who we are?" The man retorted with a scowl, boasting, "We are the subordinates of the Wolf Gang, and this gentleman is Thunder King. One of the 4 great kings of the Wolf Gang, a 3-time evolved fighter. I don't care how many times you've evolved. Do you think you're a silkworm, shedding skins? Get lost, or I'll cleave you in 2. Zhang Haoran, already grimy and furious at their mockery, spoke with sharpness. "What did you say? Seeking death, are we?" The man growled in anger, but suddenly froze when he spotted Li Qingshu and Luo Susu, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Boss, what a fortunate day. Not only can we eliminate Li Qinggong, but we also stumbled upon 2 stunning beauties. Haha, let us kill them all, and keep the women." The slender young man nodded, grinning widely. He had noticed the beauty of Li Qingshu and Luo Susu from the start. They were indeed rare finds. Despite not knowing why this street had turned to ruins, he felt today was his lucky day. With a glint of malice in his eyes, he commanded his men. To him, they were merely a few individuals, and with a dozen of his comrades, all of whom were second-stage evolved fighters, he considered them easy prey. Kill them. His subordinates cackled as they charged towards Luo Lou and his companions. For a group of E-class evolved fighters, slaughtering a few people was akin to child's play. There was no need for the slender young man to get his hands dirty. Unaware of their impending doom, Luo Lou merely offered them 4 words in farewell. He cracked his neck, stretched his limbs, and took a step forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he suddenly erupted forth like a meteor of fire. The foremost attacker hadn't even registered the movement before a long-haired man appeared before him. Instantly, he felt his world spin, and then he lost consciousness. With a swift motion, Luo Lou's hand, imbued with sharp properties, sliced into the man's neck, severing his head with ease. The advance of the others halted as they stared in disbelief. How could one person be dispatched so effortlessly in such a short span of time? Stunned, they watched as Luo Lou, undeterred, decapitated another victim, then flew into the next, delivering a powerful kick that left a gaping wound. Though they too were E-class evolved fighters, Luo Lou's prowess was beyond this tier. They were nothing but mere chickens, incapable of withstanding his strikes. In the blink of an eye, Luo Lou had taken down 2 adversaries. Take him down. At last, the rest responded, rushing toward him in unison. Suddenly, a massive stone soared through the air, crashing down into the midst of them. With a thunderous boom, one unfortunate evolved fighter was crushed beneath it, reduced to a pulpy mess. Niu Li seized another large stone from the debris and hurled it at the remaining foes. Run. They had learned their lesson, scattering in all directions to avoid clustering together. One individual darted behind Zhang Haoran, his fingers shimmering with light as he aimed a deadly thrust at Zheng's back. Die. Found it. My treasure. Zhang Haoran exclaimed with joy as he unearthed a long blade from the ground, enveloping himself in a layer of rocky skin. The ambusher's strike met the stone skin, failing to penetrate. What did you just say? Zhang turned, grinning at the astonished man. Forget it. You can die now. With a horizontal slash, he cleaved the man in 2 at the waist. Filthy scum, brace for my wrath. Zhang Haoran bellowed as he charged toward the remaining assailants. They are too powerful. Don't engage with them. Target the weaker ones. Fear gripped them as they witnessed the effortless slaughter from Luo Lou and his comrades. They dared not confront them any longer. What constitutes weakness? In the eyes of the Wolf Gang, anyone who did not engage in a direct confrontation and remained on the sidelines was deemed weak. One of the gang rushed toward Li Yuan, aiming for Luo Susu, who stood beside him. Unfazed, and Li Yuan drew a handgun and aimed it with precision. Fool. Bullets are useless against me. The attacker's skin suddenly hardened, revealing a tough layer of armor. Clearly, he was a strength-enhancing evolved fighter. Is that so? And Li Yuan calmly aimed at the man's head, who was now mere inches away. Bang! The bullet struck the armored skin, the force pushing the man's head back violently. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Ah, that really is ineffective, such formidable defense. And Li Yuan mused, casting an appreciative glance at the fallen adversary. Ouch! What kind of gun is that? Its power is astonishing. The man lifted his head, a bullet lodged in his forehead, embedded deep within his skin. Had his defenses been slightly weaker, that shot would have surely penetrated his skull. But before he could inquire further, a figure loomed above him, delivering a fierce kick to his head. Explode! A voice echoed nearby, and the man felt an overwhelming force surge through him. The impact threatening to separate his head from his body, and then he faded into unconsciousness. With a swift motion, Meng Dong's toe transformed, revealing a sharp spike that plunged into the man's temple, piercing through his skull. The tremendous force propelled his head from his body, sending it flying to the feet of one of the four kings. Chapter 61. The electromagnetic cannon. The expression on Thunder King's face was ashen. His gaze fixated on a severed head rolling at his feet, a profound insult to his dignity. Despite both being E-level evolvers, the members of the Wolf Gang appeared as fragile as tofu in the presence of Luo Lou and his companions. How could they possess such formidable strength? Seeking death. At that moment, Zhang Haoran cleaved one of Thunder King's subordinates in half with a single stroke. Finally unable to contain himself, Thunder King withdrew a coin from his pocket, electricity crackling between his fingers as it enveloped the coin. With a resounding crack, the coin shot from Thunder King's hand, creating a shockwave in the air that stirred the debris on the ground, indicative of its immense power. Watch out, fatty. Luo Lou, witnessing the earth-shattering strike, felt a tightening in his chest and shouted a warning. Zhang Haoran sensed the impending danger as well. Turning around, he saw a bolt of lightning hurtling toward him. He raised his long knife defensively, attempting to block the incoming attack. Boom! Zhang Haoran felt an overwhelming force reverberate through his arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the knife as he was pushed backward by the sheer power of the impact. A coin fell from the blade, leaving a distinct mark on its sharp edge. Trembling, Zhang Haoran stared in shock at Thunder King. This display of power left everyone momentarily stunned, halting their attacks. Thunder King, equally astonished, realized his lethal strike had been thwarted. The knife must be an exceptional weapon, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. Lightning? Luo Lou, still gripping a member of the Wolf Gang by the throat, frowned at Thunder King. The latter gazed hungrily at Zhang Haoran's knife, along with Niu Li's heavy armor and Meng Dong's leather garb, stating, "Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Thunder King, one of the four kings of the Wolf Gang, a 3-time evolved ability user with the power of electric current attack. You are merely second-time evolved users, relying on your equipment to easily dispatch my subordinates. I offer you a chance. Surrender your gear and women, and I shall let you leave." Higher-tier individuals can discern the aura emanating from those of lower status, recognizing their level because they once belonged to that tier themselves. In Thunder King's eyes, the impressive strength of the opposing group must stem from their equipment. The fact that Zhang Haoran could withstand Thunder King's coin was a testament to this. That attack was his strongest move. Even the formidable giant king among the four kings wouldn't dare claim to emerge unscathed from it. Yet, that knife not only withstood the blow but only bore a shallow mark, undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. What did you say? Hand over the women and our gear for our lives. Zhang Haoran repeated incredulously, his anger surging as he shouted, "Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then let us fight. That will never happen." Niu Li, more straightforward, lifted a large stone from the side and hurled it at Thunder King. Thunder King chuckled lightly, producing another coin, which he shot toward the incoming stone. With a loud bang, the stone exploded, sending shards flying while a bolt of lightning shot into the sky. "If you refuse, your fate will be like that stone." Luo Lou decisively snapped the neck of the Wolf Gang member in his grip, making his stance clear. "Then let us see you try." With a crackle of electricity enveloping him, a burst of flames engulfed Luo Lou as he thrust his palm toward Thunder King, sending a wave of fire surging forward. Thunder King waved his hand, unleashing an arc of electricity to counter the flame wave, dissipating it effortlessly. How dare a mere second-time evolved fire ability challenge me? Before he could finish, a torrent of flame waves surged toward him, Thunder King's expression darkened, and he fired another coin, which scattered the feeble flames and sped toward Luo Lou. Luo Lou sidestepped the coin's trajectory, narrowly evading its impact. However, the residual force caused his hair to whip around violently. As he turned to face Thunder King, he noticed a sinister smile curling at the corners of Thunder King's mouth, sending a chill down his spine. He glanced back just in time to see the coin hurtling toward Li Yuan. This is bad. Luo Lou's heart raced, but there was no time for hesitation. Suddenly, a sense of danger prickled his skin. He dodged just as another coin whizzed by, missing him by inches. Such fierce battle awareness. Luo Lou's expression grew grave. The four kings were indeed a cut above the ordinary members of the wolf gang, their strength formidable. The coin sped toward Li Yuan, its velocity rendering evasion impossible. And Li Yuan could only watch in horror as the coin approached, a sense of fatal danger gripping his heart. If struck, he would undoubtedly perish. He lacked the luck of Zheng Haoran, who had a long knife to block the attack. I'll take it. In that moment of crisis, Niu Li shouted, suddenly stepping in front of Li Yuan. The coin crashed into Niu Li's heavy armor, deflecting harmlessly to the ground. Indeed, a fine item, but it belongs to me. Thunder King gazed greedily at Niu Li's armor. With Zheng Haoran's long knife and Niu Li's heavy armor, his strength would surely ascend to a new level. Perhaps then he could defeat the Wolf King and claim leadership of the Wolf Gang. The thought crossed his mind, and he hesitated no longer. Gripping 8 coins between his fingers, he prepared to launch them. He cannot be allowed to unleash those. Luo Lou felt a surge of urgency as he thrust his hands back, sending a wave of flames toward Thunder King. Simultaneously, he dashed toward him like a shooting star. Get out of the way. Zheng Haoran, having recognized the threat posed by Thunder King, bellowed as he severed a subordinate blocking his path and sprinted toward Thunder King. 8 trigrams palm, continuous air. Li Qishu was not idle either, his hands creating a flurry of afterimages as icy mist swirled toward Thunder King. And Li Yuan, unwavering, drew his twin pistols, firing several rounds in quick succession. Meng Dong crouched low and lunged forward like a leopard, his explosive power propelling him faster. A set of adamantine spikes extending from his palm as he charged at Thunder King. Nearly all their attacks converged on Thunder King. His expression shifted. If he shot out the coins now, he would undoubtedly be caught in the onslaught. He was not a strength-type evolver, and sustaining an attack would mean mutual destruction, an unacceptable outcome. Realizing this, Thunder King decisively abandoned his offensive plan. The coin slipped from his fingers as he spread his hands wide, unleashing a torrent of electricity to scatter the incoming attacks. Kill them. Thunder King roared at his remaining subordinates, who rushed toward Luo Lou and his companions. If they could buy him just a little time, he would unleash his coins and obliterate these interlopers. As for the fate of his subordinates, it mattered little to him. Once he acquired those precious weapons, he could recruit as many subordinates as he desired, perhaps even claim the entire wolf gang for himself. And those 2 women. Thunder King's eyes glinted with lecherous intent. Chapter 62. A gruesome battle. The prowess of a D-class evolver is formidable, surprisingly. All of Luo Lou's attacks were effortlessly intercepted by the Thunder King. This may be attributed to his affiliation with the natural element, which is widely regarded as the most powerful among all categories. Other factions exhibit a mix of strengths and weaknesses. Even the most enigmatic special category possesses abilities that can be deemed trivial. However, each natural evolver is undeniably powerful, especially those skilled in offensive capabilities. From his strength, Luo Lou could discern just how formidable Long Feisher was, as both belonged to the offensive segment of the natural category. If one king was so strong, how powerful could Long Feisher be, who managed to stand his ground against the wolf gang? No one knew. What Luo Lou needed to ascertain now was that he must eliminate an evolver of the same attribute, lest the consequences be dire. Confronted with the onslaught of electric currents, the lightning surrounding Luo Lou intensified. Gritting his teeth, he charged towards the electrical attack. The radiant arcs of electricity struck him. Yet his own electric aura merely caused a slight hesitation in his advance, allowing him to continue his reckless sprint. Indeed, as Luo Lou had anticipated, the electric assault posed no threat. Being an evolver of the lightning attribute, he could withstand direct currents. After all, this opportunity was singular. And Luo Lou found himself before the Thunder King, unwilling to let it slip away. Noticing that the electric currents had no effect on Luo Lou, the Thunder King, momentarily taken aback, contemplated changing tactics. However, Luo Lou would not grant him that luxury. He had already closed the distance, fingers poised like blades, aiming a fierce strike at the Thunder King. The Thunder King, realizing he could not evade, glared with malice and retaliated, directing his index finger at Luo Lou. A flash of lightning coalesced and instantaneously released a concentrated beam towards Luo Lou's chest. Alarmed, Luo Lou understood that if this strike connected, it would surely pierce his heart. He swiftly maneuvered his body, redirecting his charge, causing his fingers to plunge into the Thunder King's shoulder instead of his neck. In the process, he grunted in pain as the electric beam pierced through his ribs. Die! With his body pressed against the Thunder King's, Luo Lou seized the opportunity. Despite the agony coursing through his ribs, he yanked outward with the hand embedded in the Thunder King's shoulder, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as he tore the entire arm from its socket. Following the anguished cry, the Thunder King, now missing an arm, became frenzied. His mouth opened wide, releasing a beam of lightning aimed directly at Luo Lou's face. Luo Lou, caught off guard and face-to-face with the Thunder King, had no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, he recalled his long hair. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hands to shield his face while his hair transformed into a whip-like barrier, intercepting the incoming electric beam. Boom! The lightning beam struck Luo Lou's hair, piercing through it and impacting his hand. The pain was excruciating, as if fire coursed through his veins, a force threatening to shatter his palm and reach his mind. Luo Lou summoned every ounce of strength to fortify his hand. Should it be breached, his mind would surely follow. The intensity of the electric beam sent Luo Lou flying, crashing into the debris of stone in the distance. Ha ha! As the beam dissipated, Luo Lou released his hand, gasping for breath. His left hand bore a gaping hole, while his right hand sustained a deep wound exposing bone. He had managed to deflect the lethal electric beam, albeit at the cost of his left hand. Luo Lou, Li Qingshu exclaimed, rushing to his side to support him. Are you all right? I'm fine. I won't die, Luo Lou replied, glancing at the gaping wound in his left hand, shaking his head as he glared at the Thunder King. Boss, are you okay? A subordinate hurried to the Thunder King's side, concerned. Get lost. Clearly, the timing for flattery was ill-fated. Enraged, the Thunder King twisted his head and unleashed a lightning beam that pierced through the subordinate's skull, leaving behind a lifeless body with a gaping hole. Oh, my hand. My hand. It hurts so much. The Thunder King howled, clutching his severed arm, his eyes ablaze with fury as he seethed. My hand. You made me lose an arm. I will have you all dead, every last one of you. At that moment, all thoughts of equipment or women faded. His sole desire was for Luo Lou to perish, the one responsible for his loss. With his remaining hand, he retrieved a coin from his pocket, aiming it at Luo Lou while bellowing, Die! Maximum attack. The coin transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Luo Lou. Duck! Luo Lou's pupils constricted, his body crackling with electricity. He intended to evade, but Li Qingshu was at his side. If he fled, she would undoubtedly suffer. Resolving this, Luo Lou wrapped an arm around her waist and lunged sideways. Unfortunately, the added weight of another slowed him just enough for the lightning-imbued coin to strike him. Despite his best efforts to dodge, the coin penetrated his calf with a violent explosion, leaving a massive hole. Luo Lou gasped in pain, collapsing to his knees in midair. Luo Lou, Luo Lou. Li Qingshu's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with regret. Had she not rushed to his side in her moment of distraction, he would not have been injured while trying to protect her. Gritting his teeth, Luo Lou examined his calf, now devoid of bone, merely flesh tethering it together to prevent complete severance. Luo Lou, Zheng Haoran, having just dispatched another member of the Wolf Gang, faced the onslaught of numerous E-class evolvers. Despite relying on the sharpness of his blade and the defense of his rock armor, he had sustained significant injuries. Upon seeing Luo Lou wounded, he shouted in alarm. I'll take you down. Zheng Haoran charged at the Thunder King. Fatty, no, you're no match for him. Luo Lou cried out, desperate to intervene, yet his leg was incapacitated, making movement nearly impossible. Seeking death, the Thunder King sneered, summoning another coin to fire at Zheng Haoran. Bang! Zheng Haoran raised his blade to block the attack. But the coin collided with the sword, causing it to slip from his grip and spin through the air before embedding itself in the ground. Puff! The coin continued its trajectory, striking Zheng Haoran's flesh, penetrating the defenses of his rock skin and piercing his abdomen. Ugh! Zheng Haoran stifled a groan, clutching his stomach as he half-kneeled. Without his blade, he was rendered nearly useless. His rock skin was merely a moving target in the Thunder King's eyes. Die! The Thunder King cackled, flipping the coin in his palm. Swoosh! Just then, a massive stone hurtled toward them, and Meng Dong charged in front of the Thunder King, raising his hand to unleash a diamond spike. Everyone, get out of the way. The Thunder King had no choice but to redirect his coin towards the oncoming boulder, while simultaneously unleashing a beam of lightning at the advancing Mengdong. Puff! And Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, having waited patiently for the moment when Thunder King would expose an opening in his attack. At that instant, Li Yuan opened his mouth, unleashing a stream of green acid, while simultaneously aiming his dual guns at Thunder King, firing the last remaining bullets. The coins shattered the massive stones hurled toward him, while a lightning beam pierced through Mengdong's abdomen. However, the already vulnerable Thunder King could not evade the subsequent barrage of acid and bullets. The acid splashed onto his face, prompting Thunder King to shut his eyes and let out a wretched cry, his sinister visage disfigured by the corrosive liquid. Although the acid lacked significant power and primarily served to hinder Thunder King, the true lethal strike lay in the bullets that followed. However, Li Yuan had underestimated the situation. One of Thunder King's subordinates bravely shielded him, taking the bullets meant for his leader. "Boss," the subordinate cried out, closing his eyes as he succumbed to his injuries. Even the brutal wolf gang possessed loyal followers. "Shaoxi," Thunder King bellowed, recognizing the familiar voice. This was his most trusted confidant, who had fallen just like that. I will make you all pay." Ignoring the pain on his face, Thunder King opened his eyes, his corroded features contorted with rage, presenting a terrifying sight. He extracted every coin from his possession and hurled them forward. Countless coins scattered and transformed into a barrage of terrifying attacks. Though this would diminish their power, the deranged Thunder King cared not for consequences, launching indiscriminate assaults that even endangered his surviving subordinates. "No, boss. Help. The members of the wolf gang screamed in despair as they were caught in the indiscriminate onslaught, some even reduced to a state resembling a sieve by the coins. Li Yuan's expression shifted. Several coins were now hurtling toward him. Having exhausted his combat options, the acid and webbing were clearly ineffective. He could only hope that Russell could protect herself. Relying on her to defeat enemies was futile, especially when she could not even approach Thunder King. One coin crackling with lightning flew toward Russell, who paled in response. The defensive mechanism of her necklace activated, enveloping her in a transparent shield. Bang! The coin collided with the shield, causing her to stagger under the immense force. The coins descended like celestial blossoms, overwhelming Luo Lou, whose heavy armor could only shield half of his body. 2 coins pierced through his thigh, eliciting a muffled groan as he collapsed. Thankfully, the widespread attack had lessened in impact, or else Luo Lou's leg might have been irreparably lost. With Luo Lou's protection gone, a coin shot through in Li Yuan's shoulder, causing him to grunt in pain, his face paling as blood gushed from the wound. Li Qingshu fared no better. 2 coins struck her arms, rendering her incapable of fighting, as her powers were concentrated in her hands. With her arms incapacitated, she was effectively rendered useless. A D-grade natural type evolver had managed to obliterate Russell's team, accomplishing what the terrifying eagle could not. Although Thunder King had paid a heavy price, losing his entire crew, an arm, and suffering disfigurement, his combat effectiveness was now severely diminished. "I will slaughter you all," Thunder King gasped, the toll of such a wide-ranging attack weighing heavily upon him. What he thought would be an easy victory had instead inflicted great harm. The fury building within him threatened to ignite, for he knew he would return to ridicule and scorn from the other 3 kings. Fortunately, with these resources, I still have a chance to rise again. As for you 2 women, I will shatter your limbs and present you to the wolf gang's brothers, turning you into mere playthings. Thunder King laughed maniacally, extending his remaining arm and pointing a finger at Russell, who lay nearby. "As for you, I will not kill you. You have transformed me into this grotesque figure. I will sever your limbs, turning you into a mere stick, sealing you in a jar to serve as my chamber pot." Thunder King's expression twisted with malice. "I will make you wish for life, but find no escape from death. And you," his finger shifted toward Li Yuan, "you have marred my visage. I shall end your life first." A surge of lightning gathered at his fingertip, aimed directly at Li Yuan. "Russell, is this how it ends for us? I will not allow him to succeed. I will go first. Farewell, Russell," Li Qingshu lamented, choosing to escape rather than face the humiliation of being mutilated. With a determined glimmer in her eye, she prepared to bite her tongue in a final act of defiance. "Don't be foolish. The matter is not yet concluded," Russell urged desperately. The ring on his finger emitted a green glow, enveloping Russell. The wounds on his left hand gradually began to heal, and the holes in his calves also started to mend. Even without bones, as long as his legs remained intact, recovery was possible. "What is this?" Thunder King noticed Russell's sudden transformation, his expression shifting to one of horror as he saw the wounds on Russell's calves healing. His finger, initially aimed at Li Yuan, swung back, and another lightning beam was unleashed. I will take your life. Russell extended his hand, releasing a wave of flames that collided with the lightning beam, neutralizing its threat. Utilizing the newfound strength in his healed left hand, he pushed off the ground, propelling himself like a shooting star toward Thunder King. You. Thunder King stared in disbelief as Russell charged toward him, panic flickering in his eyes. He opened his mouth, unleashing a lightning beam aimed at Russell. At that moment, Russell's leg, previously riddled with a gaping wound, fully healed. He landed deftly, swiftly dodging the incoming lightning beam and changing direction to continue his assault on Thunder King. Russell moved with astonishing speed, reaching Thunder King in an instant. One hand clamped over Thunder King's mouth, squeezing tightly, claws sinking into flesh to prevent any counterattack. Simultaneously, his other hand formed a blade and plunged mercilessly toward Thunder King's skull. Thunder King's eyes widened in terror as Russell's hand pierced through his cranium. His gaze filled with horror and disbelief. He is dead. The formidable figure who had nearly annihilated Russell's team met his end at Russell's hand, his expression forever etched with fear and incredulity. Chapter 63. The Reemergence of Devour. At the moment of the Thunder King's demise, Luo Lou felt a sudden stir within his soul, and a phantom materialized behind him, adorned with 6 drum faces, 2 of which bore white and crimson crescent moons. As the phantom emerged, a faint luminescence enveloped the Thunder King's body, flowing like mist and water into the phantom, specifically into the drum face bearing the white crescent moon. This was the long-absent devourer of the dark side. With the continuous influx of light, Luo Lou abruptly sensed a surge of power coursing through his being. He extended his palm. Disbelief etched across his features. A soft chuckle escaped his lips, gradually escalating into a raucous laughter. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity erupted from his hand, casting a ghostly pallor upon the world around him, a hue born of lightning. What is this? Apart from Li Yuan, Zheng Haoran, and Yoli, the others who had never witnessed Luo Lou wielding Devourer of the Dark Side were left in a state of shock. Luo Susu gaped in astonishment at the crackling electricity emanating from Luo Lou's hand, questioning how power that belonged to the Thunder King had found its way to him. Li Qingshu shared a similar sentiment, though amidst her astonishment, a flicker of joy danced in her heart. After all, Luo Lou's ascent in strength would only serve to benefit them, particularly since she was his partner. Goodness, Lozi, you've transformed. You've finally transformed. Zheng Haoran, clutching his wound, had shed his rock skin, revealing a pallid visage from his injuries. He cast a glance at Luo Lou and chuckled, but the movement tugged at his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. Luo Lou approached Zheng Haoran, directing the ring towards him, and a vibrant green light enveloped him. Instantly, his wounds began to heal, and a coin was expelled from his injury. I'm healed. I can't believe I'm actually healed. Zheng Haoran exclaimed in astonishment, moving his body and jumping in place. His expression exaggerated as he declared, Goodness, Lozi, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? I thought this ring was merely ornamental, but it turns out to be extraordinary. The Thunder King's prized possession is undoubtedly a remarkable artifact, Luo Lou remarked with a smile, proceeding to heal the injured individuals one by one with the ring in his hand. However, this generous use of the life-saving ability depleted the ring's remaining energy. Initially, Luo Lou had planned to slay some zombies to obtain crystal cores for healing, but having acquired the Thunder King's power, he felt exuberant and extravagantly utilized this critical ability. From this moment onward, he vowed never to allow these individuals to face such perilous circumstances again. No one would be subjected to such dire predicaments. My level has increased, Luo Lou informed Li Yuan. And Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of shock as he inquired, You mean your level, not your abilities? Luo Lou clarified that he was referring to his level rather than his abilities. Nodding, Luo Lou smiled. Indeed, I've leveled up. I've just realized a peculiar trait. I do not upgrade through crystal cores, but rather by devouring the abilities of others. He had consumed numerous crystal cores, yet aside from a notable increase in ability energy, Devourer of the Dark Side had remained at E rank, leading Luo Lou to question whether crystal cores could indeed elevate its rank. However, the moment he devoured the Thunder King, a torrent of immense energy surged into his body, and he felt the long-dormant Devourer of the Dark Side finally ascend from E rank to D rank. This confirmed for Luo Lou that Devourer of the Dark Side could upgrade not solely by crystal cores but by absorbing the energy of others to mend its deficiencies. Yes, to mend. Not merely to elevate. Devourer of the Dark Side was at least an A-rank entity in its previous life, even if it became part of Luo Lou's being. Its inherent rank remained A rank or higher. However, Due to Luo Lou's influence, it had been reduced to the lowest tier. Thus, the energy absorbed from the evolved entities was not enhancing its rank, but rather restoring it to its original level. The prior consumption of Li Kai, an F-rank evolved entity, had similarly allowed Devourer of the Dark Side to progress, although Luo Lou mistakenly believed it merely absorbed abilities. In truth, abilities were secondary. The energy was the sustenance for Devourer of the Dark Side. Both crystal cores and evolved entities contained energy, which could facilitate the elevation of abilities, thereby advancing the evolved entities themselves. The reason Devourer of the Dark Side had previously shown indifference towards some evolved corpses was not due to a lack of rank, but rather because their energy had already been consumed by zombies. Hence its failure to absorb them. While the rank had risen to D, the ability remained at E, and the energy just consumed had regressed to F. This was Luo Lou's current predicament. The Thunder King's electric attack was originally a D rank ability, but the energy within it was consumed by Devourer of the Dark Side, reducing it to mere ability, which upon merging within Luo Lou, reverted to its initial F-rank state. It seems I must not only elevate Devourer of the Dark Side but also enhance the abilities. What a complex power, Luo Lou mused with a wry smile. While it appeared intricate, the reality was rather straightforward. Luo Lou needed to elevate his rank in two significant domains, one being the primary rank of Devourer of the Dark Side, and the other the minor rank of the abilities themselves. With Devourer of the Dark Side at D rank, Luo Lou's abilities still required further advancement, akin to other evolved entities. Once the primary rank is elevated, the minor rank would naturally break through its limitations and surge upwards with the replenishment of energy. I had been mistaken all along. It's not that I couldn't level up, but rather that the energy contained within crystal cores was insufficient compared to that within evolved entities. Just a single Li Kai, an F-rank evolved entity, contained enough energy to elevate Devourer of the Dark Side, and the Thunder King similarly possessed energy that was at least 100-fold greater than that within crystal cores. As he grew stronger, this perception would only amplify. Could it be that if I were to devour an S-rank evolved entity, I could immediately restore Devourer of the Dark Side to its former rank? Luo Lou pondered wickedly. However, attaining an S-rank was no simple feat. In his previous life, there had only been a handful, and the oncoming beast tide had yet to materialize, with the highest rank among evolved entities merely C. Wait. A sudden realization struck Luo Lou, leading him to contemplate a critical question. The reason evolved entities could only reach C rank before the beast tide was due to the meager energy contained within crystal cores, rendering them ineffective. Only the cores of beasts could enhance their ranks. Yet, Luo Lou harbored no such concerns. His Devourer of the Dark Side could consume human energy, which was even more potent than that of beasts. This implied that he need not wait 2 years to break through the limitations of evolved entity ranks. As long as he absorbed enough evolved entities, he could perpetually elevate his rank. In other words, he could restore his former strength, perhaps even surpass it. Without the 2-year wait, Luo Lou thought with fervor. Casting his gaze upon the fallen members of the Wolf Gang, he approached, and behind him, the phantom of Devourer of the Dark Side materialized. Simultaneously, a radiant aura enveloped the corpses of the deceased evolved entities, flowing like mist and water into Devourer of the Dark Side. This time, Luo Lou did not allocate the energy to the grand level of devouring the dark side, but rather distributed it among the minor levels of his abilities. After breaking through the barriers of rank, his powers should ascend to D grade, rather than remaining in the ambiguous E grade, or even lower. The energy possessed by these evolvers was formidable, especially since they were all E grade, containing a significant amount of power. However, with many seeking a meager portion, Luo Lou had 3 abilities to enhance, 2 from the lightning category and 1 from the fire category, 2 at E grade and 1 at F grade. After a brief moment of hesitation regarding the priority, he decided to allocate the energy to the lightning drum, symbolizing the electric attack of the Thunder King. This particular attack, which utilized a coin as a weapon, left a profound impression on Luo Lou. Neglecting to elevate such a celestial level ability would be unthinkable. As the energy surged into the emblem representing the lightning drum, the collective might of several E-grade evolvers directly elevated the electric attack to the equivalent of D-grade, matching the grand level. However, thereafter, no further advancement was possible. With the grand level stagnant, the minor levels could not rise either. To his astonishment, Luo Lou realized that the energy from a dozen individuals was merely sufficient for the enhancement of a singular ability. He sighed wryly, redistributing the remaining energy to lightning enhancement. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and these were not mere mosquitoes but rather several living beings. The more he eliminated, the swifter his abilities would escalate. Soon, Nothing and no one would stand in his way. Without the constraints of rank, Luo Lou could indulge in unrestrained slaughter, devouring humans, zombies, and anything possessing energy. With this, he could undeniably claim the title of the strongest in the world. Suddenly, a phrase occurred to him. He pointed to the heavens and bellowed, "I demand that this sky no longer obscures my vision. I demand that this earth no longer buries my heart. I demand that all beings comprehend my will, and let those who obstruct me dissipate into nothingness." His fervent gesture towards the heavens resembled that of a deity. With a thunderous roar, it seemed the heavens had heard Luo Lou's audacious words and responded with fury. Immediately, a tremendous tremor emanated from the ground, as if countless beasts were racing beneath the surface, causing the earth to shudder with immense power. And Li Yuan glanced into the distance and remarked nonchalantly, "It seems the plan has succeeded." Chapter 64. Mission accomplished at the very moment when Yi Qing eliminated the Thunder King atop the Luo building. He was leaping from rooftop to rooftop on a distant street, carrying Zhou Luanru on his back. As they soared through the air, Zhou Luanru examined the map drawn by Li Yuan, simultaneously retrieving a bomb from the sack to drop it below. "How many are left?" Yi Qing inquired as he landed deftly on another rooftop, turning to Zhou Luanru. 7 points remaining," Zhou Luanru replied after glancing at the map. "Then let us proceed," Yi Qing declared, preparing for another leap. With the acquisition of gloves and boots, his agility had remarkably increased, and his jumping prowess saw significant enhancement. This ensemble fully realized the potential of Yi Qing's physical augmentation. "Wait," Zhou Luanru said suddenly, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. "The wind whispers of danger ahead. Then we shall avoid it and take another route," Yi Qing suggested. Throughout their journey, Zhou Luanru had offered numerous warnings. Each time Yi Qing exercised caution, accustomed to his companion's foresight. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed ahead, followed by the sounds of a fierce skirmish. Yi Qing, intrigued, leaped toward the source of the commotion. He settled on a nearby rooftop, gently lowering Zhou Luanru before cautiously peering over the edge, embodying the essence of a scout. Below, he discovered the origin of the cacophony. 2 factions engaged in a brutal clash. Yi Qing recognized one group, the raucous men who had previously tormented Li Qingshu during the hunting conference. The other faction was unfamiliar, but clarification arrived swiftly. "How dare those mongrels from the Wild Wolf gang ambush us? Brothers, fight back." The man who had harassed Li Qingshu, seemingly the leader of this hunting team, rallied his followers against their adversaries. "Huh, who fears whom? Let me tell you, the Wild Wolf gang is fully prepared. Our leader, the Thunder King, has personally led the strongest of us to deliver a devastating blow. After today, the East District shall belong to the Wild Wolf gang." The mention of the Wild Wolf gang and their ambush piqued Yi Qing's interest. It became evident that a dog-eat-dog scenario was unfolding between the Wild Wolf gang and the hunting team. Yi Qing found the situation amusing, initially contemplating a front-row seat to their mutual destruction. However, Zhou Luanru interjected, "This presents an excellent opportunity. The Wild Wolf gang and the hunting team are in conflict. If, as they claim, this is a premeditated ambush, then all hunting teams must have fallen into a trap. This is our chance to detonate the explosives and summon the zombies to annihilate them." "You are absolutely right," Yi Qing nodded, feeling a surge of confidence. He had often felt inadequate among the team, believing his only asset was his nimbleness. But now, he recognized a chance to prove himself by severely damaging both the hunting team and the Wild Wolf gang, the 2 most formidable forces in the East District. The thought thrilled him. Let us place the remaining explosives. Though he yearned to detonate them immediately, several points remained unaddressed. To maximize their impact, Yi Qing restrained his impatience, hoisting Zhou Luanru onto his back and leaping toward their next target. They had 7 points in total. Along the way, Yi Qing indeed spotted more Wild Wolf gang members. Some were already engaged in skirmishes with the hunting team, while others were still searching. Some battles had already concluded. All set, with Zhou Luanru positioning the final bomb. Yi Qing landed on a rooftop and retrieved the detonator, pressing it firmly. A thunderous roar erupted as the bomb detonated, releasing a crimson mist that billowed into the air. A distant, resonant howl followed, soon joined by a chorus of cries, and Yi Qing felt the ground tremble beneath him. He gazed out to witness countless zombies converging toward the blast site. All the undead within the vicinity surged forth, drawn to a singular point. The hunting team was doomed. Yi Qing's elevated vantage point allowed him to see the horde of zombies rushing toward the epicenter. Wherever the hunting team might be, they could not escape the impending doom of the zombies. In the distance, he observed the hunting team becoming overwhelmed by the throng of zombies, swallowed by the relentless tide. They could contend with a small number of zombies, but against an overwhelming force, their fate was sealed. Next, let us detonate the following one. As he watched the hunting team succumb to the horde, Yi Qing could not suppress a grin. One by one, Yi Qing and Zhou Luanru ignited the explosives. Each bomb was fitted with its own detonator, requiring them to retrace their steps. All the while, Yi Qing continued to press the detonator. Explosion, explosion, explosion. With each press, the detonators triggered a cacophony of blasts, accompanied by the anguished cries of countless zombies. The ground quaked beneath the chaotic stampede of the undead. The entire East District erupted into chaos, home to nearly 1 million inhabitants and the densest population in Jiangxing, now faced with 30,000 ravenous zombies unleashed in a frenzy. A sight that could instill despair in any faction. What is that sound? Meanwhile, the battling factions of the hunting team and the Wild Wolf gang looked up in unison. Their expressions filled with confusion. The ground trembled violently. Zombies. One of the subordinates gasped, his face drained of color, trembling in terror. Zombies are just zombies. What is there to fear? The burly leader scoffed, but his words faltered as he beheld the surging wave of undead approaching. His gaze turned vacant. Entranced by the sheer magnitude of the horde, an overwhelming tide intent on consuming them. Run. Both the hunting team and the Wild Wolf gang abandoned their conflict, their fear manifesting in frantic shouts as they scattered in every direction. Yet, despair gripped them as they realized the zombies were not limited to one side. They were surrounded by the relentless tide. This was no mere gathering of zombies, but a veritable tsunami of the undead, aptly named the zombie tide. The once quiet Jiangxing erupted again into a terrifying zombie onslaught, dragging its inhabitants into the abyss of death. Help? No. Please. I do not wish to die. Their desperate cries rang out, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. Some armed themselves, attempting to carve a path through the horde, only to be swept away by the overwhelming tide of zombies. Every street and building was teeming with the undead, leaving them no escape. The only path remaining was that towards death. Upward, climb upward. The robust man discovered a pathway and, with a sudden leap, grasped the edge of the windowsill, ascending with determination. The zombies, devoid of the ability to climb and lacking intellect, posed no threat as long as he could elevate himself. It was a flicker of hope for survival. As he climbed, his breaths grew heavy with exertion, and he reached out with one hand towards the beckoning light. Bang! The sound of gunfire erupted as a bullet pierced his shoulder. He let out a cry of agony and plummeted downward. In that fleeting moment of descent, he caught sight of 2 figures standing on the rooftop, one wielding a white pistol. Do you wish to live? Alas, the boss will not permit your survival. Especially not yours, Yi Qing remarked with a smile, observing the falling man. No one has ever insulted us and emerged unscathed. The robust man recognized the 2 figures. His eyes wide with terror and disbelief. He parted his lips as if to speak, but at that moment, his body met the ground, engulfed by an unending horde of zombies. Mission accomplished, Yi Qing stated coolly, watching the last individual succumb to the relentless tide of the undead. Chapter 65. The Spider Queen, Total Annihilation. Within the towering structure, on the 33rd floor, the furious roar of Li Chenggong reverberated throughout the chamber. You tell me the entire army has been annihilated? Not a single soul survived. I entrusted their lives to you, and this is your response. Huh. Lang Feisher lowered his gaze, unable to bear the sight of Li Chenggong's face, now a shade of crimson from rage. He stammered, Uncle Chenggong, it was an unforeseen incident. Who could have predicted the zombie uprising? I care not for your unforeseen incidents. All I know is that I entrusted those who believed in me to you, and you have betrayed my trust and their expectations. The result? They are all dead, devoured by the zombies. Li Chenggong interjected before Lang Feisher could finish his explanation, his voice a thunderous shout. We were supposed to avoid the zombies, yet you personally led those people straight into their jaws. Lang Feisher's lips trembled, words failing him as his eyes welled with tears of remorse. Uncle Chenggong, I was wrong. I realized my grave mistake. I should not have sought ambition recklessly, but I acted for the greater good. I admit I hoped to leverage the hunting team to acquire crystals, believing it would be a win-win situation, enhancing their strength. I never anticipated a zombie uprising. As he spoke, Lang Feisher's face betrayed an unmistakable sorrow. Were Luo Lou present, he would surely be astonished by Lang Feisher's acting prowess, perhaps even awarding him a little golden statuette. Li Chenggong's heart softened at that moment, and he sighed. Well, perhaps your mistake is not so grave. I heard that the Wolf Gang attempted a surprise attack on us, and suffered heavy losses as well. It's a matter of mutual destruction. He waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. I wish to be alone for a while. With that, he turned away, gazing out through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows into the distance. Understood, Lang Feisher mumbled, bowing his head as he exited the room. The redness around his eyes vanished the moment he stepped outside, and he cast a venomous glare at Li Qinggong's back before closing the door behind him. Crack. In another part of the city, within a luxurious villa, a middle-aged man struck his subordinate to the ground with a slap, his cold gaze piercing through him. His tone laced with palpable menace. Total annihilation? My elite forces have perished without a single survivor due to a sudden zombie uprising. The scar on his face seemed to animate with his savage expression, rendering him exceedingly terrifying. Why yes, the subordinate stammered, scrambling to his feet and kneeling before the werewolf, trembling as he managed to utter a few words. Including Lei Ying? He's also dead? The werewolf, incredulous, inquired. What about? The zombie uprising outside is overwhelming. We still have no information on the whereabouts of King Lei, he said, panic evident in his voice. Useless fool. The werewolf kicked him down, hissing ominously, investigate. Hurry and find out Lei Ying's whereabouts. If you cannot uncover it, I will toss you outside to feed the zombies. Yes. The man shuddered, hastily retreating. Calm down. King Lei is the most formidable among the four kings. He won't fall so easily. A woman nestled in the werewolf's embrace caressed his chest, her eyes sultry. You know nothing, the werewolf exclaimed, forcefully groping her. The lives of those subordinates matter little to me. Only high-end combat power is significant. The other districts are watching us closely. If they learn of this zombie uprising, they will surely seize the opportunity to invade East District. As he spoke, the werewolf angrily pinched the woman's breast, causing her to stifle a groan, suppressing her discomfort while maintaining a facade of forced cheerfulness. If it weren't for that damned little cop, I would have unified East District long ago. Now, look at this. We are both suffering losses, allowing the other districts to benefit. The werewolf abruptly stood, striding to the telephone, dialing a number. Peace talks. Let us navigate through this crisis first. I hope that little cop understands the bigger picture. Otherwise, I will bring down Li Qinggong, regardless of the consequences, to the wolf gang. When Yi Qing arrived at the meeting point designated by Li Yuan, he was taken aback by the sight of the devastation strewn about. After hearing Zheng Haoran embellish the events, his gaze turned to Luo Lou with newfound admiration. The wolf gang has also intervened? Upon hearing Yi Qing's account, Luo Lou chuckled coldly. It seems fortune smiles upon me. Two factions have suffered mutual destruction. Boss, shall we retreat? Yi Qing inquired. Luo Lou shook his head. Since they have been completely wiped out, returning would undoubtedly raise suspicion, particularly from Lang Feisher. Even if I am not responsible, he will suspect me. We will feign our own annihilation as well and bide our time, patiently waiting for the opportune moment. In the wake of their mutual destruction, the wolf gang may act rashly, presenting us with an opportunity. Indeed, and Li Yuan analyzed, they may not suffer mutual destruction, but rather negotiate. Negotiate? The group exchanged puzzled glances, with Luo Susu shaking her head first. Impossible. From what I know, Li Qinggong harbors a deep hatred for the wolf gang. He would rather die than negotiate with the werewolf. Moreover, given the werewolf's nature, he might even go all in for a final showdown with Li Qinggong. Luo Lou chuckled, responding to Luo Susu. If it were only the two of them, perhaps your assessment would hold. The wolf gang might act desperately, and Li Qinggong would never ally with them. However, this world is not limited to just East District. This place is called Jiaqing. Boss, are you suggesting other districts? And Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization as he nodded. Indeed, if other districts are involved, then it may indeed unfold as you suggest. To protect East District, both sides would seek negotiation. However, this may not bode well for you, boss. At this, Luo Lou shook his head. This presents me with a splendid opportunity. Though they may negotiate, it is bound to fail. In response to the bewildered gazes of his companions, Luo Lou smiled. Human nature is the most unpredictable thing in this world. This is where you, and Li Yuan, have erred. Your intelligence is commendable, yet you overlook the intricacies of human nature. Taking a step forward, he gazed skyward, proclaiming, Lang Feisher cannot passively watch the wolf gang negotiate with Li Qinggong. While Li Qinggong may not genuinely blame Lang Feisher for this incident, he will publicly express his dissatisfaction. Given Lang Feisher's character, he will harbor resentment. If Li Qinggong were to collaborate with the wolf gang, Lang Feisher's position would be jeopardized, drawing him further away from the seat of power. Hence, this moment presents not only an opportunity for me, but also for Lang Feisher. Are you suggesting that Lang Feisher is the key to this negotiation? Luo Susu asked. He will kill Li Qinggong. Luo Lou uttered a shocking declaration that left Luo Susu astounded. Impossible. Luo Susu gasped. This is absolutely inconceivable. How could Lang Feisher possibly kill Li Qinggong? He has been by Li Qinggong's side from the very beginning. How could he? Her words faltered, and a bitter smile graced her lips as she realized, yes. It is precisely because he has been with Li Qinggong from the start that Lang Feisher has the opportunity to strike. Human nature is, after all, the most elusive of elements. Li Qinggong has fallen into a trap. His utopian ideals are misunderstood, rendering him incapable of controlling the ambitious Lang Feisher. In this negotiation, Lang Feisher will eliminate Li Qinggong, seizing the position of power and leading to a final confrontation with the Wolf Gang. This is our opportunity. You intend to kill Lang Feisher? Luo Susu inquired. Luo Lou gazed into the heavens, his voice resolute. Before that, I must reclaim Li Qinggong's body. I am perplexed. Luo Lou shook his head, remaining silent. They would never comprehend the profound impact that the once timid Li Qinggong had on him. Despite their severed ties, Luo Lou would not permit anyone to desecrate Li Qinggong's remains. Li Qinggong must die. Yet that does not imply Luo Lou would allow others to treat his corpse with disdain. Even in death, he deserves the respect befitting a hero. Lang Feisher, I shall kill you. After a long silence, Luo Lou uttered these words. The fate of the traitor was already sealed from the outset. Werewolf, I shall kill. Those who obstruct my path, I shall kill. Jiang City comprises more than just the East District. It encompasses 4 other districts as well. Besides the cardinal directions of East, South, West, and North, there lies the Central District, the most prosperous area in Jiang City, in a luxurious skyscraper within the Central District. At its highest level, a figure gazed into the distance with a mischievous smile. East District? A zombie uprising? This figure was a woman, strikingly beautiful, adorned in a crimson evening gown that accentuated her flawless, rounded thighs, causing those behind her to swallow hard and avert their gazes, not from disinterest, but from fear. The woman before them was the master of the Central District, the fearsome Spider Queen. She held a glass of red wine, swirling the deep crimson liquid within, bringing it to her luscious lips for a delicate sip, then remarked, how intriguing. Under normal circumstances, I should seize this opportunity, should I not? It was as if she were speaking to herself, yet also questioning the others. A resolute middle-aged man stepped forward, stating, we must mobilize. The Central District is a commercial hub with scarce food supplies, while the East District is Jiang City's largest population center, undoubtedly brimming with provisions. Capturing it would significantly alleviate our needs. Oh, what a thorough analysis. I never would have guessed you were once a mere security guard. Such talent wasted. The Spider Queen turned her gaze upon him, suddenly flashing a bewitching smile. I dare not, the man replied, trembling in fear. The Spider Queen approached him, lifting his chin with her delicate hand, her enchanting smile lingering. Are you afraid of me? Her captivating beauty would have ranked her among the finest in any era. Yet the middle-aged man felt no desire, only an overwhelming dread. His complexion paled, and he averted his eyes from the Spider Queen. Look at me and answer me, she commanded, locking her gaze onto him. Ultimately, he could not look away, their eyes meeting. Cold sweat formed on his brow, and his trembling legs threatened to give way. In fear, he nodded, acknowledging the undeniable truth. Yes, that is more like it. I appreciate honest children, the Spider Queen said with a satisfied smile. Scanning the room as others bowed their heads, fear etched on their faces. You fear me, but is it not more accurate to say you revere me, correct? She asked, blinking innocently. The crowd nodded in unison, lowering their heads, too intimidated to meet her gaze. The Spider Queen returned to her previous position, gazing into the distance, softly mused. However, your reverence for me does not guarantee that others will share it. If I invade the East District, some charming individuals like yourselves who revere me will undoubtedly perish. And that would be regrettable. Despite the Spider Queen's words, none felt her compassion. Regretful? To manipulate humanity as mere playthings, forcing them to battle against aberrations with bare hands while she watched with delight as they were torn apart? What a ludicrous notion. Yet, we are in dire need of sustenance. Hence I have resolved to send an envoy to the East District. As a price for my non-aggression, they must offer a substantial supply of food. What do you think of this idea? The Spider Queen smiled, surveying the crowd. We shall share the burden for the Queen, they shouted in unison. Indeed, I knew my idea was brilliant. Now who shall go? After a moment's thought, she pointed at the previously outspoken middle-aged man and said casually, You shall be the envoy, my beloved subject. Go forth and procure the food for me. I shall not disappoint the Queen's expectations. I guarantee the task will be accomplished. The middle-aged man proclaimed, I shall await your return. The Spider Queen laughed sweetly. Now, let us go, the rest of you, and check on my beloved pets. The faces of the crowd turned ashen. Chapter 66, The Death of a Hero Boss. Li Qinggong and the others have set off. A few days later, on the rooftop of a building, Yiqing gazes through a telescope at the distant skyscrapers, then turns to Luo Lou who stands beside him. In recent days, Luo Lou and his group have discovered a supermarket, relying on its provisions to survive. Thanks to the lull in the zombie uprising, most of the undead have congregated in one area, leaving many streets in the city deserted. This is splendid news for the survivors, as they no longer live in constant fear and can boldly appear on the streets, provided they steer clear of the designated danger zones. After such a long time, the shadows of countless zombies have finally dissipated from the minds of the survivors. In this moment, some individuals are moved to tears, rejoicing at the simple pleasure of stepping out of their makeshift shelters to bask in the sunlight. Luo Lou, munching on a bag of crispy noodles, wears an expression devoid of emotion. He continues until the bag is empty, then claps his hands and declares, "Let us go." With that, he leaps down without fear from the height of over 10 meters, landing with a resounding thud, unharmed. Yiqing follows suit, but he lands silently, perhaps owing to his well-matched boots and gloves, showcasing his innate abilities to their fullest. A perfect scout and assassin. Are we truly going to ambush Langfeisher? He is formidable, surpassing even Lei Tianwang whom we previously encountered. After all, Langfeisher is one of the key figures in the East District. Luo Su expresses her concern as the group awaits below. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The werewolves and Langfeisher are not at full strength. He will kill Li Qinggong, and I will eliminate Langfeisher, thereby seizing control of the entire East District. Luo Lou responds confidently. If this chance slips away, it will be hard to come by again. Now that the elite forces of the East District are gathered, we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. We will unify the East District. All right, even if you can take down Langfeisher, the werewolves are not so easily dealt with. They have the other 3 kings to contend with. Do you think I've been hunting zombies crazily these past few days for amusement? Luo Lou smirks at Luo Su. Hee, my great blade is already thirsting for action. Zhang Haoran exclaims, hoisting his sword with a classic line. With a clap of his hands, Li Qishu releases a burst of icy mist that swirls around him, chilling the air instantly. With you joining us, we now have 3 Class D abilities. This should suffice to confront the 3 kings, Luo Lou states, his tone laced with strong conviction. In the past few days, he has hunted relentlessly, honing his electric attack ability to maximize its effectiveness. Alongside Li Qishu and Zhang Haoran, both natural ability users who have now attained Class D status. In Luo Su, they constitute a formidable force. Don't count me in. I am but a frail woman, Luo Su replies helplessly. Yet, she realizes that this decision is likely set in stone, for Luo Lou's choices have never required the consensus of others. Langfeisher, what are you doing? Li Qinggong frowns as he observes the encircling evolvers in the street. Uncle Qinggong, don't you feel it's time to step down? You've held your position for far too long, Langfeisher remarks, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. In this moment, he no longer feels the need to disguise his true intentions, his expression revealing its malice. Nonsense. What are you doing? Withdraw now, and I will pretend this never happened. Uncle Qinggong, it seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. What I am doing is staging a rebellion. Langfeisher enunciates. Are you serious? Li Qinggong glares at Langfeisher, the man who has been by his side since the beginning. Langfeisher, you are ungrateful. Uncle Qinggong has treated you with utmost kindness and trust, yet you contemplate betrayal? You are worse than a beast. At this moment, one of Li Qinggong's guards shouts angrily, pointing at Langfeisher. Langfeisher remains silent, extending his hand to unleash a wind blade that decapitates the guard instantly. Xingzi. Li Qinggong's eyes widen in disbelief as he watches the headless body collapse. Rage ignites within him, and he bellows at Langfeisher. What have you done? That was Xingzi, your comrade, your brother. Xingzi had been among the first to follow Li Qinggong, diligently guarding him and helping him establish his domain. Langfeisher scoffs derisively. Comrade? Brother? To me, they are merely your loyalists and my loyalists. By eliminating your loyalist, I will seize complete control of this faction. Silence envelopes Li Qinggong as he struggles to comprehend that this man, whom he regarded as a son, could be so treacherous and heartless. A profound sense of loss wells up within him, and he croaks, so you have grown weary of my leadership and wish to kill me to take my place. Uncle Qinggong, you are too cowardly. You cling to your rules and coddle the useless weaklings, not allowing them to partake in any hunts. Do you think you are a savior? And do you believe those you protect are truly grateful? No, That is impossible. In this apocalypse, only power can ensure survival. I will inherit your position, but I will not adopt your ideals. You shall watch from the depths of the underworld as I lead them to strength. Therefore, please, rest easy now. Lang Feisher extends his hands, a fierce wind swirling around him, the very air converging towards his palms. Those standing too close can feel a slight sting on their skin, a consequence of the sharpened winds. Nature ability, wind blade cutting. As Lang Feisher assumes an attack stance, Li Chenggong realizes his fate is sealed. He glances at his guards, slowly stating, "Release these innocent people, and I will relinquish my position to you." Lang Feisher pauses, then shakes his head with a cold laugh. "That won't do, for my plan is for you to die at the hands of the werewolves, and I will lead the remaining survivors back, taking your place and avenging you. Even former allies are not spared." Lang Feisher's expression has morphed into that of a demon. "Die." Lang Feisher thrusts his hands forward, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that shoot towards Li Chenggong and his companions. As the wind blades slice through the air, those guarding Li Chenggong are cut into countless pieces without even a scream. "Uncle Chenggong, you go first." A wind blade hurtles toward Li Chenggong, and one person leaps forward to shield him. With a sickening sound, they are severed in half and collapse to the ground. "Uncle Chenggong." The severed individual raises a hand, attempting to reach for Li Chenggong, only to be met with another wind blade that cleanly severs their head, the outstretched arm falling limply to the ground. Lang Feisher. Li Chenggong's eyes transform into golden slits, a fierce killing intent surging from within him. Suddenly, a wave of energy erupts from his body, sending a gust that causes Lang Feisher's hair to billow wildly. Lang Feisher's pupils constrict. He feels an intense pressure locking onto him, akin to being scrutinized by a hawk. Eagle-eye vision? What of it? Aside from glaring at me with those eyes, what else can you do? Just submit to your fate and perish without struggle. A blade of wind surged once more in Lang Fei's hand, poised to strike at Li Chenggong. Suddenly, Li Chenggong let out a tremendous scream, his voice echoing throughout the street. Lang Fei furrowed his brow, momentarily halting his attack. As he gazed at Li Chenggong's seemingly deranged display, wondering if he had succumbed to madness from the unbearable reality. Madness? From a distance, Luo Lou, observing the battle through binoculars, frowned at Li Chenggong's outburst, reflecting, the once great hero Li Chenggong has also succumbed to insanity. This cannot be allowed, for it tarnishes the image I hold of you. Thus, you should perish, lest you mar the memory of the esteemed Uncle Chenggong in my heart." Lang Fei sneered, preparing to unleash his assault. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonated from afar, causing Luo Lou to tremble in disbelief as he turned to the source of the sound. A shadow raced towards him, a magnificent eagle soaring with an impressive height of 3 meters. "Impossible," Luo Lou gasped. This eagle had once laid waste to the entire street, nearly annihilating Luo Lou's forces. He recognized it without a doubt, for a distinctive claw mark had once marred its chest. Though healed, it was undeniably the same eagle. What connection could Li Chenggong possibly have with this creature? Was he summoning the eagle? How could that be? Luo Lu's mind swirled in confusion. The trajectory of events had veered far from anything he had anticipated. The man he had dismissed as utterly inept, save for his marksmanship, was now seemingly capable of summoning a great eagle. Regardless of the sorcery at play, Lang Fei declared, "Whatever trickery you are up to, you must die first." With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of wind, severing Li Chenggong's neck and silencing his cries, as his head soared into the air. The hero who had once established a sanctuary for the weak, protecting them until death, had fallen, leaving Luo Lou profoundly shaken, yet ultimately, he lay defeated by Lang Fei's hand. A resounding cry filled the heavens. Lang Fei, still basking in the thrill of victory over Li Chenggong, was abruptly struck by horror as he beheld the eagle racing through the sky. An eagle? An ominous premonition surged within Lang Fei's heart. Chapter 67. The frenzy of Lang Feisher. The great eagle drew nearer, letting out a furious cry. As its wings flapped, an immensely powerful gust of wind surged forth, propelling Lang Feisher and his subordinates several meters away. Boom. The eagle landed, causing the surrounding airwaves to churn violently. Even the ground was upheaved, with countless stones flying in every direction. In an instant, a massive crater formed where the eagle touched down. Roar. In the presence of Li Chenggong's headless corpse, the eagle howled skyward, its tone imbued with indescribable sorrow. The mournful cries resonated with an unmistakable sense of grief that any listener could perceive. How could such a beast possess such profound emotions? After its lament, the eagle lowered its head, gently nudging Li Chenggong's lifeless body as if in remembrance. Yet, it was merely a beast. Lang Feisher struggled to his feet, appearing somewhat disheveled. The humiliation of being cast aside by the eagle's mere roar was a blow he had never endured. Die. Lang Feisher spread his arms wide, unleashing a flurry of wind blades directed at the eagle. However, a shocking event unfolded. Those wind blades, capable of slicing through rock, struck the eagle's body as if nothing had transpired, leaving no mark whatsoever, not even ruffling its feathers. What a formidable physique! What immense power! Luo Lou watched from a distance, uncertain why the eagle had returned or its connection to Li Qinggong. Yet he understood one thing: Lang Feisher was doomed. Roar! The eagle entirely disregarded Lang Feisher's attack, its focus solely on its grief. After nudging Li Qinggong's corpse, it seemed to despair upon realizing that Li Qinggong would never stir again. It raised its head and released another heart-wrenching wail. Crack! Boom! The ground was torn asunder by the eagle's cry, leaving deep gashes, while nearby structures exploded, debris scattering everywhere. A man, unfortunate in his luck, was blown down beside a building, which had suffered a breach. A massive stone fell directly onto his head, crushing it to a pulp and spilling blood all around. Humiliation. Profound humiliation. The eagle remained unscathed. Its utter disregard for Lang Feisher's presence shattered something within him. Just a beast, merely a beast. Die. Die. Lang Feisher's face contorted with rage as he screamed hysterically, sending forth more wind blades aimed at the eagle. Die. He gathered a sphere of air in his hands and hurled it at the eagle. This was his most potent technique, the spiral wind blade. Compressing countless wind blades into a singular air mass before releasing it, upon impact, it would unleash a multitude of wind blades, tearing its target asunder. The air mass struck the eagle, and this time, the attack bore fruit, unlike the previous wind blades that had no effect. Finally, a single feather was blown away. Seeing this, Luo Lou's heart skipped a beat. He compared it to his own maximum attack and realized it would yield no more than the loss of a feather as well. Impossible. Impossible. Lang Feisher's gaze became vacant, muttering in disbelief. He could neither accept nor comprehend that his strongest attack had merely blown away a feather from the eagle. How could you be so powerful? Lang Feisher appeared utterly lost, repeating this phrase as if it were a mantra. This was beyond his comprehension. A strength akin to a deity, crushing Lang Feisher's once proud spirit, reducing him from the highest of heights to the most humble of ants. Yes, an ant. The disparity was staggering. Suddenly, Lang Feisher recalled Li Qinggong's warning, urging him never to visit the zoo, even designating it as forbidden. At that moment, Lang Feisher had dismissed Li Qinggong's seriousness, thinking he had slain many mutated creatures and doubting how formidable they could truly be. How powerful could they be? Powerful enough to disregard Lang Feisher entirely. Powerful enough to make Lang Feisher feel like a mere ant, unworthy of even being stepped upon by a beast. Just a beast. I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe. I refuse. Lang Feisher's eyes turned crimson, his furious screams exposing the veins on his neck. The once amiable and refined demeanor had twisted into something entirely grotesque, radiating an aura of madness. Die. Die. Countless air masses erupted from Lang Feisher's hands, striking the still woeful eagle. Yet, aside from losing a few more feathers, it had no effect whatsoever. Oh, perhaps it lost a few lice as well. Roar. The eagle, seemingly irritated by the ant's futile antics, lifted its wings, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. Lang Feisher emitted a muffled grunt as he was blown away, like a discarded doll, crashing heavily against a wall behind him with a dull thud. His eyes lost all vitality, turning to a lifeless gray as he slid down the wall and collapsed onto the ground. A mere flap of wings was enough to obliterate the madness within Lang Feisher's heart. After madness came the emergence of fear. Suddenly, a wave of intense terror flooded Lang Feisher's heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. No. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Shuddering, he repeated the same phrase through broken breaths, tears and snot streaming uncontrollably from his eyes and nose, while his lower half became thoroughly soaked. In the throes of overwhelming fear, one cannot control their body or spirit. The overwhelming power extinguished the pride that once filled Lang Feisher's heart, along with his ambitions. Stripped of the strength he relied upon, he had become an ordinary man, a man desperate to preserve his own life, a fragile, childlike figure, just as he had been when Li Qinggong first encountered him. At that time, he too was as weak, as powerless. Luo Lou closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. He wished to eliminate Lang Feisher, yet before that, witnessing the obliteration of a strong spirit evoked a sense of sorrow akin to the death of a rabbit and the mourning of a fox. Pitiful. After the crushing blow to one's confidence from overwhelming power, life becomes a desolate gray. This fate will befall those amidst the beast tide, those who, after slaughtering zombies and establishing a new order, believe themselves the rulers of this world. Faced with terrifying beasts, how many like Lang Fasher will reveal their vulnerable sides? Just as humanity's most terrifying emotion is not disappointment, but the despair that arises from hope being cruelly extinguished, transforming into the most dreadful hopelessness, stripping away the will to resist. Beasts embody this, shattering the flickering hope that arose after defeating zombies, turning it into despair, and ultimately rendering it hopeless. I shall not become like this, nor shall I allow others to. The beasts are my true adversaries, and until then, any obstacle shall become my stumbling block. To be ruthlessly eradicated. Determination filled Luo Lou's eyes. Under the immense pressure of the eagle, he recalled the torment of his previous life. That was hell. Only by growing stronger, continuously evolving, and leading others to do the same can one withstand the onslaught of the aberrant beasts and avoid the fate that befell Lang Fasher. A loud howl abruptly interrupted Luo Lou's thoughts. Through his telescope, he observed the situation with the great eagle. After its piercing cry, the eagle lowered its head and astonishingly grasped Li Qinggong's head in its beak before soaring into the sky. It ascended higher and higher, until it obscured the sun once more, casting the area into shadow. With its wings spread wide, a tempest began to brew. Quick, get back. Luo Lou's pupils constricted as he recognized the familiar stance of the great eagle, urging everyone to retreat. At this moment, even without the telescope, the massive bird was visible in the sky, and upon Luo Lou's warning, the group hastily withdrew. Not again, is it? This move seems to be far more powerful than what we encountered before, Zhang Haoran shouted while retreating. Indeed. The shadow cast was considerably larger than what Luo Lou and his companions had faced, suggesting that the eagle's fury was far greater than it had been previously. Was the death of a kindred spirit less significant than that of a human? What was the connection between Li Qinggong and the great eagle? Could it be that Li Qinggong's eagle-eye vision resembled that of the majestic bird? Luo Lou shook his head, dismissing the absurdity of such thoughts. Once they had escaped the shadow's reach, the storm unleashed its fury. From Luo Lou's vantage point, the scene resembled an apocalypse, the once mighty great eagle. Now a distant speck in the sky, flapped its wings, and a hurricane began to surge forth from beneath the shadow. The powerful winds transformed into a tempest, consuming everything in its path, both the living and the deceased. It was as if an invisible hand pressed down upon the towering structures below, gradually erasing them, leveling them to the ground, only to be swept away by the wind, morphing into a dark storm that annihilated all within. The sky began to unravel. Luo Lou's long hair whipped chaotically in the wind. Even at a distance, the pressure from the storm caused him to squint. The great eagle departed, clutching its gruesome prize, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The area had been transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any structure that could stand tall. A once thriving locale had been utterly flattened, truly brought to its knees. Standing amidst the ruins, Luo Lou treaded carefully over the scattered debris, letting out a sigh. What he had hoped would yield a fortunate outcome had instead been ravaged by the great eagle. Though the end result remained unchanged, Li Qinggong was dead, and he had failed to prevent it. He felt a deep sense of regret for not being the one to end Lang Fasher's life. It seemed that the vengeance of his past life would forever remain unfulfilled. Suddenly, Luo Lou's attention was drawn to a particular direction, where, beneath a pile of rubble, a bloodied hand broke through the earth. The bloody hand emerged, gathering a ball of air that explosively shattered the surrounding rocks, revealing half of its owner's body. Lang Fasher, bloodied and battered, half buried beneath the debris, erupted in laughter. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Ha ha ha. No matter how strong you are. I survived. You couldn't kill me. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Lang Fasher crawled out from the rubble, his body a mess of blood, missing one hand and half a leg, dragging himself along the ground with a deranged expression. Suddenly, a pair of legs blocked his path. Human legs. Lang Fasher lifted his head to find a familiar face, one he believed should have perished. It's you. You're still alive. Lang Fasher gasped in shock. Luo Lou looked down at the wretched figure of Lang Fasher, a flicker of pity in his eyes as he nodded. Yes, I still live, but you are about to die. Me? Die? No, I will not die. I will survive always. Lang Fasher screamed in madness, extending his hand to unleash a wind blade. Smack! But before the wind blade could be launched, a foot came crashing down upon his hand, burying it deep into the rubble. Ah! Lang Fasher cried out in agony as Luo Lou pressed down on his hand, squatting to meet his gaze. I thought I would not be able to kill you with my own hands. However, fate has smiled upon me, bringing you right into my grasp. It seems destiny has allowed you to linger just long enough to be delivered into my hands." Lang Feisher remained silent. Yet his eyes gleamed with a venomous hatred that could almost consume Luo Lou whole. Luo Lou continued, "I fear your body may shatter like these rocks, leaving nothing intact, which would render my gift of Devour the Dark Side utterly pointless." Having ascended to grade D, Luo Lou's Devour the Dark Side had unlocked another drum face, meaning he could now consume a third ability of a different attribute. Initially, he intended to casually devour one, but Li Yuan had advised him to focus entirely on developing his nature abilities. With 6 drum faces and 18 hook jewels representing 6 attributes and 18 distinct abilities, Luo Lou was enticed by Li Yuan's words regarding the potential heights he could reach if he fully embraced the nature attribute. He agreed and solidified his future path, dedicating himself entirely to the development of nature abilities. Furthermore, he aimed to pursue the mainstream of nature abilities. While there were many unconventional paths within nature, such as Li Qingshu's ice, the primary vein of water represented the mainstream of nature abilities, which Luo Lou sought to consume. Additionally, he already possessed the powers of lightning and fire, both of which were dominant within nature. Lang Feisher's wind blades would undoubtedly capture Luo Lou's interest, for in terms of sheer power, they could even surpass Luo Lou's electric attack. Before Lang Feisher could comprehend Luo Lou's words, he saw Luo Lou produce a coin from his hand, aiming it at Lang Feisher's head. Zing! A spark of electricity flashed. Lang Feisher's pupils dilated as he exclaimed, "The maximum attack of the Thunder King." How do you possess his technique? When news of the Thunder King's demise reached Lang Feisher's ears, he had felt relieved at the loss of a formidable force for the Wild Wolf Gang. However, witnessing the signature skill of the Thunder King now, he could no longer feel fortunate. Realizing Luo Lou's earlier statement, Lang Feisher trembled in terror. "You killed the Thunder King? And you've inherited his abilities? You intend to kill me to gain my powers?" Luo Lou smiled. "Correct. Here is your reward, a coin." "No, you can't kill me. You mustn't." Lang Feisher frantically shook his head, having just escaped the shadow of death, now feeling as though he was stepping into its embrace once more. Bang! The coin pierced through Lang Feisher's skull, leaving a coin-sized hole in his forehead. Lang Feisher's eyes widened in shock, frozen in the terror and panic of his final moments before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Behind Luo Lou, a shadow emerged, Devour the Dark Side activated, and a greenish light suddenly enveloped the lifeless Lang Feisher, swirling like mist and flowing into Luo Lou's Devour the Dark Side. As the light surged forth, the previously black hook jewel on the third drum face transformed to a vibrant green, with one hook jewel glowing brightly, an ability that originated from Lang Feisher, wind blade cutting. Luo Lou extended his hand, gathering the air currents around him, forming a small wind blade that, once again, returned to its original F-grade level after being absorbed. Fortunately, there remained the D-level evolutionary energy of Master Long Fei for utilization. At this moment, apart from electric attack, which had reached D-level, Luo Lou had not fully upgraded any other abilities. He found himself deep in contemplation, pondering whether to elevate other powers to D-level first or to prioritize the enhancement of the formidable wind blade cut. Since he possessed electric attack, it was no longer his primary concern. Thus, he decided to delay the upgrade of wind blade cut for the time being. Natural ignition seemed of little use at present, so he resolved to first boost lightning enhancement, his innate ability, to fully maximize his lightning powers. With this thought, Luo Lou decisively allocated the energy to the symbol representing lightning enhancement. Although the abundance of D-level evolutionary energy could not compare to that of a crystal core, it appeared just sufficient for Devourer of the Dark Side. As he observed the infusion of energy, the lack of any signs of upgrade for lightning enhancement caused a stir of anxiety within him. What if it couldn't be upgraded? In that case, he might as well have directed the energy toward Windblade Cut to at least scrape by with an E-level ability. Ultimately, however, Luo Lou breathed a sigh of relief when lightning enhancement finally ascended to D-level as the energy infusion neared its end. In the previous days, while assisting Li Qishu and Zheng Haoren with their upgrades, he had already enhanced lightning enhancement, and now it required an additional D-level evolutionary energy to barely suffice. Was it truly necessary to be so extreme? It felt as if he were being coerced into committing murder. Luo Lou grimaced inwardly. To attain wealth, one must pave the way. To gain strength, one must embrace the path of violence. He realized that even without a desire to kill, Devourer of the Dark Side compelled him toward violence, and the energy gained from slaying zombies was almost negligible in comparison. After absorbing the energy, Luo Lou rose and declared, "Li Qinggong is dead. and Master Longfei has also perished. Consequently, Li Qinggong's faction will soon fragment. They urgently require a formidable leader to offer them protection. Let us proceed to seize control of Li Qinggong's influence. With the allure of Luo Susu's charm ability, we can easily enthrall any dissenters, thereby usurping Li Qinggong's position and establishing ourselves as the second most powerful faction in the East District. Meanwhile, the predicament of the Wild Wolf Gang was equally dire. Today, the werewolf had gathered the three great kings, awaiting Li Qinggong for negotiations. However, as they awaited, an ominous shadow enveloped the sky, and before the werewolf could discern the situation, a storm descended, leading to the collapse of their meeting place, burying them beneath the rubble. From the debris, a furry claw emerged, followed by a figure slowly crawling out. He bore a shaggy body, a long, pointed mouth, and his arms were cloaked in black fur, with sharp claws glinting menacingly. A tail revealed itself from behind. A werewolf? Indeed, a genuine werewolf. This was the characteristic of the werewolf leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, derived from a mutated wolf dog, allowing him to transform into the form of a wolf dog. Yet, none dared to label it as a dog. They universally referred to it as a wolf. As the werewolf's fur gradually receded, his elongated snout morphed into that of a human, eventually returning to a more human-like visage. However, his current appearance was somewhat disheveled. He was in tatters. With only a few rags draped over his upper body, he cast a grim gaze around, still perplexed by the events that had transpired. The vast expanse of ruins indicated that this incident was anything but ordinary. With a thunderous roar, a mound of stone erupted, and from its depths emerged a blood-soaked figure, a giant. Standing at over 3 meters tall, his muscles bulged with immense power. "Boss, what is happening?" The giant's form gradually diminished. Returning to its original size, yet even at nearly 2 meters tall, he radiated strength. This was one of the 4 great kings of the Wild Wolf Gang, known as the Giant King. I, too, am eager to understand the situation. The werewolf's face darkened, and he uttered a few words through gritted teeth, overwhelmed by an urge to lash out in anger. Had there been any of his subordinates nearby, he would have undoubtedly turned his fury upon them. The Guardian King and the Wounded King should be fine. They were together during the collapse, and with their powers, they can protect themselves, the werewolf asserted. He held no concerns for the 4 great kings, confident they would remain unscathed, yet his subordinates' luck might not be as favorable. Indeed, another tremor reverberated through the ruins. However, it seemed insufficient strength prevented them from escaping the debris. Observing the commotion, the Giant King rushed over, swiftly clearing the rubble to reveal 2 women. Yes, 2 women. In this fierce and brutal Wild Wolf Gang, where women were often reduced to mere playthings, these 2 were formal members of the gang. Even more astonishing was that the 2 women bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, both appearing to be no older than 16 or 17. Twins. They were indeed twins. In this world rife with desire and peril, it was unfathomable that a pair of beautiful sisters could survive unscathed, especially within the Wild Wolf Gang. "Oh, thank you, Giant King. It was so stifling down there," one of the twins remarked to the Giant King. Judging by her tone, she seemed unfazed by the notorious reputation of one of the 4 great kings. Remarkably, these twins emerged unscathed, while the werewolf and the Giant King bore injuries. Aside from appearing slightly disheveled, they appeared untouched. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a faint glow surrounded the twins, which likely shielded them from the impact of the collapse. "Both the Giant King and the uncle are injured. Allow me to heal you," the other twin exclaimed as she noticed the wounds on the Giant King and the werewolf. As she reached out her hands, a burst of green light emanated from her palms, flowing into the bodies of the werewolf and the Giant King. A green luminescence enveloped them, and under its glow, their wounds gradually healed, leaving no trace of injury other than the remnants of blood. These 2 women were not merely formal members of the Wild Wolf Gang. They were also 2 of the 4 great kings, the Wounded King and the Guardian King. Astonishingly, 2 of the notorious 4 kings were women. This was utterly unbelievable. Were Luo Lou present, he would surely exclaim in awe and seek to recruit these 2 women, for their ability was the rare gift of healing. Injury is an inevitable part of existence, necessitating treatment. Some wounds cannot be mended by mere crystal cores. While they may address minor injuries, they are inadequate for severe traumas. Can a crystal core regenerate lost limbs? Can it revive the dead? Yet, healers possess the extraordinary capability to mend even the most grievous of injuries, and the most powerful among them can even restore a severed head to its body, with the caveat that the price for such power is exceedingly high. Healing is the only major category without branches, Its singular ability is healing, be it external wounds or internal afflictions, from lost limbs to severed heads, from life to death. There is naught they cannot remedy. Another twin possesses a rather rare ability, one that falls under the category of supportive powers aimed at aiding others. While there exists a plethora of abilities within the supportive realm, they can primarily be divided into two classes, self-assistance and assistance to others. And Li Yuan's perception and Li Qinggong's eagle-eye vision serve to augment one's own capabilities. However, there exists a rarer form of ability that is dedicated to aiding others. The power to utilize supportive abilities on others effectively enhances their strength or defense. Both types of abilities are of uncommon caliber and were, in a previous life, the most sought after and safeguarded among evolutionary beings. When the werewolves first discovered them, they were immediately captivated by their talents, one capable of protection and the other of healing. Such extraordinary capabilities swiftly compelled the werewolves to recruit them. Women are plentiful, yet formidable evolutionary beings are a rarity, especially those endowed with such unique powers. Consequently, rather than turning against the two young girls, the werewolves chose to rescue them, striving to augment their strengths and elevating them to the esteemed ranks of the four kings within the wild wolf gang, all for the sake of their extraordinary abilities. Li Qinggong. After tending to his injuries, the werewolf gazed into the distance with gritted teeth, forcefully uttering this name with a tone steeped in boundless resentment. In his view, the sole architect of this bizarre situation was none other than Li Qinggong. If you do not wish to claim East District, I shall pursue you relentlessly. Let us return and eradicate Li Qinggong. Little did he realize that Li Qinggong had long since perished. Alongside him, the second thorn in the werewolf's side, Lang Fei-shi, had also met his demise. One could only ponder whether to weep or to rejoice upon receiving such news, relieved that two formidable adversaries had vanished, yet troubled by the emergence of a new foe. Chapter 69. Seizing Power. Who are you? What brings you here? As Luo Lou and his companions arrived at the building, the doorman looked at them with a wary expression and spoke. It was not unusual for the doorman to be on guard, although they occasionally offered refuge to fleeing individuals. Those seekers were typically disheveled, terrified, and pale. In contrast, the group before him appeared composed, with several members clad in heavy armor and wielding long knives, giving them the air of a hunting party rather than mere refugees. The doorman was certain they were not part of their hunting team, especially since Luo Lou had remained inside the room without venturing out. He was unfamiliar with them. However, upon spotting the enchanting rustle within the crowd, the doorman's pupils dilated, and he exclaimed, "The witch!" While he did not recognize the others, who could forget the infamous witch? Upon hearing the news of the hunting team's complete annihilation, there was a mix of sorrow and relief, for the witch had accompanied them, and they no longer had to live in fear. Are you truly going to deny one who has braved the elements' entry? Russell cast a seductive glance at the doorman, her pupils shimmering with a violet hue. The doorman, meeting her gaze, immediately fell into a trance, granting passage to Luo Lou and his companions. Although they could have entered without charm, Russell found the effort tedious and opted for a more direct approach. Meanwhile, Leopard had been increasingly agitated since the news of the zombie uprising and the hunting team's demise had reached him. He feared that his betrayal of the hunting team's secrets would soon be exposed, aware of the true culprit behind the disaster. He dreaded the consequences should his involvement come to light. Inevitably, they would not be favorable. As time passed, Leopard's anxiety intensified. He felt the piercing gaze of suspicion upon him, as if those around him were scrutinizing his every move. This sensation was driving him to the brink of madness. The prolonged absence of Luo Lou only deepened his fears that he had been abandoned, left as a scapegoat. If it were not for Lang Fei's unwavering trust in him, Leopard might have considered fleeing. A series of knocks echoed through the door, startling Leopard from his turmoil. Each time, the sound filled him with dread, as he feared it might be Li Qinggong or Lang Fei's men come to apprehend him. He held his breath, pretending to be absent while the knocking persisted. After a moment, a familiar voice broke through the silence. "Damn it, he's not here. Who knows where he has gone? Let us search elsewhere." Recognizing the voice, Leopard rushed to the door, shouting, I'm here. Open up." Outside stood Luo Lou and his longed-for companions. "Why aren't you opening the door? What are you hiding for?" Zhang Haoran chastised him, the very voice Leopard had just heard. "At last, you've returned. I've been on edge these past few days, fearing that my secret would be uncovered and that Lang Fei would come for me. Now that you're back, I can finally breathe easy," Leopard exclaimed, his agitation transforming into relief. Zhang Haoran smiled slightly at Leopard's words. "Rest assured, Lang Fei will no longer trouble you, not ever again." Upon grasping the implication of Luo Lu's statement, Leopard's eyes widened in disbelief. You mean Lang Fei is dead, slain by our boss himself? Zheng Haoran interjected, relishing the revelation. The thought of the incessantly troublesome Lang Fei lying defeated at Luo Lu's feet filled him with satisfaction. Lang Fei is dead, and so is Li Qinggong. We are here to seize control. Leopard gasped. Li Qinggong is dead. The only man I truly respected, who protected ordinary evolved beings like me, is gone? The reality of their deaths foretold a turbulent upheaval within the building. The evolved individuals would once again face a life of fear and uncertainty. It is precisely because they are dead that I have come to take charge here. Sensing Leopard's alarm, Luo Lou refrained from elaborating. Regardless, the fact remained that Li Qinggong was indeed dead. Now, I have a task for you. Summon the leaders of the various hunting teams in Lang Fei's name to convene on the 33rd floor. To seize control of Li Qinggong's influence, we must secure these formidable hunting teams, as they are the last remnants of power within the building. Leopard, being a trusted confidant of Lang Fei, would not raise suspicion. As long as he could lure the leaders of the hunting teams to the 33rd floor, they would be at Luo Lu's mercy. I understand. I shall see to it, Leopard replied, nodding, ready to fulfill his duty. With the leadership now in disarray, Luo Lu's ascension would mean Leopard would no longer need to worry about the fallout from the zombie uprising. Luo Lou and his group ascended directly to the 33rd floor. Upon exiting the elevator, the two evolved beings stationed there intended to question them, but Russell ensnared them with her charm, rendering them motionless. Oh, this is the view from the highest floor. It is indeed remarkable, Zheng Haoran remarked, gazing out of the floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in the sprawling vista of the Eastern District, relishing the feeling of dominance. The 33rd floor was originally the office of the building's former owner, exuding an air of grandeur and luxury. Positioned perfectly by the windows for an unobstructed view, Luo Lou approached the solitary chair, grasped its armrests, and slowly seated himself. As he gazed out at the minuscule world beyond, an overwhelming sense of control washed over him, a feeling of holding the world in his hands. A newfound aura emanated from him, one befitting a ruler, a king. Occupying this chair on the highest floor signified his command over the building. He was its master. The others surrounding him instinctively formed a line, standing beside him as if they were courtiers before their emperor. The door of the elevator opened, and a throng of footsteps echoed within, suggesting a considerable number of individuals. Leopard entered, flanked by approximately 15 or 16 others, each displaying varied expressions, some defiant, others disdainful, and a few solemn. They were the leaders of the hunting teams, remnants of power within the building. Who are you? How dare you sit there? That chair is not for you. Get down. One burly man bellowed upon sighting Luo Lou in the chair. Yes, get down immediately. Which hunting team do you belong to? I've never seen you before. What happened to Lang Fei? Wasn't he there supposed to be an important announcement? Another hunting team leader added. As they reached the 33rd floor, the leaders began to clamor, filling the space with noise. Silence. Gazing at the cacophony of this crowd, Luo Lou furrowed his brow and spoke. Observing his demeanor, one could discern a hint of Li Qinggong's charm within him. Did I not instruct you to come down? The burly man, whose face was rugged and coarse, stepped forward with determination, reaching out to seize Luo Lou suddenly. A jolt of electricity surged from Luo Lu's hand, striking the burly man, who convulsed and collapsed, rendered limp by the shock. I said, silence, Luo Lou reiterated. The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, with the onlookers, some in terror, others in solemnity, fixing their gazes upon Luo Lou and the incapacitated captain. Though Luo Lu's strength was not the most formidable among them, it was certainly above average, yet he had subdued the captain with a single strike. Who, then, was this man seated comfortably in the chair? As tranquility finally settled over the crowd, Luo Lou nodded, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the dozen or so captains before he smiled and said, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Lou, and from this moment forth, I am the master of this place. At his declaration, an uproar ensued, with the crowd widening their eyes in disbelief, confirming that they had indeed heard this audacious proclamation from the young man seated before them. What nonsense is this? We were summoned here merely to hear such a preposterous statement? Setting aside the absurdity of the claim, even if a leader were to be chosen, it would be Lang Fei, not you. Arrest him and deliver him to Li Qinggong and Lang Fei. Yes, seize him. Instantly, the sentiment in the crowd ignited. The hunting team captain stirred with agitation. However, despite their words, none dared to advance, for one among them lay convulsing on the ground. And no one wished to become the next victim. Zheng Haoran let out a sinister laugh. hoisting his long knife as he stepped forward. His entire form suddenly shrouded in a layer of dark, rock-like skin, leaving only his fierce eyes visible, glaring at the crowd. Come on, why is no one stepping up? Zheng Haoran sneered, beckoning one of the hunting team captains with a crooked finger. You, yes, you, stop staring and come forth. Provoked by Zheng Haoran's derisive stance, the pointed captain erupted in fury, bellowing, "You seek death," as he charged at Zheng Haoran. In that instant, his arm contorted, twisting into a sharp spike aimed directly at Zheng Haoran's body. An enhancer-type evolver, Zheng Haoran noted, showing no inclination to evade the attack. He allowed the spiked arm to pierce towards him, and with a dull thud, the spike halted against his skin, unable to penetrate even a fraction. Is that all the strength you possess? Have you not eaten today? Put in some effort, Zheng Haoran taunted. You, the hunting captain, enraged, caused the spike formed by his arm to spin violently, resembling a drill as it bored down towards Zheng Haoran's flesh. As the drill's relentless rotation began to chip away at Zheng Haoran's defenses, a layer of rocky skin finally erupted from his body. Yet that was the extent of its impact. A chilling aura emerged from Zheng Haoran's neck as the captain's drilling arm came to a halt. His eyes wide with terror as he beheld the long knife poised against his throat, frozen in fear. Is that the extent of your power? Zheng Haoran scoffed, casting his gaze upon the others. Who else wishes to try? In that moment, the crowd fell silent. If even the strongest strike from a hunting captain could not breach his defenses, how could they hope to contend with Luo Lou, who appeared to be their leader? With such meager strength, you dare to challenge our boss? You are courting death, Zheng Haoran derided. Do not get too cocky. Do not think you are invincible. When Boss Qinggong and Lang Fei return, it shall be your demise. The captain, still held at knife point, seemed unwilling to concede, issuing a threat. So your only reliance lies with the Qinggong and Lang Fei? Luo Lou surveyed their faces before smiling. But what if both were to perish? Would you follow them into death, or would you submit to me? Die? That is impossible. The hunting captain's face drained of color. Yet seeing the seriousness in Luo Lou's demeanor, he realized there was a high probability that this was indeed true. Could it be the Wolfgang's doing? I warned against negotiating, and now we have fallen for the Wolfgang's scheme. Our end is nigh. Despair enveloped the hunting captains. Should Li Qinggong and Lang Fei fall, the Wolfgang would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to annihilate them. Indeed, you must lead us. Your strength is formidable enough to repel the Wolfgang. One captain's eyes brightened. Faced with the impending doom from the Wolfgang, who led was of little consequence. What mattered was the need for a powerful leader. With a single strike, Luo Lou had incapacitated a hunting captain, and if even one of his subordinates possessed such formidable strength, it was indeed considerable. Luo Lou was taken aback. He had anticipated a struggle to gain their allegiance, only to find that these captains were readily filling in the gaps themselves. The Wolfgang, what an excellent pretext he had overlooked. Initially, he had planned to employ the allure of Rosu's charm, but now, such a strategy seemed entirely unnecessary. Moreover, one of the captains spotted a woman amidst the crowd and exclaimed, "The sorceress Rosu." With even the sorceress under Luo Lou's command, the magnitude of his strength was unquestionable. If he could subdue the sorceress, the crowd need not harbor any further concerns. In truth, Luo Lou had misjudged. These individuals were not as difficult to win over as he had imagined. With the loss of Li Qinggong and Lang Fei, the foundation of their stronghold was crumbling. Without a powerful figure to step forward, their demise was merely a matter of time. However, some captains harbored different ambitions, with Li Qinggong dead. They were unwilling to serve under another, preferring instead to seize a territory for themselves and reign as their own kings. I will not comply. The Wolfgang does not scare me. I refuse to acknowledge your leadership. At this moment, the burly man who had earlier been incapacitated by Luo Lou had regained his composure and spoke up. His words echoed the sentiments of a portion of the crowd. Why must there be a leader when one could seize leadership for oneself, leading their own hunting teams and claiming dominion? To such individuals, Luo Lou had but one response: death. Having initially intended to set an example, he now had a willing target. Exchanging glances with Zheng Haoran, who understood the cue, Zheng Haoran grinned maliciously and approached the burly man, brandishing his long knife. With a swift motion, the blade sliced through the air, and with a sickening thud, a head flew, landing before the onlookers and embedding itself in their collective consciousness. Chapter 70. Reform. The transition of power was executed with remarkable ease, particularly under the intimidating presence of a single head. The leaders of the hunting teams promptly relinquished their authority as they guarded various granaries and supermarkets. Among these leaders, Those overseeing the granaries and supermarkets harbored the greatest ambitions, for with the resources at their disposal, they could easily indulge themselves, while the other hunting teams, focused solely on exterminating zombies, had little inclination to contest this. I hereby declare that effective immediately, all hunting teams will be disbanded, and all leaders will be removed from their positions. New squads will be formed, and elections will be held for the positions of squad leader and deputy leader, open to all capable individuals. In a decisive move, Luo Lou dismantled the established factions within the hunting teams, as he had always intended to do, eliminating the hunting model established by Li Qinggong. Furthermore, we will no longer provide gratuitous protection to any evolved beings. Those wishing to survive under our aegis must pay a monthly fee of 10 crystal cores, which will serve as compensation for our guarantee of safety. As for food, that will be charged separately. However, those who join a squad and successfully pass the assessment will be exempt from this fee, as we will provide for all their needs. Upon issuing this command, the evolved beings within the building erupted in an uproar. Frankly, they were indifferent to who held power. Their primary concern was whether their food and protection would continue as before. Luo Lou's decree shattered their complacency, casting them from the paradise of security into the abyss of despair. This effectively severed their means of survival. Some evolved beings seized the opportunity to incite trouble. Humanity, it seems, has a tendency to blame others when accustomed to assistance. When that help is withdrawn, they question why it was ever given. Why? Is it a given that one should help another? In this post-apocalyptic world, the concept of assistance is rare. Aside from Li Qinggong, with his formidable resolve, few others would offer such support. Luo Lou was no different. Assistance could be granted, but everything comes at a cost. There are no free lunches. Regarding the dissenting evolved beings, Luo Lou was straightforward and unyielding. Execution was the answer, with no need for explanation, as none was warranted. The members of the hunting teams largely supported Luo Lou's decision, having risked their lives to hunt zombies while others lounged within the building, expecting to be catered to. Such individuals hardly deserved protection. Realizing that protests were futile, the evolved beings reluctantly accepted this new order, grateful for any remaining shelter rather than being completely abandoned. Paying the crystal cores was preferable to being homeless. As for where to acquire the crystal cores, zombies were plentiful outside, with enough determination. They could be obtained from any corner. Luo Lou's strategy drew inspiration from the future halls of sanctity, establishing a mutually beneficial market system. He ceased to focus solely on combating zombies, for they were too numerous to eradicate entirely. Instead, desire and self-interest would compel individuals to take risks. Devoid of food, they had no choice but to hunt zombies to exchange for sustenance and shelter from Luo Lou. The idea of robbing food seemed absurd. Did they not realize that evolved beings capable of killing zombies were far more fearsome? Those with such courage could easily slay countless zombies. Even Li Yuan was taken aback by this plan, recognizing its alignment with the current standards of the apocalypse. Only such a model would ensure their long-term survival. Evolving beings were expelled from the building, forced to reside in external accommodations, while only Luo Lou's faction would inhabit the structure. Many sought to join Luo Lou, yet failed the assessment. Except for those in the enhancement category who required testing, individuals from other categories could join unconditionally. The assessment was simple: defeat a designated opponent chosen by Luo Lou. However, many were eliminated at this stage, as they could not best the chosen adversaries, disqualifying them. This did not indicate weakness. Rather, they simply fell short of Luo Lou's stringent criteria. Simultaneously, the selection process for squad leaders and deputy leaders commenced. The nature and special abilities categories were grouped into the first squad, which was also the smallest, comprising only 22 evolved beings, including Li Qingshu and Zheng Haoran. Despite the small size, each member was a formidable individual. The nature category boasted the highest combat capability, while the special abilities category was not far behind, with each possessing unique combat skills. Therefore, Luo Lou consolidated them into a single squad. The first team enjoyed the best perks, receiving superior allocations of crystal cores and provisions, commensurate with their abilities. In this competitive environment, Li Qingshu, with her D-rank strength, effortlessly claimed the top position, as none could withstand her freezing touch, especially after donning gloves that transformed it into a ranged attack. Zheng Haoran became the deputy leader, having conceded defeat, viewing the roles of leader and deputy as inconsequential. Given that Li Qingshu was Luo Lou's partner, it mattered little who led. The support category formed the second squad, second in importance only to the first. Although its numbers were also sparse, combat was unnecessary. Their value lay in their support capabilities. Luo Lou personally appointed Li Yuan as the squad leader and Zhou Luanru as the deputy. To her disappointment, Luo Susu, who had hoped to secure a leadership position, found herself relegated to third place, sulking as a result. The non-existent healing squad disappointed Luo Lou, as not a single healer could be found among the many evolved beings. Next came the enhancement category, the largest and most competitive group. Due to their overwhelming numbers, Luo Lou divided them into 3 teams. Competition was fierce, particularly among those who had previously served as hunting team leaders. Each was determined to retain their dignity despite being ousted, as the positions of leader and deputy were limited to just 6. The leader of the third squad, Niu Li, secured his position through sheer brute force, while Meng Dong, unfortunately, was placed in the same squad and fell to Niu Li's might. Despite his explosive power and formidable skills, he could not overcome Niu Li's heavy armor, resulting in his defeat. The captain of the 4th squad was a former hunting team leader capable of transforming his arm into a drill, named Zhuang Han. He was indeed a powerful evolved being. The deputy leader, also a former hunting team leader, was elated to have emerged from among so many candidates, proving his strength. The 5th squad's election yielded an unexpected result, as a young boy of merely 15 or 16 years claimed victory. Luo Lou's series of measures attracted numerous individuals eager to join, whether to pay crystal cores for protection or to become part of his faction, both options presenting clear order. For those evolved beings lacking security, this was an immense allure. Even Li Qinggong's unconditional protection lacked the appeal of Luo Lou's structured approach. Though unconditional support seemed favorable, it was merely a fleeting promise, unstable and liable to change. Should he perish? In contrast, a clearly defined order would persist even amidst significant upheaval. This was the essence of what Luo Lou sought to offer the evolved beings. Enduring order, more valuable than anything else. The student who calls himself the Night Eagle is one of them. Although he is young, his prowess is formidable. He is an E-grade evolver and an exceptionally powerful inheritor of ancient martial arts, adept in the practice of the 8 Extremes Fist. His abilities in the enhancement category are indeed rare, possessing the remarkable capacity to regulate his body, his speed, strength, and even his bones and cells can be adjusted. Such a powerful capability may seem insignificant to others, but for practitioners of ancient martial arts, it surpasses any other skill. As for Yi Qing, Luo Lou did not assign him to any team. Although he is classified as an enhancer, his combat abilities are woefully inadequate. Each individual has their own suitable path, and compared to combat, Yi Qing is more suited for reconnaissance. Consequently, Luo Lou intends to establish a reconnaissance team specifically to seek out those evolvers who may lack combat skills but excel in stealth and observation. In just a few days, Luo Lou completely erased all traces left by Li Qinggong, rendering any evidence of his presence invisible. A new force, born from the remnants of the old, emerged with a vigor that surpassed its predecessor. Merely days after Luo Lou's transformation was complete, the Wolfpack gang was also fully prepared, with its leader personally launching an assault to confront Li Qinggong for an explanation. One can only wonder what his expression would be upon learning of Li Qinggong's demise. Chapter 71. The Werewolf's Assault on the 33rd floor, now transformed into the territory of the Luo Tower, an unexpected guest arrived. An envoy from the Spider Queen of the Central District. What business does the Spider Queen have with us? It seems we have no prior connection. Luo Lou observed the middle-aged man before him, impeccably dressed in a clean suit, his demeanor calm and composed, entirely devoid of the disheveled appearance typical of survivors in this apocalyptic world. After all, who in such dire circumstances would concern themselves with attire? Yet this man was indeed well-dressed, even more so than Luo Lou himself. The middle-aged man cast a glance at him and said, "I am here to seek your leader." Li Qinggong, bearing the queen's sincere intentions for dialogue. Where is he? Is this an affront to our queen? It was understandable for him to express such indignation. An envoy from the Central District inherently represented its ruler. In his eyes, Li Qinggong had sent a mere youth to negotiate, which was utterly absurd and presumptuous. "I am the leader here. Li Qinggong has long since passed away." Luo Lou's words startled the middle-aged man, who gasped, "Dead?" The fool known throughout Jiang City for his unconditional protection of all, the one universally recognized by all evolvers for his chivalrous title, has perished just like that? This is truly astonishing. Luo Lou remained silent, merely fixing his gaze upon him, conveying with his eyes that he spoke the truth. "Well, while I mourn Li Qinggong's demise, we must still discuss business. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Qinggong, an envoy under the Spider Queen of the Central District, here to represent her peace. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Qinggong clarified his intentions. Although surprised by Li Qinggong's death, he understood the necessity of proceeding with their discussion, as it did not alter his orders. You may already be aware that due to the zombie uprising, the other 4 districts have begun to stir, including us. However, the Queen is magnanimous. In order to prevent unnecessary casualties on both sides, she brings forth an offer of peace. Peace? Pray, elaborate, Luo Lou said with intrigue. Having heard of the Spider Queen in his previous life, Luo Lou, despite wandering aimlessly after Li Qinggong's death, had come across the names of significant figures, such as the Spider Queen, who ultimately unified Jiang City before being eradicated by the Renwang of Jinling. In the current context, the Spider Queen could be deemed the most formidable force among the 5 districts of Jiang City, and her emissary's arrival could not bode well. The Queen desires that you relinquish half of your food supplies as the price for sparing your territory from our central district's aggression. How much is half of that? Luo Lou questioned. As the largest grain reserve in Jiang City, even occupying merely half the territory, the food he would have to give up could sustain any district for several years. Are you dreaming? Luo Lou scoffed, unhesitatingly rejecting Lu Qinggong's proposition. Lu Qinggong's expression remained impassive as he replied solemnly, I represent the Queen's sincerity. I urge you to reconsider. Perhaps you should consult your predecessors about the Spider Queen's formidable presence. He seemed to regard Luo Lou as a Navi individual, oblivious to the broader picture. If he knew that Luo Lou possessed memories from a future life, perhaps he would have chosen his words more carefully. In response, Luo Lou simply uttered 2 words, see yourself out. A flicker of anger crossed Lu Qinggong's face. He had not anticipated Luo Lou's blatant disregard for his position. He darkly warned, I hope you deliberate carefully, for the East District is not solely under your control. The werewolves of the Wild Wolf Gang would be more than willing to accept our Queen's offer. This statement was a blatant threat. Luo Lou did not respond, instead directing his gaze past Lu Qinggong. Following his line of sight, Lu Qinggong turned to see one of his subordinates rush in, exclaiming in panic, Boss, the Wild Wolf Gang has appeared at our borders, led by a werewolf. Some time ago, Luo Lou had received word that the Wild Wolf Gang sought to settle a score with him. He had been preparing for this very moment, intending to capture the Wild Wolf Gang entirely and consolidate control over the East District. Rising from his seat, a cold smile graced his lips as he looked toward Lu Qinggong and stated, I can tell you now, my orders are the commands of the entire East District. Werewolf. He will soon become a part of history. With that, he instructed the messenger, gather all team leaders and vice captains. Have them lead their teams to the location of the Wild Wolf Gang. Then he turned to Lu Qinggong and said, You were searching for the werewolf, weren't you? Then come with me. Let me show you that the East District recognizes no dual rulers. As the werewolf and his elite forces entered Luo Tower's territory, they inevitably encountered the 3rd patrol team. Who are you? The werewolf squinted at a towering figure clad in heavy armor. I am Luo Lou. The man scratched his nose and grinned foolishly. No, I am Luo Lou, captain of the 3rd team under Boss. Boss. The werewolf keenly noted the term, wondering when Li Qinggong had acquired such a title. Unable to unravel this mystery, he dismissed it, sneering, I have long heard that Li Qinggong has changed his policies, seemingly beginning to collect rent from those under his protection. Has he lost the ability to maintain his facade of righteousness? Li Qinggong is dead, Luo Lou stated innocently. I came here to ensure Li Qinggong's demise. I demand to know why he would conspire against me. Dead? The werewolf continued to prattle. But at that moment, he grasped the meaning of Luo Lou's words, his expression frozen in disbelief. You mean that Li Qinggong is dead? Luo Lou nodded. You won't find Li Qinggong anymore. If you wish to negotiate, you can seek my boss, but he may not be inclined to parley with you. The werewolf did not hear Luo Lou's next words. His mind was consumed by the revelation of Li Qinggong's death. Li Qinggong is dead? The very man who once imprisoned me, the one I most desired to eliminate, has suddenly perished without a trace? Impossible. How could he die? Who is your boss? Lang Feisher? That treacherous traitor. Did he eliminate Li Qinggong? The werewolf remained unconvinced, his voice rising in fervor. Lang Feisher is also dead. He fell at my boss's hands. Luo Lou replied innocently. Lang Feisher is dead too. The werewolf was momentarily stunned, his mind struggling to comprehend. Li Qinggong was dead, and so was Lang Feisher. Who now held power? In the werewolf's eyes, apart from these two, there was no one else in the East District worthy of his attention. Yet, a leader who instituted protection fees and formed teams was clearly no benign figure. Why had he never heard of him? Boss, with them both dead, what do we have to fear? Let us eliminate these people and unify the East District, exclaimed one of the werewolf's subordinates, licking his lips in excitement. The werewolf's mind cleared instantly. Yes, with Li Chunggong and Lang Feisher dead, what could possibly impede him? Just a bunch of insignificant nuisances, easily dispatched. Big man, if you submit to me now, I will spare your life. Having made this decision, the werewolf regarded Luo Lou with a glint in his eye, eager to recruit this seemingly simple giant into the wild wolf gang. However, one of Luo Lou's remarks ignited the werewolf's wrath. He scratched his head and grinned foolishly. You can't compare. My boss is far more formidable. Seeking death, the werewolf, filled with fury, was poised to exact punishment upon the towering figure before him. Yet, before he could act, his gaze sharpened as it fell upon the distance behind Luo Lou. A group of silhouettes swiftly approached, soon coming into clear view. At the forefront stood a striking individual with cascading, enchanting locks, crackling with electricity, moving with astonishing speed. In but a moment, he stood before the werewolf. I have long awaited this encounter. My name is Luo Lou. Though you may not have heard of me, I am confident that from this day forth, this name shall forever be etched in your memory. Werewolf, Luo Lou declared, a smile gracing his lips as he faced the creature. Chapter 72, The Arena Match Luo Lou? This name is unfamiliar, particularly to the ears of the werewolf. Are you the fortunate individual who has inherited Li Chunggong's legacy? Your development appears quite impressive, yet before me, the werewolf king, everything pales in comparison. Since I am here, you ought to surrender obediently. I might spare your life and perhaps even bestow upon you the title of king. The werewolf was not exaggerating. Should Luo Lou capitulate, he might indeed grant him the title of king. After all, with Luo Lou's ability to unify the factions following Li Chunggong and Lang Fei's demise in such a short span, he was no ordinary contender and could undoubtedly ascend as the king of the Wild Wolf gang. Moreover, the long-haired man exuded an aura that was distinctly formidable. Luo Lou chuckled lightly. I appreciate your elevated opinion, Werewolf King, but I believe it is you who should consider surrendering. I could very well reserve the position of squad leader for you. Brash youth, do not overestimate your worth. When the time comes for battle, you shall find it too late to reconsider. My intentions are rooted in goodwill. Even if you have miraculously unified Li Chunggong's forces, in my eyes, you remain but a featherweight, the werewolf replied, narrowing his eyes, his tone icy. Since we are here, why waste words? Is this not precisely your intention? Luo Lou responded with a smile, dismissing the werewolf's comments entirely. At that moment, those who were not as swift as Luo Lou began to arrive. Zheng Haoran, brandishing a long knife, announced his presence even before he appeared. Where are the pups of the Wild Wolf gang? I shall cleave one in two. His ranks were filled with nature-aligned evolvers. In the distance, a buzzing sound indicated the approach of more troops from the 4th and 5th squads, summoned by orders. Hearing the commotion, Luo Lou's smile widened. In terms of numbers, he was unperturbed. Regarding strength, he felt no fear. Today was the day to determine supremacy and establish dominance. You wish to engage me in battle? The werewolf scrutinized the young man seriously for the first time, speaking slowly. That depends on the will of the werewolf king. After all, there can only be one master in the Eastern District, Luo Lou replied with a grin. Ambitious, yet I question your strength. As the sound of footsteps grew louder, the werewolf's expression became increasingly grave. He could see countless figures rushing toward them from afar. Let the werewolf king test that theory. Luo Lou's expression hardened, gazing at the thousands of subordinates behind the werewolf, his voice low. A battle might escalate into a war. I propose a suggestion. To avoid extensive casualties on both sides and prevent opportunists from profiting, I suggest a tournament. Each side shall designate representatives, and the loser shall withdraw. What say you? Casting a glance at the suited man behind him, Luo Lou continued, although he was not opposed to an outright confrontation. However, as the suited man had indicated, the other 4 districts were watching closely. If they suffered losses now, Luo Lou and his men would struggle to maintain control over the Eastern District. The werewolf paused, surprised that Luo Lou was so pragmatic. Their conflict was ultimately contained within the Eastern District, and losses would only weaken their own territory. It was precisely this understanding that prevented large-scale conflicts during Li Chunggong's reign. The werewolf, realizing that Li Chunggong's death necessitated a re-evaluation of their circumstances, found Luo Lou's proposal agreeable. It would avert mass casualties and address the ownership of the Eastern District. You are quite astute. As I mentioned before, the position of king is yours for the taking should you surrender. I could even grant you control over this district, the werewolf mused, growing increasingly fond of Luo Lou's proposal. If the werewolf king does not mind my humble abode, I will offer similar terms. You may keep your position while controlling your own territory, Luo Lou replied. Young man, I am serious. Do not mistake my generosity for weakness. The werewolf's expression darkened. I too am earnest. Do not be foolish. You will not want to find yourself pleading for mercy later. Very well, let us draft some rules. Or I can provide them if the werewolf king trusts me. The werewolf turned to his subordinates, noting the twin guardians, and a plan began to form. We shall establish a best-of-3 tournament. The first round a team battle of 100 participants, the second a 5-round individual contest, and the final round a duel between leaders, death or surrender. This structure served multiple purposes. The team battle would effectively diminish Luo Lou's forces. The individual contest would reveal Luo Lou's higher-tier strength, and the final duel would determine who was fit to unify the Eastern District. That is entirely acceptable. Luo Lou considered briefly before agreeing to the werewolf's terms. Their intentions aligned, both seeking the same outcome. May I interrupt? I wish to serve as the referee for this contest. A suited individual named Lu Qingwang interjected unexpectedly. You? Who are you? The werewolf frowned. Lu Qingwang bowed slightly. I have long heard of the esteemed werewolf king. I am an envoy from the Spider Queen of the Central District, and I hope to officiate this match. Would both of you consent? I have no objections, Luo Lou shrugged. It is merely a formality. The victor shall be determined by strength, not rules. However, the werewolf grew wary. Why had the Spider Queen sent an envoy into Luo Lou's territory? What did this signify? The werewolf's expression darkened. Young man, I find myself growing increasingly irritated with you. In the werewolf's mind, affairs in the Eastern District were to be settled internally. Luo Lou's invitation for outside intervention shattered this unwritten rule. Let the contest commence. The werewolf huffed before turning away. A large circle formed, each side designating 100 fighters to engage. The battle would continue until one side was vanquished or a leader conceded defeat. Chapter 73. The powers of the werewolf. A vast circle was established, capable of accommodating 400 to 500 individuals, making it entirely feasible for a brawl involving 200 participants. Nuan and Ing, it's your turn, the werewolf addressed the sisters nearby. Known as the King of Injury and the King of Protection, Nuan and Ing were their nicknames, as for their birth names. Who could recall such trivialities in these times? In this world, names held little significance. Survival was what truly mattered. Fear not, uncle. With us here, victory is assured. Nuan declared confidently, her chest puffed out. Although only about 15 or 16 years old, she was physically more developed than her younger sister. Hee. These mere country bumpkins will soon be fleeing in terror, Ing giggled, clearly unfazed by the impending chaos. Both were seasoned combatants, particularly adept in large-scale battles, making their presence invaluable. On the side of Luo Lou, the 4th squad was directly summoned, along with Russell, which sufficed. Hey, am I not part of the support team? Why am I fighting alongside the 4th squad? I'm merely a nameless 3rd seat. Shouldn't you be seeking out the captain or vice-captain instead? Russell protested, her reluctance evident, harboring a grudge about her 3rd seat status. Nevertheless, she complied, for one must not defy Luo Lou's orders. In team combat, Russell's charm could prove extraordinarily effective, and with her protective necklace, she was well equipped to safeguard herself. Just wait, I'll annihilate you all. Nuan and Ing led their 100 comrades into the fray. With a commanding shout, Ing brought her hands together, and radiant beams of white light cascaded down upon her followers, enveloping them in a shimmering aura. Luo Lou's pupils narrowed in surprise, exclaiming, "External support? The Wild Wolf Gang has such evolved beings. They must not be underestimated. What is this? I will break through you." The captain of the 4th squad, Zhuang Han, felt his right arm twist grotesquely, transforming into a colossal drill that whirred ominously, akin to a genuine power tool. With a fierce cry, he charged towards the 100 adversaries. Kill! At his command, the 100 enhanced evolvers of the 4th squad surged forward, undeterred. Conversely, the 100 evolvers of the Wild Wolf Gang charged with malicious grins, their confidence unwavering. They were well acquainted with the Twin King's abilities and believed that their protective light would shield them from any assault. With a resounding crash, the two factions collided. Zhuang Han drove his drill-like arm into one of the Wild Wolf Gang members. To his astonishment, a metallic clang echoed. His formidable drill came to an abrupt halt against the white light, unable to penetrate. The opposing evolver, grinning malevolently, retaliated with a punch. Unfazed, Zhuang Han withdrew his arm and stepped back, countering the punch with his own. As the drill whirred to life, it commanded the air around it. its power evident even to the untrained eye. The impact between the drill and the evolver's fist produced a thunderous sound, the protective white light steadfastly resisting Zhuang Han's assault. However, the Wild Wolf Gang member could not withstand the force contained within the drill and was sent flying. Fortunately, the attack had not been entirely ineffective. As Zhuang Han struck, the protective light surrounding the opponent appeared to dim slightly. This luminescent shield was not permanent and could indeed be disrupted. Such formidable defense. Luo Lou mused inwardly, astonished that Zhuang Han's drill, one of the most powerful attacks in Li Qinggong's faction, could not break through the defenses bestowed by a mere girl. The strength of this shield rivaled the rock's skin of Zhenghauren. Luo Lou's gaze towards the twins intensified with fervor. Such rare abilities should not exist within the Wild Wolf Gang, but should instead flourish under his command. I must have these two women, he resolved within himself. Sensing Luo Lou's predatory gaze, the twins felt an involuntary chill and instinctively glanced around. Within the battle circle, protected by the white light, they remained unharmed while Luo Lou's subordinates suffered heavy casualties, unable to breach this protective barrier. Only Russell appeared unaffected. Upon noticing the protective white light enveloping the Wild Wolf Gang members, she hesitated briefly before activating her own necklace's protective ability, mirroring that of her foes. A violet glimmer flickered in her eyes as she locked onto one of the attacking Wild Wolf Gang members. The individual was momentarily stunned, his eyes glazing over in confusion. Before he charged towards his own teammates, Russell smirked softly and advanced towards the Wild Wolf Gang, her violet gaze ensnaring each individual she focused on, causing them to turn against their companions. Charm. How could the woman revered as the witch within the tower lack the capability to defend her title? In such a chaotic battle, she was perfectly suited to the role of the witch. Even if they were indifferent to physical attacks, the psychological onslaught was inescapable. Russell moved gracefully, each step resulting in another individual succumbing to her control, turning to assault their former allies in the Wild Wolf Gang. What is happening? The twins at the rear were taken aback by the sudden betrayal of the Wild Wolf Gang members. Ying clasped her hands once more, casting white light upon them in an effort to restore order, but it yielded no results. The internal conflict raged on. As the ferocity of the battle escalated, the protective white light began to wane, revealing their vulnerable forms, slowly succumbing to wounds and bloodshed. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted. The previously disadvantaged fourth squad began to gain the upper hand with the defection of the Wild Wolf Gang members. I'll take charge, Wan exclaimed, extending her hands as green light surged into the bodies of the Wild Wolf Gang members, healing their wounds and restoring them to full health. How peculiar their abilities are. The boss will surely appreciate them, Russell mused, her eyes brightening as she glanced towards Luo Lou, who was equally transfixed by the twins. Feeling a surge of determination, she hastened towards them. Quickly, she is coming. Defend against her. The twins cried out in alarm, witnessing the woman responsible for their comrade's betrayal charging towards them. A Wild Wolf Gang member lunged at Russell, aiming a punch at her, but the fist halted mere inches from her body, unable to advance further. Such attacks are futile against me, Russell chuckled lightly, her violet-tinged gaze locking onto the gang member. As anticipated, after a brief moment of confusion, he too joined the ranks of the traitors, rushing toward the twins. She is coming, she is coming. Stop her. The twins screamed, their previous composure shattered. The woman who could disregard their protective barrier exceeded their expectations. It was not merely a breach, she was utterly unassailable. The witch? Has she also joined this young man's faction? The werewolf observed the scene before him, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated. He had heard of the witch's notorious reputation, but his attention had been predominantly captured by Li Qinggong and Lang Fei, especially since the witch was elusive at that time. Gradually, his focus had waned. However, upon suddenly encountering this woman, he recalled her, this adept manipulator of hearts, whose abilities could undoubtedly counteract the Guardian King's powers. Moreover, as she advanced toward the twins, it seemed her intent was to ensnare their attention. Should she gain control over them, the consequences would be dire. No number of others could rival the assistance these twins provided him. With this thought, the werewolf hesitated no longer. He opened his mouth, and a ripple emanated outward. We concede, he uttered. As his words echoed, the air quivered as though a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading throughout the arena. Regardless of whether they were shielded by the white light, the members of both the Wild Wolf Gang and Luo Lou's team were stricken by this wave, clutching their ears in agony and collapsing to their knees. Sound waves? Luo Lou furrowed his brow in surprise. Although he was aware that the werewolf's characteristics derived from a wolf dog, he remained oblivious to the true nature of the werewolf's abilities. He had not anticipated such an auditory assault. A unique ability, sonic attack. This was troubling indeed. Despite having overestimated the werewolf's strength, the emergence of sound waves still astonished Luo Lou, especially given the rarity of such peculiar and elusive powers. Ruosu was also affected by the spreading ripples, her complexion paling as she stumbled backward in fear, casting a glance at the werewolf. With merely a spoken phrase, he had compelled numerous individuals to kneel, a testament to his formidable prowess. Controlling half of the East District, both Li Qinggong and the werewolf possessed their own unique strengths. While Li Qinggong could summon a fearsome great eagle, the werewolf's sonic attack elevated Luo Lu's assessment of him significantly. Wan, Ing, return, the werewolf commanded darkly, shooting a glance at Luo Lu as he addressed the twins. They nodded, glaring resentfully at Ruosu before turning to follow the werewolf. Meanwhile, Lu Qinggong, observing from the sidelines, glanced around before extending his hand toward Luo Lu's side, declaring loudly, in the first match, the team battle is won by Luo Lu. Chapter 74. A Clash of Strength. Uncle, I apologize. The twins approached the werewolf, lowering their heads in embarrassment. We thought we could win, but who would have known that such an invincible monstrosity would emerge? Do not blame yourselves. I too was taken aback by the witch's unexpected appearance. Your defeat was not unjust, the werewolf reassured them. The witch? Is she truly the witch? The twins gasped in astonishment, with Nuan casting a glance toward the direction of Luo Lu. They had heard tales of the witch, known as the only anomaly within Li Qinggong's faction. Her name had resonated throughout the entire East District. As a formidable woman, countless females in the East District aspired to emulate the witch, aiming to become the stuff of nightmares for men. Despite their differing allegiances, the twins held a certain admiration for her. Oh my, we actually faced the witch just now, Nuan exclaimed excitedly. Her sister, Ing, nodded vigorously, exclaiming, yes, we should have asked her for an autograph. The werewolf chose to ignore the two naive girls and turned to another individual beside him. You will be the first to go in the next round. The man, slender and unimposing, cast a disdainful glance towards Luo Lu and chuckled. All right, let me put an end to their delusions. Do not underestimate them, Gongzhu. The opponents are not to be trifled with. That hefty fellow and the tall one are no easy marks, the werewolf warned, glancing at the initially blocking Niu Li and the grinning Zheng Haoran. Particularly, Zheng Haoran exuded a flamboyant aura that led the werewolf to conclude he was a formidable adversary. Rest assured, boss. Regardless of who they are, I will slice them into pieces. The man, referred to as Gongzhu, grinned menacingly, gesturing with his hands. The werewolf nodded. He felt a sense of reassurance regarding Gongzhu. As a prominent figure within the wolf pack, he was a strong contender among the four great kings vying for the vacant position. On Luo Lu's side, Zheng Haoran was the first to step forward. Let me go first. Very well, proceed with caution, Luo Lu nodded. Apart from Zheng Haoran, he had yet to identify any other formidable candidates to lead the charge. The individual competition adopted a 5-round format, allowing each side to field 5 participants until one team had exhausted its roster, thereby conceding defeat. The purpose of this structure was to ascertain the high-level combat capabilities of each faction. Both Luo Lu and the werewolf were mindful of this, which is why the werewolf's proposed format was readily accepted by Luo Lu. Zheng Haoran chuckled, hefting his long knife as he swaggered toward the center of the arena, eyeing the diminutive man already on stage. Is this all the wolf pack could muster? You are so thin, a gust of wind could blow you away. Perhaps you should rest and come back when you're stronger. Gongzhu remained unfazed by Zheng Haoran's taunts, merely dragging his thumb across his neck with a menacing grin. I hope you'll still be saying such things when I've turned you into scraps. Then come and try? I await your attempt to slice me to pieces. Zheng Haoran retorted defiantly. The second round of the individual competition begins. Lu Qinggong announced, observing the two competitors. Hey, Gongzhu shouted, launching himself forward like a cheetah, his speed so swift that the onlookers barely registered his movement before he was upon Zheng Haoran. Die Razor. Gongzhu leaped from the ground, executing a powerful kick aimed squarely at Zheng Haoran's head, the air slicing with the force of his attack. Fool. I'll cleave your legs off. Zheng Haoran stood his ground, raising his long knife to meet the attack. Clang. To Zheng Haoran's astonishment, he had expected his blade to sever the slender man's leg, but upon impact, a metallic clash reverberated, leaving him momentarily stunned. Gongzhu's kick collided with the knife, allowing him to perform a backflip, landing deftly on the ground. Seizing the moment of Zheng Haoren's distraction, he lunged forward with a hand in a knife-like formation aimed at Zheng Haoren's abdomen. A sinister smile graced his face as he envisioned the hefty opponent with his belly split open, blood gushing forth. He has finished. Ying, one of the twins, exclaimed with excitement. Witnessing Gong Zhu's advance, everyone familiar with the technique froze momentarily, their gazes fixated on Luo Lou. The hand knife thrust was a signature move of Luo Lou. Luo Lou too was taken aback. Could this slender man possess a similar ability to sharpness? Otherwise, why employ such a move? Zheng Haoren noticed this as well, his brow furrowing as he enveloped himself in a layer of black, rocky skin. When Gong Zhu's hand knife struck him, it merely created a shower of stone fragments. Zheng Haoren grinned, swinging his long knife in response. Gong Zhu quickly raised his arm to block, producing another resounding clang. He rolled away nimbly, distancing himself from Zheng Haoren. He cast a glance at Zheng Haoren's rocky exterior. Incredulous. Stone. Zheng Haoren looked equally astonished at his long knife, then turned to Gong Zhu. Are you made of iron? You're so tough. To withstand his long knife's assault and produce that peculiar metallic sound. What else could he be made of if not iron? Hey, you're not made of stone either. You look more like a giant turtle, Gong Zhu retorted with a cold laugh, lifting his hand to reveal a faint metallic sheen reflecting sunlight. My ability is D-class metal cutting. My entire body is like a blade, unyielding and capable of slicing through anything, even your turtle shell, with the enhancement of metal cutting. Gong Zhu's body had transformed into a razor-sharp weapon, far exceeding the hardness and sharpness of an ordinary knife. Meanwhile, Zheng Haoren's rocky skin was no slouch either. Metal cutting was not easily accomplished, especially when combined with the magic tool in his grasp. This would be a battle of brute strength. I'll be damned if I don't break that blade of yours today, Zheng Haoren declared, raising his long knife and charging at Gong Zhu. Gong Zhu smirked, darting forward like an agile monkey, colliding with Zheng Haoren's long knife, sending a cascade of stone fragments flying. Yet, he too bore the marks of Zheng Haoren's blade. The clang of metal echoed throughout the square as Lu Qingguang observed in astonishment. The East District was indeed formidable. Even a random participant possessed such immense strength. With such prowess, any individual could claim renown in any district. If the subordinates were this powerful, one could only imagine the strength of their leader. However, it was certain that no matter how strong they were, they could not surpass the terrifying Spider Queen in the Central District. Recalling the Spider Queen's past horrors, Lu Qingguang shuddered. Fortunately, during this period, he would not have to face her terror again. Chapter 75. The appearance of the giant king within the expansive arena. Capable of accommodating 400 to 500 spectators, only 2 individuals engaged in a fierce duel. It was a contest of sheer strength. One combatant, armored as if forged from steel, wielded his body like a weapon, striking the rotund opponent with his limbs, torso, and even his head, each blow resonating with a metallic clang. The other, enshrouded in rocky armor, brandished a long blade, effortlessly slicing through the air as he met the onslaught head-on. Despite being showered by countless stone fragments, he relentlessly delivered blows, carving marks upon his adversary's form. The atmosphere lacked the tumult of a 100-person brawl or the cacophony of battle cries, yet the presence of these 2 warriors evoked awe in every onlooker. Monsters! Someone murmured from the crowd, regardless of allegiance, captivated by the spectacle. It's simply inhuman. They are impervious to weapons. Indeed. Look at that stout fellow. He is holding his ground against Gong Zhu, the human meat grinder. Another exclaimed. That portly man is no slouch either. It's as if they are both human meat grinders themselves. Neither has so much as a scratch, let alone bloodshed. Absolutely. That diminutive fighter is remarkable, managing to stand toe-to-toe with our vice-captain. True, the vice-captain's powers have yet to be countered. Even our esteemed captain can only encase him in ice, unable to breach his defenses. Yet this small warrior's resilience rivals that of the vice-captain. It's simply astounding. Not to mention, did you see how he sent stone fragments flying with every strike? His body is as sharp as a blade. The crowd marveled. Even the typically proud werewolves found themselves reassessing Zheng Haoren's prowess. Such a figure had previously remained in obscurity, and the leader Luo Lou, who possessed such talent, seemed to have emerged from nowhere, leaving the werewolves in disbelief. Could he be a dragon crossing the river from another region? The werewolf furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Luo Lou. After a moment, his expression softened, confidence radiating from his gaze. Even if he is a dragon, he cannot overshadow the werewolf, the king of the territory. Besides, I am no mere serpent, but a wolf who has attained enlightenment, the alpha wolf. The duel raged on, both fighters wearing increasingly ferocious smiles, relishing the exchange. Finally, Zhang Haoran burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a thrill! Ever since I acquired my rock skin, no one has been able to engage me in a genuinely exhilarating battle. Either they're overwhelmingly powerful, leaving me no chance, or they crumble before my strikes. This is a rare delight." "You're not too shabby yourself," Gongzhu replied, also smiling. His encounters with zombies felt like mere child's play. Their claws and teeth posed no threat to him, while the formidable Four Kings and werewolves were beyond his reach. Both had longed for such an exhilarating clash, and despite being adversaries, a sense of mutual respect blossomed between them. "Shall we continue?" Zhang Haoran inquired, his enthusiasm unabated. "Bring it on. Who fears you?" Gongzhu retorted boldly, and they squared off once more. Their blades clashed, leaving trails of marks upon their bodies, each strike producing a scattering of stone debris, both remarkably resilient and razor-sharp. With both fighters evenly matched, Luo Lou furrowed his brow, recognizing that neither could easily claim victory. Thus, he addressed the werewolf leader with a hearty suggestion: "Why not declare this round a draw?" The werewolf, seeing the merit in this, nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let it be a draw." Consequently, the first round of the 5-person match concluded in consensus, summoning the disgruntled Zhang Haoran back from the fray. "Giant's King, you are up for the second round," the werewolf stated directly to the Giant King. "Isn't it a bit hasty to send the Giant King in so soon?" One of his subordinates voiced concern. "This is only the second round. Letting the newly upgraded Giant King face off seems rather reckless, particularly when we have yet to gauge our opponent's strength." The werewolf shook his head. "No need. If they possess any hidden strength, let it be revealed. I trust in the Giant King's abilities. Should he falter, then this round holds little value, regardless of who enters." The first round was merely a preliminary test, and Gongzhu was sufficient for that. The Giant King nodded, his imposing stature exuding an intimidating aura that compelled those nearby to take a step back. He strode confidently toward the center of the arena. "Go, Giant King!" The twin sisters cheered, raising their fists in encouragement. "I shall," the Giant King replied in a deep, resonant tone. "Make them rue the day and avenge our dear little Zhu." "Oh dear, poor little Zhu. Look at the marks all over him. Let me heal you." The healing king, Nan Nan, gazed compassionately at the returning Gongzhu, her hands enveloping him in a green glow. In an instant, the marks upon Gongzhu's body vanished. Gongzhu, rendered speechless, thought to himself, "Little Zhu? Who among the wild wolf gang would dare call me that without facing my wrath? Only these two could get away with it. Actually, I can consume crystal cores," Gongzhu remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. "Consuming crystal cores pales in comparison to my healing prowess." "All done," Nan Nan declared after her ministrations, patting Gongzhu's shoulder with an expression that seemed to demand gratitude. Wisely, Gongzhu refrained from engaging, knowing that conversing with her would lead to an endless barrage of playful banter. This was another reason he tolerated their teasing. Luo Lou observed the Giant King standing in the arena. Beyond his imposing 2-meter height, there was nothing particularly striking about him. No bloodlust, no oppressive aura, nor any hint of disdain. He appeared as an ordinary individual, yet this very ordinariness raised Luo Lou's suspicions. "Niuli, go and test him," Luo Lou finally decided. "Understood," Niuli responded, stretching his neck and adjusting his heavy armor as he approached the center of the arena. He offered a goofy smile to the towering Giant King. "Please be gentle, I am Niuli." "The Giant King, pleased to meet you," the Giant King replied in kind. As the battle commenced, the ensuing silence surprised the spectators. Unlike the anticipated ferocity reminiscent of Zhang Haoran and Gongzhu's clash, both fighters stood firm, silently observing one another. If you're not going to attack, I'll go first," Niuli eventually said, bewildering most of the audience with his casual demeanor. In the midst of a life-and-death struggle, such nonchalance seemed absurd, as if they were merely discussing dinner plans. "If you're not eating, I'll start," he quipped. "All right then, here I come." Niuli's previously unassuming face suddenly took on a serious demeanor. With a powerful push of his legs, he charged fiercely toward the Giant King, lowering his body and wrapping his arms around the Giant King's waist. With a sharp exhalation, he lifted the Giant King off the ground. His arms tightened gradually, constricting the Giant King's waist step by step. For an ordinary person, such force would have easily crushed their midsection. To measure strength? Such arrogance was amusing to the werewolves in the arena, who wore smirks of derision. The Giant King observed Niuli with a cold gaze, his elevated position rendering him condescending. Despite the bear hug that could shatter stone pillars, he remained unperturbed. Impressive strength, was the Giant King's only assessment. Shortly thereafter, the Giant King placed his hands on Niu Li's arms and uttered a soft command, causing Niu Li's grip to gradually loosen. This spectacle stirred a tempest within the third team, as Niu Li, known for his immense strength and surname, earned the moniker Mighty Bull Demon King, a testament to his boundless power. Yet now, this mighty figure was being outmatched by an apparently ordinary man. Veins bulged on Niu Li's forehead and neck, a clear indication of his full exertion, yet the Giant King's hands continued to pry his arms apart with ease. In stark contrast, the Giant King maintained a tranquil expression, as if nothing was amiss. Ultimately, Niu Li's hands were completely separated from the Giant King, who then relaxed his grip and, in a flash, seized Niu Li's wrist. The latter barely had time to comprehend the situation before his wrist was firmly held. Alarm bells rang in Luo Lou's mind as he witnessed this turn of events. Indeed, the Giant King began to twist Niu Li's wrist, gradually contorting his arm. In the vast arena, the audible cracks of bones being forcibly rotated echoed ominously. He intended to dislocate Niu Li's arms. The onlookers from Luo Lou's faction were struck with dread. Niu Li's expression shifted dramatically as he lunged forward, his armored shoulder colliding forcefully with the Giant King's chest. The immense force caused the Giant King to stagger back a few steps, loosening his grip just enough for Niu Li to escape, retreating swiftly to distance himself. Gazing down, Niu Li noted clear imprints of 5 fingers on his wrists, now bruised and darkened from the sheer strength exerted upon them. Even with his typically genial demeanor, Niu Li's face turned grave as he regarded the Giant King, who appeared utterly unscathed from the impact, his clothing not even showing a wrinkle. Such power was astonishing. Your armor is impressive. It is a magical artifact. It seems you have encountered Old Man Lei, a stroke of good fortune, the Giant King remarked, casting a glance at Niu Li's half-armor, uttering words that caused Luo Lou to instantly change color. Chapter 76. The Giant and the Magical Artifacts. The term magical artifacts refers to equipment crafted through the sacrificial transformation of life, embodying the legendary capability of magical construction. Such rare abilities are scarcely found across the globe. One might count them on their fingers. After the demise of the Old Man Lei at the hands of Luo Lou, Luo Lou believed that this secret would remain buried with him forever. However, today he was taken aback to discover that someone had recognized the origins of the magical artifact and called out the old man's name. How did you know that this piece of equipment is a magical artifact? He inquired. Before I joined the Wolf Gang, I was once with the Old Man Lei. Hence I am well aware of his abilities. Unfortunately, we lost contact afterward, and I never expected you to uncover this. The Giant King pointed to his trousers, explaining. The old man once made me a pair of highly elastic pants to prevent me from being left without clothing during my transformation. By the way, what has become of him? He was killed by my boss, the honest Niu Li replied candidly. Upon hearing this, the Giant King's expression remained calm rather than furious. He merely nodded and solemnly remarked, his abilities indeed invite peril. His death is no great loss. You are incredibly strong. My strength pales in comparison, Niu Li admitted, twisting his wrist, revealing a dark bruise. He gasped in pain, fortunate enough to withdraw his hand quickly, or else his arm would have been broken by the Giant King. Since you are aware, you might as well concede. I have no desire to kill. Niu Li shook his head, grinning foolishly. That won't do. While your strength surpasses mine, I cannot concede. I refuse to back down. With that, he charged at the Giant King once more, this time lowering his shoulder for a powerful collision. The tremendous force, combined with the hardness of his half-armor, could shatter any boulder. The Giant King merely extended one hand to block Niu Li's advance. Bang! The resounding impact echoed. The Giant King pressed his hand against Niu Li's shoulder, who strained against the immense pressure, his veins bulging as he struggled. Oh! The ground beneath Niu Li fractured as he pushed against the Giant King, who remained steadfast, his feet firmly rooted, creating deep furrows in the earth. Despite the earth-shattering force of the blow, the Giant King effortlessly blocked it, eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. Huh! The Giant King let out a light exclamation, his feet firmly planted, rendering him immovable despite Niu Li's relentless assault. Even as Niu Li's efforts carved a deep pit into the ground, he could not budge the Giant King an inch. It was astonishing that Niu Li, a specialist in strength, was outmatched. Observing this, Luo Lou commented coolly, Qing Shu, it is your turn now. Li Qing Shu nodded, focusing intently on the Giant King as she stepped into the arena. Big Niu, switch out. I refuse. I must best him. Niu Li insisted stubbornly, continuing to press forward in an attempt to push the Giant King aside. Change opponents. You are not my match. The Giant King stated nonchalantly. Let me dissuade you. With his other hand, he formed a fist and struck at Luo Li's chest. The sound of a dull thud reverberated as Luo Lu, clad in half armor like a heavily armored creature, was sent flying by a single punch, landing several meters away and sliding along the ground before finally coming to a halt. To their astonishment, the hard half armor on Luo Li's chest had a visible dent from the impact, a testament to the Giant King's formidable strength as it began to heal, leaving marks upon the magical artifact. Is this the power of the Four Kings? Luo Lu spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the Giant King's blow had not directly struck him, the recoil against his armor had injured his insides. I have lost. This single blow starkly illustrated the disparity between Luo Lu and the Giant King. Your strength is incredible. I admire you greatly. I hope we can spar again in the future, Luo Lu said, rising to his feet and once again wearing his foolish grin as he addressed the Giant King. In the second round of the individual competition, Luo Lu was defeated, and it was now Li Qingshu's turn. The strength of the Giant King compelled Luo Lu to proceed with caution. With Zheng Haoran already having competed and Luo Lu defeated, it seemed inevitable that the remaining participants would also face defeat. After much deliberation, he concluded that Li Qingshu was the most suitable candidate. If she were to lose as well, Luo Lu would concede without further exhausting his resources. Captain of the first team, Li Qingshu. Upon entering the arena, Li Qingshu spoke succinctly. The Giant King. The Giant King nodded in acknowledgement. No further words were necessary. Li Qingshu raised her hand, and a gust of icy mist surged toward the Giant King. At this sight, the werewolves gasped. Ice? This could pose a problem for the Giant King. Go, Judge. Bring that beautiful big sister down. Break her charm. The twin sisters cheered. The forces of nature are not easily trifled with. The Giant King moved as soon as he saw the icy mist. Yet, despite his efforts to evade, a portion of the attack still clung to his arm, frosting over his skin. With a flick of his wrist, the ice shards fell to the ground, and suddenly, he charged at Li Qingshu with the ferocity of a tiger unleashed. The sheer weight of his presence momentarily stole the breath from those watching. Li Qingshu felt a chill run down her spine and unleashed a volley of icy mist. True to his reputation as one of the Four Kings, he absorbed her attack with remarkable resilience, his arm showing little sign of damage aside from a slight reduction in speed. The icy mist howled through the air, striking the Giant King repeatedly. While it slowed him down, it did not significantly affect him. Had it been anyone else, they would have been encased in ice by now, demonstrating the Giant King's extraordinary physical prowess, surpassing even Luo Lu post-lightning enhancement. Realizing this, Li Qingshu decided to unleash her full potential. Her hands moving rapidly as the icy mist rained down on the advancing Giant King, akin to a machine gun's fire. A trigram palm, continuous assault. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, her speed was her greatest asset, and with the added power of her gloves, her strikes were formidable. The swirling icy mist bombarded the Giant King, and a cloud of tiny ice shards enveloped him, transforming the arena into a fog of white. As the mist cleared, a thick layer of ice covered a 20-meter radius, revealing a human-shaped ice sculpture at its center, none other than the Giant King himself. The crowd from the Wolf Gang gasped in astonishment. Their formidable Four King had been subdued so effortlessly by a woman, without even landing a blow on her. This was truly remarkable. The ice sculpture stood solemnly, its radiant white light proclaiming the strength of Li Qingshu, captain of the first team. However, Luo Lu remained unconvinced. Deep down, he sensed that the Giant King would not be so easily vanquished. Humph, just wait until you witness the transformation of Judge, the twin sisters sneered. Watching Li Qingshu intently, suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture, drawing Li Qingshu's focused gaze. I hereby announce, Lu Qingwang, who was observing from the sidelines, was about to declare the Wild Wolf Gang's defeat when he suddenly noticed a crack forming on the ice sculpture. Wisely, he kept his mouth shut. Crack. The minute fissure gradually expanded, quickly resembling a spider's web, spreading across the entire surface of the ice sculpture. Boom. The ice sculpture shattered with a thunderous roar, scattering countless ice shards across the ground, one of which rolled to Li Qingshu's feet. The Giant King stood there unscathed, his body seemingly growing taller. Indeed, it was no illusion. He was not just rising in height, but his entire physique appeared to be expanding. As he grew against the wind, his clothes tore apart, revealing bulging muscles as solid as rock, while his lower body remained intact, expanding in proportion to his increasing stature. At that moment, Li Qingshu finally comprehended the meaning of his earlier declaration of transformation. Before her stood a towering giant exceeding 3 meters in height. The transformation of the Giant King had commenced. Huh! The Giant King bellowed, his 3-meter frame continuing to swell. 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, until he reached over 5 meters. Finally ceasing his ascent. Over 5 meters tall. He was now akin to a diminutive giant. Luo Lou gazed at the Giant King with a look of sheer astonishment. Whether in his previous congratulations or in the current form of the Giant King, both were rare abilities within the enhancement category, a power that rivaled that of the nature elementals. I do not wish to kill you. Surrender, and I shall let you go. The towering Giant King looked down at Li Qishu, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the air to vibrate. In response, a gust of icy mist shot toward him. The Giant King raised his arm to shield himself, and the mist erupted upon contact, forming frost upon his arm. Then I shall not hold back. He needed no momentum. With just a few strides, he advanced towards Li Qishu, lifting his foot to stomp down upon her. Li Qishu gasped and swiftly dodged to the side as the massive foot crashed onto the ground, creating a deep crater. Missing her, the Giant King repeatedly lifted his foot, targeting every movement Li Qishu made. To him, she resembled a large ant, easily squashed with a mere step. Crush her. Crush her. Stomp her down, giant. The twins exclaimed excitedly from the sidelines. Li Qishu, appearing far more graceful and striking than them, was a source of envy for the two little sorceresses. Thus they cheered the loudest. Li Qishu darted around the Giant King, evading his relentless stomps, while simultaneously unleashing icy mist from her hands. Though his bulk was formidable, it rendered him a large target, making him easy to hit. The icy mist concentrated on his abdomen, chest, arms, thighs, and even his head, forming small patches of frost. Little ant. The Giant King seethed with fury, a large patch of frost forming on his forehead, rendering him a comical sight. No longer resorting to stomping, he bent down and swung his massive fist toward Li Qingshu's location. Boom! Li Qingshu, unable to evade in time, was caught in the blast of the punch. The powerful gust propelling her several steps back, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Now's the chance. The Giant King roared, launching another punch toward her. Oh no! Luo Lou's expression changed. If Li Qingshu were to take that hit, she would likely be obliterated. We surrender. With that thought, Luo Lou no longer hesitated and declared their surrender. Roar! But the punch had already been unleashed toward Li Qingshu. Luo Lou pulled out a coin, crackling with electricity, preparing to counter the Giant King. At that moment, Li Qingshu, realizing she could not evade, gritted her teeth and raised her hands toward the Giant King, unleashing a torrent of icy mist that soared towards him. The mist pierced through the Giant King's fist, erupting in his eyes, causing frost to cling to his pupils. Ah, my eyes! The Giant King's punch halted mid-air as he clutched his eyes, howling in agony. This brief moment allowed Li Qingshu to seize her opportunity. Exerting all her strength to sidestep just in time, the enormous fist crashing down perilously close to her. With a thunderous impact, Li Qingshu let out a muffled groan, soaring into the air and landing on the distant ground, blood spilling from her mouth. Fortunately, in the nick of time, she managed to evade being pulverized by the blow. My eyes! My eyes! It hurts! It hurts! The Giant King flailed wildly, his expression growing increasingly frenzied. Luo Lou furrowed his brow at this sight, sensing an ominous turn of events. Oh no, the giant has gone mad. The twins, witnessing the rampaging Giant King, voiced their concerns. The werewolf observed as well, but chose not to intervene, instead sneering at Luo Lou. Ah! The Giant King howled, his body suddenly flushed with a deep crimson, as if engulfed in flames, his eyes blazing red, one still white from Li Qingshu's frost attack. I will kill you all, the Giant King growled, launching himself toward Luo Lou with tremendous force. His colossal form cast a shadow that stifled the breath of all present. Chapter 77. The leaders' battle. The ground trembled with a resounding thud as the colossal giant monarch, his body flushed crimson, charged toward Li Qingshu, who had been supported to his feet by his subordinates. Standing over 5 meters tall, he closed the distance in mere strides, roaring as he prepared to deliver a devastating blow. Those around Li Qingshu were powerless to intercept such a cataclysmic strike, as Zheng Haoran and Niu Li, among others, shouted in defiance and rushed forward. A sudden crackle of electricity pierced the air. Zzz. Seeking death, Luo Lou aimed at the giant monarch, launching a coin at lightning speed, which struck the descending arm of the massive figure with a thunderous impact. Roar! The giant monarch howled in agony, blood seeping from his wrist where the coin had embedded itself. This was enough to astonish Luo Lou. for he was aware that this was the most formidable attack known among all the evolved beings. Remarkably, it had failed to penetrate the giant monarch's form. It merely lodged within, underscoring his extraordinary defensive capabilities. From a distance, the observing werewolf's pupils contracted, and one of them gasped, "The greatest attack." The twins nearby exchanged astonished glances, unable to fathom how the Thunder King's supreme strike could manifest through Luo Lou. The werewolves, seemingly indifferent to the giant monarch's fury, harbored ulterior motives. If Luo Lou and his companions could not withstand the rampaging giant monarch, there would be no need for a subsequent battle. The giant monarch could simply crush Luo Lou. Yet, should they prevail, it would necessitate further contemplation. In that moment, Luo Lou bestowed an unexpected surprise upon the werewolves. Why would the Thunder King's ultimate attack emerge from him? Nana. Okay. Responding to the werewolf's call, the twin sister, Nana, understood the assignment. She stepped into the center of the circle, a green luminescence emanating from her hands, enveloping the giant monarch. As the green light enveloped him, the giant monarch's once fiery form began to revert to its original hue, and his crimson eyes gradually transformed into a shade of black. Once restored, he stood still for a moment before apologizing to Li Qingshu, saying, "I'm sorry. I suffer from mania, and at times, I cannot control the emotions within me." Mania, a condition inherent to humanity, had intensified with the giant monarch's acquisition of extraordinary abilities. Even Nana's healing could only temporarily suppress it, not cure it entirely. When the mania took hold, he would become delirious, driven solely by a desire for slaughter, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake upon regaining consciousness. Lowering his head, the coin that had embedded in his wrist was expelled by the healing of the wound. Clattering to the ground, the giant monarch looked at Luo Lou with a glimmer of surprise, inquiring, "The Thunder King's ultimate attack? You can wield it too?" "No. This must be a unique ability of his. How do you possess this technique?" Luo Lou did not respond. He approached Li Qingshu and asked, "Are you all right?" Li Qingshu shook her head. However, the earlier spurt of blood had left her palate. Observing her condition, Luo Lou extended his finger, and a green luminescence appeared from his ring, enveloping Li Qingshu. Influenced by this light, her complexion improved significantly in an instant. We concede this round. Now, for the third round, the leaders' battle. Luo Lou strode toward the center of the arena, his gaze fixed on the werewolf. He was filled with ire. It was evident that the werewolf had intentionally allowed the giant monarch to rampage without intervention. Had Luo Lou been weaker, there would have been no need for a third contest. The giant monarch returned to his original size, accompanying Nana back to the werewolf's side. The werewolf, his expression darkened, approached Luo Lou and solemnly stated, "I too am curious about the earlier matter regarding the giant monarch. Why did the Thunder King's ultimate attack manifest in your hands?" He was certain that the Thunder King's demise was somehow connected to Luo Lou. With this thought, the werewolf's countenance grew even darker. The clouds above appeared to mirror the werewolf's grim mood, darkening ominously. A gentle breeze tousled Luo Lou's hair. "Want to know? Defeat me, and I shall reveal it." Luo Lou replied with a hint of amusement, his demeanor unyielding as the crackling electricity radiating from him signaled his resolve. The atmosphere grew tense, as both parties, leaders of their factions, were eager to gauge the strength of one another. Many among Luo Lou's group had witnessed the formidable powers of Li Qingshu and Zheng Haoren, yet knew little of Luo Lou's capabilities. This battle would serve as a revelation. Before Lu Qingguang could utter a word, Luo Lou made his move. Seizing the initiative, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a blur of motion, streaking toward the werewolf with a flash of lightning. "How swift!" the giant monarch exclaimed in astonishment. A hand emerged from the lightning, reaching out toward the werewolf. Unflinching, the werewolf opened his mouth, unleashing a visible wave that rippled through the air, matching Luo Lou's speed. This sonic wave, unlike the previous all-encompassing assault, concentrated in front of the werewolf, forming a semicircle. As the werewolf bellowed, cracks erupted in the ground beneath him, spreading outward with the wave. There was no evading this. Luo Lou's advance faltered as the wave expanded, causing his entire body to tremble from the vibrations it generated. He felt his internal organs churn violently, as if stirred by turbulent waters, rendering his face pale. Yet, he refused to yield. Although he could not advance, electricity surged from his fingertips, sending 5 bolts of lightning racing toward the werewolf. The werewolf did not evade. Instead, he opened his mouth once more, the wave emanating from him extinguishing the 5 bolts of lightning as they approached, leaving countless new fissures in the ground racing toward Luo Lou. If sound waves could extinguish lightning through their vibrational frequency, then lightning could also pierce through sonic attacks to strike the werewolf. Particularly when infused with physical force, sound waves were formidable in their capacity to obliterate. At this moment, Luo Lou hesitated not for an instant. He drew a coin, propelling it toward the werewolf. Maximum attack. Utilizing the electrical enhancement against metal. He launched the coin like a bullet, its power amplified beyond imagination. The coin, charged with bolts of lightning, pierced through the sonic wave, disrupting the ripples in the air. The werewolf's expression shifted. Although his ability was formidable, he was still flesh and blood. A hit from this attack would surely annihilate him. In a split second, the coin's gust approached, ready to penetrate the werewolf, who, sensing the imminent danger, suddenly ducked and rolled aside. Even with his swift evasion, the coin narrowly skimmed over his head, catching a few strands of hair. Had he been a moment slower, his skull would have been pierced. He turned to Luo Lou, only to find Luo Lou gazing back at him, a smile gracing his lips as a multitude of coins materialized in his hand. Chapter 78. Transformation. With fingers poised like a dart thrower, Luo Lou launched 8 coins simultaneously into the air. The coins sliced through the atmosphere, generating a crackling sound akin to thunder, cleaving the air as they sped toward the werewolf. The 8 bolts of light encircled the werewolf, sealing off all possible avenues of escape, leaving no room for evasion. The werewolf was taken aback, unprepared for such a rapid assault from Luo Lou. Seizing the fleeting moment of vulnerability, he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a sonic wave that fanned out at a 30-degree angle to counter the incoming coins. The wave rippled through the air, colliding with the rushing coins, disrupting their trajectory and momentarily halting their advance. Capitalizing on this fleeting opportunity, the werewolf crouched low, sprang from the ground, and propelled himself into the air. "Let us see how far you can run," Luo Lou declared, directing a surge of electricity from his fingertips toward the werewolf, while simultaneously launching more coins. The electricity struck the ground with such force that it shattered the tiles beneath, while the primary attack targeted the werewolf. Although he managed to evade it, the onlookers from the wolf pack were not so fortunate. Several unfortunate souls were caught off guard and met their demise. The werewolf's eyes blazed with fury, though he cared little for his subordinates. Losing face before so many was intolerable. Thus, he charged toward Luo Lou. Sensing the threat, Luo Lou refrained from unleashing his most powerful attack, opting instead to wield the electricity. However, the werewolf was undeterred, emitting sonic waves aimed at Luo Lou as he advanced. Sonic waves were notoriously difficult to dodge. The only recourse was to confront them head-on. Yet, with his own men behind him, the werewolf hesitated to launch an indiscriminate attack. "You think this will thwart me?" Luo Lou scoffed, swiftly retreating until he stood before the werewolf's followers. If the werewolf unleashed a sonic attack, it would surely endanger not just Luo Lou but also his own pack. The werewolf halted his assault, fixing his gaze on Luo Lou. "Is this entertaining to you?" Luo Lou shrugged. "I find it rather dull. Show me your true abilities. This is hardly engaging. I've heard that the werewolf leader is called so for his ability to transform, though I've also heard that it's merely a dog. Whether wolf or dog, the ability to kill suffices." The werewolf's expression darkened as he paused, no longer evasive. Lowering his stance, his eyes widened, and a series of low growls erupted from his throat. Thick fur sprouted from his skin, his jaws elongated, revealing sharp fangs, his ears sharpened, and astonishingly, a bushy tail emerged from his lower back. In an instant, a man transformed into a beast. More precisely, a wolf dog. The werewolf's coat was a striking blend of yellow and black, unmistakably the hue of a wolf dog. Legend spoke of how the werewolf once battled a mutated wolf dog, acquiring its traits and gaining unimaginable strength. A howl erupted from the transformed werewolf, shattering the ground beneath him. Indeed, he was a dog. Luo Lou feigned ridicule. Yet internally, he prepared himself, electricity crackling around his outstretched arms. With his hair billowing, he surged forward with the swiftness of lightning toward the werewolf. "Come on. Witness the power of my transformation." The werewolf, undaunted, grinned malevolently, his sharp claws poised to strike at the oncoming Luo Lou. In an instant, Luo Lou closed the distance, forming his hand into a blade aimed directly at the werewolf's head. The werewolf's arm intercepted the attack with a sharp crack, while his other claw lunged at Luo Lou's chest. Luo Lou retaliated, grasping the werewolf's outstretched claw. With a spring-like kick, he aimed a lightning-infused blow at the werewolf's abdomen. Should it connect, it would surely pierce through. The werewolf's knee thrust forward, colliding with Luo Lou's leg. allowing him to break free from Luo Lou's grip and roll away to a safe distance. Not bad, Luo Lou remarked, refraining from pursuit. Given Luo Lou's D-rank electric enhancement physique, the werewolf's transformed strength was indeed commendable. The werewolf's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Despite holding his ground against Luo Lou, the pain in his leg reminded him that Luo Lou's physical prowess exceeded his expectations. How could this be? The werewolf was certain he had unleashed the Thunder King's maximum attack, even identical in the electric currents released. Yet, the Thunder King did not possess the ability to enhance his physique. Why then was Luo Lou so formidable? The more the werewolf pondered, the more perplexed he became. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a flash of lightning caught his eye. Startled, he darted to the side just as a bolt struck the ground where he had stood, creating a small crater. Luo Lou extended his hand, electric energy crackling around him as he initiated a ranged attack. The werewolf squinted, dismissing his thoughts. The priority was to eliminate Luo Lou before anything else. With a light leap, he crouched low, his limbs touching the ground, conjuring a whirlwind as he circled around Luo Lou like a true wolf. Luo Lou frowned, watching as the werewolf circled him, his speed increasing until he became a blur. What was he attempting? Hey, Uncle is about to unleash his true power. This Luo Lou is indeed a formidable opponent, the twin sister remarked. Indeed, it has been a long time since Uncle employed that technique. The last time was against the zombies near our stronghold, but there were too many then. Uncle had not yet reached his third evolution. I never expected Luo Lou to push him to use it now. Wan observed the battle intently, astonished. A howl resounded as the werewolf, now a blur, created a vortex around Luo Lou, encircling him. With a deafening roar, the circle of shadows and wind erupted into a wave of sound that spread through the air, expanding in tandem with the werewolf's movement. Soon, the entire area reverberated with the sound waves generated by the howl. Crack! The sound waves resonated, fracturing the ground within the werewolf's circle into minuscule shards, which were subsequently pulverized into dust by the relentless sonic barrage. This is bad. Luo Lou's expression shifted. He was effectively ensnared within a circle of indiscriminate attacks. The converging sound waves from all directions, combined with the werewolf's continuous howling, posed a lethal threat to him.